I struggled forward in the alley on a rainy night. The sound of rain mixed with the sound of electricity made the atmosphere even more eerie. There were corpses lying on the ground, and the hairy humanoid creature was tearing out its heart and lungs. Although I was seriously injured, I couldn't just watch it continue to do evil. I clenched the blue long knife in my hand, endured the severe pain and rushed forward, but I was no match for it. I was knocked away by its punch and fell heavily into the puddles. I watched in despair as the creature reached out to the person still breathing on the ground, weakly shouting for me to save him, but I was powerless. At this moment, I noticed that there was another person beside me, a student wearing the uniform of No. 2 middle school. I quickly grabbed his trouser legs and anxiously told him to leave quickly and not to watch the fun here. But the creature stared at him and rushed over like a hungry wolf. I thought to myself that this child might die here. However, to my surprise, he actually caught the creature's attack steadily, and then easily subdued it. He threw the creature out, smashed it into the wall, and stopped moving. He grabbed it from the air, as if he absorbed something from the creature, and then he was about to leave. I hurriedly asked him to drag me to a place to shelter from the rain. He was a little concerned about the address at first, so I quickly changed it to you, and he dragged me to a store at the entrance of the alley. I sincerely thanked him and asked his name. He said his name was Juhang. When I looked up again, he had disappeared in the rainy night. Soon, Captain Xiao arrived with his team members. Seeing the tragic scene on the ground, he was extremely anxious. After checking my injuries, he injected me with medicine, and my face was slightly relieved. Captain Xiao saw the dead level 4 mutant and asked in shock who did it. I told him it was a high school student. He was stunned at first, and then excited. He said that if it was true, it must be a top SSS level talent. He also said that he must be found in the upcoming talent test and must not let other units snatch him away. I looked at the rainy night and remembered Juhang firmly in my heart. I shook off the raindrops on my umbrella and opened the door. I heard the quarrel of my aunt's family in the house. I walked into the kitchen and saw the only 2 light blue potions on the table. My cousin Jiang Xiaoyu was arguing about it. She said angrily that how could there be 2 potions for 3 people. She also said that I took her potion, said that I ate it at their house, and now I am occupying the potion that should belong to her. Aunt Fong Huilan explained that this potion is scarce and it was not easy to buy it. She wanted my sister and I to participate in this talent test and buy it for Xiaoyu next time. Uncle Jiang Weidong was relentless and thought that my potion should be given to Xiaoyu. After all, Xiaoyu is their biological daughter. He also said that he is the master of this family. If they hadn't taken me in, I would have starved to death. Sister Jiang Xiaocha pointed out that strictly speaking, the house and the money to buy the medicine were left to Fong Xin by his parents, and we were the ones who got the advantage. Jiang Xiaoyu still refused to give in and took a medicine for herself. I stood at the door and heard their words clearly. I just felt funny in my heart. When my parents passed away, all the relatives coveted their property. Now I live in my own house, but I have become the object of charity. Thinking back, it was only after my parents passed away that I awakened my talent for killing and also my talent for strength. I told my grandfather about this, and he stayed awake all night, muttering about fate. The next day, he said he was going on a long journey, and gave me a pendant to wear, saying it could avoid detection. After that, there was no news. When my uncle Jiang Weidong was in trouble in his business, I helped him settle the debts and let them live in my house, but now I am treated like this. When my aunt saw me coming back, she stood up and greeted me. She asked me why I came back so late. I just said that I went to the bookstore to read. She asked me to eat, but Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at me with hostility and whispered that I was shameless. I didn't care. When I sat down to eat, my aunt mentioned that I was second in the grade in the monthly exam. Jiang Xiaoyu said contemptuously that studying well was useless and that the awakening of talent was the key now. Sister Jiang Xiaocha retorted that if the brain was not working well, it would be cannon fodder even if the talent was awakened. Aunt asked Xiaoyu to give me the potion, but Xiaoyu refused. Sister pushed the potion in front of her to me and went back to the room. My uncle Jiang Weidong put down his bowl and chopsticks, and said to me coldly that the potion was hard-earned, and asked me not to waste it. He also said that if I couldn't produce good results, he would move out of my house. I just thought he was ridiculous. When he saw my reaction, he got so angry that he slammed the table and stood up. He pointed at me and cursed me, then went back to the room and kicked the trash can to vent his anger. My aunt chased into the bedroom, and the two quarreled in the room. Jiang Xiaoyu sang a song triumphantly, saying that it depends on what talent I awaken. She also mocked me that good study may not necessarily awaken good talents. There were students in the school who studied well but didn't awaken talents before. I smiled and responded to her, saying that the dead skin on my heels was better than her talent. She called me disgusting, and then took the potion back to the room. My aunt came out of her room with red eyes. After hesitating, she went to knock on my sister's door, but my sister said she had fallen asleep and would talk about it tomorrow. My aunt had no choice but to go back to the dining table. I looked at her, feeling distressed. In this era of awakened people, non-awakened people like my aunt and uncle can only do some low-paying jobs to supplement the family income. My aunt told me not to be angry and to show my uncle my grades. I nodded and said I was full. When I was about to wash the dishes, my aunt asked me to go back to my room to read and she would wash them. I returned to my room, my phone kept vibrating in my pocket, and there were already 99+ messages in the class group. The head teacher notified us of the talent test in the next 2 days, and mentioned the SpaceX potion, saying that this potion can awaken the human potential to the greatest extent. It was developed by Leon Company, but most of it was taken away by consortiums and powerful families, and very little flowed to ordinary people. Injection of potions can increase the success rate of talent tests, so many families are willing to buy it. This year, the test model was reformed. High school began to have talent tests. There are 2 opportunities before graduation from the 3rd year of high school. The 1st and 2nd year of high school can also participate in advance. If the talent is good in the first test, you can enjoy the allowance in advance. This is also the reason why Jiang Xiaoyu wants to take the test. There were constant messages in the group. Qin Juhang posted more than a dozen photos, showing off that his father bought him 20 potions, and said he would give 2 to Chu Xinyao, but Chu Xinyao coldly refused. After being rejected, Qin Juhang turned his attention to me, saying that my aunt and uncle only bought 2 potions, not enough to share, and asked me if I wanted to ask him to buy 1. I was about to fight back, but Chu Xinyao sent a message saying that she had extra potions and asked me to go get them or she would send them to me. The words were very ambiguous. Qin Juhang was banned from speaking for half an hour by the administrator Chu Xinyao. He is always like this. If he can't get Chu Xinyao's attention, he will target me. Without Qin Juhang's pretentious remarks, the group became quieter, and everyone started discussing the talent test again. Some people said that the number 1 middle school next door had an A-level spiritual talent, and several special departments were fighting for it. Some people were envious, some people just wanted to get a B-level test, and some people speculated who in our class could test the best talent. Some people thought it was me, and some people said that good study does not necessarily mean good talent, and gave an example of someone who studied well but had a bad test result. The person who said this was Qin Juhang's lackey Su Xiaochang, and he also said that his brother Hao was the coolest. Finally, the head teacher sent a message to let everyone calm down and get ready for bed. I put down my phone and raised my palm. My pupils turned scarlet and scarlet runes appeared on my knuckles. 4 of them were particularly scarlet. This was my killing hand. I unlocked my killing talent when I was killing chickens in my grandfather's small restaurant. Since then, my comprehensive ability has been continuously improved with killing. My speed, agility, 5 senses and 6 senses have all become stronger, and my self-healing ability is even more terrifying. I met aliens by chance and found that killing them could greatly improve my ability, so I targeted them and killed them all the way to now. Now my combat ability is invincible among my peers. However, the killing talent cannot be easily displayed, so I plan to use the power talent awakened through it to participate in the test. The next morning, I had breakfast and went to school. My classmates came early today. As soon as I sat down, our homeroom teacher Cheng Wenjin arrived. She told everyone not to be nervous and to wait for notification before injecting the medicine. She also asked if there were any students who didn't have the medicine. Qin Juhang turned to look at me immediately after hearing this and asked me with a fake smile. At this time, Chu Xinyao in the front row opened her school bag, took out a medicine and put it on my desk, saying that she brought it for me. She smiled sweetly and showed her little tiger teeth. Qin Juanhao's face suddenly fell. Teacher Cheng encouraged everyone, saying that the students in our class are all outstanding, and maybe they can be tested to have S-level talents. Some students said it must be me, and Su Xiaochang immediately said it was his brother Hao. While they were arguing, the principal called Teacher Cheng out at the door. We saw two people following the principal, one wearing a windbreaker and a top hat, and the other a beautiful woman with short silver hair and ice blue eyes. The principal closed the door and asked Teacher Cheng who Qin Juanhao was. Teacher Cheng pointed in the direction of Qin Juanhao. Captain Xiao, who was wearing a top hat, looked in the direction and asked if the woman was him. The woman said that she didn't see his appearance clearly at the time, but her height and body shape matched. Teacher Cheng asked about the identities of the two people in confusion. The principal introduced them as Mr. Xiao Wutong and Ms. A.I. Li from the 7th office. Teacher Cheng was surprised and asked if Qin Juanhao was selected in advance. Xiao Wutong indicated that it was confidential, but he could see his proud expression. After a brief chat, they turned around and left. Before leaving, A.I. Li suddenly looked at me. I thought to myself, this is a small world. I quickly lifted my bangs and put on my deskmate's glasses. Xiao Wutong told A.I. Li in a good mood that the 9th department wanted to postpone the announcement of the test results to intercept the talented students. They were lucky enough to find the treasure in advance, and they would find Qin Juanhao to sign a contract after the test. He also imagined how the people from the 9th department would look grumpy at that time. After they left, the classroom exploded. The students were all guessing what happened. Some students heard about the 7th department, and some students who knew more about it explained that SHIELD was a very powerful organization established by the government to target the Inhumans. It had 9 special operations departments. The 7th department had the lowest threshold of recruiting B-level students. The 9th department was called the Monster Room, which was full of geniuses and had an S-level threshold. Su Xiaochang immediately flattered him and said that Brother Hao had made it. Qin Juanhao was also confused. When asked how he was discovered, the lackey Su Xiaochang said that it was because Brother Hao's family was awesome and knew someone from SHIELD. Qin Juanhao suddenly realized it and said he would treat everyone to food, drinks and fun. Chu Xinyao sarcastically said that maybe Qin Juanhao's father broke the law and they came to arrest him. Chu Xinyao asked me why I was wearing glasses. I smiled and said I was just trying it out. I looked out the window and saw Xiao Wutong and A.I. Li walking away. I was glad that it was raining heavily that day and I wore a mask and A.I. Li was seriously injured. Otherwise, I don't know what would happen if my evil talent was discovered. The class was still discussing. The head teacher came in and looked at Qin Juanhao with emphasis. The classmates asked the teacher about what happened just now. The teacher just said it was nothing and raised his finger to indicate that he couldn't say it. But seeing the teacher's expression, the classmates became more excited. Qin Juanhao was even more excited and said that if he was really recruited by the 7th office after the test, he would treat everyone to food, drinks and fun. Chu Xinyao turned around and asked me if I had time to accompany her to the newly opened Ocean Theme Pavilion after the test. I said I would see, so she made an agreement with me and told me not to regret it. Finally, the head teacher looked at his mobile phone and notified everyone to bring their academic certificates and potions, and the talent test was about to begin. The queue was long. Many students were very nervous. After all, this is a major life event. In today's world, only the awakened have absolute say. It is difficult for ordinary people to make a living, but if you can get a D grade in the talent test, as long as you don't commit any crimes, you can get a stable job. The talent test was conducted in 3 areas. There is 1 zone for the 1st and 2nd year of high school, and 2 zones for the 3rd year of high school. Chu Xinyao stood behind Fang Xin. The tender white fingers wrote and drew on Fang Xin's back. From time to time, poke Fang Xin and ask her to guess what she had just drawn. Far away. There were many people in uniform standing around the talent testing area. Pass the message through some classmates who are sensitive to information. Most of these people in uniforms are official personnel, and some are from prominent families and various large organizations. The awakened ones are very popular now, and every family wants to compete for the best seedlings. Qin Juanhao raised his chin and looked for the 2 people from the 7th department who were outside the classroom. Many classmates looked at Qin Juanhao with envy. The lackey Su Xiaochang rubbed his hands like a fly rubbing its claws. Brother Hao, over there. The person you are looking for is over there. Following the direction Su Xiaochang pointed, I saw Xiao Wutong and Ai Li standing side by side. So impressive. Brother Hao, you will surely be able to become like this in the future, so remember me when the time comes. Qin Juanhao put his arm around Su Xiaochang's shoulders and said, Don't worry, I won't forget you. As we were talking, we saw two people approaching from a distance. A tall, thin, white-haired handsome man wearing sunglasses walked past the officials with his hands in his pockets. Behind him followed a pretty girl holding a lollipop and carrying a box. When everyone saw the two people, they all stood at attention. The unofficial members nodded and greeted them, and the official members saluted one after another. Even Xiao Wutong and Ai Li from the 7th Department stood at attention and saluted the two people with a serious look. But the white-haired leader turned a blind eye, put his hands in his pockets, walked through the crowd and went straight to a classroom. Who is that? So arrogant. All the official members have to salute. The 9th place. The legendary 9th place. Did you see the box that pretty sister is carrying? The 9-dragon totem on it is the totem of the 9th place. It's worthy of being the 9th division, with the best benefits. Their members are one level higher than other divisions, and they can mobilize members from the other 8 divisions in an emergency. They don't give face to anyone. If I could join the 9th division, I would be willing to marry the school beauty. Fang Xin looked at the white-haired man and the beautiful girl who entered the classroom. Even if the other party did not release any aura, Fang Xin, who had experienced countless battles, could very keenly feel the sense of crisis coming from the two men. Especially the white-haired guy, Fang Xin even felt that he could be killed in a second with just a thought. According to the comprehensive assessment he made online, Fang Xin believed that his strength talent should be S-level. If I were S-level, I would most likely be taken away by the 9th Department. The people in the 9th Department are so strong. If they discovered my talent for killing, and if they had any intentions towards me, I would be sliced into pieces and studied. In fact, Fang Xin had already thought it through last night. He decided not to use the potion to avoid being targeted by higher-ups. He would test Jiang Xiaocha in the afternoon and give the potion to his sister Jiang Xiaocha later. The reason why I didn't give it yesterday. I just wanted to piss off Jiang Weidong. Students whose names have been called, please bring your student ID cards, inject the potion in advance if you have it, and enter the testing area in an orderly manner to take the talent test. Zhang Yushuan, Wang Zihan, Li Sini. There are several classrooms in each area, and there are several cabinets more than 2 meters high in the classrooms. After the students taking the talent test enter, they only need to wait for 3 to 5 minutes. But Qing Wenjin just sent a notice saying that this year's test results will not be announced on the same day and will need to be postponed for 1 day. This makes many students feel very uncomfortable. After all, the day of waiting for results is very torturous. Qin Juanhao shifted his gaze to Xiao Wutong from the 7th Department. Xiao Wutong also looked over here, smiled and nodded at Qin Juanhao. Brother Hao. He nodded at you, the lackey Su Xiaochang said excitedly. Did you all see it? The guy from the 7th Department nodded to my brother Hao. Su Xiaochang boasted to the classmates around him. Qin Juanhao's smile was harder to suppress than AK, but he still advised Su Xiaochang, keep a low profile. We don't know what talent and level will be revealed by then. He glanced at Fang Xin and Chu Xinyao. He found Chu Xinyao writing and drawing on Fang Xin's back. The two were playing a game of you draw, I guess, and they didn't take him seriously at all. Qin Juanhao glanced at Fang Xin. I don't know what talent will be developed in the end, but I heard that sometimes students who are good at studying overdevelop their brains, and their talent test scores are counterproductive. There was a senior who was very good at studying before, and he finally developed an A-level excavator talent. Fang Xin, I think you may also be able to develop this kind of talent. Fang Xin nodded and agreed, that's good too, it's better than having an A-level talent for being a bootlicker. It is said that lies never hurt people, but the truth is the sharpest knife. Just a few simple sentences directly broke Qin Juanhao's defense. Qin Juanhao's expression suddenly changed. Su Xiaochang quickly patted Qin Juanhao's chest to calm him down. Brother Hao, we won't get angry with this kind of person. We will be members of the 7th Division in the future. When you join the 7th Division, it will only take a word to control him. Qin Juanhao sneered, just wait and see how I deal with you when the time comes. Chu Xinyao poked Fang Xian's lower back. Where's the medicine I gave you? I forgot to bring it. You. Chu Xinyao frowned and pouted. How could you be so careless at such an important moment? As she spoke, Chu Xinyao stuffed her potion into Fang Xian's hand, then turned around and ran back to the classroom to get the potion she had just given to Fang Xian. Fang Xian grabbed Chu Xinyao and smiled softly. It will be our turn soon. If we go back now, we won't have enough time. If we fail to come at the specified time, it will be considered as absenteeism. Why are you like this? Chu Xinyao said anxiously. It's okay. If it doesn't work this time, there's always next time. Cheng Wenjin's voice came from the front. Students whose names are called, please bring your ID and enter the testing area in an orderly manner. Qin Juanhao, Su Xiaochang, Zhang Haoyu, Li Bowen, Fang Xian, Chu Xinyao. Fang Xian gave Chu Xinyao a no-problem look and walked towards the testing area. Far away. When Xiao Wutong saw Qin Juanhao walking towards the testing area, he immediately smiled and turned to look at Ellie. Quick. Contract. Wait a minute, after he comes out, we'll go sign him in advance. Ha ha ha. The 9th department has been domineering for so long, it's time for the 7th department to be tough this time. Fang Xian entered the huge white testing instrument. Place your student ID card on the front sensor area. After authentication. Red light kept scanning Fang Xian. Fang Xian touched the pendant around his neck given by his grandfather. In the classroom. Bai Mao sat in the chair, swaying back and forth. The girl holding a lollipop opened the suitcase, revealing a precision control keyboard and a display screen. The lens protruding from one end of the box projects the images of various test areas onto the wall. Time passes by every second. Dee. The sudden shrill sound caused the white-haired creature to pause its shaking movements for a moment. I couldn't help but look at the picture on the wall. In the picture where Fang Xian is. A box appeared. The frame is flashing. After a few seconds, a few lines of text appeared. Name, Fang Xian. Talent, Strength Talent, SS level, without potion. Talent 2, Perception Talent, S level, without potion. Talent, Beast-taming Talent, S level, without potion. Talent, Light Talent, A level, without potion. Talent, Spiritual Talent, A level, without potion. Comprehensive Combat Capability Assessment, Level 3. The girl raised her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise. Without using potions, you can detect SS-level talents, and so many talents. If you use potions, all his talents can be upgraded to the next level. And he is at the 3rd level of combat power. This is a rare existence among students. The white-haired man slowly hooked down his sunglasses with his fingers, and the pair of eyes behind the sunglasses flashed with dazzling white light, as if containing 2 terrifying minefields. A smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Fang Xian, the 9th place is wanted. Bite. Testing is over. Please take your ID with you when you leave the test cabin. Fang Xian took his student ID and walked out of the testing cabin. According to what our class teacher Cheng Wenjin said, the test results will be announced to the whole school the day after tomorrow. But in fact, the test results can be known on the same day. So today and tomorrow, these well-connected organizations will try every possible means to check the scores in advance and grab the good seedlings. Of course, everyone has to line up behind the 9th place. The 9th department has the priority in selection, and other organizations have also made a fuss, saying that the 9th department's actions were too unfair and overbearing. After much discussion, it was decided that in each session of the 9th department, each district could only select 3 outstanding talents above S level. Fang Xian reached out and touched the pendant around his neck. With this pendant, one's killing talent can evade detection. According to the knowledge I had learned online before, I estimated that my strength talent was at S level, so I did not inject any potion today. The result should be an A grade. You might be targeted by organizations like SHIELD. But it will never enter the 9th place. For Fong Xin, the people in the ninth department were too scary. If he was mixed in with that monster room, he might be exposed soon. Exhaled. Then I saw my classmates exclaim. Qin Juanhao had just come out of the classroom when he was dragged into a classroom by Xiao Wutong. This scene attracted many people's exclamations and envy. Su Xiaochang whistled excitedly, "Brother Hao is awesome." This immediately caused a small riot on the playground. Qin Juanhao stopped pretending at all, raised the corners of his mouth high, and kept waving at the students who were cheering wildly. The white-haired boy in the classroom looked out the window and asked, "What is that idiot Xiao Wutong doing?" The pretty girl said, "I signed a student in advance." "Have we missed any good seedlings?" "No." "So what is he doing?" The beautiful girl casually lifted her hair to reveal a pair of delicate and white ears. She wore a beautiful earring on her ears. "I just heard that Xiao Wutong said he found a good candidate to take over our business." Whitehair scratched the side of his nose and pointed at the box in front of the pretty girl. "This idiot, doesn't he know that we brought the most advanced detector this time?" The girl held her chin in her hand and said, "The news of the detector upgrade has not yet spread to the ninth site. It's normal that he doesn't know." "What level is the person he intercepted in advance?" The girl glanced at Qin Juanhao's test results. It was originally C level, but with a lot of medicine, it's barely B level. Bai Mao stretched and said, "Rubbish. By the way, prepare the contract. We will go to Fong Xin's house to sign the contract tonight. We can go there during dinner time and have a free meal." Fong Xin walked towards the class team. The topic of conversation among the classmates at the moment was Qin Juanhao, and everyone was envious. This is no longer a stable job, it is a golden job. Entering S.H.I.E.L.D. is an unparalleled honor, even if it is not a monster room like the ninth office. Chu Xinyao stepped forward and took Fong Xin's arm. "Xiao Fong, let's go sit over there. It's too noisy here." Fong Xin paused and said, "I have to go back to the classroom first, then go to class 8 to look for my sister." "What do you want to see her for?" "Give her the potion." Chu Xinyao pouted, "So you didn't use the potion because you wanted to save it for your sister? You don't want to use my stuff. If you don't have enough potion, just use the ones I gave you." "Xiao Fong, we have known each other since kindergarten, and I don't allow you to be so polite to me. You can ask me for anything you want. As long as I have it, I will never lack it for you. Do you hear me?" While speaking, Chu Xinyao stood on tiptoes and tapped Fong Xin's head with her tender white fingers. Fong Xin raised his eyebrows slightly. "Anything is fine." "Aha. Can you give me a knock?" Fong Xin. Chu Xinyao fiercely grabbed Fong Xin's lower back. "Humph." Took the medicine. Found class 8. There are no classes today, so the discipline is very chaotic. Through the window, many students in the classroom are chattering about the talent test, and there is a potion on almost everyone's desk. Jiang Xiaocha is reading a book with headphones on. "Jiang Xiaocha!" Fong Xin shouted. Jiang Xiaocha was pushed by his desk mate. He looked up at the door, pushed his glasses, and walked out quickly. "Brother, are you finished with the test?" "Well, this is for you." Fong Xin handed over the medicine. When Jiang Xiaocha saw the potion, he was stunned for a moment, then he recognized that this was the one he had from last night. You didn't use the potion." "Forget it, use it yourself." Jiang Xiaocha lowered her head and bit her lips. "Thank you, brother. Why are you being so polite to me?" Jiang Xiaocha looked up at Fong Xin, her eyes slightly reddened. "I know you don't need it just to leave it for me." "Well, look at what you said. If I didn't need it, I would have returned it to you last night. You didn't give it to me last night just to piss off my dad." Fong Xin scratched the side of his face in embarrassment. He tapped Jiang Xiaocha on the forehead and said, "Don't talk nonsense, my classmates are watching." Jiang Xiaocha glanced at Chu Xinyao, and Chu Xinyao also looked at Jiang Xiaocha, and they both nodded slightly at each other. When I returned to the classroom, Qin Juanhao was standing at the podium. "Classmates, since you have seen it, I will not pretend anymore. I have indeed been admitted to the 7th Division. I have told my dad the news, and he said that he would donate a building to our school in the name of our class to thank you all for taking care of me over the years. Also, my dad has asked the housekeeper to reserve a seat. The day after tomorrow, I will send my family driver to pick you up. I will pay for all the consumption. At this point, Qin Juanhao looked at Chu Xinyao, you must come too. Excuse me, Fong Xin and I have an appointment to go to the Ocean Theme Museum together, you guys go ahead and have fun. Qin Juanhao choked and wanted to say something, but Chu Xinyao put on her headphones. Seeing Chu Xinyao's refusal, Qin Juanhao sat down with a sinister look on his face. He looked at Fong Xin as if he wanted to skin him alive. Qin Juanhao took out his phone and sent a message, Dad, book our city's ocean theme pavilion. I want to go there to meet up with my classmates. The talent test continued until the end of the afternoon, when something suddenly happened in the school. I don't know who is so smart that leaked the test scores of some students. The report card quickly became a viral topic in the school. After seeing the results, some people were happy while others were worried. Fong Xin also received the test results. After clicking and browsing for a while, I didn't find my own score, but was surprised to see Jiang Xiaocha and Jiang Xiaoyu scores. Name, Jiang Xiaocha. Talent, Spiritual Talent, A-Level, Potion. Talent, Healing Talent, C-Level, Potion. Name, Jiang Xiaoyu. Talent, Beast-Taming Talent, C-Level, Potion. When Fong Xin returned home, my aunt was busy in the kitchen with a happy smile on her face. My uncle Jiang Weidong even took out the wine he had collected for many years and clapped his legs happily while drinking. Jiang Xiaoyu slumped arrogantly on the sofa, crossing his legs, with an attitude that said, I have the final say today. Jiang Xiaocha was sitting at the table reading a book. Xiao Xin is back. Aunt Fong Huilan happily wiped her hands on her apron and said to Fong Xin happily. Fong Xinwen asked, Aunt, what delicious food have you made? We have chicken, duck, fish, and meat. I've cooked everything you three like. Jiang Xiaoyu sat up and said, Mom, what does it have to do with him? My sister and I are the biggest contributors today, okay. Fong Huilan was in a good mood. Both of her daughters had very good grades, especially her eldest daughter Jiang Xiaocha. With such good grades, many organizations would definitely be vying for her. They are all my precious babies. Jiang Xiaoyu snorted. Who knows if your eldest nephew will be trash or a treasure in the end? Fong Huilan clicked her tongue and said, What are you talking about, kid? Bah. Your brother must be good. Today is a big day. Don't say such things. Xiaoxin, sit down for a while. The meal will be ready soon. Jiang Weidong cleared his throat vigorously and put his cell phone on the table. On the screen were the electronic report cards of his two daughters. Come on, Fong Xin, take a look at the results of your two younger sisters. Fong Xin took a look and smiled, they are all great. Jiang Xiaoyu snorted, do you need to say whether it's great or not? Jiang Weidong took another sip of wine and tapped the table with his fingers. Fong Xin, look at your older sister, Xiaocha, she has an A-level talent. Do you know what this means? Many organizations will be vying for her. Others' children are chosen by their organizations, but your sister Xiaocha gets to choose which organization to join. This is the difference, don't you understand? Fong Xin flattered, Uncle, you are absolutely right. Jiang Weidong slammed his wine glass on the table, pointed his finger at Fong Xin, and scolded him under the influence of alcohol. If you hadn't stolen Xiaocha's medicine, Xiaocha's results would be much better. Fong Xin, remember, you owe my daughter. You owe it for the rest of your life. Fong Huilan immediately defended Fong Xin and said, Jiang Weidong, on such a happy day today, it's too much for you to say such heartless words. What an exaggeration. Jiang Weidong slammed the table, stood up and pointed at Fong Xin. He was happy today and had drunk a lot of wine. He said, Fan Xin, remember this. My daughter was generous and gave you the potion. If she hadn't given it to you, her talent might have been S-level, and her future achievements would have been even higher. You caused my daughter to lose a bright future. You owe my daughter this. You will never be able to repay her in your lifetime. Bang. Jiang Xiaocha suddenly slammed the table. Jiang Weidong shuddered in shock, looked at Jiang Xiaocha, and said with a flattering smile, "What's wrong, Xiaocha? Did Dad scare you?" "Blame me, blame me. Dad was just afraid that Fong Xin's grades would be average and that the potion would be wasted in the end." Jiang Xiaocha clutched an empty syringe and slammed it on the table, then looked up and glared at Jiang Weidong. "My brother gave me the potion. I owe him. Our whole family owes him." The whole family's eyes were fixed on the potion. Jiang Weidong suddenly became speechless. He recognized the potion. And he was very sure that Jiang Xiaocha could not have lied about this matter. Therefore, Fong Xin did not use this potion at all and gave it to Jiang Xiaocha. Aunt Freeland grabbed the syringe. She quickly turned around, grabbed Fong Xin's arm tightly with both hands, and then patted Fong Xin's arm gently with red eyes. "Why? You kid. Are you going to piss me off to death? This is yours, why are you giving it to your sister?" As she spoke, Fong Huilan's lips trembled and 2 lines of tears flowed down. "Aunt, it's okay. I don't need any medicine." Fong Huilan wiped her tears and said, "Auntie, I'm sorry for you. Auntie, I'm sorry for you." Jiang Xiaoyu chewed gum. "Mom, why are you crying? You ruined my good mood. Even if Fong Xin used that potion, it wouldn't necessarily be better than my sister, right? What's more, your nephew gave the potion to Jiang Xiaocha voluntarily, and no one forced him. Jiang Xiaoyu, can you please have some conscience?" Jiang Xiaocha scolded. Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. "Didn't he say it himself? He doesn't need medicine. Why are you worrying about him? Besides, he eats our food and uses our food. He should be the one with a conscience." Bang. Jiang Xiaocha slapped Jiang Xiaoyu in the face with a loud and crisp slap. The slap was a clean and sharp one. Jiang Xiaoyu was stunned. A few seconds later, Jiang Xiaoyu burst into tears. "Dad, please take care of her. She's actually leaning her elbows outward." Jiang Weidong hugged Jiang Xiaoyu and rubbed her face. "Xiaocha, what are you doing? Why did you hit Xiaoyu for a stranger? She's your own sister." Jiang Xiaocha stared at Jiang Weidong coldly. "Outsiders. We are the outsiders. Don't forget, it was my brother who took us in. Now, please, immediately, apologize to my brother for your behavior just now." "Xiaocha, I'm your dad." Jiang Xiaocha repeated in a cold voice, "Apologize. If you don't apologize, I will give up joining any organization." Jiang Weidong suddenly became anxious. "Xiaocha. You." Jiang Xiaocha's eyes were cold. Now that Jiang Xiaocha's results are out, she will definitely be the pillar of the family in the future. What's more, Jiang Weidong himself knows that he is in the wrong. He glanced at Fong Xin and said, "I'm sorry Fong Xin, I did say something too much. I apologize to you, and you should also persuade Xiaocha to never give up on joining the big organization." Fong Xin gently tapped Jiang Xiaocha's fair forehead. This sister was not loved in vain. She was much better than an ungrateful person like Jiang Xiaoyu. "I'm hungry, Xiaocha." "Oh, okay, I'll go get you some food." Jiang Xiaocha walked towards the kitchen. Fong Huilan's eyes were red, and she looked at Fong Xin with an apologetic look on her face. "Xiao Xin. Auntie, I'm hungry, let's eat." Fong Huilan squeezed Fong Xin's arm and said, "Okay. Auntie will cook 2 more dishes and then we can eat." Jiang Xiaoyu nestled in Jiang Weidong's arms and said aggrievedly, "Dad. It hurts." Jiang Weidong patted Jiang Xiaoyu on the back, rubbed his daughter's face, and looked at Fong Xin viciously. He felt that Fong Xin was the culprit. He snorted and pulled his daughter to find an ice pack. He whispered to Jiang Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, your sister and I are family after all. This matter is all Fong Xin's fault. This slap will be remembered on him. I have never heard of any child who can get good test results without using medicine. He obviously wants to wait for the next test. By then, he will still need me to find a connection to buy medicine for him. Just wait and see, Dad will definitely give you this slap in the face." Jiang Xiaoyu stared at Fang Xin fiercely. Okay, Dad. There was a knock on the door. Who is it? Auntie ran over to open the door. A cute fat man was standing at the door, carrying a bunch of gifts. Is this Jiang Xiaocha's home? You must be Jiang Xiaocha's mother, right? We are from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. We came here specially to discuss with Jiang Xiaocha about joining us. Regardless of whether Fang Huilan invited him or not, the fat man freed up one hand to shake Fang Huilan's hand and squeezed in with his assistant. Fang Huilan looked confused. But he quickly reacted and shouted towards the kitchen, Xiaocha, I'm looking for you. Jiang Xiaocha walked out of the kitchen, wiping her hands. Classmate Jiang Xiaocha. Hello. I am Tong Fengwu from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. The fat man came up to him with a smile and shook hands with Jiang Xiaocha. Who are you? Jiang Weidong also hurried over. The fat man was very good at dealing with people. He immediately bent over and trotted over. Jiang Xiaocha's father, right? I'm Tong Fengwu from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. You know the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce, right? It's the largest chamber of commerce in our entire district. Jiang Weidong nodded immediately, his eyes sparkling. Hello, hello. Come and sit down. Are you here for our Xiaocha's matter? Xiaocha has excellent grades. Our Tiannan Chamber of Commerce has specially asked me, the person in charge of launching, to invite Xiaocha to join us. As long as Xiaocha joins us, we will give her a large flat in Baoyuan, the most expensive property in launching, and a luxury car to pick her up. In the first year of joining Tiannan Chamber of Commerce, her annual salary will be 800,000, and it will double in the second year. After 3 years, Xiaocha will be allocated shares and dividends based on his contribution to the Chamber of Commerce. The fat man Tong Fengwu listed a lot of benefits in one breath. Jiang Weidong's eyes lit up when he heard this and he swallowed several times. Jiang Weidong turned his head and looked at Jiang Xiaocha. As the saying goes, if one person's success brings prosperity to the whole family, if Jiang Xiaocha becomes successful, he, as his father, will certainly not be too far behind. How is it, classmate Xiaocha? Tong Fengwu asked again. Before Jiang Xiaocha could say anything, there was another knock on the door. Fang Huilan went to open the door. Standing at the door was a woman in a business suit and glasses, followed by 2 assistants carrying gifts. The woman stretched out her hand to shake hands. You are Xiaocha's mother, right? Hello, I am the agent of the provincial capital Li family in Lancheng. My name is Li Yinqiao, and we are here for Jiang Xiaocha. Welcome, welcome. Fang Huilan looked at the other party eagerly. The other party had a strong aura, like a strong woman, and she stepped aside to let him in. Li Yinqiao walked in wearing high heels and glanced at the fat man Tong Fengwu. Tong Fengwu gave her a harmless smile in return, but only received a cold snort. You are Jiang Xiaocha's father, right? Li Yinqiao stretched out her hand towards Jiang Weidong. Jiang Weidong licked his lips and felt a little elated. Someone was coming to snatch his daughter away. After being a coward for so many years, I can finally hold my head up high and feel proud. Just now he saw the neighbors talking about their family. Hello. Jiang Weidong quickly extended his hand. Li Yinqiao turned around and smiled at Jiang Xiaocha. Hello, classmate Jiang Xiaocha, I am Li Yinqiao from the provincial capital's Li family. Nice to meet you. I think this friend from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce has given you a price. In order to show our sincerity, our Li family will double whatever they offer. Tong Fengwu's eyes widened a little. Boss Li, aren't you being a little unfair? Li Yinqiao smiled and said, I think Jiang Xiaocha deserves it. Seeing the two families fighting each other, Jiang Weidong felt like he was about to lose his job. This is so cool. Let's sit down and talk first. Jiang Weidong said to smooth things over. Unexpectedly, there was another knock on the door and Fang Huilan opened it. This time the person who arrived at the door was more formal. They were wearing uniforms and the gifts they brought were simple, not as fancy as those from the first 2 families. The leader was a square-faced man who looked a bit dull. Hello, I'm Chu Gang, the captain of the 2nd Special Operations Team of the 4th Division of S.H.I.E.L.D., and I'm here to see Jiang Xiaocha. Fang Huilan quickly opened the door and said, "Come in." Juhang stepped in. His eyes swept over Tong Fengwu and Li Yinqiao. Both of them smiled. "Captain Chu is here." "Well. Jiang Xiaocha, have you made your choice?" "Not yet." "Oh, okay, the 4th Division would like to invite you to join us as well. You can choose now." Jiang Weidong's voice cracked with excitement as he spoke, and he felt that this was the highlight of his life. "Captain Chu, right? Please sit down, please sit down." Juhang sat down. "You guys take a seat too." Tong Fengwu and Li Yinqiao sat down one after another. Li Yinqiao was the first to speak. "No matter how we argue, the final decision is in the hands of classmate Jiang Xiaocha. Let's see what Jiang Xiaocha chooses." Jiang Xiaocha was a little slow to react. He had only heard that people with high talents would be snatched up by various forces, but he didn't expect the snatching would be so specific. After a slight hesitation, he said, "I listen to my brother." Fang Xin was stunned for a few seconds. Obviously, I didn't expect Jiang Cha to say that. People from all 3 parties looked at Fang Xin. Li Yinqiao said with a smile, "You are Jiang Xiaocha's brother. Which family do you want your sister to go to?" Jiang Weidong interrupted immediately. "Why listen to him? I'm her father, I'm the boss of this family, can any of you accept my daughter as well?" As he spoke, Jiang Weidong pulled Jiang Xiaoyu over. "Excuse me, who is your daughter?" "C-rank beast-taming talent." Juhang said sternly, "Your talent is too low, so we won't accept you in the 4th place." Tong Fengwu's eyes rolled. "Let's take it." Li Yinqiao said without hesitation, "We will accept it too. The conditions are twice as much as those of Tiannan Chamber of Commerce." "Mr. Li, why do you always pick on me?" the fat man said speechlessly. Li Yinqiao ignored him and continued to look at Jiang Xiaocha. "Student Jiang Xiaocha, the decision is in your hands." Unexpectedly, Jiang Xiaocha still said, "I listen to my brother." "You kid." Jiang Weidong stood up anxiously. Tong Fengwu looked at Fang Xin and asked, "Are you a student too?" "Right. What's your name?" "Fang Xin." Jiang Weidong inquired, "Did you know the results in advance? Can you take a look at his results?" Tong Fengwu smiled, a little embarrassed. "Anyway, the report cards we received were all C-level and above. There is no name Fang Xin in my report card. That means it's below level C." Jiang Weidong secretly rejoiced. "That's about it." Jiang Xiaoyu laughed out loud immediately, and Jiang Weidong also glanced at Fang Xin and hummed with pride through his nose. Fang Xin was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there was not even a C. Jiang Weidong crossed his legs and glanced at Fang Xin. Below C level, the job may not be very good. Jiang Xiaoyu also looked at Fang Xin triumphantly, rubbing her slightly swollen face, with a feeling of having had great revenge. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xiaocha suddenly spoke. "I'll go to whichever of you is willing to recruit my brother." This made everyone stunned. Juhang was the first to speak, still as serious as ever. "The threshold for the 4th place is very high, and we won't accept those with low talent." Tong Fengwu rolled his eyes as he weighed the pros and cons and felt that it was not worth it. Li Yinqiao said, "Our Li family can accept him, but the benefits may be relatively low. After all, his talent is too low, and he..." Before he could finish his words, there was another knock on the door. "Someone's coming again." "Huilan, open the door quickly." Jiang Weidong stood up excitedly and pointed at the door. Excited and smiling, Freeland walked to the door and opened it. After opening the door, a white-haired man in uniform and sunglasses was standing at the door, followed by a beautiful girl. "Are you here to look for Xiaocha?" "What are you looking for?" "I'm looking for coffee." "Is Fang Xin home?" "Yes, who are you?" "His friend." As he spoke, Bai Mao walked in with the beautiful girl. "Look for Fang Xin." When Fang Xin saw the white hair, his heart tightened. How did the 9th place come here? Jiang Weidong was floating in the clouds at the moment when he saw a white-haired man walking in. "Fang Xin, you are a student. If you don't study hard, What kind of bad friends do you make? And you bring them home. You. Jiang Weidong hadn't finished his next words yet. Tong Fengwu and Li Yinqiao stood up and bowed respectfully. Mr. Zhuge. Chu Gang also stood up immediately, stood at attention and saluted. Chu Gang from the 4th Special Operations Department, greetings, Commander. I am most afraid of the air suddenly becoming quiet. Jiang Weidong was extremely arrogant just a second ago. The smile on his face froze the next second. Tong Fengwu from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce and Li Yinqiao from the Li family in the provincial capital both looked at the white-haired men with great respect. The most important thing is that Chu Gang, who came from a government agency, stood up, saluted and said, Sir. Jiang Weidong swallowed. I never expected that this white-haired guy actually had such an identity. But he was puzzled as to why this white-haired guy came to find Fong Xin, whose talent was not even at sea level. What do you want to talk to Fong Xin about? Jiang Weidong immediately changed his address and forced a smile as he asked. Bai Mao ignored Jiang Weidong and stretched out his hand towards Fong Xin. Hello. Juhang from the 9th Special Operations Division of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fong Xin paused, and also stretched out his hand, full of doubts. He clearly didn't use any potions, so how could he still be discovered? Could it be that the 9th Department had some special means? What do you want from me? A smile appeared on Bai Mao's handsome face. 2 things. First, I want you to join the 9th Division. Second, I want you to have a meal with me. Join the 9th Department. What is the 9th Department? Will the 9th Department accept people with grades below C? Jiang Weidong asked several questions in one breath like a curious baby. Tong Fengwu and Li Yinqiao looked at Jiang Weidong as if he were a fool. Chu Gang still had the dull look on his face. The 9th Division is the strongest Special Operations Division of S.H.I.E.L.D. It only accepts members with S-level talents or above. But didn't Mr. Tong just say that? Fong Xin wasn't on his transcript. Tong Fengwu said unhappily, the information of the people selected by the 9th Department will be encrypted, and we don't have the power to check it. So he is not on the list. Jiang Weidong's eyes widened and he was completely stunned. Jiang Xiaoyu also looked incredulous. Fang Huilan and Jiang Xiaocha's faces were filled with excitement. These ups and downs were almost too much for them to bear. So that means my Xin-chan is very talented. Juhang sat down as if he was back home. He has awakened 5 talents, and without using any potions, his highest talent is SS level. This is his report card. As he spoke, Juhang took out a 2-finger-wide black strip like a magician, and broke it open to form an L shape. A virtual screen appeared in the angle, on which Fong Xin's information could be seen. Fang Huilan took it, her hands shaking with excitement. Jiang Weidong also came over immediately. When he saw those awakened talents, he was stunned and shocked beyond words. There is actually 1 SS class, 2 S class, and 2 A class. Even the worst one can still get a job as a government official. And the worst thing is, he hasn't used the potion yet. If potions are used, all talent levels will have to be increased by 1 level. After seeing this, Fong Xin couldn't help but frown. Jiang Weidong's throat felt tight and dry, and his breathing was a little blocked, as if a hand was pinching his neck. Seeing that there was a right button on the information, Jiang Weidong clicked it. The second page contained a summary of Fong Xin's family situation. Fong Yingtai, grandfather, information encryption. Fong Jingping, father, the information is encrypted. Yi Rujia, mother, the information is encrypted. When Fong Xin saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned. His parents used to be engaged in scientific research in the government, so he could understand information encryption, but he didn't understand why his grandfather also knew how to encrypt information. Jiang Weidong went on to talk about Fong Xin's current family situation with Jiang Weidong's family. But there are comments on this page about family situation that are obviously written by someone. Jiang Weidong, uncle, big stupid. Freeland, aunt, a good person. Jiang Xiaocha, cousin, good girl. Jiang Xiaoyu, cousin, little idiot. Jiang Weidong and Jiang Xiaoyu's expressions changed instantly. Click. Bai Mao pinched it, pulled the thing back and closed it. Pretend nothing happened. Little dear. White-haired Juhang snapped his fingers. The beautiful girl took out an exquisite, beautiful, and heavy box and handed it to Fong Xin. Juhang rocked his chair and said, "Open it, input the information, and then eat." Fong Xin was silent for a moment. "Do I have to join the 9th Division?" When these words came out, everyone in the room was stunned. Those who knew little about the 9th Department could still understand it, but Tong Fengwu and Li Yinqiao, who knew about the 9th Department, stared at Fong Xin, not knowing what nonsense Fong Xin was talking about. Juhang paused for a moment, his lips curled up. Others, when they hear that they can join the 9th Division, will happily go to the ancestral tomb to set off firecrackers, wishing they could wake up the ancestors and make them jump out to celebrate together. You are the first person in history to refuse to join the 9th Division. Fong Xin thought for a moment and said, "Maybe the history of your 9th Division is too short." Tong Fengwu and Li Yinqiao couldn't help but look at Fong Xin, thinking what a brave warrior he was, to actually dare to speak to Mr. Zhuge from the 9th Department like that. "I'm afraid you don't know who this person is." Juhang laughed when he heard this. "What you said seems to make sense. The 9th Division was established during the chaos of the gods at the end of the last century. Its predecessor was the notorious Divine Court organization of the last century. It was later merged into the Sky's Healed. So, it has only been established for 92 years. According to the rules, the 9th Division can choose to reject the person they like. However, others may not join, but you cannot." Fong Xin's heart tightened, and he secretly wondered, could it be that his killing talent was discovered? Why? Juhang bared his white teeth and smiled, "Let's go talk somewhere else." Bang. Juhang suddenly snapped his fingers. Next second, everyone in the room watched Fong Xin and Juhang disappear on the spot. "Where are the people?" Jiang Weidong looked at the spot in shock. The beautiful girl called Xiaolu said, "Mr. Zhuge is a space-based genius. Some things are not convenient to talk about in front of outsiders, so Mr. Zhuge opened up a temporary area and took Fong Xin there for a secret talk." Jiang Weidong and his family found it extremely magical. Tong Fengwu and Li Yinqiao were also shocked. For the first time, Chu Gang's expression changed. "Mr. Zhuge has become stronger again." Xiaolu smiled and said, "Mr. Zhuge is getting stronger every minute and every second." Fong Xin looked around and found that he had come to an independent space. There were water waves all around, and he would feel dizzy if he looked at it for too long. "Don't be nervous, there's only you and me here. We can talk about some private matters." Juhang's voice came from behind. Fong Xin turned around. Although the white-haired man in front of him did not show any dangerous aura, the oppressive feeling brought by his every move was almost suffocating. "Do you know who your grandfather is?" Juhang asked. "My grandfather?" "Right." Fong Xin replied seriously, "My grandfather is my grandpa." Juhang clicked his tongue and said, "You'll easily get beaten to death if you talk like that." After a brief pause, Juhang got back to the point. "Your grandfather Fong Yingtai probably never told any of you about this. His true identity. He is the predecessor of the 9th Office and the leader of the 4 great generals of the Divine Court organization. Fong Qingdi." Fong Xin was obviously stunned for a moment. After Juhang saw Fong Xin's micro-expression, he was sure that Fong Xin really didn't know. Fong Xin himself was also shocked. "I didn't expect that old man had such a powerful identity. Now when I think back on it, I can indeed figure out something from the old man's bits and pieces. The old man always told others that he was a veteran, but he never revealed his unit number. Every time he was asked, he would say that he was just an ordinary soldier from an ordinary team, and that he just wanted to live a good life after retiring. When my parents passed away. When Fong Xin was in his hometown accompanying his grandfather. At that time, grandfather told Fong Xin many stories from the last century. Many details of the Army of Holy Light and the Army of Eternal Night are only briefly mentioned in textbooks. But the old man can explain it clearly. Moreover, now thinking carefully about the old man's expression when he learned about Fong Xin's talent, it seems that the old man really knows something. Although Fong Xin tried his best not to show any unnecessary expression on his face, his heart was filled with turmoil. She pretended to be calm as she looked at the handsome white-haired guy Juhang in front of her. Fong Qingdi. Never heard of him. Of course you haven't heard of him, his name is taboo. Back then, your grandfather Fong Qingdi rebelled against the organization and brought unprecedented damage to the divine court. Let me tell you this, the rebellion of the gods only caused a minor injury to the divine court, but your grandfather used his own strength to cause a major injury to the divine court. Fong Xin's heart was once again in turmoil. He never expected that the kind and gentle old man had once been so powerful and invincible. But Fong Xin's expression also became serious. So you mean, you want to arrest me? Juhang smiled and said, that's not the case, after all, I'm your grandfather's little fanboy. Moreover, the reason why your grandfather defected from the organization was because there were many factions within the organization, and serious disagreements occurred among the factions. Someone accused your grandfather of treason for no reason and wanted to kill your grandfather, a great contributor to the founding of the country. Later, the faction that accused your grandfather fell, and the divine court also vindicated your grandfather. So this is why I must join the 9th department. Fong Xin asked again. Juhang raised 2 fingers. There are 2 reasons why I hope you join the 9th division. First, your grandfather is the predecessor of the 9th division, that is, the founding father of the divine court organization. The current head of the 9th division, Old Man Yi, is a close friend of your grandfather. If you join the 9th division, he will protect you and your future will be smooth. As long as you have enough military merits, no one will stop you from being promoted. In other words, you can be the crown prince of the 9th division. As for the second point, it is also very important. Your parents are both top scientific research talents. Their previous car accident did not seem to be a simple accident, but more like a murder. Your parents discovered something that can strengthen genes at the lowest cost. Someone has set their eyes on this thing, so they deliberately arranged this car accident. Your parents passed away, and the whereabouts of this thing is unknown. Some people speculate that it is on you. You are innocent, but you are guilty of possessing a treasure. So joining the 9th office is not only for your future, but also to protect your safety. Of course, you can also choose to refuse, and I can give you 3 days to consider it. This thing is for you. Once you figure it out, just crush it and I will appear. Of course, if you are in danger, you can also crush this thing, and I will appear to save your life. Juhang snapped his fingers and an almost transparent small ball flew in front of Fong Xin. Fong Xin held the thing in his hand. It was very light. I have to find a way to contact my grandfather and confirm whether what Juhang said is true. Fong Xin put the things away. Are you strong? Before the chaos of the gods, the realm of combat power was divided into 14 realms, namely, inspiration, source, pulse, standing on the ground, viewing the well, combining the way, breaking the mirror, responding to the void, and the spiritual platform. Later, for the sake of convenience, they were directly called the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd realms. As for my combat power, using the current level classification, when I wear glasses, my combat power is level 11. Fong Xin looked at Juhang, who had been wearing sunglasses since they first met. What about without glasses? Juhang didn't say the specific level, he just put his hands in his pockets, showed his iconic grin, and said 2 words with confidence. Very strong. Even though Juhang didn't say how strong he was specifically, Fong Xin could sense a strong sense of Sakamoto-style pretense. Logically speaking, since you are so strong, shouldn't you be in a very high position and rarely show up? Fong Xin asked doubtfully. Juhang bared his white teeth and laughed. I have a nickname, the 9th Street Drifter. But this trip was definitely worth it because I met my idol Fong Qingdi. Where did your grandfather go? According to the information you left, I went to your hometown, but I couldn't find him. Have no idea. Didn't he say anything before he left? No. Juhang crossed his fingers and placed them on the back of his head. Okay, the thing Xiaolu gave you just now is the Sky Shield intelligent connector independently developed by Sky Shield. In the entire Sky Shield, only the newly joined members of the 9th division will be equipped with it. The newly joined members of the other 8 divisions need to go through a 1-year probation period before they can be equipped with it. After a successful identity authentication, you can use it to contact teammates, check information, and check other people's talent levels and combat power levels. As for other functions, once you decide to join the 9th Department, someone will naturally introduce them to you. Do you have anything else to ask? If not, we'll leave. I'm hungry, so I came here just to eat at mealtime. My other talents, why have I never felt them? Because you haven't really awakened yet, just like a sharpshooter who doesn't know his talent for guns before he touches a gun. After he touches a gun, he still needs training. After the talent test, the 9th Division will train you specifically to hone your talent. Any other questions? Not for now. Bang. Juhang snapped his fingers. Everything in front of me was like a shattered mirror. When I put everything together again, I found myself back in the living room. Fong Xin just felt that this kind of talent was too magical. However, this is also closely related to the fact that Juhang, who is known as the 9th Street Slicker, is very strong. Seeing two people appear, everyone in the room immediately looked over. Juhang sat down boldly, and Fong Xin served the food. Fong Huilan was unable to understand what was going on for a moment. Juhang was really not polite at all and ran to the kitchen to serve the dishes himself. It smells so good. I told you to come here at mealtime. Juhang put the dishes on the table and looked at Tong Fengwu, Li Yinqiao, and Chu Gang. What are you still doing here? Are you here to eat for free? Tong Fengwu quickly shook his head and waved his hands. No, no. We are here to recruit Fong Xin's sister Jiang Xiaocha. Who are you? Mr. Zhuge, I am Tong Fengwu from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. Juhang said, so you are the profiteers from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. You have used contracts to trick students from ordinary families into working for you illegally. Get lost. Okay. Juhang looked at Li Yinqiao. Who are you? The Li family in the provincial capital. They are all profiteers, so get out too. Li Yinqiao didn't dare to turn her head away and bowed politely. Goodbye, Mr. Zhuge. Jiang Weidong's family was stunned. The Tiannan Chamber of Commerce and the Li family in the provincial capital have very big businesses, and few ordinary people don't know about them. The people who have made decisions in this huge organization in launching are also well known, but they are so humble in front of this white-haired man. Juhang looked at Chu Gang, who stood up, the 4th place. Chu Gang. I know you. Juhang served himself a bowl of rice. Let her go to the 1st place first. The spiritual department in the 1st place is short of one person. If she can't adapt to it, she can go to your 4th place. Okay, Mr. Zhuge. You have no objection, right? Juhang looked at Jiang Xiaocha. Jiang Xiaocha's head was buzzing and he subconsciously looked at Fong Xin. Just listen to him. Fong Xin said. Jiang Xiaocha nodded, no problem. Jiang Weidong hurriedly asked, can I let my daughter go to your 9th place as well? During the time when Juhang and Fong Xin disappeared, Jiang Weidong also asked about the news about the 9th Department. The more he asked, the more frightened he became. He didn't expect that the 9th Department that Fong Xin was going to join was so terrifying. Which daughter? 2. Juhang sat down. Your eldest daughter is almost there, and your youngest daughter is even worse. The guard dogs at the 9th place all have B-level fire attribute talents. Do you have any other questions? If not, can you please start eating? I'm so hungry. Jiang Weidong looked embarrassed, but he didn't dare to disobey Juhang at all, and hurriedly invited Juhang to dinner. During the meal, Jiang Weidong diligently picked up food for Fong Xin every now and then, with a smile on his face, and he almost wanted to kneel down to Fong Xin. Come here, Xiaoxin, this is your favorite braised fish. Mr. Zhuge, my Xiaoxin has been very smart since he was young. You must take good care of him in the future. Xiao Xin, what do you want to drink? You are the great contributor to our family today. Let your uncle pour you some wine. After dinner, Juhang took an apple and walked out while eating it. 3 days. Remember to give me an answer. After seeing Juhang off and returning to the room, Jiang Weidong was still acting like a bootlicker. Xiao Xin, do you want to drink more? This is the good wine that your uncle bought. No. Fang Huilan looked at Fang Xin with relief, as if she remembered something. Xiao Xin, I almost forgot. There was a package for you this afternoon. It was delivered to your door. I put it in your room. Good. Fang Xin took the Tianduan Jilian and returned to the house. There was a delivery box on the desk. Open the box. A cell phone was found inside. Fang Xin immediately recognized that this was his grandfather's cell phone. He quickly took out his cell phone. My phone was out of battery, so I found a data cable to charge it. After rebooting. The photo album is located in the center of the screen, very conspicuous, like a fool's reminder. Clicked on the album. Sure enough, I found a video inside. Fang Xin clicked on the video. It was dark and the camera was shaking. A few seconds later, my grandfather's urgent voice came. Through the violently shaking camera, it can be seen that Grandpa seems to be on the run. In addition, you can hear shrill sounds mixed in the video. Xiao Xin, I'm your grandpa. You must remember the two things I am going to tell you next. First, join the 9th office. It is not difficult to join the 9th office with your talent. The current head of the 9th office is my old friend. He will definitely take care of you. Second, before 12 o'clock at night, look in the mirror and use your energy and blood to activate your killing rune for half an hour. Xiao Xin, there are many things that are inconvenient to talk about right now. Don't lose this phone, I will contact you. The picture freezes here. Fang Xin couldn't calm down for a long time. In the video, the grandfather seems to be avoiding something. It's just that the light in the video is too dim, and I can't see exactly where it is. Fang Xin watched the video again, but still didn't find any useful location clues. Thinking about my grandfather's sudden departure, there must be some hidden story behind it. Going back to what Grandpa said just now, according to what Grandpa said, we can join the 9th place. This proves that what the handsome white-haired guy said is correct. As for the second thing, looking in the mirror at night. What is this for? Fang Xin glanced at the time. It was now past 8 o'clock, and there was still some time before the time his grandfather had said. I looked at my phone over and over again and confirmed that this video was the only clue my grandfather left. Unable to squeeze out any extra information value, Fang Xin put the phone aside. Looking at the Tianduan Jilian on the table. After opening it, it was the thing that Juhang took out to look at the information when he came this afternoon. It is L-shaped when opened. A virtual screen will appear in the middle of the angle. This thing is not very heavy, it can even be said to be very light. After booting up, 2 buttons are displayed on the virtual screen. Identity registration. Account login. Fang Xin thought about it and clicked on identity registration. Please face the center of the screen and complete face entry. Fang Xin was facing the screen. Face entry completed, please enter the invitation code or inviter. Fang Xin was stumped when entering his name. The white-haired man only said that his name was Juhang, but he did not say what the last character of Juhang was. And the dialog box prompts that there is only one input opportunity. When Juhang left, he did not leave any contact information for Fang Xin. Mainly because when Fang Xin was about to ask for it, the white-haired man went out and used his spatial talent to disappear with the deer. He only gave Fang Xin the small space ball that could summon him out. But Juhang said at the time that when in danger, one could also crush this thing to summon him. Fang Xin didn't want to miss this great opportunity to get something for free. You can also take advantage of the moment when Bai Mao takes action to see what his true strength is. The phone kept vibrating. After Qin Juanhao was recruited by the 7th Department, he was so happy that his tail was standing up to the sky. I bought him a luxury car worth 7 million yuan, and now he is posting photos in the group to show off his wealth. Su Xiaochang licked like a dog, never stopping. Fang Xin just treated it as a fun show as he watched these two people trying their best to show off in the group. Chu Xinyao also sent a message half an hour ago, Xiao Fang, I want to go to the Ocean Theme Museum. Can you accompany me? Please. Fang Xian thought that Chu Xinyao had brought him medicine before, so he owed her a favor, so he bought 2 tickets for tomorrow and took a screenshot and sent them to her. Chu Xinyao happily replied to the message. Wow. I knew Xiao Fang was the best. By the way, Xiao Fang, the results were supposed to be released the day after tomorrow, but the results were leaked today, so the school decided to release the results tomorrow. Fang Xian was stunned. He didn't expect the announcement to be made in advance, but for him, he already knew the result. Knew. Want to play some games? Fang Xian looked at the time. His grandfather said in the video that he had to look in the mirror before 12 o'clock. It would take a while, so he just killed some time. Go up. Xiao Wutong was like a monkey that had eaten mustard, spinning around in circles. Looking at Qin Juanhao's report card over and over again. Every time I see it, I feel like crying but have no tears. This shouldn't be the case. How could this happen? AI Li, are you sure this Qin Juanhao is the person you met in the alley that day? Ellie's icy blue eyes looked at a white-framed smart-connected screen. I think so, I can't remember. Xiao Wutong rubbed his head vigorously with both hands, as if he was wearing a mask of pain. That's definitely not the case. Someone who can barely reach B-level talent can't possibly have level 4 combat power at this age. I originally thought I had found a treasure, and I rushed over to grab it. Now, I have become a joke, and Qin Juanhao even held a grand banquet and spread the news everywhere. Oh my god, I can't stand it anymore, I really want to kick his ass with my size 42 leather shoes. Ellie closed the chat room and changed the subject. The higher-ups have given us a mission to protect someone. Who? Chu Xinyao. I've sent you the specific information. Xiao Wutong shook his watch, and a smartphone popped out from the small watch. He opened it and scanned his face to see the latest news. Oh my god, this girl is actually the daughter of that big shot. How dare these remnants of the Eternal Night Army kidnap his daughter? Ellie continued, that big shot is involved in a secret, and the remnants of the Eternal Night Army want to use his daughter to threaten him in exchange for the secret. But then again, the remnants of the Eternal Night Army have infiltrated too deeply. The early leak of the results this time was done by people arranged by the remnants of the Eternal Night Army. They also want to muddy the waters, disguise themselves as a big force, dig up some talented talents, and expand their own power. Xiao Wutong shook his head helplessly, and suddenly asked in surprise, in order to kidnap this girl, the other party actually sent out a strongman with a combat power of level 8. Ellie nodded, so our team leader will come here in person. We have to set out now to protect the girl in secret. Fang Xian put down his phone and looked at the time. It was almost 12 o'clock. Let's stop playing for now. Okay. I'm tired too. Go to bed early. Okay. Good night. See you tomorrow. Put down your phone. Fang Xian stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Look at yourself in the mirror. Stimulate qi and blood. The killing rune on the back of the hand is scarlet and bloodthirsty. But there was nothing unusual about myself in the mirror. What on earth was Grandpa asking me to stare at in the mirror? Fang Xian stared at the mirror, and time passed by every second. At 12 o'clock in the morning, Fang Xian was also staring at the mirror. Some bizarre legends kept flashing through his mind, but in the end there was nothing unusual. According to what my grandfather said, I watched for more than half an hour, but still didn't see anything unusual. Fang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Today's time is enough, so it seems I can only wait until tomorrow to see it. Fang Xian turned around and prepared to leave the bathroom. But the moment Fang Xian turned around, Fang Xian's body suddenly stiffened. A layer of white sweat broke out on my back. Just because I saw it out of the corner of my eye. Fang Xian in the mirror. Crossing his arms. Staring at Fang Xian with a smile on his face. That moment. Fang Xian's hair stood on end. I just felt a chill rushing from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. He turned his head slightly stiffly and looked at the mirror. Fang Xian in the mirror remained motionless. He folded his arms and looked at Fang Xian. Fang Xian finally saw the other person's appearance clearly. Looks exactly like Fong Xin. But the other person's pupils were scarlet. It was exactly the same as when Fong Xin used his killing talent. The two looked at each other through the mirror. Fong Xin in the mirror slowly leaned back. A bloody throne suddenly appeared behind him. Fong Xin in the mirror sat steadily on the throne. One hand is clenched into a fist and supporting the cheek. The scarlet eyes stared at Fong Xin outside the mirror. There was a look of contempt on his lips that seemed to be innate. He exudes a powerful and terrifying aura that seems to dominate the world. Surprised. A voice suddenly came from my mind. Fong Xin's whole body tensed up again. Looking at the scene in front of me in disbelief. Did the self in the mirror speak? It's hard not to be surprised, right? The shock in my heart took a long time to calm down. Finally, Fong Xin asked the first philosophical question. Who are you? Fong Xin in the mirror was sitting on the bloody throne. That lofty and contemptuous voice came into my mind again. Who am I? This is a question worth exploring. But I have many titles. Judge Zero. The first of the 7 kings. The King of Killing. God Killer. Or you can call me the Destroyer of Gods. But I also have a title that is kind of a name. Fong Xin. If you must ask who I am you. Huge waves rose in Fong Xin's heart one after another. I feel like my CPU is about to burn out. Everything before my eyes has far exceeded my understanding. There was a smile on Fong Xin's lips in the mirror. You are me. Fong Xin absolutely did not believe it. He was just an ordinary 3-good student who was better in character, learning, appearance, morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics and labor than Pan Andy. The aura that surpassed the sky on the other side was not his own at all. Fong Xin in the mirror was sitting on the throne with his chin in his hand. This problem is not worth thinking about now, and there is no need to waste time on it. With your current strength, you can only see me for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, everything will return to normal. Now 1 minute and 47 seconds have passed. Well, I'll just tell you something simply. As a God Slayer with a talent for killing, you don't seem to have a thorough understanding of your talent. You only know that you can improve your combat power through killing. Did you know that you can devour other people's talents through killing, and you can also improve the level of your existing talents by killing enemies with the same talents? Except for your talents of light, all your existing talents are obtained through killing. This kind of ability is the truly terrifying thing about the killing talent. Of course, you have another ability, which is to nourish me through killing. I will be equivalent to the King of Killing who has signed a contract with you. When you are in danger, you can summon me. I can take over your body for 3 minutes. Of course, at present I can only exert the combat power of the peak level 5. When you summon me, just activate the killing rune, place your hand on your heart, and silently say Sethya in your heart, and I will come. Oh, there's one person you have to be wary of. I just want to be with you today. The following voice seemed to be cut off suddenly. The image in the mirror was distorted, like a TV screen with no signal. Who? Fong Xin hurriedly approached the mirror and asked, and Fong Xin in the mirror also approached the mirror. Stare at each other. The eyes were equally blank. When Fong Xin moves, the self in the mirror moves too. 3 minutes have passed. Everything is back to normal. Fong Xin leaned on the wash basin. Everything that happened today was beyond his imagination. Washed my face. Fong Xin stared at the mirror. Fong Xin in the mirror reminded himself to be on guard against someone. Who should we guard against? Half of the words were said. What do you want to talk to me about today? Fong Xin thought of Juhang first. Because the only person who can make Fong Xin feel pressured in real life is this handsome white-haired guy from the monster room. Be on guard against him. Otherwise, who can we guard against? It seems that I can only wait until tomorrow night to ask myself in front of the mirror. I heard my aunt's concerned voice from outside the bathroom. Xiao Xin, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Why are you staying in the bathroom for so long? Fong Xin immediately said, I played with my phone for a while. You kid, go get some rest. Jiang Weidong's voice came immediately, like a dog licking, look at you, what's wrong with Xiaoxin playing for a while? Xiaoxin has the ability to play, so if the child wants to play, just play. Fong Huilan snorted, feeling disgusted by Jiang Weidong's servile behavior. After Fong Xin returned to the bedroom, his eyes once again fixed on his grandfather's express box. There was no address for the shipment, only Fong Xin's address and the recipient's name. Put your phone in the drawer compartment. Fong Xin looked at the full moon outside the window. Thinking about what I saw and heard. Look at your hands. I didn't expect that my talent could be improved. But I have never heard that talent can be improved. Fong Xin was awakened by Jiang Xiaoyu's crying early in the morning. Jiang Weidong got up early in the morning and went to buy Fong Xin's favorite buns. But he forgot to buy Jiang Xiaoyu the milk tea she wanted. Jiang Xiaoyu relied on her good grades yesterday and felt confident, so she pointed at Jiang Weidong's nose and cursed, why do you buy it for Fong Xin but not for me? And you ran so far. Isn't Fong Xin just a little bit better in grades? Look at what you have become after Fong Xin's grades came out. I am your biological daughter. He is just an orphan. Why do you spoil him like this? You really have no backbone at all. I'm your dad. How can you talk to me like that? Even if you gave birth to me, I may not be your father. Jiang Xiaoyu screamed. Bang. Jiang Weidong, unable to bear it any longer, slapped him. Jiang Weidong is an adult after all, and the force of the slap was quite strong. Jiang Xiaoyu's talent for taming beasts could not improve the defense of her face. Jiang Weidong slapped her face so hard that it became crooked. She became obedient after being slapped. After Fong Xin washed up, while eating, Jiang Xiaoyu glared at Fong Xin, her teeth grinding, but she dared not say anything. The spoon she was drinking porridge from hit the bowl hard, making an annoying clanging sound. Xiaoyu, what's wrong with your face? Fong Xin, who was eating, asked knowingly. Jiang Weidong immediately tried to smooth things over with a smile, this kid is so disrespectful. Let me teach him a lesson. Fong Xin immediately grabbed Jiang Weidong's hand and said, hey. Uncle, is your hand okay? It's okay, it's okay. Hearing Fong Xin's concern for him, Jiang Weidong immediately smiled. Fong Xin turned around and looked at Jiang Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, you are already so old, why are you so ignorant and hit your father's hand with your face? Look how you hit my uncle's hand. His cleavage is crooked. Jiang Weidong's face froze. Jiang Xiaoyu's tears suddenly burst out. She covered her mouth and ran back to her room while crying. Look at the fun for the children. Jiang Xiaocha held back her laughter. Fong Huilan tapped Fong Xin's head with her finger and asked, why are you so mean? Jiang Xiaocha laughed and said, Mom, my brother has been a bad-mouthed person for a long time. Jiang Weidong immediately corrected him, what do you mean by bad mouth? Your brother is just being humorous. Fong Xin shook his head, and couldn't help but think of an ancient book written more than 400 years ago, which contained a story called, Fan Jin Passing the Imperial Examination. At this moment, Jiang Weidong's every move was somewhat like Fan Jin's father-in-law. Brother, there is no school today, where are you going? Jiang Xiaocha asked. I made an appointment with classmates to go out and play. Talking. The phone vibrated and Chu Xinyao's voice message came right after. Call classmate Xiao Fong. I'm out and feeling good. Where do we meet? Xiao Wutong pressed the headset. Everyone get ready. Chu Xinyao has already left and is heading to the Ocean Theme Pavilion. The enemy has already taken action, no matter the cost, be sure to protect her safety. Ellie suddenly looked up. Captain Xiao, there is one more thing. Qin Juhang has also decided to host a banquet for his classmates at the Ocean Theme Pavilion. After Fong Xin came out of the subway station, I saw Chu Xinyao across the street. Chu Xinyao's beautiful eyes were fixed on the exit. After seeing Fong Xin, he waved quickly. Have you been waiting for a long time? Fong Xin asked. Just arrived. Then let's go. Chu Xinyao was wearing a JK short skirt today, her tender white legs swaying as she walked, small leather shoes, and white lace socks, adding a bit of pure desire. The Ocean Theme Museum only opened at the end of last month, but the publicity and promotion was pretty good, so there were quite a few people when we came. Mid-last century. More than a decade after humans awakened their talents, they discovered that many animals had also gradually developed spiritual intelligence, including marine life. The highlight of this newly opened ocean-themed museum is that it captures a number of marine creatures that have awakened special talents. From the outside, the entire aquarium looks like a killer whale lying dormant on the ground. When checking your ticket at the door, the staff member smiled and said, "You too can enjoy all the services and performances in the museum for free today with your tickets." There are many kinds of marine life in the theme pavilion. A dolphin emerged from the water, waving its fins and speaking in a sloppy voice, "Here you are, bro." There is also an octopus that plays the recorder and the piano at the same time. Fong Xin doesn't know if it's an illusion, but he always feels that the music played by the octopus is full of violence, as if it will overturn the piano at any time and anywhere. Singing jellyfish, starfish running underwater in their shorts, and king crabs waving their big claws to take tips from tourists. There are also people who have awakened their water attribute talents and wear merman costumes, dancing with schools of fish underwater. But the most popular show in the entire aquarium is still the underwater animal arena. The two dueling at this moment are a seahorse wearing armor and holding a spear and an electric eel with arcs flashing all over its body. The seahorse was very powerful. After several charges, it actually beat the electric eel all over its body. The audience was cheering. Fong Xin looked at the fighting seahorse and electric eel. He had never seen such a thing in his life. He could see a seahorse and an electric eel fighting each other. At both ends of the arena, there were two seals beating drums to cheer. If Fong Xin had not seen these with his own eyes, he would have thought that he had eaten too many mushrooms. Watching the duel, a voice came. "What a coincidence, you guys are here too." Following the sound, I looked. Qin Juhang appeared here with some classmates. When I saw Fong Xin and Chu Xinyao, Qin Juhang pretended to be surprised. Chu Xinyao frowned as if she had seen something dirty. "You're following me?" Qin Juhang immediately put the blame on his father. "No way. It was really an accidental encounter. My dad said that this ocean theme pavilion is quite interesting, so he booked it for me to bring my classmates to play." "Fong Xin, why are you here too?" Fong Xin said nonsense in a serious tone. "I was watching videos and saw a promotional video saying there are many performances here. I heard there is also a performance where a turtle can throw its shell away. The audience named it something like turtle throwing pot. I was curious, so I came to take a look." Qin Juhang's face was gloomy. Chu Xinyao held back her laughter. Most of the time Fong Xin was too lazy to pay attention to Qin Juhang, but every time he wanted to fight back, Qin Juhang would definitely feel uncomfortable for a while. Su Xiaochang, the loyal lackey, immediately jumped out and shouted angrily, "Fong Xin, who do you think is the bastard who is trying to pass the buck?" Fong Xin pointed to one side and saw a turtle performance through the thick glass. The turtle was swimming so fast that its shell couldn't keep up. It swam back and forth between its legs with its two front paws, then swam back into its shell. It looked very funny and attracted many audience members to take pictures. "Hey! I'm talking about that turtle. Who else do you think I'm talking about? Is there any other turtle here who's trying to blame you?" Su Xiaochang choked, and Qin Juhang sneered and counterattacked, "Fong Xin, the results are out today. Why don't you stay at home and wait for the results? Why do you have the leisure to come here to play?" "That's right. My brother Hao has been taken in by the 7th Department now. People like my brother Hao have a bright future. It's normal for him to run out and play like this." Su Xiaochang immediately took over the conversation and cheered. Fong Xin still said seriously, "Didn't I just say that? Come and see the turtle pass the buck. Results are not as important as fun." Qin Juhang clenched his fists, showing a forced smile. "The results will be announced in 2 hours. I heard that you didn't use any potions yesterday. I want to see if you'll still be in the mood to continue watching the fun after the results are announced." Su Xiaochang chimed in complacently, I'm afraid that by then, Fong Xin will become Brother Hao's amusement. While talking. Suddenly, a scream was heard from the direction of the arena. Then I saw the electric eel that was fighting with the seahorse suddenly burst out with brilliant electric light. After walking around the arena, the audience in the front row turned into charcoal in an instant. The entire aquarium was instantly in chaos. Followed by a loud bang. The turtle that had lost its shell and was covering its legs suddenly had a human-like fierce light in its eyes. It grabbed the shell with one claw and threw it out like a discus, accompanied by a huge explosion. The glass wall separating the tourists from the marine creatures was instantly pierced, and the entire glass wall collapsed, with the water inside spreading towards the theme pavilion. The turtle shell flew back into the turtle's claws, and the turtle swung it out again, making a series of bang-bang sounds. All the glass walls were pierced and shattered. The sea creatures inside swam out one after another. The tourists who came here to visit were instantly panicked, trying desperately to escape. But all the entrances and exits were blocked at this time. The seahorse in the duel slowly turned around, with its spear pointing towards Chu Xinyao. Xiao Wutong, who was disguised as a staff member, looked at the scene in front of him in shock, holding his head in his hands. Oh my God! Oh my God! These remnants of the Eternal Night Army are simply crazy. Not only did they send out strong men with a combat power of level 8, they also used this holy level treasure with the appearance of an oceanarium, just to capture a powerless little girl. Xiao Wutong, be normal and go protect that girl, a voice came from behind. Xiao Wutong quickly turned around and saw a man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses standing behind him. The man was a burly man with cold eyes and a calm demeanor. Team leader. Xiao Wutong called out quickly. The man tugged at his tie and said, you guys go protect Chu Xinyao, I'll find the 8th level warrior among the enemies. Okay. Xiao Wutong immediately led his men to surround Chu Xinyao. The theme pavilion is now in a mess. Fong Xin's eyes swept across every corner of the venue. In his hand he held the small space ball given to him by Juhang. If it is really necessary, you can summon the handsome white-haired man Juhang to take action. The moment chaos appeared, several men in black rushed forward and protected Qin Juanhao in the middle. Qin Juanhao turned around and looked at Chu Xinyao. Xinyao, don't be afraid, come to my side, my bodyguards are all masters hired by my father at a high price, and the strongest bodyguard captain is a master of the 3rd level of combat power. Qin Juanhao hid behind the bodyguard, waved at Chu Xinyao. Chu Xinyao grabbed Fong Xin's arm. A trace of panic appeared on the delicate little face. I was really scared. Xinyao, come here quickly. Why are you hiding behind Fong Xin? Can Fong Xin protect you? Qin Juanhao urged again. Chu Xinyao's face was pale. Seeing that Fong Xin didn't move, she bit her lip and stood firmly behind Fong Xin. Qin Juanhao was furious and said to the bodyguards, don't take action until the critical moment. I must teach them a lesson. Let them know that I am the most reliable one. Also, focus on protecting Chu Xinyao, and don't worry about Fong Xin. Fong Xin's eyes were fixed on the seahorse holding the spear. The spear held by the seahorse was pointing towards Chu Xinyao. Whoosh! The seahorse suddenly sprinted towards Chu Xinyao. A snow-white streak was drawn on the surface of the water. It took almost a few breaths. The seahorse has arrived. The spear in his hand stabbed towards Chu Xinyao. Although this move was not aimed at the vital points, it could still make Chu Xinyao lose her ability to move. Fong Xin pulled Chu Xinyao backwards, and almost at the same time, several figures appeared beside him. The leader, Xiao Wutong, deflected Haima's spear with one sword in a posture he thought was very elegant. Standing in the front, Ai Li and her men blocked Chu Xinyao. Miss Chu, we are here to protect you. Fong Xin was stunned for a moment and glanced at Chu Xinyao. Chu Xinyao could actually get the 7th department to protect her. What is the background? It is true that her mother has certain power, but it is not enough to make the 7th department come to protect her daughter. This proves that Chu Xinyao's father is just like the legend says, and is definitely not an ordinary person. Fong Xin raised his eyes and found that Ellie was staring at him. The two looked at each other and Ellie smiled and nodded. Fong Xin also nodded politely. In addition to Xiao Wudong's team, another team also joined the battlefield, and the leader fought with the electric eel. When Qin Juanhao saw Xiao Wudong and Ai Li, he immediately waved his hands excitedly and ran towards them. Captain Xiao. Sister Ellie. Are you here to protect me? Qin Juanhao asked excitedly. Ellie said coldly, no. Qin Juanhao forced a smile awkwardly, trying to show off but failing, and immediately changed the subject. Is that our 7th Division carrying out a mission? Qin Juanhao offered his advice, can I join? I've brought bodyguards with me, and my bodyguard captain is a level 3 fighter. I want to fight alongside you. Xiao Wudong glanced at Qin Juanhao with a look of despair on his face. Every time he saw Qin Juanhao, he felt extremely uncomfortable. He went there excitedly, but ended up receiving such a thing. Moreover, if the contract signed yesterday is terminated today, the credibility of the 7th Department will plummet. When Xiao Wudong saw Qin Juanhao, it was as if he saw his own pillar of shame. Out of sight, out of mind. Ellie, take them to find the exit. Make sure to escort Miss Chu out safely. Clear. Escort Miss Chu. Qin Juanhao was confused and looked at Chu Xinyao in shock. He didn't expect that Chu Xinyao's identity was so amazing that the 7th Department could come specially to protect her. The other classmates also showed surprise. Follow me. Ellie said, and led the team from the 7th Division, protecting Chu Xinyao in the middle, and ran towards the safe passage. Ding 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 ding. Far away. The octopus that played the recorder and the piano suddenly slapped the piano keys with its claws frantically, making a heart-pounding sound. The recorder also made a shrill sound that was disconcerting to hear. After hearing the sound of the piano, the eyes of the attacking marine creatures turned bloodshot and they became extremely manic, as if they had been blessed. They seemed to be unaware of pain during the battle and moved forward bravely, not stopping until the last drop of blood had been shed. The singing jellyfish floats in the water and makes beautiful sounds. Hearing this sound will make people feel drowsy. Not good. The octopus and jellyfish have psychic talents. Ellie. Form a formation to protect Miss Chu. Xiao Wudong's face darkened as he was fighting with the seahorse. Ellie shook her watch, and a smart link flew out of it. She broke it open and pressed it to the ground. The other 3 team members followed suit. The smart link emitted scarlet rays, which connected to form an octagonal barrier, directly isolating the overflowing water and sound waves. This magical scene filled several students with curiosity. Qin Juanhao looked at the intelligent link on the ground excitedly, and proudly explained it to other students. This is called the Sky Shield Intelligent Link. It is a treasure independently developed by Sky Shield. Only official members can have it. You need to stay in Sky Shield for a full year before you can get it. Brother Hao, I really envy you. You will also have this magical thing in a year. Su Xiaochang flattered him without hesitation. The other students looked at him with envy. Qin Juanhao had a smile on his face and glanced at Fong Xin and Chu Xinyao with an expression that said, "Look, how awesome am I?" Fong Xin responded with an expression that indicated he was not looking. He glanced at the smartphone. Bai Mao also gave Fong Xin one yesterday. At that time, he thought it was just a communication device that could check information. He didn't expect it to have such magical effects. I thought it would last a while. But unexpectedly, it happened almost in the next second. The turtle from before is trying to pass the buck again. The turtle shell spun and flew towards this side, slamming heavily onto the barrier. The barrier made a loud rumbling sound, and cracks appeared on the almost transparent protective shield. Everyone's face changed. They didn't expect this turtle to be so strong. Almost in the next second, a chill came over me. The water outside the barrier froze instantly, and the barrier was frozen with dense cracks, and the barrier shattered in an instant. The tortoiseshell spun and flew back to the turtle, and the turtle swung over again, this time trying to blast through and smash everyone in the barrier to pieces. But this time, before the turtle shell could hit this side, someone kicked it back the way it came. The turtle shell hit the turtle heavily, and the turtle's body flew backwards along the water surface and hit the wall. After struggling for a few times, it became motionless. A man in a suit stood in front of the barrier. With a hard step, the ice surface cracked, and the wave swept away in all directions, revealing a vacuum zone. The man adjusted his glasses and said, "Take them out from the southeast corner." Ellie nodded. "Okay, team leader." Team leader. Qin Juhang was stunned when he heard these two words. It's actually the team leader. "What's wrong, team leader, brother Hao?" Su Xiaochang acted like a supporting actor. Qin Juhang looked at the back of the man in a suit with excitement and admiration. The highest commander of the 7th Department is the director. Under the director is the team leader. Under the team leader is the captain. Under the captain is the squad leader. Sister Ai Li is the squad leader, which requires a level 3 combat power. Captain Xiao is the captain, which requires a level 5 combat power. And to be a team leader, you need a level 8 combat power. Su Xiaochang was surprised and said, "There is no level 8 expert in this small place of launching, but today I saw a living one." Fang Xin glanced at Chu Xinyao, and was surprised that she was able to send out a team leader of at least level 8 to protect her. Who exactly is Chu Xinyao's father? The man in the suit pulled his tie, and his eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses looked coldly at the diver in the merman costume behind the school of fish. "My friend, going to work is annoying enough, and if you hide in the dark and do dirty things, it will be even more annoying." The fish dispersed, and the diver smiled. It turned out to be team leader Sheng from the 7th Division. "I didn't expect a team leader to be dispatched." The man in the suit untied his tie and wrapped it around his arm. "Such a good holy treasure is left to you, but you can't use it at all. It's really a waste of talent. Then try again." The diver raised his hand with a sinister look, and with himself as the center of the circle, he once again formed ice in all directions, as if he wanted to turn this place into a world of ice and snow. The fish surrounding him turned into rotating cones wrapped in ice and attacked the men in the suit. The tie wrapped around the arm of the men in the suit emitted a dazzling golden light. It rushed towards the diver like an icebreaker. A huge crack was instantly pierced through the ice surface. "Stop looking. Go," Ellie urged. The students came back to their senses from their surprise. "Is this a fight between strong men?" Ellie led the way, but she didn't expect it. The road ahead was blocked by a dolphin. Dolphin looked at the group of people coming, his eyes fixed on Qin Juhang, and his mouth was full of the smell of corn. "What are you looking at?" Qin Juhang huddled behind several bodyguards and said, "What are you looking at? You little bastard. Who are you following?" The dolphin immediately became furious. Fang Xin looked at the dolphins that could speak human language. Some animals have very high IQs, and many animals with awakened talents can also speak human language. The dolphin turned in a circle. Rushed towards this side. Ellie took the lead and stood in front of him. The blue-patterned knife glowed and immediately collided with the dolphin. Dolphin has a water attribute talent, while Ellie has an assassination attribute talent. Both of them are level 3 fighters, so they fought evenly. Qin Juhang and his group looked very nervous. But Fang Xin, who had experienced countless battles of all sizes, disagreed. A bloodstain appeared on Dolphin's ribs. "Ouch. You old bitch. I'll kill you." "Leopard, what are you two doing?" "I'm holding this old bitch back. What are you two doing?" "Go and capture the target, and we'll go back and report." Two seals that had been beating drums in the arena appeared from one side, along with a few small soldiers and crab generals. Rushed towards Chu Xinyao. "Protect Miss Chu." Ellie turned around and shouted. The 3 team members surrounded Chu Xinyao and started fighting with each other in an instant. But the other side had too many people and the 3 team members were unable to cope with it. Moreover, both seals are at the peak of level 2. Qin Juhang licked his lips and saw the opportunity. "Xinyao. Don't be afraid. I will protect you." But the next second, the 2 seals each opened their mouths and spit out a drum, which they beat on their chests, making a deafening sound. When the 3 team members were distracted, one of them was exploded into a bloody mist, and the other 2 were injured. The 2 seals turned their spears and headed straight for Chu Xinyao. This scene shocked many of the students present. This was the first time I faced death so closely. Seeing the seal approaching. Qin Juwenhao's bodyguard captain wanted to come and protect Chu Xinyao according to Qin Juwenhao's previous instructions. Unexpectedly, Qin Juwenhao grabbed the bodyguard captain and said, "Why are you protecting her?" "Protect me." Two seals were approaching. Ellie wanted to turn back, but the dolphin desperately held her back. "Haha. You bastard. I'm going to do something great." Fang Xin blocked Chu Xinyao behind him. "Twist your waist." One punch. This punch. It is a fierce punch after countless life and death trials. It's a punch from a genius who has the talent to reach SS-level strength without the need for potions. It is also a simple, clean, neat, fierce and powerful punch that can break through all barriers. One punch. The arms rubbed against the air, making a sharp and piercing sonic boom. The fist hit the seal right in the chest. With one punch, he blasted the seal in front of him through the chest. Blood gushed out of the seal's heart. After struggling for a few times, he fell to the ground. Fang Xin didn't stop moving. He jumped up and clamped the head of another seal with his legs. Elbows are like knives. An elbow smashed down wildly. Then there was a crackling sound. The seal's head was shattered. Blood was oozing from his mouth and nose. He fell to the ground helplessly. After struggling for a few times, he lay on the ground motionless. It's a long story. But it happened in a flash. Fang Xin had a blank expression on his face. He scooped up the knee-deep water from the ground and washed his bloody fist. Ellie's icy blue eyes flickered. The dolphin screamed, "How come there is a hidden master? The little turtle is still a student." After washing his hands, Fang Xin turned around and looked at Qin Juwenhao and his classmates, whose faces were filled with shock. "I've loved boxing since I was a kid, and I've learned a little bit of martial arts, so it's normal to beat up two seals, right?" Qin Juwenhao swallowed his saliva. "Normal chicken feathers. That's no ordinary seal. That's a seal with level 2 peak combat power. Even the most common seal cannot be killed with one punch." Qin Juwenhao's hair stood on end, and he had gone from shock to fear. Why is Fang Xin so strong? If Fang Xin wanted to kill him, his bodyguards seemed unable to withstand it. A group of classmates looked at Fang Xin and were extremely shocked. Fang Xin, who was usually excellent in both character and study and could get along well with everyone, was actually so awesome. Chu Xinyao patted her chest, breathed a sigh of relief, and with lingering fear, she gave Fang Xin a sweet smile. "Thank you, Xiao Fang." Fang Xin originally wanted to ask why these people attacked Chu Xinyao, but then he changed his mind and stopped asking because there were so many classmates around. Ellie's attack became more and more fierce, and the dolphin could no longer resist. "Fuck it. I'll finish it in a few more strokes." The dolphin turned its body, merged into the water, turned into a line of water and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Under the knee-deep water, a dark shadow was surging rapidly. A hand suddenly emerged from under the water and grabbed Chu Xinyao's ankle. Chu Xinyao screamed. Half of his body was submerged in the water. A gust of wind blew from the distant passage. The water surface is surging. A dazzling golden light rushed towards this side. The man in a suit in the golden light held a machete 1 foot long, as wide as an adult's palm, and chopped down at the hand that was dragging Chu Xinyao's calf. A scream came from underwater. Then I saw a severed hand floating to the surface. A whirlpool appeared on the water not far away. The diver just now emerged from it, looking pale. The man in the suit burst out with brilliant golden light again and flashed away. When the golden light dissipated, the diver had been tied up and thrown to the ground. The man in the suit tied his tie and put it into his pocket meticulously. The other people from the 7th Division gathered here one after another. Xiao Wutong also came over here. The man in the suit adjusted his glasses and looked at Qin Juwenhao, who was still pale from the shock. "Xiao Wutong, this is why you wasted a spot on our new recruit from the 7th Division." It would have been fine if he hadn't mentioned this, but as soon as he did, Xiao Wutong felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. Team leader, I was wrong. But at least this kid has met the standards. Don't you agree? Anyone can understand the implied meaning of the conversation between the two people. Even the dolphin that was just called over can understand that it is obvious that they dislike Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao's original pride and complacency were completely shattered by two words from team leader Sheng and Xiao Wutong. At this moment, those classmates looked at Qin Juanhao with different expressions. It turns out that I was wrong. Team leader Sheng turned his head and looked at Fang Xin. What's your name? Fang Xin. He has a talent for strength. He can kill a level 2 peak fighter. His talent is at least an A, and it's possible he could even reach an S. These words stunned many classmates. Fang Xin actually had such a high talent. Qin Juanhao looked even more dejected. All the original advantages are gone. Which organization did you join? I haven't joined any organization yet. It shouldn't be like this. No one is looking for you. I have looked for it, but I haven't agreed yet. I'm considering it. Team leader Sheng paused, still considering. That means even the organization that has approached you won't work, right? Didn't the 9th Division approach you? No, if the 9th Division approached you, with their overbearing personalities, they wouldn't give anyone a chance to consider. Why don't you come to our 7th Division? After the probation period, I can directly promote you to team leader. These words made all the students present stunned for a moment, and some even exclaimed in surprise. It was actually possible that the team leader of the 7th department personally invited him and promoted him to be a team leader directly after the probation period. Team leader, we have enough vacancies. Xiao Wutong reminded. Team leader Sheng took off his glasses and exhaled, then wiped them while saying, then recruit one more person. I'll tell the director. What do you think, Fang Xin? No. Team leader Sheng paused while wiping his glasses. Xiao Wutong and a group of other classmates were also stunned. Only Ellie's ice blue eyes were staring at Fang Xin, as if she had guessed something. The team leader of the 7th department personally invited Fang Xin, but he refused. Just refused like that. Qin Juanhao was so envious of Jill that his eyes turned purple. After he was recruited by the 7th department, he beat drums and gongs and announced it everywhere, wishing that everyone in the world would know that he, Qin Juanhao, was recruited by the 7th department. But Fang Xin rejected the invitation of the team leader of the 7th department in public. What's more, team leader Sheng also promised Fang Xin that he would be the team leader after the probation period. Such conditions were quite generous. Buds. Is there still kingly law? Is there still law? Team leader Sheng put on his glasses and said, so, do you have any other ideas? Little baby, you can come to me. An old voice suddenly came. Everyone was shocked. Team leader Sheng instantly burst into golden light and entered combat mode, as if facing a formidable enemy. Look back. I saw the water surging, and on the 2-meter-high waves, an old man was sitting on the shell of a turtle, looking at this side with a smile on his face. Team leader Sheng held a machete in his hand, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes behind the lenses. In a small place like Launching, a strongman with level 10 combat power was dispatched. You remnants of the Eternal Night Army are really willing to spend a lot of money. Team leader Sheng stared coldly at the old man sitting on the back of the turtle. The old man smiled softly, your shield sent you, a peak level 8 team leader, so shouldn't we show enough sincerity? Team leader Sheng glanced around. Suddenly he frowned. The scenery outside the theme pavilion window was rapidly receding, and the entire ocean theme pavilion seemed to be flying in the sky. All communication equipment also failed at this moment. The old man was smiling. Since we have deployed this holy treasure, we must complete the mission, right? Don't even think about it. You can't escape. No one can save you now. You will all become nourishment for this treasure. As he spoke, the old man looked at Fang Xin again, except you, kid, what do you think? I see that you are clean and decisive in your actions. At this age and with this skill, you are a rare talent. Now, I'll give you two choices. Either you join us, Jiuyo, or, haha, I'll have to be ruthless. After all, if I let you grow up in the future, you'll definitely be a strong enemy. Qin Juanhao looked at Fang Xin with envy and jealousy. It's fine if the 7th Division wants you, but why does the villain want you too? Do you want to let people live? Fang Xin looked at the old man, holding the small space ball in his hand. Can I choose C? The old man laughed. Little kid, not many people make fun of me. Qin Juanhao lowered his voice and whispered to Fang Xin, join him, even if it's fake. You should try to please him and say soft words to him so that he can let us live. Are you willing to watch so many classmates die? The old man pointed at Qin Juanhao and said, this kid has good awareness and good ideas. The old man stared at Fang Xin and said, little kid, I haven't asked you yet, what's your name? Fang Xin said seriously, my name is Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao was stunned for a second. Fang Xin. Your name is Qin Juanhao, then what is my name? Don't lie to me. Grandpa, his name is Fang Xin. Ha ha ha. Fang Xin, little kid, you're so interesting. I like you more and more. If you join us, I can release your classmates, but if you dare to refuse, I will let them die now. Fang Xin. Why are you still standing there? Save everyone. Qin Juanhao urged in a low voice. There are many ways to save people. You don't have to beg for mercy. Then what else can you do? Team leader Sheng turned around and glanced at Qin Juanhao with dissatisfaction. Qin Juanhao forced out a smile that looked like crying. Fang Xin looked at the old man. Old man, are you really a level 10 expert? Not bad. Mid-level 10. Are you good at fighting? No one here can beat me, including the leader of the 7th Division. Then can you beat him? Bang. The space ball was crushed. Space is distorted. A white-haired man with his hands in his pockets. Standing behind Fang Xin. He showed his signature smile with his little white teeth bared. For the first time, the old man's face changed drastically. He stood up and screamed. Juhang. Hey, hey, hey. Old bastard, there's no need to be so excited to see me, right? Juhang put his hands in his pockets. Everyone discovered it when they looked over. His feet left the ground. Standing in midair. As you move forward. It was as if transparent space steps appeared under my feet. As he walked down the steps. The overflowing water on the ground separated directly into two sides. Juhang stood on dry ground. Seeing the old man panic. Qin Juanhao and his classmates were all confused. Recalling that this white-haired guy had appeared in school before. I was arrogant at that time. Everyone knows this guy is very strong. But I didn't expect it to be so powerful and terrifying. Even a level 10 warrior was so panicked. But soon. Qin Juanhao and others immediately realized another problem. Why Fang Xin was able to summon people from the 9th Division. Could it be? Qin Juanhao and the others immediately thought of a possibility. Looking at Fang Xin in disbelief. Fang Xin asked the 9th Department to recruit. The 9th location is the strongest place in S.H.I.E.L.D. A place called the Monster Room. Qin Juanhao's pride was completely shattered at this moment. My mentality also exploded. Su Xiaochang, the dog who protected his master, was also shattered. He never thought that Fang Xin was actually related to the 9th Department. Bang. Juhang slapped Fang Xin on the back of the head. Fang Xin's head was pushed forward a little after being hit. Get my ass for free. You're the first one. Although it was a hit. But there was no intention of rebuking. Instead, it is more like an interaction between good friends. Mr. Zhuge. Team leader Sheng turned around and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after seeing Juhang. It seemed that as soon as Juhang appeared, he knew that the crisis here today had been resolved and the situation was under control. Juhang put his hands in his pockets and walked to team leader Sheng. We underestimated the enemy and had a huge intelligence loophole, which almost led to the destruction of both teams. You are suspended for a month to reflect on your actions. Team leader Sheng nodded, not daring to refute anything. Okay. Juhang raised his chin slightly and looked at the old man sitting on the turtle. Are you going to come over here and let me beat you to tears, or am I going to go over there and beat you half to death? The old man looked ferocious. Juhang, at worst I will fight you. That means I'll go over and beat you half to death, right? The old man stretched his arms upward. Everyone present felt a chill emanating from their bodies. The blood in the body also began to coagulate and seemed to be freezing. The human body is 70% water. This old man has a talent for water attribute. Naturally, you can control the amount of water in everyone's body. The old man raised his finger and pointed forward again. The walls of the passage secreted a highly corrosive and pungent mucus that seemed to want to melt everyone. You all must die, the old man roared. But the next second, the old man froze. In the afterglow, Juhang stood beside the old man without knowing when. He put one hand in his pocket and with the other hand he grabbed the old man's neck and hit him back with all his strength. The two figures flashed in the air and disappeared out of thin air. The next moment, two people appeared out of thin air in front of the wall. With a loud bang, the old man was pressed into the wall by Juhang. It was as if Lao Deng was embedded in the wall. The old man choked and spit out blood. Blood gushed out of his mouth and nose. Look of horror. Level 11 peak. You are indeed the evildoer who has the greatest chance of becoming a god in the past 10 years. Juhang slowly loosened his hand that was pinching the old man's neck. Thanks for the compliment, but you're wrong. Juhang hooked the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose with his fingers, revealing his eyes that were like two thunder pools. It's been nearly 30 years. One punch. Juhang's punch hit the old man hard in the abdomen. This punch seemed to penetrate the void. The old man bent over like a shrimp, and blood mixed with organ fragments came out of his mouth. He fell to his knees helplessly. Just as the old man landed, the wall behind the old man, the residual force actually blasted a huge gap with a diameter of 2 meters in the iron wall. And the walls behind this wall were also blown open by this punch. Concentric circles of different sizes were formed. The magical thing is that the wall is still wriggling, as if it were alive. Juhang put his hands in his pockets. Bending over, he stared at the wriggling wall in amazement. This holy level treasure is quite good. It would be a pity to give it to you. I will give it to little dragon girl of the 5 elements palace later. I can even ask for a favor. Thanks, old bastard. The old man on the ground curled up, his eyes were dazed, his face was pale, and he looked like he had lost all desire to live. Juhang turned around. Walked towards Fang Xin. Have you thought about it? Are you sure you want to join the 9th division? All right. Thing. Fang Xin was confused. What is that? The Sky Shield intelligence link I gave you yesterday. I didn't bring it at home. Where is it in your house? Juhang asked. Fang Xin was stunned for a second before nodding. On my desk. What's wrong? That's all. Fang Xin and everyone else were shocked. Juhang's hand sank into the void. When he pulled it out, he was holding an apple in his hand and putting it in his mouth. Then he stretched out his hand and immersed it into the void again. When he pulled his hand out, he was holding the Sky Shield Smart Link that he had given to Fang Xin yesterday. Throw the thing to Fang Xin. Juhang took a bite of the apple. When we get home later, explain to your aunt that I took the apple and I might have scared her just now. Fang Xin's head was buzzing. I just know that this guy on the 9th Street is pretty cool. But I didn't expect it to be so awesome. Fang Xin opened this thing yesterday. After facial verification, Juhang was asked to enter his name. Only then did I know what the character of this white-haired guy's name was. Beep. Authentication successful. New member. Welcome to the 9th division. Juhang ate an apple and said, after you join the 9th division, someone will naturally come to contact you. Someone will also arrange follow-up training for you. I will come to you from time to monitor your progress. This time Fang Xin seized the opportunity and quickly said, give me your contact information. Juhang raised his chin and pointed to the chilin in Fang Xin's hand. Xiaolu will add you to the group later. My contact information is in the group. After taking a look outside, Juhang continued to say to team leader Sheng, mistakes are mistakes, and merits are merits. I will take this holy treasure away, and I will also report all the merits of your 7th division without missing a single one. Is that okay? All listen to Mr. Zhuge. Let's go. Bang. Juhang held an apple in his mouth. He snapped his fingers with his free hand. The surrounding scenery began to shatter like a broken mirror, and then everything became blurred, until everything was pieced together again. Everyone found themselves standing in an open space. Looking around, they realized that they were still in the ocean theme pavilion. However, the killer whale-shaped theme pavilion disappeared out of thin air. The place is bare. All the tourists were confused. Fang Xin breathed a sigh of relief. This was all too magical. Fang Xin, you have joined the 9th room. The 9th room known as the Monster Room. A classmate broke the silence first. The other students looked at Fang Xin with envy. Team leader Sheng laughed and said, just now you said you hadn't made up your mind yet, and I thought you were considering some organization, but it turns out you were considering the 9th department. You are also the first student who would consider the 9th department's recruitment. Fang Xin smiled calmly and said, someone has to be the first to do anything. Team leader Sheng laughed. Su Xiaochang looked at the Sky Shield intelligence link in Fang Xin's hand. Brother Hao, didn't you say that you can only get this thing after joining Sky Shield for a year? How come he got it in advance? Team leader Sheng took over the conversation because he was selected by the 9th division. It's that simple. Qin Juanhao was like an eggplant hit by frost. Captain Xiao. Your newly recruited student chose to compromise when facing the enemy. He has serious ideological problems. You have to follow up. We can't have spineless students in the 7th department. Team leader Sheng adjusted his glasses and said in a cold and serious voice. Xiao Wudong responded with tears in his eyes and looked at his pillar of shame. Qin Juanhao, I understand, team leader. As he spoke, he looked at Qin Juanhao helplessly. Wait a minute, copy the rules and regulations of the 7th department until you can recite them by heart. Qin Juanhao felt like the sky was falling. Xiao Wudong turned around and looked at Fang Xin, and liked him more and more no matter how he looked at him. Team leader Sheng looked at Fang Xin and held out his hand. My name is Sheng Tianqi, and we will be colleagues from now on. Fang Xin shook hands generously. I'm Fang Xin, please give me your guidance. Team leader Sheng glanced at his watch and said, the danger is over, prepare to withdraw. When the people from the 7th department were preparing to leave, Ellie walked forward and stretched out her tender white hand towards Fang Xin. A pair of beautiful ice blue eyes stared at Fang Xin. My name is Ellie. Classmate Fang Xin. Hello. Ellie emphasized the word you. Fang Xin, who was shaking hands, was slightly startled. Staring into Ellie's beautiful ice blue eyes, Ellie said so. Fang Xin naturally realized quickly that Ellie had recognized him. But judging from everything Xiao Wudong did, Ellie did not tell Xiao Wudong about it. Hello, Captain Ellie. Just call me Ellie. The two looked at each other. Ellie was the first to break the silence. Can you please leave me your contact information? Can. After exchanging contact information, Ellie left with the team. Fang Xin put his phone in his pocket. After all the trouble today, although his arms have been washed, the water used to wash his hands was not very clean, so Fang Xin prepared to go home and take a shower. Chu Xinyao stepped forward and said sweetly, Xiao Fang, thank you for today. Why don't you kowtow to me then? Chu Xinyao angrily poked Fang Xin's stomach with her finger. So bad. The results are out. Some classmates received the message. They all took out their mobile phones to check their scores. Overall school performance. Ranked first in comprehensive performance. It was Fang Xin. After seeing Fang Xin's impressive achievements, all the students were excited. Some people haven't awakened any talents, but Xin Gu has awakened 5 talents. You're so strong even without the potion. If you use the potion, won't all your scores go up one level? An SSS level strength talent. I said Xin Gu is the coolest. Wait a minute, Chu Xinyao ranks second overall. SSS level light related talent. SS level healing related talent. Fang Xin looked at Chu Xinyao with slight surprise. Chu Xinyao raised her chin. Is your sister Yao powerful? Great. I was the one who looked down on the dog. Fang Xin. Chu Xinyao's teeth itched and she glared at Fang Xin angrily, poking Fang Xin's belly with her finger again. Su Xiaochang looked through the score sheet. Brother Hao, I found you. B-level Earth attribute talent. All the students looked at Qin Juanhao in unison. Qin Juanhao's talent and academic performance are among the best in the whole school. But in front of Fang Xin and Chu Xinyao, it was like a firefly competing with the bright moon. Qin Juanhao had lost all his spirit at this moment, and no longer had the arrogance he had before. He looked at Fang Xin with envy and jealousy. Fang Xin ignored it. I looked at the time and said, Xiao Chu, I want to go home. Okay. Let's go together. Say goodbye to all the classmates. On the subway. Chu Xinyao and Fang Xin sat side by side. You are so talented, why didn't the 9th place find you? Fang Xin asked puzzledly. Chu Xinyao paused and said, No, because of my father, I have to go somewhere else. Your father is. Before he could finish his words, Chu Xinyao reached out and blocked Fang Xin's mouth. Xiao Fang, can we please not talk about this issue? After seeing Fang Xin's eyes, Chu Xinyao explained, Xiao Fang, my father's identity is quite special, so I can't tell you for the time being, but don't worry, if I can tell you one day, I will definitely be the first to tell you, okay? Chu Xinyao tilted her head back, staring at Fang Xin with her beautiful eyes, a pleading expression on her face. Good. Hee hee, I knew that classmate Xiao Fang is the best. Got back home. As soon as I entered the door, I saw my aunt Fang Huilan and my uncle Jiang Weidong huddled together with a suspicious look on their faces. Fang Huilan was holding a rolling pin in her hand and Jiang Weidong was holding a mop in his hand. The sound of the door opening startled the couple. What are you doing? Fang Xin asked doubtfully. Xiao Xin, you don't know, something strange happened today, it was so scary. I was cleaning the room, and a hand suddenly appeared in the living room and started touching around, then grabbed an apple and disappeared. Fang Huilan said in shock. Fang Xin immediately remembered that this was what Juhang had done before, Aunt, that was the apple that Juhang took away when he got something for me. He said it might have scared you, so he asked me to go home and tell you about it. Juhang. Fang Huilan didn't react for a moment. It's the white-haired guy at the 9th place yesterday. Fang Xin reminded. Fang Huilan reacted immediately and patted her chest. It turned out to be him. I was scared to death. However, this person from the 9th division is too scary. Can he take things from afar? Fang Xin smiled and said, You guys haven't seen the more horrifying thing, otherwise you would be so surprised that you would never forget it for the rest of your life. Took a shower. Fang Xin looked at the misted mirror and wiped the surface. Tonight he had to ask the self in the mirror again who he should be on guard against. After changing clothes and returning to the room, I saw a light flashing on the Tianduan Jilian device on the table. After opening it, I saw that someone with the nickname Xiaolu had pulled me into the group. The name of the group is the 9th Honglian District Taiyang District Youth Training Class. There are not many people in the group. Including Fang Xin, Xiao Lu, and Juhang, there are only 8 people. Fang Xin saw that Juhang's profile picture was a Tai Chi fish picture, so he clicked to add him as a friend. Someone sent a message in the group. The avatar is a muscular man. The nicknames of the members here are their real names. The one speaking is called Shi Tailong. There's a new person coming in. Her name is Fang Xin. Is she a girl? How tall is she? How much does she weigh? What are her measurements? What talents do she have? Fatty, how can you talk like that? Don't scare the girl away. Student Fang Xin, please introduce yourself. The person who spoke from behind was called Zhang Yaozu, and his profile picture was a little yellow chicken with a middle-parted hair, overalls, and a basketball sandwiched between his legs. Sure, Tailong said unconvinced. Okay, Zhang Yaozu, girls like straightforward guys like me. Classmate Fong Xin, do you like muscular men? Fong Xin thought for a moment and replied, hello everyone, my name is Fong Xin, my biological sex is male, but I have gender identity disorder and think I am a girl, and I am also a lesbian, so I only like girls. There was silence in the group for a long time. A handsome anime avatar named Bai Yulin said, okay, here comes another weirdo. We don't accept new students in the 9th division unless they have some kind of illness, right? Sure, Tailong at Bai Yulin, are you the older brother or the older sister now? Bai Yulin replied, I am my brother. Sure, Tailong said, well, the split personality has worsened, and now there is another brother. Our 9th room is not a monster room, but a ward. Zhang Yaozu changed the subject, have you seen it? After the results of this year's national talent test came out, there were 18 SSS-level people in the 12 districts across the country. 3 of them came from our Honglian district alone. Since the rebellion of the gods, the territory of Dragon Kingdom has become half as large as before and is so vast that it has been divided into 12 districts for better coordinated management. Lanqing is a small city under Qingzhou province in Honglian district. Zhang Yaozu said, didn't a small place like Lanqing also produce an SSS-level talent? It seems to be an SSS-level light-related talent. Light-related talents are hard to come by, let alone SSS-level ones. Sure, Tailong took over the conversation. In order to protect personal information, the name is hidden in the report card, but I heard that she is a very beautiful girl. Hey! According to Fong Xin's profile, isn't he from Lanqing? Could Fong Xin be the girl from Lanqing who got the SSS-level light type? Fong Xin was stunned. He didn't expect Chu Xinyao to be famous. I'm not. Schizophrenia patient Bai Yulin sighed, in a small place like Lanqing, it's really not easy to produce an SSS-level person. Unexpectedly, the deer suddenly spoke. Strictly speaking, Lanqing actually has 2 students with SSS-level talents. 2. Doesn't the SSS-level statistics show there is only 1, Instructor Xiaolu? Xiaolu explained, because another student didn't use the potion, his test score was SS level. That's our classmate Fong Xin. Everyone who doesn't use any medicine is a genius. Sure, Tailong said in shock. Zhang Yaozu was also shocked and said, oh my god, I only barely became SS after using potions, but this big brother is SS level without using potions. Big brother, why don't you use potions? Fong Xin said modestly, I heard that the pressure in the 9th department is high, so I thought about not using medicine, lowering my grades and going to other places to live. In the end, it didn't hold back. There was silence in the group for a long time. Sure, Tailong sent a message, I can't stand it anymore. I'll pay 500,000 yuan, who will go to Lanqing and beat him up. I'll add another 100,000. I'll add 200,000. I'll add another 100,000. Several people in the group who had not shown up also sent messages to add to their stakes. Xiaolu changed the subject, okay, everyone, be quiet for a moment. After the results come out, everyone will have a week to rest. After a week, someone will pick you up and take you to the youth training camp. See you in a week. Fong Xin's smartphone vibrated again. It was Xiaolu who sent him a friend request, so he agreed. Xiaolu sent a message, Student Fong Xin, please sign the contract and send it to me. Do I need to print the contract myself? Put the Jilin virtual screen facing the desktop. Fong Xin did as he was told. With a slight flash of light, a contract appeared on the table. After signing the contract, click the plus sign in the lower right corner. There is a send button. Send the contract to me. Fong Xin looked at all this in surprise, it was too magical. This thing seems to be a space-related treasure. However, the specific level of Fong Xin is still unknown. Finish everything. Xiaolu also sent Fong Xin an introduction and instruction manual for the Jilin machine, as well as the rules and regulations of the 9th department. By the way, a plane ticket and a bank card with no password set were also sent. Please read the 9th section's rules and regulations carefully, Fong Xin. There is 1 million in the bank card, which is the bonus for joining the 9th place. Finally, welcome Fong Xin to join the 9th division. See you in a week. Fong Xin also replied, see you in a week. I went through the rules and regulations and memorized most of them. Then I read the instructions for use of chilin again. I was even more surprised after watching it. It turns out that this thing has another nickname called treasure machine. When used by a single soldier, it can emit laser and serve as a laser sword. When a team works together, 2 or more people can form a barrier and perform short-distance teleportation. This thing is a treasure developed by S.H.I.E.L.D. at a huge expense. The levels of treasures range from the 1st level to the 9th level. Above the 9th level are the spiritual level, the ultimate level, the holy level, the divine level, the rules, and the legendary taboos. Similar to the theme pavilion we encountered today, it is a terrifying holy level treasure. The smart machine in Fong Xin's hand is a 4th-tier treasure. According to the rules and regulations, all new students who had just joined the 9th department were given a 1st-level certificate, but Juhang opened a back door for Fong Xin and directly gave him a 4th-level certificate. If Fong Xin joins the 9th division, as his realm improves, his superiors will also equip him with more powerful intelligent connections. Fong Xin followed the instructions. Put them together and connect them intelligently, then press a button at one place, and a scarlet laser suddenly shoots out from one end, shaped like a tang sword, extremely domineering. Although this laser sword is very powerful and can cut through iron like mud, it consumes the user's energy and blood. So many people don't usually use laser swords. It will only be used if the user of the strength talent has a thick health bar and does not care about these. I feel like this thing is prepared for myself. Fong Xin waved the laser sword and it felt great. I feel that if I use my killing talent, I can fight against the early level 5 fighters. When studying the laser sword, the phone vibrated several times in succession. Fong Xin picked up the phone and found that it was a message from Ellie. Student Fong Xin. Do you have time? Let's talk. Fong Xin was playing with his phone, not knowing what Ellie was going to do, so he sent an ambiguous message back. What's up? Ellie's message was quickly replied, thank you for saving me that day. Oh, I almost forgot, thank you for saving me that day. Fong Xin asked, when did you find out? Ellie explained everything, I found out when I went to your classroom that day. Fong Xin then asked in confusion, why didn't you tell Captain Xiao? Because there were all signs that you didn't want to be exposed, so I didn't say anything. Fong Xin looked at the message sent by AI Li, you said so much, but your ultimate purpose is not to thank me, right? Thank you, you are my savior, I will never forget this. But I came to you today because I really need your help with something. Fong Xin and AI Li had met 3 times at most, and had only talked twice. The 2 of them were not very familiar with each other, and he came up to me and asked for help. What's the difference between this and asking someone to borrow money when you just met? No reply for a long time. Ellie's message came again. Student Fong Xin, are you still there? Fong Xin thought about it and replied seriously, my brother is asleep. The other party is typing. There was a long interval in between. Ellie's message came again, and it was a very long message. Student Fong Xin, I really have something to ask you. My parents were murdered many years ago, and my sister also disappeared in her early years. This case was left unsolved at the time, but I have been tracking down the real murderer and looking for my sister for so many years. My sister's name is Aiko. I recently found a clue about her, but the other party has a 4th-level combat power expert. I am alone and weak, and I am just a small team leader. I am not qualified, and I can't mobilize the team's forces to help me with private matters. I can only hire a few bounty hunters, but they are not my own people after all, and they are not very reliable, so I beg you, can you help me? If you don't believe it, you can retrieve the files from that year through the chilin machine to check the information. Fong Xin checked what Ellie said, and found that the file really existed. It happened more than 10 years ago. Ellie's parents were 2 doctors and died in a car accident. The case file also contained a photo of Ellie when she was a child, which was a mini version of Ellie now. Ellie was sitting there in the photo, her hair disheveled, with traces of tears still on her face, and a look of confusion. Her small body looked lonely and pitiful, which made people feel sympathetic. After looking through the entire case, I found out that Ellie's twin sister disappeared half a year after her parents died. During the same period, hundreds of children disappeared. Later, for some unknown reason, there was no clue to the entire case, so it became an unsolved case. Fong Xian's eyes suddenly focused, as if he had discovered something. He also retrieved the files on his parents' previous car accident and read them again. The file on my parents only contains a few sentences of introduction and a few photos, and the rest are encrypted files. Fong Xian's eyes suddenly fixed on the photo of the car that killed his parents. Suddenly he sat up. The photo of the car that killed Ellie's parents was also retrieved. Fong Xian enlarged the photo. There is a Sunny doll pendant in both cars. And the Sunny dolls all have strange smiles on their faces. Is this a coincidence? Or is it man-made? All kinds of questions lingered in Fong Xian's mind. Who exactly did this to his parents? Looks like I have to go on this trip. Fong Xian thought it over again and replied to Ellie, "Sure, send me the time and place." Ellie seemed a little surprised. She didn't expect Fong Xian to agree so readily. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, at the coffee shop at 122 Tiannan Road. As a reward, all the spoils will belong to you. I will also give you a perception fruit so that you can awaken your perception talent before you go to the youth training camp. See you in the morning. Fong Xian sat up and went over his parents' car accident. His parents' files were encrypted, so if he wanted to view them, he had to either go to Juhang or meet the requirements for his position. I took my grandfather's cell phone out of the drawer, but there were no new messages. I don't know where my grandfather is now. Time passed quickly and it was almost 12 o'clock. Fong Xian went to the bathroom. Facing the mirror. Stimulate qi and blood. For scarlet killing runes slowly emerged. Fong Xian stared at himself in the mirror. Early morning. 12:30. Fong Xian looked at himself in the mirror for a full 45 minutes. But today I didn't see Fong Xian in the mirror. Fong Xian frowned. Stare at yourself in the mirror. Just now I even pretended to turn around and leave like I did last night. But there was nothing unusual in his vision. Everything was fine last night. What's going on tonight? Is there some trigger mechanism missing? Thinking back to yesterday. If everything was repeated as yesterday. Fong Xian couldn't help but think of it. Could it be that he didn't watch the video of his grandfather? Today has passed the time node. I can only try again tomorrow night. Fong Xian returned to the bedroom. Lying in bed thinking about tomorrow and Ellie. The next morning. After breakfast. Fong Xian received a message from Ellie. The meeting place is in a cafe. When Fong Xian arrived, Ellie was already waiting at the door. Ellie's silver hair was tied into a short ponytail. Wearing a peaked cap. Baseball jacket and tight jeans perfectly outlined the graceful figure. This way. Ellie waved. When Fong Xian came today, he also wore a baseball cap. As they approached, Ellie said, "It's still a bit risky. Are you sure you've thought it through? Are you sure the other party is only level 4? I've been scouting for half a month. That's no problem. What about the other people you hired?" Ellie grabbed Fong Xian's arm and said, "The people we hired are not good people, so we have to use fake names and fake information. My name is Zhao Yame now, and I'm from another place. You should also change your name. Then I'll call you Qin Juanhao. Let's change the name. Qin Xiaochang is your cousin." As Ellie spoke, she gave Fong Xian a mask and took out an exquisite little box for Fong Xian. "Put on this mask. It will help you change your appearance. This is the perception fruit I promised you." Fong Xian was stunned. "You're giving me the things before it even starts. I'm so happy you can come. Your captain and teammates won't help you." Ellie put on the mask. After the mask was put on her face, her appearance changed without any abnormality. Even her face shape and hair color changed. After hearing Fong Xin's words, Ellie said helplessly, I helped before, but this time, Captain Xiao recruited Qin Juanhao because of the wrong information, which wasted a quota. He is now in solitary confinement to write a self-criticism. As you know, my other teammates were injured in yesterday's mission. Fong Xin scratched his cheek embarrassedly, and after wandering around, he finally came to his side. If Xiao Wudong had not registered the numbers randomly before, he would not have chosen Qin Juanhao in advance. If he had not chosen Qin Juanhao, he would not have been put in solitary confinement. Fong Xin put the mask on his face. The faces changed. I took a picture with my phone but couldn't see any clues. Open the exquisite little box and there is a bright red fruit inside. You can eat it now. Ellie reminded. Fong Xin took a bite. It was juicy and crispy, and the spiritual fruit was swallowed into the stomach in 2 bites. A refreshing feeling spread throughout my body, as if I had taken a big bite of mint candy, and my whole body became very clear. Fong Xin's already sensitive perception ability instantly increased. In the past, only his visual, auditory, smell, taste and touch abilities were far superior to those of ordinary people. But after swallowing this sensory fruit, Fong Xin could actually sense in his mind the every move of everyone within a radius of 30 meters, including the mosquitoes and ants on the ground. All of them appeared in Fong Xin's mind one by one, outlining a 3-dimensional translucent pattern. Within 30 meters, Fong Xin could clearly sense what everyone was saying and doing. Even in the coffee shop, Fong Xin could hear the boss's voice when the waiter was hiding in the bathroom and playing crickets for his friend. Fong Xin opened his eyes and took a breath. Was this the awakening of his perception talent? This talent was indeed good. He could clearly sense every move of everything around him, and could also detect the enemy's situation in advance. However, perception consumes a lot of energy. If you perceive for a while longer, you will feel a little dizzy. Thank you for coming to help me. Ellie raised her head. After the mask was removed, her ice blue eyes turned black. Ellie looked at Fong Xin seriously and spoke word by word. Helping you is helping me. Let's go. Ellie was stunned for a moment, but without saying much, she walked in front and led the way. Fong Xin followed behind, looking at Ellie's back. Ellie was only 1 year older than Fong Xin and was a senior from the previous class. She was able to become the captain of the 7th department right after the youth training camp ended, which showed that she had put in more effort than ordinary people. Crossed the street and went into a grocery store. A burly man with a fierce look was crouching at the front desk of the grocery store. When I entered the door, the bell at the door rang crisply. Ellie stepped forward and handed over a card. The sturdy man took it and looked at it. Go inside, on the right, the 4th room. Fong Xin looked in the direction indicated and saw only a wall. Ellie took back the card and led the way, with Fong Xin following behind. The wall suddenly began to ripple. Ellie pulled Fong Xin and walked in, finding the 4th box and walking in. Fong Xin was still a little confused. He didn't expect that this grocery store had such a different world. After taking their seats, Ellie explained, every city has its own black market trading place. This place is the black market trading place in Lon City. You can find and accept tasks here, exchange items, and buy information. Everything that can be done in the black market can be done here. The bounty hunters I hired will be here soon, and as soon as they arrive, we'll set off. This is where we're going. Ellie took out a small ball and tapped it. The ball emitted light and a holographic projection appeared above it. It was a detached villa and the structure of the villa was clearly displayed. From what I heard from you yesterday, you seem to have put your parents' car accident and your sister's disappearance together. Ellie nodded. I discovered it by chance from clues. The driver of the car that killed my parents and the person who kidnapped my sister both had a 6-pointed star tattoo on their arms. Fong Xinyan was stunned. Has the driver who hit your parents been found? My parents found him a year after the accident, but he was already dead when they found him, so many clues were still missing. Fong Xin's silence. The door opened. 3 people came in one after another from outside. There was a 2-meter-tall burly man who looked like a titan, a middle-aged man with blonde hair, an extremely long face and a beard, and at the end there was a woman with wavy hair and a very plump figure with slightly dark skin. The woman was wearing a low-cut dress with a slender cleavage, short shorts and fishnet stockings, looking extremely hot. "Why is there someone else here?" The sturdy man sat down, looked at Fong Xin and said in a muffled voice. Ellie said, "He's my cousin, he won't share your commission." The sturdy man glanced at Fong Xin, looked him up and down and said, "Your cousin? How can you be okay if you look as skinny as a chicken? Don't hold us back." Fong Xin glanced at the three people. "Now my perception talent has awakened." The perception talent has another skill. That is the ability to sense danger in advance. It is commonly known as the sixth sense. The top SSS level perception talents can even foresee future crises. Fong Xin's perception talent is S level without the use of potions. According to the current environment where everyone uses potions, Fong Xin's perception talent is actually SS level. Moreover, the King of Killing in the Mirror once told Fong Xin that Fong Xin's talent can be improved by killing enemies with the same talent. Through his perception talent, the three people in front of him posed no threat to the other party. That also proves that the combat power of these three people is at level 4 or below. Ellie said seriously, "Don't worry, he won't hold us back. Now that everyone is here, let's work out a specific battle plan." The sturdy man touched his bald head and said, "Why make a plan? Just charge in." "No." Ellie interrupted immediately, "There are 7 people in the other villa. The 2 sentinels outside are both level 1 combat power. Black Pearl, you are a spiritual talent. Cooperate with me. You will be responsible for confusing the 2 sentinels while I kill them." Ellie looked at the hot woman who had been playing with her hair after sitting down. The hot woman twirled her hair with her fingers and said, "That's it. You want me, a peak level 2 player, to kill 2 level 1 players. And I have to cooperate with you. Aren't you looking down on me a bit?" Ellie continued, "Be careful. After killing the sentinel, there are 2 guards on the first floor, 1 level 1 and 1 level 2. There are 2 more on the second floor, 1 level 2 and 1 level 3. You can also use your mental talent to confuse the enemies on the first and second floors. Black Pearl and my cousin Qin Xiaochang will attack the enemies on the first floor, while Jean Rue and I will attack the enemies on the second floor." Ellie looked at the blonde man again. "Little brother, stay behind your sister." Black Pearl crossed her fleshy legs, licked her lips and threw a wink at Fong Xin. "Bitch," the sturdy man cursed. Fong Xin chose to ignore it. Then, Ellie continued, "The real target we want to attack is on the 3rd floor, a level 4 spiritual master. So, when we attack, Baru, we need you to go to the 3rd floor and attack the 4th level master. If you just hold on for a while, we will come up to help you." The sturdy man named Baru touched his head and said, "The opponent is a level 4 psychic. If Black Pearl launches a psychic attack, the opponent can sense it, right?" Ellie explained, "The other party will call a young lady over to vent at around noon every day. People with spiritual talents often have the weakest defense at this time. If we attack during this time period, the other party's sensitivity will be greatly reduced." Bata touched his bald head and grinned, "Then he will be scared to death when I go in. I love doing this kind of thing, ha ha ha. Get ready to go." Ellie collected the holographic projection ball. After leaving the grocery store, they split into 2 groups. Ellie took Fong Xin into a car. More than half an hour later, we arrived at the suburbs, 500 meters away from the destination, and hid the car in the dense forest. Not long after, another car drove over and Baru and 2 others got out of the car. All 5 of them stared in the direction of the villa. After waiting for a while, Ellie glanced at her watch and saw it was already 11:45, and she muttered, "It's about time." I saw a taxi parked outside the villa. A wavy woman in a stepmother's skirt walked out of the car with her long snow-white legs. Her red-soled high heels made an alluring tapping sound as they stepped on the ground, and her round petals swayed from side to side as she walked. The 2 men who were on guard in the yard came over to check immediately. While checking, the 2 men took advantage of the situation with pig-like smiles on their faces. The woman did not resist at all. She giggled and flirted with the 2 men in a coquettish manner. Baru touched his big bald head and licked his lips. This one looks like a top-notch girl. She must be very comfortable and screaming happily. I have to ask about the price later. Ellie looked at the time again with a cold face. 10 minutes later, be ready to act. Time passes by every second. Fong Xin picked his ears. My hearing has always been far superior to that of ordinary people. After eating the perception fruit given by Ellie today, my hearing has become even stronger. Just as Baru said, it was very joyful. Fong Xin quickly shifted his surveillance target to other places. Get started. Ellie suddenly gave an order. Black Pearl rushed forward first. Ellie crouched down and followed closely behind. In just a moment, Ellie miraculously blended into the shadow on the ground. Fong Xin was stunned. It turned out to be a talent for assassination. Kid. Don't hold us back. I don't know why you brought a kid who hasn't even fully grown his hair here. Baru slapped Fong Xin's shoulder heavily, grinned, and strode forward. As he rushed forward, his body merged with the earth. Earth attribute talent. The blond man looked like he had kidney deficiency. He bent over to gather his strength and rushed towards the villa. His speed was incredibly strange. It turned out that he had a talent for wind attribute. Fong Xin followed closely behind. Black Pearl reached out to grab the two sentries. The two sentinels' pupils lost focus instantly. His eyes were unfocused. Almost at the same time, Ellie appeared from the shadows on the ground. A light blue cold light flashed and directly wiped a person's neck. Then she blended into the shadows and went in through the second-floor window. The blond man took a running start and rushed into the second-floor window. The ground suddenly moved, and an earth dragon dragged Baru up. Baru was covered with a layer of earth-yellow light and rushed into the third-floor window. The sounds of breaking windows were heard one after another. Then came the screams. Black Pearl bit her gum and walked towards the first floor with her long, voluptuous legs. She glanced at Fong Xin and said, "Little brother, hide behind me. If you get hurt, I'll be sad." As she spoke, she twisted her hips and bumped Fong Xin with her waist, then she went into the first floor of the villa first. The two people on the first floor stood up and wanted to go upstairs. Black Pearl was chewing gum, and the one at level 1 was killed instantly. The other one at level 2 held his head in his hands with a look of pain. "Little brother, is your sister strong?" Black Pearl threw a coquettish glance at Fong Xin. "But I never expected it." On the stairs between the second and first floors, the enemy with combat power level 3 who was originally on the second floor ran down. After seeing the two people on the first floor, he rushed towards Black Pearl with a ferocious face. Black Pearl's face turned pale instantly, and he even swallowed his chewing gum in fear. He launched a mental attack, trying to stop the opponent. The other party's expression changed slightly, obviously disturbed by the mental attack. But he was only level 3 after all, and also had a strength-related talent, so he rushed towards Black Pearl regardless of everything. Black Pearl yelled, "Jean Rue, save me." There was a sound of wind coming from upstairs. But at this moment, a figure flashed by in my peripheral vision. Fong Xin threw a flying knee at the enemy in the face. Instant seconds. Black Pearl stood there in a daze. The blond man was on the stairs between the first and second floors. Fong Xin turned around. He looked at Black Pearl and smiled faintly. "Sister, is your brother strong?" Black Pearl looked at Fong Xin in a daze. Although Fong Xin's appearance has changed now, but the changed face still looks younger. This is also the reason why Black Pearl and the others felt that Fong Xin might be a drag. Until just now. Fong Xin actually defeated a master with level 3 combat power in an instant. Only then did they begin to take Fong Xin seriously. Black Pearl came back to her senses, patted her heavy cleavage with lingering fear, scraped her lips towards Fong Xinyanya, and then licked her lips seductively. "Brother is really fierce. I just don't know if brother is fierce in other places." Fong Xin smiled back and said, "You still want the old woman to eat the little chicken? Dream on." There was a constant vibration sound coming from upstairs. Fong Xin flashed past the blond man and headed upstairs. Black Pearl dealt with another enemy and walked to Jean Rue's side. You underestimated him. The blonde man said in a deep voice, he's so young, but he's at least level 3. I just saw that he has a talent for strength, so he's at least SS level. He must be a young master from some super organization who came out to gain experience. Black Pearl licked her lips, then I must taste him even better. 3rd floor. It's a mess. Baru was emitting an earthy yellow light, and within the light, his entire body was covered in an earthen armor. The beautiful woman from before was still lying on the bed. She was now huddled in a corner, hugging the quilt in fear, with large areas of white exposed as she screamed. A slightly obese man wearing torn shorts was running away between large earth-colored hands that suddenly appeared. The man had a ferocious look on his face, and he kept reaching out to grab Baru. An almost transparent giant hand appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Baru's head. Causes a certain amount of attack on Baru's spirit. Ellie stood in the corner, holding the blue-veined knife in her hand, ready to choose the right moment to give the opponent a precise blow. After Fong Xin came up, Black Pearl and the blonde man also followed him up. The fat man who was fleeing roared, rolled on the ground, rubbed the ring on his finger with one hand, and a transparent raincoat emerged. The man immediately put on the transparent raincoat. The moment he put it on, the fat man's body became transparent and he became invisible. Fong Xin's heart tightened and he immediately used his perception talent. Everything in the room came to mind. The perception talent is naturally resistant to this kind of invisibility cloak. Then I saw a fat figure holding a strange revolver in his hands, pointing it at Baru's head. Be careful. He has a gun. Fong Xin shouted hurriedly. With a bang, a gunshot rang out. The khaki light on Baru's body protected his head, heart and crotch. After one shot, the ochre light dissipated. A small khaki ball shattered and fell to the ground. Baru's face was pale, and there was a crack on the skin between his eyebrows, with blood flowing out. I was almost dead. Baru turned around and looked at Fong Xin. The contempt he had for Fong Xin just now was gone, replaced by endless gratitude. Fong Xin saved his life. If the timing was right, he would have kowtowed to Fong Xin right now. The fat man turned around and looked at Fong Xin, letting out a hideous laugh. There's actually a perception talent. As he spoke, the black muzzle of the gun was pointed at Fong Xin. Seeing this, although Baru couldn't see the fat man, he guessed what it was and raised his big hand. A wall of earth rose up in front of Fong Xin. Bang! Gunshots were heard. The earth wall that Baru summoned collapsed in an instant. Fong Xin has already moved to another place. The killing rune was faintly visible on the back of the hand. Brother, tell me your location and I'll kill him. Baru shouted. Fong Xin bent over and stared fiercely in the direction of the fat man. Can't you let the ground become sand? Wouldn't his footprints be left behind? Fong Xinli shouted. Bang. Baru slapped his head and suddenly realized, why didn't I think of that? Stamp your foot. The ground is desertified. As the fat man moved, a series of footprints appeared where he was. Ha ha. Brother. You are really my dear brother. Baru laughed, I was too short-sighted just now. Without you, I would really be dead today. The fat man had a ferocious look on his face, and the muzzle of the gun in his hand was pointing towards Fong Xin. Fong Xin dodged and after his perception talent awakened, he was able to predict the opponent's shooting direction in advance and barely avoided the second shot. Baru clasped his hands together, and a pair of earthen hands rose from the ground. He clasped his big hands together and grabbed the fat man. Haha, I caught you. The pair of earthen hands tightened more and more. The raincoat that made the fat man invisible slipped off, and the fat man's face became hideous with his eyeballs bulging. Ellie and the blonde man attacked the fat man one after another, trying to make him lose his ability to move. But unexpectedly, the men roared to the sky. A green light came out from the ring on his finger, and the man put a fruit into his mouth. His eyeballs were bloodshot and he became extremely crazy. A breath suddenly burst out. Forbidden fruit. Baru shouted in surprise. The fat man had a twisted smile. I would rather live 3 years less than that, and I will acquire the temporary 5th-level combat power to kill you." Baloo yelled, "Run!" The fat man grabbed Baru in the air, and an almost transparent hand appeared at the back of Baru's head, pinching it hard. Baru let out a wail, staggered and fell to the ground, bleeding from all his orifices. The blonde man and Black Pearl fled one after another. Ai Li's face was cold as she shouted at Fong Xin, "Run!" But I didn't expect it. The ring on the fat man's finger flashed, and in his hand was a 1-foot-long object that looked like a baton. He pointed at the fleeing blonde men, Black Pearl and Ellie, and then pointed at Fong Xin. The 3 people who had jumped out of the window and landed in the yard, trying to escape, seemed to be immobilized in midair. They fell to the ground headfirst, unable to move. The 3 looked horrified. The fat man's eyes fell on Fong Xin, who was still in the room, and found that Fong Xin did not run away. And Fong Xin was seen putting one hand on his chest. A smile appeared on the fat man's face. He stared at Fong Xin with a ferocious face. "It is because of you that I was forced to eat the forbidden fruit. If I eat the forbidden fruit, I will lose 3 years of my life. I won't kill you either. Since I will live 3 years less, I will torture you for 3 years first. I will cut off your tongue first." Talking. The fat man was about to come over and cut off Fong Xin's tongue. Fong Xin placed one hand on his heart. For the other party, in this situation, instead of running away, it would be better to turn around and beat him up. Not to mention, I still have the trump card of the King of Killing. Fong Xin muttered to himself. "Saya." The fat man has already arrived in front of Fong Xin. But at the very moment, Fong Xin, who should have stood still, slowly raised his head. His pupils were scarlet. There was a look of innate contempt of a king on his face. A hand slowly rose up. Around his arms were circles of killing runes. 5 full laps. "Mortal, look up to me. Welcome the king's judgment." Fong Xin's palm was facing the fat man. The killing rune on the back of the hand was extremely scarlet. A circle formed by 5 killing runes quickly rotated around Fong Xin's arm. The fat man stared at Fong Xin's scarlet eyes. "My mind is shaken. Never seen such talent. I have never felt such a powerful aura, like that of a king descending. The face is hideous and distorted. Want to escape. But my legs felt like they were filled with lead and I couldn't move at all." It was clearly him who used the magic weapon to immobilize Fong Xin. But at this moment it was himself who was fixed. Fong Xin's palm was facing the fat man. Boom. The killing ring wrapped around the arm imprinted firmly on the man. The man stumbled back 5 steps. 5 concentric scarlet rings appeared on his chest. Like a target. The exact center of the target is the man's heart. Fong Xin raised his hand again. 5 killing rings were spinning wildly around his arms. The circles outside the fingers are the smallest, and the circles above the arms become larger and larger. It was like a killing cone. Fong Xin stabbed the man right in the middle of his chest. The killing cone pierced the man's heart. The man lowered his head. With mouth open. Blood trickled out of his mouth. With his bulging eyes, he saw a bloody hole the size of a fist appearing in his heart, which was transparent from front to back. The man raised his head with difficulty and looked at Fong Xin in disbelief. What on earth, what kind of talent is this? Boom. The man fell to his knees. He fell headfirst to the ground. Fong Xin grabbed the man in midair. A flash of blood flew into Fong Xin's palm. Visible to the naked eye. The 4th killing rune on the back of Fong Xin's hand was even more scarlet. The spiritual talent can be improved. His eyes turned. The scarlet eyes stared at the woman hiding beside the bed. The woman was terrified, having never seen such a strange sight before. In a panic, he pushed open the bedside table and saw a gun inside. The woman held the gun in both hands and pointed it at Fong Xin. She saw Fong Xin looking at her. The woman thought she might not be able to escape today, so she might as well fight. Without saying a word, she shot Fong Xin. Fong Xin tilted his head slightly. The bullet grazed Fong Xin's cheek and passed by. But there was still a bloodstain left on the side of his face. Fong Xin stared at the woman with his scarlet eyes. He raised his hand and wiped the blood that was flowing from the side of his face. Almost in the next second, the wound on his face healed miraculously. The woman was stunned by the abnormal self-healing ability. Fong Xin's scarlet eyes flashed with murderous intent, and the arm wrapped in the ring of killing was raised again and faced the woman. Boom. A sonic boom was heard. A bloody hole appeared on the woman's chest and she lay limply on the ground. Fong Xin's eyes turned. Open your arms. A little blood light appeared on the bodies of several people who died on the first and second floors and in the yard, and came towards Fong Xin's arm wrapped in the ring of killing, and silently merged into Fong Xin's arm. The fourth rune was even brighter scarlet, and it felt that the fifth rune could be lit at any time. The killing ring wrapped around the arm also added a bit of scarlet. Fong Xin waved his arms casually. The killing ring gathered in his arms. The scarlet in his pupils faded away like a tide. It turned black little by little. Fong Xin covered his chest, gasped, squatted on the ground, and supported himself with one hand. The moment he came to his senses, his heart was beating so hard that he felt like his heart was going to jump out of his mouth. His face was pale and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. When my body was taken over just now, it was like I was watching everything the King of Slaughter did from a god's perspective. Looking at the two bodies on the ground, Fong Xin had never thought about it. The King of Killing derived from his own killing talent is actually so terrifying. Looking at the man's body, an idea flashed through Fong Xin's mind, and he had to think of a way to trick Ellie and the others. Fong Xin breathed a sigh of relief when he realized there were northwest cameras in this place. As the fat man died, the restrictions on Ellie and the others who were immobilized outside were also lifted one after another. The blonde man and Black Pearl were both stunned and turned their heads to look towards the third floor with fear. The two did not dare to approach the villa, and first ran to a safe area. While running, they were very friendly and pulled up Baru, who was seriously injured and unconscious. Ellie turned around and saw Fong Xin was still inside. She was the one who brought Fong Xin here. Now Fong Xin's life or death was uncertain, so she couldn't just leave. Now that the immobilization had been lifted, the only possible solution was that the fat man had died or he had taken the initiative to remove the restriction, but the second possibility was almost zero. But if it is the first case, the fat man reached level 5 by breaking the forbidden fruit. Could it be that Fong Xin killed him? Ellie felt that this possibility was very small, but thinking back to the first time she met Fong Xin was able to instantly kill an alien at the early stage of level 4 combat power, so it seemed that killing the fat man was not completely impossible. But no matter what, she couldn't just abandon Fong Xin. Ellie gritted her teeth, activated her assassination talent, sneaked into the shadows, and went upstairs. When Ellie saw the fat man's body, she was stunned. He was really dead. His gaze shifted to Fong Xin, and he saw Fong Xin lying on the ground with a pale face. Ailey stepped forward quickly. Fong Xin, are you hurt anywhere? Fong Xin covered his heart and shook his head at Ellie with difficulty. What happened just now? Did you kill him? Ellie asked again. Fong Xin said nonsense in a serious tone, I don't know either. I was frozen just now, and then I felt uncomfortable in my heart for no reason. I passed out, and I don't know what happened after that. Ellie reached out and touched Fong Xin's chest and found that Fong Xin's heartbeat was very strong, as if he was not lying. Ellie was also confused about who killed this man. Noticing Fong Xin's heart was beating very fast, Ailey quickly hugged Fong Xin and said, I'll take you to the hospital. Then you have to hurry up. If you go to the hospital later, I'll be fine. Ellie paused, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Ever since she first met Fong Xin always had a talent for saying things that made people ask for a beating. Fong Xin indicated that he was fine, I'll just need to rest for a while. He glanced at the fat man who had become a corpse, he's dead, and the clues are gone. We can't get any clues. Ellie was silent for a moment and then said, "It's okay, as long as you are alive, you can slowly look for clues. I remember that you also have a spiritual talent. Once your spiritual talent is awakened and your combat power reaches a certain level, you can use your spiritual talent to force the enemy to tell the truth." Fong Xin was slightly stunned. The spiritual talent had such a function. "Do you mean that you want to team up with me next time?" Fong Xin asked. "Can I?" Ellie's voice was a little low, and her tone was cautious and a little begging. Fong Xin looked at Ellie. "The first time I saw Ellie, it was in the alley and all her teammates were dead. The second time I saw her was in the ocean theme pavilion and one of her teammates was dead and two were seriously injured. The third time I saw her was today and that Dagao was seriously injured. He was so badly injured that he was drooling even after he was healed." Fong Xin wondered if Ellie had some strange talent, such as being able to defeat teammates. With this kind of talent, she could actually go undercover in the enemy camp. Looking at Ellie's appearance, Fong Xin rubbed his gradually calmed heart and asked, "When is the next team up?" "The exact time is uncertain, but I still have a line, and the results can be out in 2 weeks at the earliest." Fong Xin thought about it seriously and said, 2 weeks later. "That may not be possible. I have something to do. My 7th uncle is getting married for the 2nd time and asked me to be the best man." Ellie smiled with her lips pursed. "It's my fault. I didn't get the intelligence right. This time, everyone almost lost their lives. Sorry." "Don't be sorry, just reimburse the medical expenses." Ellie pursed her lips, picked up the baton that could immobilize people from the ground, and then picked up the gun that almost killed Baru, took off her invisibility cloak, took the ring off the man's hand and handed it to Fong Xin. "This thing is for you. I promised you before that all the spoils will be yours." Fong Xin looked at the ring. To be honest, he was really tempted by these things, but he had suffered losses because of them before. When Fong Xin attacked strangers earlier, he also got equipment dropped. However, these equipments had recognized their owners. If the other party had a backer, they would follow the scent left by the equipment to find him. After Fong Xin suffered a loss once, he never picked up equipment again. "There's his scent in this. What if I take it and he comes looking for me?" All spoils from other places need to be turned in, but the 9th place has a special channel for members to erase the smell of spoils. You just need to skin the spoils with the chilin machine. Fong Xin picked up the things. Black Pearl and the blonde men, noticing that there was no movement inside, came in from outside. When they saw that the man was dead, they were all shocked and looked at Fong Xin. "You killed him?" Fong Xin shook his head, "I don't know. Have no idea." Fong Xin repeated to the two the same words he had just told Ellie, and they were both skeptical. Several people checked the room inside and out. Black Pearl looked upstairs. "How did a level 5 die?" The blonde man thought about it and said more firmly, "It should be what I guessed. He is a young master from a super organization who came out to gain experience. Either the elders helped him just now, or he was carrying some kind of treasure with great lethality." Black Pearl licked her lips, "I want to taste him more and more." Before they parted, Heijinju stuffed a small note into Fong Xin's pocket, made a face to Fong Xin as if to remember to contact him by phone, and then got into the car. Fong Xin took out a piece of paper, which was a contact number, and threw it away. Parted with Ellie in a park outside Fong Xin's house. After returning home, Fong Xin took out Zilianji. "Sure enough, I found an option for a trophy processing room." Fong Xin took the ring and sensed it, and found that the space inside was not small, equivalent to a house, and there were quite a few things piled up. In addition to the immobilization stick, revolver, and invisibility cloak, there was also a pile of cash, almost 7 million. Fong Xin suddenly let out a light exclamation. "I sensed something. It's a very old notebook." Fong Xin took out the notebook. Inside such a big space ring. There is a notebook like this. It's like a goblin sitting among a group of handsome men and beautiful women. It's hard not to notice. He opened the notebook and a piece of newspaper torn page fell down slowly. Fong Xin picked it up with his fingers. The torn page was only the size of a palm. There are traces of fire on the edges. The above is a piece of news. The time was the middle of the last century. The news wrote, after 10 years of unremitting efforts by the research team of Leon Company, we have finally made great progress in the Hongwang project. The Hongwang No. 1 developed this time is called an epoch-making material. Hongwang No. 1 can comprehensively improve the comprehensive abilities of animals that have awakened their talents. Under the effect of Hongwang No. 1, fierce beasts with high talent levels can even be comparable to the legendary Hongwang beasts. For the strong people with talent in beast control, this is a blessing from the new century. The fact that this scientific research project can achieve 3 leaps in a short period of time is inseparable from the efforts of Professor Juhang and his team. Professor Juhang and the following content is missing. Fong Xin turned to the other side of the newspaper torn page. It is an old photo, and on the photo is the huge logo of Leon Red Company, a giant in the field of biotechnology today. Fong Xin was confused. He had never heard that Leon Company had developed a drug that could improve animals. He searched the newspaper online. No relevant terms were found. Then he searched the key words in the newspaper in Tianduan Jilian. Still nothing. There is no record of any Hongwang plan or Hongwang No. 1 at all. Fong Xin was confused and felt that there might be some unspeakable secret behind this matter. Calculating the time, the Hongwang No. 1 mentioned in this newspaper appeared several decades before the rebellion of the gods. Fong Xin's eyes fell on the notebook. After opening the notebook, he found it was densely covered with diagrams of various biological structures and various complicated formulas. There were dozens of pages of such formulas. Through some of the text records on it, Fong Xin was surprised to find that what was recorded in this notebook seemed to be the core secrets of Hongwang No. 1. Turning to the back, Fong Xin saw that there were a few more diaries, but they didn't look very complete, and many pages had been torn off. August 2, 2158, cloudy. This group of selfish guys even wanted to take away the core formula of Hongwang No. 1 by threatening the teacher's family. The teacher burned down the most important laboratory. I heard that their leader was furious and threatened to torture my teacher to death. I was very scared, but I still have to listen to the teacher and never give in to such people. September 4, 2158, cloudy. Crazy, all crazy. The teacher has been captured for half a month. Today, this group of lunatics, in order to get the Hongwang No. 1, actually killed the teacher's wife. They claim to be a righteous teacher, but they do such a thing. They are not worthy of being human beings at all. December 1, 2158, heavy rain. My mood is just like the weather today, terrible. The teacher has been locked up for more than 3 months. I used all my connections to no avail to get him out. I heard that a young man named Fong Qingdi spoke up for the teacher, otherwise the teacher would have been beaten to death today. April 12, 2159, cloudy. When I went to visit him in prison today, the teacher told me a secret in a code word that only I could understand. Before he announced Hongwang No. 1, he injected Hongwang No. 1 into a ferocious beast. The experimental result was very successful. The teacher named the beast, Chilin. Now that beast has not grown up yet, the teacher asked me to take the young beast and escape. September 19, 2162, sunny to cloudy. It has been more than 2 years since I escaped from that place. What happened before is still vivid in my mind. I have woken up from nightmares countless times, all of which were about the day of my escape. If it weren't for that young man named Fong Qingdi who spared me, I might have died 2 years ago. It has been more than a year since my teacher left, and the ferocious beast has grown up gradually. Unexpectedly, it has awakened the 4 talents of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. No wonder those people tortured my teacher like that. If Hongwang No. 1 falls into the hands of those hypocritical people, the consequences will be disastrous. My time is running out. I don't have the talent for taming beasts, so I can't sign a contract with this young Chilin. But I can't find a suitable candidate. The young man surnamed Fong is not bad, but unfortunately he doesn't have the talent for taming beasts. December 18, 2162, heavy snow. Finally I couldn't hold on any longer, so I sent the Chilin into the ruins of gods and demons and told it to find an upright and kind person to sign a contract with. I used the last of my witchcraft talent to bless and curse this notebook. If the person who gets this notebook is kind and upright, he can sign a contract with Chilin. If he is evil and sinister, he will die a miserable death. The diary ends here. Bang. Fong Xin felt a tingling sensation in his fingers, as if he had been pricked by something. Without saying a word, Fong Xin threw the notebook away. I checked my finger and saw a small red dot on the tip of my finger. Fong Xin looked at the notebook he had thrown on the table. Is this person crazy? Look at your lousy diary and you're writing blessings and curses at the same time. As expected, no serious person would write a diary. Fong Xin rubbed his belly, feeling like there was something extra on his body, but there was no unusual change. But my thoughts returned to the contents of the diary. The name of his grandfather was mentioned in the diary. In other words, his grandfather knew the person who wrote the diary, and the other person was able to live a few more years because Fong Xin's grandfather spared him. In addition, the unsuccessful Hong Wang No. 1 also created a ferocious beast known as chilin. The person who wrote the diary placed the chilin in the ruins of gods and demons. If one is honest and kind, he can sign a contract with the chilin. Fong Xin rubbed his fingers. It just so happened that he also had a talent for taming beasts. If he could tame this chilin, he would be able to soar. I checked the relics of gods and demons mentioned in the notes and found them marked as forbidden areas. Fong Xin reflected on himself. Apart from the fact that I speak a little harshly, I should be quite kind otherwise, right? No, starting tomorrow, I will insist on helping the old lady cross the road every day. Fong Xin pondered. But how does this have to do with my grandfather? Fong Xin felt like he was trapped in a series of mysteries, like a ball of wool with no clue. The talent for killing, the car accident of her parents, the car accident of Ellie's parents, the disappearance of Ellie's sister, and the diary that appears now. It seems that there is a connection between everything, but where exactly this connection manifests itself is still unclear. Thoughts gradually returned. Found the option for that loot processing room. To be on the safe side, Fong Xin scanned the invisibility cloak first, and the cloak disappeared out of thin air. A few minutes later, the indicator light of the smart connection flashed, and the invisibility cloak was spit out. Fong Xin picked it up and took a look, only to find that it had become ownerless. Afterwards, he patiently stuffed the immobilization rod, revolver, and other things in one by one. Go through everything. Fong Xin then felt relieved and everything became his own again. Among them, Fong Xin was most curious about the immobilization stick. Just now, Zilianji has evaluated all these things. The invisibility cloak is a 4th-level treasure. The revolver is also a 4th-tier treasure weapon. It only has 3 bullets, but it can kill a 4th-tier combat force with 1 shot without any treasure defense. And this immobilization stick is a 9th-grade treasure. It can only be used after the combat power reaches level 5. No wonder that person had this thing, but he didn't take it out at first, and had to wait until he ate the forbidden fruit before taking it out. At level 5, you can only immobilize enemies of the same level and below, and it can only be used 3 times. As your combat power increases, the number of times you can use it will increase. Fong Xin shook the immobilization rod, which was really a good thing. He didn't expect that such good equipment could be dropped. Time suddenly turned to around 11 o'clock in the evening. Fong Xin sat up from the bed. I took out my grandfather's cell phone from the drawer, opened it and watched the videos in his photo album. Then he turned and walked into the bathroom. Facing the mirror, he activated the killing rune. 12:30. Fong Xin looked at himself in the mirror. I didn't expect it to be the same as last night. No matter how you shine like a peacock spreading its tail. The person in the mirror didn't have any extra reactions. Fong Xin kept thinking about it. Which link went wrong? Everything that happened before I looked in the mirror today was almost a replica of what happened that day. But it did not trigger the king of killing in the mirror to come out. Fong Xin returned to his bedroom, lay on the bed, and wondered what trigger mechanism he was still missing. But I couldn't figure out what link was missing after tossing and turning. Unable to sleep, Fong Xin thought again of the divine and demonic ruins with the chilin mentioned in the diary. The ferocious beast named Chilin by Professor Shang has awakened the 4 talents of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. If he could sign a contract with this chilin, which is comparable to the ancient mythical beasts, it would be a great help. Fang Xin looked through the information. There is no specific history about the origin of the relics of gods and demons. That place is covered with thick fog all year round. Few people who go and come out alive. Even those who come out alive will become crazy. There were also top experts who went in there because they didn't believe in evil. But in the end he never came out again. It can be pieced together from the fragments of words spoken by those insane patients who survived. Ancient stone statues of gods and demons are erected everywhere in the ruins of gods and demons. But it's too old. So many stone statues are incomplete. In addition, there are many rare treasures in the ruins of gods and demons. Although it is a forbidden area. But it is open twice a year. This is based on the experience gained by many fearless warriors who risked their lives. The gods and demons' ruins have greater restrictions on those at higher realms, but are much friendlier to those at lower realms. Every year, the midterm and final examinations of the youth training camp will be held in some marginal areas of the ruins of gods and demons. There was light in Fang Xin's eyes. If this is the case, then wouldn't it be possible for me to pass the 2 tests and go in to find chilin at public expense? Thinking about it makes me a little excited. But the curse on the notebook is a bit fucked up. The men killed by Fang Xin today is the best example. To a certain extent. He was also cursed by the notebook. Fang Xin took out the notebook again. This time, he read through the complicated formulas at the front of the diary. There were many places that Fang Xin couldn't understand, but there were notes and annotations in many places. After reading it carefully, Fang Xin sat on the bed with a little excitement. This chilin, which was injected with the prehistoric number 1 potion by Professor Juhang, has 4 talents at the SSS level. If it grows up, won't it be able to rival the prehistoric beasts? Now if we calculate the time, many years have passed. After the awakening of talent, the lifespan of the awakened person is much longer than that of ordinary people. As far as Fang Xin knows, some of the first batch of awakeners are still alive. Logically, this chilin should still be alive as well. If it is alive now, its combat power. I dare not even think about it. After putting away the notebook, Fang Xin looked at it with a sharp gaze, determined to find a way to sign a contract with this chilin. My phone has been vibrating for a long time. Fang Xin picked it up and saw that Qin Juhang was pretending again in the class group. First, several big red envelopes were sent out. As a loyal lackey, Su Xiaochang was naturally the first to speak after grabbing the red envelope. Brother Hao, why haven't you slept yet? Sad. You are about to report to the 7th office, what else do you have to worry about? I was about to go to the youth training camp. My father bought me a private plane and told me to take it. To be honest, I wanted to take the train to experience life there, but my nanny told me that the train was full of people who came to the city to work and it was smelly, so I gave up in the end. I want to keep a low profile when I go to the youth training camp. I don't want to take a private plane, I want to drive there, but I don't know whether to drive my sports car worth more than 7 million or my supercar worth 12 million. The 7 million car is a bit cheaper, but I like the style. The 12 million car is good in every way except the style. I don't know which one to choose. Qin Juhang said worriedly. As he was talking, he sent another message, Qin Juhang at Chu Xinyao, can you help me choose? Qin Juhang posted several photos of sports cars. Fang Xin saw that there was a chance to make some money and he would have taken advantage of it, so he grabbed several red envelopes. Chu Xinyao saw the red envelope reminder and sent a message, Xiao Fang, you haven't slept either. No, I'm worried. What are you worried about? There are too many awakened talents, and the levels are all SOSO. I don't know which one to practice first. I'm so worried that I can't sleep. After Fang Xin finished his speech, Qin Juhang never pretended again. The group became much quieter. Fang Xin's phone vibrated. Chu Xinyao sent a private message, Xiao Fang, my father said thank you for saving me last time. He also said that he wants to meet you when he has time. Okay, let him make an appointment with my secretary. Fang Xin. Chu Xinyao sent an angry emoticon. Chu Xinyao's father has always been a mysterious character. Fang Xin was quite surprised when he suddenly proposed to meet. To be honest, I really want to see what this person looks like. When? Fang Xin asked seriously. Chu Xinyao continued, he's been very busy lately, and this year's youth training camp is about to start. You also have to go to the youth training camp for training, so you can't schedule it. You can only go after the midterm exam, when you will have a week off. Let's go then. Fang Xin agreed, okay. Chu Xinyao said happily, then you are not allowed to regret it. Won't. Chu Xinyao then gave Fang Xin a heads up, there's one more thing. My dad has a weird temper, and maybe because of his work, he speaks a little sharply. You should be mentally prepared in advance. Well, it's no big deal. I know a little bit about fighting. Student Xiao Fang. Chu Xinyao angrily slapped Fang Xin's head portrait. Just kidding, I can't really do that. Chu Xinyao continued, Xiao Fang, my father has some friends in the official community, and he also has some friends in the shield. When you go to the youth training camp, remember to train well every day, and I will supervise you. Come to my house and talk to my dad. I will beg him a few more times so that there won't be any obstacles for you to get promoted in the 9th division. Otherwise, in a place like that, without a strong backer, it will be difficult for you to get promoted even if you have military merits. Fang Xin was stunned for a few seconds. White-haired Juhang had also talked about this topic with Fang Xin before. However, what white-haired Juhang told Fang Xin was that Mr. Yi, who was at the head of the 9th division, was a lifelong brother of Fang Xin's grandfather. As long as Fang Xin joined the 9th division and did not make any particularly big mistakes, he would be able to rise to the top when he had enough military merits, and there would be no stumbling blocks on his way up. In other words, Fang Xin is the prince of the 9th department. Xiao Fang. Why don't you reply? Are you asleep? Fang Zhu, remember to message me back tomorrow. Good night. Fang Xin paused and replied, no need to trouble your father. Chu Xinyao mistakenly thought that Fang Xin's self-esteem was hurt. Xiao Fang, we are about to enter society. This kind of thing is actually very normal. If you want to get ahead in society, it is important to have a backer. I understand your thoughts. You have enough ability and you are proud of yourself. You want to fight for everything on your own. But if you work hard and have someone to support you, you will avoid many detours. Fang Xin smiled. He understood what Chu Xinyao was saying. No matter what the world is like, if you want to become big and strong and continue to prosper, in addition to your own strong abilities, a strong background is also an indispensable factor. Chu Xinyao continued, just like Juhang from the 9th division, my father told me that a monstrous villain like Juhang must have a huge Zhuge family backing him up. Fang Xin was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the power behind the white-haired guy was so strong. It was true that comparison makes one feel dreadful. Chu Xinyao seemed to have remembered something. Oh, there is one more thing. You can listen, but it is up to you to decide whether to do it or not. My father said that Juhang is very likely to be the director of the 9th department in the future, and may even take over the position of the number 1 leader of S.H.I.E.L.D., or at least the number 3 leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, the Zhuge family behind him is a well-known big family in the whole dragon country. If possible, you must have a good relationship with Juhang, it will be very helpful for your future. Fang Xin looked at the long message sent by Chu Xinyao. To be honest, Fang Xin doesn't like to flatter people. He has always despised people like Su Xiaochang. Even though people like Su Xiaochang are usually doing well in real life, this doesn't stop Fang Xin from despising them. What's more, no matter whether it is the white-haired Juhang or Chu Xinyao's father, he is ultimately just an outsider in front of the other party. It is impossible for the other party to help him wholeheartedly. Even if they help, it requires equal exchange. So instead of relying on their protection, it is better to kowtow to Qin Shi and pray for the blessing of the Zulong. However, Fang Xin also understood Chu Xinyao's thoughts. Chu Xinyao's mother worked in a government agency, so Chu Xinyao came into contact with many people and knew that this society was a relationship-based society, so she wanted to help Fang Xin. Seeing that Fang Xin didn't reply for a long time, Chu Xinyao sent another message, Xiao Fang, it's okay if you don't want to compromise. You just need to know that I'm behind you. If you don't like this, I'll do these things. I'm your strongest backer. Fang Xin smiled. Chu Xinyao and Fang Xin had known each other since kindergarten. The reason why Chu Xinyao treats Fang Xin very well is, firstly, that the two of them are indeed destined to be together, and secondly, Chu Xinyao was not as pretty as she is now when she was a child. She was chubby and silly in elementary school. Because she loved to eat and was fat, she was often bullied, but Fang Xin always protected Chu Xinyao behind him. At that time, Chu Xinyao's parents had not yet become successful. Both of them were workaholics and did not pay much attention to Chu Xinyao. Fang Xin remembered that once, Chu Xinyao was seriously ill, and her father did not even come to see her in the end. Her mother came once, but then she received a phone call and left again. Fang Xin's parents had not passed away at that time, and it was Fang Xin's parents who had always taken care of Chu Xinyao. Fang Xin replied, "Then I will concentrate on making pendants for Sister Yao's legs from now on." Hee hee. Okay, Xiao Fang. I'm sleepy and want to sleep. Good night. After saying good night to each other, Fang Xin lay on the bed and glanced out the window. Launching is unbelievably quiet tonight. Because there are often strange people active at night, there is a curfew in launching at night, and people are not allowed to go out after midnight. But even so, there will still be occasional movement, and people from the police station will patrol from time to time. It is not as quiet as tonight. Looking at the constantly flashing Tiandunzi connection, Fang Xin picked it up and saw that there was new news in the group of the 9th Youth Training Camp. The one who brought up the topic was the guy named Shi Tailong. I heard that there will be a preliminary examination after the youth training camp starts this year. Do you know? Zhang Yaozu replied quickly, not this year, but every year. Shi Tailong said, my brother said that in the preliminary examination, we will face puppets with 1st to 3rd level combat power according to our own combat strength. However, the preliminary examination in the 9th department is also called the Devil's Trial. The puppets at each level are the pinnacle of the same combat power. Let's put it this way, our level 9 puppets in the 9th department can defeat the puppets in other places to get the level 2 combat strength test. I heard that there are not many people who can pass the level 4 combat strength test in the 9th department without any injuries, unless the students reach the level 4 combat strength. Level 4 combat power? Are you kidding me? A man named Shen Yu said. It's not a joke. Those who awaken SSS level talents in advance may reach level 4 combat power. There are such people in history. Zhang Yaozu said. Shi Tailong immediately replied, Lo, you have said it yourself. Historically, throughout the Dragon Kingdom, from the discovery of talent at the beginning of the last century to the present, for nearly 2 centuries, all high school students at this age have developed SSS level talents, and there are only 2 people who can reach level 4. Damn fat man, will you die if you don't argue with me? Zhang Yaozu said angrily. After Shi Tailong sent a hey, speaking of which, have your talents awakened? What level of combat power are you at? Let me start by saying that I am at the 2nd level of initial combat power. Damn it, I'm the peak level 1 combat power. You damn fat guy is level 2. Zhang Yaozu said. I'm also at the top of the 1st level. Shen Yu said. Shi Tailong said angrily, well, shouldn't we send them all? Please remember to bring all kinds of medicines in advance when you go there. What is the combat power level of the other 3 of you? Fang Xin looked at the messages in the group. Today's youth training camps are equivalent to universities long ago. But I heard that college life used to be relatively easy, but now the so-called youth training camps are as tiring as dogs. Fortunately, the youth training camps now guarantee job placement after graduation, with generous allowances and various good benefits. I heard that college graduates in the past would become unemployed upon graduation and would be treated like slaves when they entered the society. The previous talent test was just a test. Of course, the higher the talent level, the earlier it will awaken. Fang Xion's current strength talent allows him to exert the 3rd level of peak combat power, and his killing talent allows him to exert the 4th level of peak combat power. If he summons the King of Killing, he can reach the 5th level of peak combat power. In this way, I can be considered to be among the top 3 in the entire history of Dragon Country. Bai Yulin suddenly sent a message to change the subject. Did you know that there will be a beheading operation against aliens in the Red Lotus district tonight? Bai Yulin at Fong Xin, Brother Xin, your launching is also involved in this operation. How is the battle situation over there? Fong Xin was stunned for a moment, then stood up and looked out the window. No wonder it was so unusually quiet tonight. Just wanted to reply to a message. A hand appeared out of thin air. He grabbed a few random fingers, then grabbed Fong Xin's arm and pulled hard. Fong Xin disappeared on the spot. Fong Xin just felt dazzled. Wait until everything is restored. I found Bai Mao standing next to me. Put your hands in your pockets. He was wearing a pair of sunglasses late at night. Fong Xin lowered his head and looked down. I found myself about 500 meters above the ground. I was so scared that I shook for a moment. Subconsciously, he grabbed Bai Mao's arm. Bai Mao showed his signature smile with his little white teeth. Good evening. Fong Xin calmed himself down and complained. Brother, if you want to talk to me in the middle of the night, why don't you just come to my house? Why do you have to drag me out? If I were to go to the toilet or take a shower and you drag me out, I would be naked. Juhang raised his chin to indicate below. I asked you to come here to do some odd jobs and earn some points so that you can buy things after school starts. Fong Xin was confused and looked down. I found myself now hovering above Lon City. The entire launching is within his sight. Launching doesn't seem so peaceful tonight. Standing in midair, looking down from above. The entire Lon City is covered by a huge hemispherical barrier, and the residents' homes are protected by a nearly transparent light film. This can not only prevent the enemy from escaping and make it easier to catch them, but also isolate the sound to avoid disturbing the people. Battles of varying scales, large and small, were taking place in many places in launching. Fong Xin immediately realized that this was the decapitation operation that Bai Yulin had mentioned in the group tonight. Are you the person in charge of the Red Lotus District's beheading operation against aliens in launching? Juhang soared above the night sky, put his hands in his pockets and shook his head. I'm not the general manager of launching, I'm the general manager of Qingzhou province for this operation. Fong Xin clicked his tongue, and was fooled by this white-haired guy again. Juhang looked down and then explained to Fong Xin. Most of these Inhumans are remnants of the Evernight Army. The Evernight Army was mentioned in your history textbooks, so I won't tell you more about it. These people want to restore the Evernight Army. There are many Inhumans, both organized and unorganized. Anyone who is harmful to ordinary people will be targeted by SHIELD. Fong Xin recalled what Juhang had just said. What points did you just say? After enrolling in the youth training camp, the government will provide students with some resources, but if a student wants to grow, the resources provided by the government alone are far from enough. However, the government is not doing charity, so it will assign some tasks for students to earn points, and then they can use the points to exchange for the required resources. Killing a level 1 enemy gives you 100 points, a level 2 enemy gives you 200 points, and the same goes for levels 5 and below. If the enemy is officially wanted, there will be additional points added. Of course, you can also exchange points with real money, but 1 million can only be exchanged for 100 points. In your case, not counting fixed assets, the tens of millions in cash your parents left for you are only enough to exchange for a few thousand points. Some scarce resources and treasures require thousands, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of points to exchange. Your assets are simply not enough and it is not cost-effective. Moreover, many resources are controlled by the government and major forces, and you can't buy them just because you have money. Therefore, in the world of Awakeners, points are hard currency, which is much more valuable than cash. Most importantly, points can represent the true strength of an Awakener. Then if I spend all my 100 million points, wouldn't that mean I'm pretty weak? Juhang bared his white teeth and smiled. There is a point-based grading system among the awakened ones. Each level has different star ratings. When you have 100 million points, your star rating will be very high. When others see the card in your hand, they will know your strength. Fong Xin nodded. Where is the card Xiaolu sent you and your Jilian? No, it's on the desk. Juhang stretched out his hand and one arm disappeared into the void. A few seconds later, he held the bank card with 1 million yuan in it between his fingers and handed it to Fang Xin. Each new student in the 9th division has 1 million cash on his card, which is equivalent to 100 points. After you kill an enemy, the system will automatically increase your points. Fang Xin took the card and took the chilin from Juhang. Then do I get points after killing an enemy normally? That's fine, but you have to skin the enemies you killed after the battle. If you check the information and find that the enemy is an alien, your points will be increased. Of course, it's useless to skin the enemies killed by others, so don't have any bad intentions. Then how can you be sure that I didn't kill him? Juhang explained, when the intelligent machine scans a corpse, it will absorb the breath of the deceased. The reviewers in the background are usually gifted in perception. They will use their own talents to read the memory of the deceased within a part of the time before death, and then compare and verify it with the identity information in your database. If the review is passed, you can get more points. Fang Xin looked at the chilin machine in his hand. No wonder this thing was called a treasure machine. It was really powerful. Any other questions? Juhang asked. If I work together with others to kill an enemy, how will the points be calculated? Points are distributed based on the proportion of damage you cause to the enemy. Fang Xin nodded, I understand. Got it, let's get started. Wait a minute, can you let me put on a pair of shoes? Fang Xin asked hurriedly. He was caught on the bed just now and now he was still wearing pajamas and no shoes. Juhang bared his little white teeth. If you were attacked by an enemy and you were on the toilet, do you think the vicious enemy would wait until you wiped your butt before attacking? As he spoke, Juhang patted Fang Xin on the back and said, come on. Fang Xin's eyes blurred. It appeared in a barrier. Inside the barrier, there are 3 level 2 aliens and 1 level 3 alien. Shield is a 5-member team. Seeing Fang Xin suddenly appear, everyone was stunned. Fang Xin was wearing pajamas and barefoot, standing between the 2 groups of people. Because neither side knows which side Fang Xin is on. There was still dirty water on the ground, so Fang Xin had no choice but to stand on one leg. A strange man with a hideous face stared at Fang Xin. The sky is high and the underworld is deep. Fang Xin hesitated for a moment, both places are so vast that they are nowhere to be seen. The stranger sneered, wrong password. As he spoke, a big hand grabbed Fang Xin in the air. Fang Xin only felt a chill coming from under his feet. Then I saw an almost transparent hand emerging from the dirty water under my feet. It turned out to be a talent of the vengeful spirit system. Brush. A flash of light passed by. In the hands of the shield team leader, the laser sword transformed by the intelligence network slashed and cut off the almost transparent hand. Protect him, the team leader warned. A team member stood in front of Fang Xin and said, don't move. How did you get here? Fang Xin pointed upwards in the sky, in the night sky, under the crescent moon. A figure towered between heaven and earth. That white-haired guy brought me here. The team member who was protecting Fang Xin was stunned for a moment. Subconsciously, I raised my head and looked at the sky. When I saw that figure, I couldn't help but be stunned again. Were you brought here by Instructor Zhuge? Are you a new student in the 9th division? Right. While talking, a new round of fighting has broken out between the team and the 3 aliens. The captain of this team has an electric talent and a combat power of level 3. The sturdy man with the talent of resentful spirit on the other side is also a level 3 fighter. The 2 sides fought evenly. Just when the 2 sides were fighting fiercely, the sturdy man stepped back and pressed the ground with one hand. A strange pattern emerged above the ground. As the strongman lifted and pulled upwards, the ground cracked. A corpse that looked like a zombie crawled out from it. There was disgusting, smelly and nauseating mucus flowing on his body. The corpse was also a level 3 fighter. The sturdy man smiled grimly, you all must die. Back off. The team member who was protecting Fang Xin blocked Fang Xin behind him. Just now Fang Xin said that he was brought by Bai Mao. But Fong Xin can be seen still wearing pajamas. The team members figured that this new student in the 9th department must have been pulled out of bed by Instructor Zhuge and thrown here to face the cruel battlefield in advance. After all, Instructor Zhuge did not follow the beaten path. It was not uncommon for a new student who had not yet enrolled in the 9th department to be thrown onto the battlefield in a monster room like that. "Hide behind me," the team member instructed Fong Xin. "All the new students in the 9th department are good seedlings. He dare not be careless. If any of them die in their team, they cannot afford it. Rather than training new students, it is also a training for the old students from other departments." But I didn't expect it. Fong Xin behind him suddenly rushed out. The team member quickly shouted, "What are you doing?" The level 3 warrior who summoned the zombie saw Fong Xin rushing over and grinned, "You have a good body. Turning into a zombie is a good choice." The captain of the team who was confronting in front saw Fong Xin rushing towards the burly man with level 3 combat power out of the corner of his eye. "Hey! What are you doing?" The word "what" hasn't been said yet. Fong Xin flew up. As the saying goes, elbows are like knives and knees are like spears. The knee, like a spear, hit the strong man's face and nailed it hard. The sturdy man was hit in the face and broke his forehead. Fong Xin pulled his hands back, clamped the strong man's head with his knees, twisted his waist, and with a snap, the strong man's neck was broken and he died on the spot. The movements are clean, neat, crisp and beautiful, without any drag. As the sturdy man was killed instantly, the zombies hung their heads, as if the power had been cut off and the system had stopped working. Before the sturdy man's body hit the ground, Fong Xin kicked out, and a scarlet laser knife shot out from the chilin in his hand, which pierced into the brow of another strange man. When the laser knife shaped like a tang sword was pulled out, Fong Xin turned the knife and used another swallow return move. With his back pressed against the last alien, a laser knife extended from Fong Xin's armpit and pierced the heart of the alien behind him. Fong Xin pulled out the laser knife. It's a long story, but it all happened in a flash. Juhang in the sky stared at Fong Xin's direction, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Not bad. Fong Xin put the chilin device into his pajama pocket, squatted down and took off a pair of shoes from an alien that was similar in size and size to his own. He smelled it, then vomited and threw the shoes aside. When he turned around, he saw that everyone in the team was staring at Fong Xin in shock. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Is this the combat power of the new students of the 9th Division? It is worthy of being a member of the Monster Room. A new student is so terrifying. Is there still law? Is there still justice? However, he has already reached level 3 combat power before entering school, which is also outstanding among the 9th Division. Although the habit of smelling corpse shoes seems a bit strange. But none of that matters. What genius doesn't have some weird quirks? The team leader walked towards Fong Xin. Salute to Fong Xin. Hello, this is Tian Juanhui from the 6th office. Fong Xin also stood up quickly, and only then did he see that the other party had a badge on his chest. In the middle of the badge was a cloud and a word Lu. Hello, sir. My name is Fong Xin. Fong Xin saluted Tian Juanhui. Several other team members also saluted Fong Xin. Tian Juanhui quickly tried to cover Fong Xin's mouth. No, 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 brother, don't call me commander. You are a new student in the 9th Division, right? The other team members all had smiles on their faces. Fong Xin was a little confused, but nodded. Right. Tian Juanhui said with a smile, I am a new student in the 9th Division, and I am at the same level as the team leaders in other divisions. Don't call me sir, I really can't take on that responsibility. Fong Xin was stunned. It seemed that the treatment in the 9th department was really very high. Tian Juanhui continued, do you want to join us next? Fong Xin stood on one leg, I can do anything, but I need to find a stranger with non-stinky feet to make me a pair of shoes. Only then did they notice that Fong Xin was barefoot. No wonder he took off the strange man's shoes and smelled them. I thought he had some weird habit. The corpse on the ground disappeared out of thin air after being scanned by the intelligent device. There was a light inside my pajama pocket. After Fong Xin took it out, he saw numbers appearing on the bank card. From 100 flashed. The number changed and became 502. Among the 3 aliens just now, 2 were level 2 and 1 was level 3. 3 aliens can be exchanged for 700 points. Just now, Tian Juanhui's team paid 40% of the damage and Fong Xin paid 60% of the damage, so Fong Xin took 60% of the total points. Fong Xin felt a little embarrassed. I stole your points. How about this? You follow me to deal damage, and we'll speed through the levels together. Once the number of points accumulates, we'll get points, right? Tian Juanhui looked at the others. Several other teammates said that it was no problem. They had also seen Fong Xin's strength. As long as the numbers were up, they could deal damage and points would not be a problem. No problem. Raising his wrist, a holographic image of launching appeared on the dial of his watch, with many red dots of light moving on it, representing aliens. Fong Xin looked at the watch curiously. When he first saw Ellie, she also had this thing. What is this? Tian Juanhui explained, this is a Tianduan watch, which is equivalent to a basic version of a smart watch with storage function. It is equipped after the youth training camp is completed, and it is also a symbol of status. However, after the completion of your 9th youth training camp, you will not get a Tianduan watch, but a Tianduan ring, which is more advanced than ours. Fong Xin suddenly realized. I see. Tian Juanhui pointed at a few red dots and asked Fong Xin, there are a few fleeing aliens here. Shall we go over there? Can. Tian Juanhui saw Fong Xin was still barefoot, his watch turned, and he held a pair of shoes in his hand. New shoes, if you don't mind, I'll give them to you. Fong Xin took it and said, I can't even say thank you enough, how can I despise you? Put on your shoes, let's go. The team rushed towards the red dots. Half an hour later. Tian Juanhui and his companions all looked happy. In just half an hour, under Fong Xin's leadership, they had defeated 4 enemy teams. They were responsible for dealing damage, while Fong Xin was responsible for finishing off the opponent. Fong Xin and their team were basically split in half. Fong Xin saw that the points on his card had increased from 520 to 1,570. According to Tian Juanhui's introduction, if you want to check the balance on the card, you just need to place the card on the smart connector. The aliens haven't been cleaned up yet. Tian Juanhui once again selected a team of aliens, but after selecting them, he would seek Fong Xin's opinion. It seemed that they had already regarded Fong Xin as their core figure. When Fong Xin saw the enemy, he saw that there were 5 people in the team, 2 at level 3, 2 at level 2, and 1 at level 1. Get started. Fong Xin had seen strange people many times. These people committed rape, robbery, and all kinds of evil. Fong Xin felt no psychological pressure in getting rid of these people. A few minutes later, Fong Xin led the team to meet the other side. At the first encounter, Fong Xin severely injured a level 3 enemy, then asked his team to go up and deal damage, while he waited on the side and prepared to reap the rewards at the right time. I thought everything was going smoothly. Unexpectedly, the lowest level member of the enemy team was a young man with an ugly face and triangular eyes that gleamed fiercely as he shouted. Grandpa! Grandma! Save me! Fong Xin suddenly felt uneasy. Under the perception talent, a sense of crisis surged. Fong Xin quickly dodged. The ground where he was just now cracked open, and a huge centipede crawled out from the ground. It opened its bloody mouth full of fangs and took a fierce bite at the place where Fong Xin had just been. After missing the target, the centipede rolled up its body and bit the nearest team member. The player was about to run. A voice came, if you dare to run away, you will be tripped. After saying this, the team member who was about to run tripped on the spot, and the centipede bit off his calf. The centipede broke out of the ground, and then I saw an old man and an old woman sitting on its back. Both of them had gloomy expressions. There was blood on the old man's mouth, and he stared at Fong Xin with a pair of yellow eyes. He is a young man with a talent for strength. He must be very talented at such a young age. Old lady, drain his blood and give it to our precious grandson. It will be a great tonic. The witch-like old woman behind him laughed sinisterly. Not bad, not bad, it will definitely make a lot of blood. Old man, you have 1 bowl, I have 1 bowl, and the rest will be given to our precious grandson. Beep beep beep. Tian Juanhui looked at the prompt on his watch with a serious expression. 3 small red dots flashed on it first, and then flashed into 4 small red dots. A 4th-level Beastmaster. A 3rd-level Sorcerer. Fang Xin glanced upwards, only to find that Juhang had disappeared into the night sky at some point, and no one knew where he had gone. One hand couldn't help but touch the ring. Juhang has great magical powers, and no one knows where he is, so for the time being he will not use his killing talent. Fortunately, he had an invisibility cloak and a revolver in his ring, so he could kill the old man with level 4 combat power with 1 shot. Tian Juanhui and several team members dragged the team member with a broken leg back. Without any hesitation, several people called their superior captain for support, requesting support. Please. The old lady sitting on the centipede's back snorted and laughed. If you dare to call for support, your tongue will rot. Tian Juanhui and several others who called for support groaned, and a trickle of black blood flowed out of their mouths. Fang Xin raised his eyebrows and his eyes widened. Is the curse of the witchcraft talent so evil? The old woman stared at Fang Xin with her brown eyes, greed revealed in her eyes. You still want to survive after being met by us, old couple? You are just dreaming. Old man. Kill him and give our precious grandson some blood to drink. The giant centipede's upper body was raised high. The old man on the back licked his bloody lips. It looked like he had just drunk human blood. The old man's gray-blue eyes stared at Fang Xin with a faint glow. He slapped the centipede under him and said, "Kill him." The centipede, which was nearly 10 meters long, opened its mouth and made a sharp sound. It swallowed and bit towards Fang Xin. Tian Juanhui and his companions threw out their intelligence machines without hesitation and pieced them together to form a hemispherical barrier. Protected several people inside. Defend the barrier. Call for support. Tian Juanhui spoke unclearly, with black blood flowing out of his mouth. Several team members in front also requested support. The centipede opened its bloody mouth and bit down at the barrier. The barrier emitted a huge sonic boom. The old woman was holding a human skin drum in her hand. As she shook her wrist, the drum made a strange and dizzying sound. Her mouth full of yellow teeth was disgusting, and a hoarse sound similar to that of fingernails scratching iron came out of the old woman's mouth. If you don't open the barrier, all your teammates will die. It was obvious that the light of the barrier was getting weaker. Tian Juanhui remained calm and said, "Xiao Chang. Spiritual talents counter witchcraft talents. Attack her." Before Tian Juanhui spoke, a young man beside him stared at the old woman and launched a mental attack. An almost transparent metal flying knife pierced towards the old woman's head. But unexpectedly, the old woman took out a strange scarf from somewhere and covered her head with it, blocking all mental attacks. The old woman smiled sinisterly and said, "Old man, attack from below the barrier." Hearing this, the old man stood up and stomped his feet, and the centipede under his feet dived directly into the ground. Tian Juanhui's face turned pale and he quickly shouted, "Tiles." I saw a young man with an honest face beside me with his hands on the ground. It was visible to the naked eye that the ground instantly became as hard as iron. The huge centipede's head pushed upwards. It directly lifted up a huge piece of ground. There is a barrier above the ground. The centipede pushed its head upwards with force. The barrier and the people inside it would be thrown into the sky and then smashed to pieces. Tian Juanhui had a stern expression and tried hard to keep himself calm. He raised his wrist and glanced at his watch. Several small blue dots were rapidly gathering towards him. Fang Xin, don't be afraid. Support will be here soon. You. Hey. Where's Fang Xin? Tian Juanhui spoke vaguely, with black blood flowing in his mouth, but when he turned his eyes, he found that Fang Xin was gone. The other team members also looked at each other. Just now when Fang Xin was picked up by the centipede, he was standing at the back of them. They had been focusing on the enemy's attack and hadn't noticed that Fong Xin had disappeared. Several people looked solemn. The barrier is on its way down. Suddenly, a gunshot was heard in front of the old man with beast-taming talent in the distance. The old man's head was hit directly by the sudden fire from 1 meter away. It was like a watermelon exploding on the spot, with red and white splashing all over the old woman's face. The old woman screamed in fear, "If you don't dare to take off the invisibility cloak, your whole family." The curse had not yet been fully uttered. Fong Xin, wearing an invisibility cloak, had already reached the old woman and twisted his waist. "Throw out a punch." The old woman's jaw tilted, half of her teeth flew out, and her body followed suit. Fong Xin has a talent for strength and is extremely powerful. The main reason why strength talents are despised by many awakened ones is that they are too arrogant and rude. As long as it is close combat, the strength talent is the absolute king. Once it touches your body, one punch can blow it apart. Therefore, some awakeners will specifically train their bodies so that when strength-related talents approach, they can still keep an intact body. Under Fong Xin's punch, the old woman flew out sideways like a tumbleweed in the wind. Fong Xin was not a kindly man. He was afraid that the old woman would not die a clean death, so he stepped forward and punched her again, blasting her head directly into the wall. "Whose family are you cursing to death? My parents died a long time ago. Your crappy curse is of no use to me." Fong Xin muttered a lot of curses, and felt so angry that he kicked the old woman twice again. It all happened so fast. When the old man and the old woman were almost dead, the people on both sides finally reacted. The huge centipede over there roared sharply, as if it was stimulated by something. It twisted wildly on the spot and smashed a lot of walls. Fong Xin, wearing an invisibility cloak, quickly approached the enemy team. One punch for one cutie. Every punch hits the flesh and every punch is a critical hit. Every punch was aimed at the vital points. In an instant, all the other enemies were swept away by Fong Xin. As the enemies fell one by one, imperceptible blood overflowed from their bodies and merged into Fong Xin's body in the blink of an eye. It all happened so fast that no one noticed anything. The moment the bloodlight of the beast-taming old man merged into Fong Xin's body, Fong Xin suddenly felt a strange feeling, as if he had merged with the other party's beast-taming talent, and his own beast-taming talent had been enhanced. Fong Xin picked up the two old men's treasures and space rings and checked them. He found that there were quite a few miscellaneous things in the two people's space rings. The bank card in my pajama pocket kept flashing like a flashlight. "Take it out and take a look." Just the old couple, both of their names were on the wanted list, so one got 450 points and the other got 350 points, which added up to a total of 800 points, all of which were given to Fong Xin. As for the other five-man team, Tian Juanhui's team had dealt 37% of the damage, and Fong Xin had dealt 63% of the damage, for a total of 1,100 points, of which Fong Xin took 693 points. Now Fong Xin's total score has reached 3,063. He was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. This is equivalent to more than 30 million in cash. Far away. A group of people came here quickly. There is a word Lu on the badge on the chest, which represents the 6th place. Seeing black blood at the corners of the mouths of Tian Juanhui and others, and seeing a pile of corpses on the ground, and standing among the corpses was Fong Xin, wearing pajamas and grinning foolishly. Everyone immediately prepared for combat and faced Fong Xin. Tian Juanhui quickly grabbed the captain's arm. Although his words were still a little unclear, at least he could hear them clearly. "Captain Juhang, he is a new student in the 9th division." Captain Juhang stood there in a daze, looking at the corpses on the ground and then at Fong Xin. "You mean, this new student from the 9th division killed a beastmaster with a 4th-level combat power? There is also a 3rd-level sorcerer and a 5-man team." The entire team led by Captain Juhang stared in amazement at the new student from the 9th department who was wearing pajamas. This is too outrageous. They only knew that the 9th monster room was full of geniuses, but you, a new student who had not yet officially enrolled, killed a 4th-level beastmaster, a 3rd-level sorcerer, and a 5-man team. Isn't that a bit too much? Is he level 4? Captain Juhang asked with his throat tight and dry. You know, there are only 2 people of level 4 combat capability at this age in the entire history of Dragon Country. Fang Xin put the card in his pocket. He turned around and looked at Captain Juhang. They are not as powerful as you think. I just reached level 3. I was able to kill them with the help of treasures. Captain Juhang smacked his lips. Level 3 is incredible, isn't it? Even among the 9th place, it's still the best. Fang Xin pointed at the giant centipede that was still twisting and rolling. How do we deal with this? You killed the beast tamer, so this centipede is now your trophy. It's up to you how you deal with it. Before Fang Xin could speak, a voice came. You have a talent for taming beasts, do you want to subdue it? A white-haired figure appeared out of nowhere, walked up to Fang Xin along the space stairs, and finally stopped 30 centimeters above the ground, with his hands in his pockets as usual. Instructor Zhuge. All the team members saluted. Juhang just hummed. Just when Fang Xin was in danger, Bai Mao appeared above launching. But as soon as he appeared, he saw that Fang Xin had killed the old couple and a team. Juhang's mouth curled up wildly. Like finding a treasure. When Fang Xin turned around, he realized that the white-haired man was everywhere, so Fang Xin was cautious and did not use his killing talent. Hearing Bai Mao's words, Fang Xin looked at the giant centipede and shook his head. Too ugly. No. Thinking of the majestic chilin mentioned in the diary that I obtained, this centipede is nothing. This is a level 4 mud dragon centipede. And its upper limit is not low. It can at least accompany you to level 10. Juhang reminded again. Can you change it to something else? Juhang nodded. That's fine. If you really don't want it, you can go to the 10,000 Beasts Palace and get you a similar one. As he spoke, Juhang snapped his fingers, and the centipede disappeared on the spot. Several team members from the 6th department looked at Fang Xin with envy. This white-haired guy is known as the strongest genius in the 9th division at the end of this century. If you can get his protection, your future will be immeasurable. Oh, I almost forgot, your beast-taming talent has not yet fully awakened. I will take you to the 10,000 Beasts Palace to awaken it first. Bang. After snapping fingers. The scenery before my eyes changes. Appearing on the top of a mountain, the next second the scenery distorted and changed again. After repeating this 3 times, the 2 appeared in a luxurious bedroom. On the huge bed was sleeping a man with a big beard, long hair and a lot of chest hair. He is hugging 2 stunning beauties with very different styles on his left and right. The 3 of them seem to have experienced several major battles. I am sleeping soundly at this moment. Juhang sat on the chair and poured himself a cup of tea. Drinking tea leisurely. Black smoke billowed out from under the big bed. A huge black shadow emerged from under the bed. Shaped like a giant python. If you look closely, you will find that it is a large snake with a bump on its forehead. Only 1 step away from transforming into a dragon. The big snake opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Juhang. Juhang turned his head and lowered it a little. The sunglasses slid down slightly due to inertia, revealing a pair of eyes emitting dazzling lightning. Roll. A strong fear flashed in the ferocious snake's eyes. It immediately shrank back to the bed and butted its head against the bearded man on the bed. The man woke up with a start and looked at Juhang, who was drinking tea leisurely. He immediately came to his senses and said helplessly and angrily, "Mr. Zhuge, why are you here so late at night?" Juhang turned the lid of the teacup, stirred the tea leaves, and took a sip. "I've only heard that Palace Master Shang has a talent for taming beasts, but I didn't expect that she's also great at taming people." The bearded man sat on the bed. The 2 women beside him were also awakened. After waking up, I found 2 strangers in the room. They were so scared that they covered their chests and huddled in the arms of Palace Master Shang. The Palace Master hugged the 2 women to indicate that everything was fine. "Mr. Zhuge, what exactly is the reason for coming to our 10,000 Beasts Palace?" Juhang pushed up his sunglasses to cover his eyes. "Put the gun away first. I don't like being pointed at with a gun." The Palace Master lowered her head and quickly pulled her shorts from the side and put them on. He casually picked up the golden nightgown and put it on, then got out of bed. Now can you tell me what brings you here so late at night? I have recruited a new student here, who has a talent for beast control. He came to the 10,000 Beasts Palace to fully awaken. By the way, I will select 2 suitable fierce beasts for him to sign a contract with. The palace master frowned and glanced at Fong Xin, who was wearing pajamas. You came here in the middle of the night just for this? Palace Master Shang sat down. I have other things to do during the day. I don't have time to bring him here. Palace Master Shang looked Fong Xin up and down, and saw that there was blood on Fong Xin's sleeves and shoes. He has a talent for beast control, and he is a new student that you value. That means he has a talent for beast control that is at least S level or above. Yeah, S level. Oh, S level without using potions. The hand of the Shang Gongju who was tying the belt of her nightgown suddenly paused. S level without using potions, that means SS level beast-taming talent. As she spoke, Palace Master Shang stared at Fong Xin like a long-hungry beast that came into contact with fresh flesh and blood, its eyes glowing. Mr. Zhuge, can you give him to our Wanshou Palace? Can't. Mr. Zhuge, although the 9th division is very strong, as the saying goes, everyone has their own specialties. In terms of talent in beast control, our 10,000 Beasts Palace is far ahead. Give him to me, and I will do my best to train him. The palace master stared at Fong Xin like a pervert looking at a stunning beauty, almost drooling with envy. Unexpectedly, Juhang decisively rejected it. No. What's wrong with that? He has a talent for taming beasts. Only by placing him in our 10,000 Beasts Palace can his talent be better developed. Juhang put the teacup aside. Beast-taming talent is not his main talent. Ah. SS-level beast-taming talents are not the main talents. Then what is his main talent? Palace Master Shang stood up excitedly. SSS-level strength talent. The Palace Master walked around Fong Xin with her hands behind her back, and tried her best to put on a smile that she thought was very kind, and patted Fong Xin on the shoulder. What's your name, young man? Fong Xin. Palace Master Shang recalled, Fong Xin. I remember that this person was not on the list of SSS-level talented freshmen this year. Juhang laughed and said, didn't I just say that he didn't use any potions? The Palace Master slapped her head and looked at Fong Xin with envy. You, the 9th Palace, have taken all the good talents. As he spoke, he sat down again and poured himself a cup of tea. Mr. Zhuge, we are old friends. You know, I am also half a businessman. As a businessman, before doing anything, you have to consider the word profit first. Awakening the beast-controlling talent in our 10,000 Beasts Palace has many more benefits than awakening it in other places. In the future, your affinity with beasts will be very high, and it will be easier to sign a contract. Juhang said directly, the 10,000 Beasts Palace helped him awaken his talent. I have a message for you. Palace Master Shang pulled and said, you just said you would send him a ferocious beast. Juhang snapped his fingers, and a giant centipede appeared in the bedroom. He found this, just give him an equivalent one. Of course, if you want to have a good relationship with him, you can give him a higher grade one. I don't mind anyway. It depends on whether you are willing or not. Palace Master Shang smiled and looked at Fong Xin again. It seemed that she still wanted to keep Fong Xin in the palace of 10,000 beasts. However, it was somewhat difficult to snatch the person from the white-haired man in front of him, so he finally held back. Okay. What news did you just mention? Asked Palace Master Shang again. Juhang showed his signature smile with his little white teeth. Let him awaken first, and then I'll tell you after he awakens. I guarantee that the news I give you will make you so happy that you won't be able to sleep tonight. Palace Master Shang stood up and said, Mr. Zhuge, among all the people in S.H.I.E.L.D., I like doing business with you the most. I only treat you as a friend. Just go ahead. So you're ready to awaken? Come on, I'll take you there. Juhang laughed and said, that's such trouble. Before he could finish his words, his surroundings became blurry and distorted. When the picture freezes again. Fong Xin discovered that he was standing at the foot of a mountain. A mountain road winds its way towards the top of the mountain, hidden by lush trees along the way. Palace Master Shang sighed. The space-related talent is indeed one of the top talents among all the talents. Juhang tilted his head to signal the Palace Master to lead the way, and said casually, personal ability is strong, please don't rise above talent. The Palace Lady laughed heartily, and her golden nightgown opened in the night wind, revealing her chest hair. As they walked up, the Palace Master chatted, I heard that Mr. Juhang is going to be promoted. Is this news true? Juhang laughed when he heard this and said, who told you that? I heard it when I was chatting with a few people from the Five Elements Alliance that day. Juhang climbed up the stairs and said, the higher-ups gave me two choices. One is for me to go to the church and serve as the governor of the Red Lotus district. The other is for me to go to any of the other 8 departments and be the director. The Palace Master paused for a moment and then walked forward and asked, so where will Mr. Juhang choose to go in the end? I went to the home of the old fellow who signed the transfer order, and after a cordial and friendly discussion, he finally agreed to let me stay in the 9th Division and not go anywhere else. Palace Master Shang turned around and looked at Juhang. Mr. Juhang, the church asked you to be the governor of the Red Lotus district, which is a promotion. Juhang was completely dismissive of this. Those old charlatans in the church are good for nothing except to deceive people and engage in power struggles. I get annoyed when I see them. Palace Master Shang covered Juhang's mouth as if she had received an electric shock. Mr. Juhang, you must not say such nonsense. Juhang pushed away Palace Master Shang's hand with disdain. I said it, if they want to cause trouble, just come to me. The Palace Lady kept looking around, as if she was afraid of being heard. No longer talk about these topics with Juhang. Palace Master Shang brought Juhang and Fang Xin to the top of the mountain. On top of the mountain is a huge altar. And in the center of the altar, there is a huge staircase. There are 9 steps in total. But if you look closely, you will find that the skeleton of a giant dragon is crawling on the 9 steps. The dragon head position is right above the top 9th level. Juhang tilted his head and gestured to Fang Xin. Go up. Go as high as you can. The Palace Master reminded, if you feel overwhelmed after you go up, stop and stay on the steps as long as you can. But don't force it. Especially the last 3 steps. However, since you have SS-level beast-taming talent, it won't be a problem to grit your teeth and hold on for a while on the 8th step. What's the benefit of staying up there? Fang Xin asked doubtfully. Palace Master Shang patiently explained, your talent for beast control is awakened through the Dragon Bone Aura. The Dragon Bone Aura will blend with your aura. The longer you stay here, the more Dragon Bone Aura you will have in your body. In the future, if you want to sign a contract with a spirit beast or even a divine beast, it will take you only 3 minutes instead of 3 hours for others. Fang Xin walked up the stairs. He could indeed feel a very strange breath, which was like the breath of a wild beast and had a certain pressure. Fang Xin climbed 4 steps in one breath. The pressure gradually increased as he went up, and he felt like he was being stared at by the king of beasts. But for Fang Xin, there was no pressure at all. In a blink of an eye, he reached the 7th step. The pressure increased a lot, but Fang Xin felt that it was not a difficult task for him, so he stepped onto the 8th step again. The pressure almost doubled compared to the 7th level, and the heartbeat also slightly quickened. But it feels totally acceptable. Fang Xin looked towards the 9th floor, his eyes eager to try. The Palace Master looked at Fang Xin enviously. It looks like he has reached his limit. An SS-level beast-taming talent is a treasure in the 10,000 Beasts Palace. When he grows up, as long as there is no SSS-level beast-taming talent in the 10,000 Beasts Palace, he will be the candidate for the future Palace Master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. But as soon as he finished speaking, Fang Xin stepped onto the 9th floor. What is he going to do? The Palace Master of 10,000 Beasts Palace screamed in surprise upon seeing this. Juhang also looked puzzled. If you can't withstand the pressure of the real dragon, you may explode and die. Palace Master Shang quickly reminded. Juhang watched quietly for a few seconds and said, since he can go up, it proves that he has made psychological preparations in advance. Just watch quietly. But young people of this age like to show off their abilities. He may not know the power of the 9th level yet. Palace Master Shang reminded again. Juhang glanced at Palace Master Shang. Old Shang, are you worried that you will be held responsible if someone from the ninth office dies here? Don't worry, I will take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Palace Master Shang smiled awkwardly. I am worried too. I can't watch such a good seedling die in front of my eyes. While speaking, Palace Master Shang kept staring at Fang Xin. Fang Xin had been up there for more than 10 seconds. Although his face looked ruddy, as if he had just done strenuous exercise, no other adverse reactions were apparent. That shouldn't be the case. Only those at SSS level can go up there. Palace Master Shang asked doubtfully. Juhang was also a little surprised. After all, he also knew what the ninth level of the talent ladder of the Palace of 10,000 Beasts represented. After thinking for a moment, maybe, he has a talent for strength. Palace Master Shang nodded. That's the only explanation. He has a strength talent, and an SSS level strength talent. His body is much stronger than that of an ordinary Beastmaster. It makes sense. Time passes by every second. Fang Xin felt a strange breath merging with the breath in his body. During this process, Fang Xin also acquired a bit of wild and rough temperament. In addition, he also had an indescribable kingly aura. In the history of the Palace of All Beasts, how long did the longest person stay on the ninth floor? Palace Master Shang thought for a moment. The first one was the founder of the 10,000 Beasts Palace, who stayed for a full 40 minutes. The second one was the old Palace Master who has now retired from the Palace of 10,000 Beasts, who stayed for 32 minutes. As for the third one, he only stayed for 13 minutes. All three of them caused strange phenomena in the heaven and earth and attracted the worship of all the beasts. I have SS-level beast-taming talent. I've tried it before, but I couldn't bear it for 2 minutes. You, a new student, have SS-level beast-taming talent and top-level strength talent, so you should be able to stay longer than me. But after all, the ninth floor is the purest true dragon aura. No matter how strong your body is, there is an upper limit. Juhang said nothing and waited quietly for Fang Xin. At this moment, Fang Xin felt that except for his heartbeat being a little faster, there were no other adverse reactions, and that aura was still merging with him. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The Palace Master could no longer sit still. She stretched her neck to look upwards, her eyes wide open. 10 minutes? How is that possible? Could he have died up there? Fang Xin, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes to indicate that everything was fine. The Palace Master was stunned for a moment. He can hear us talking from such a distance. Juhang smiled calmly and said, I forgot to mention that even without using potions, he still has an S-level perception talent. The Palace Master's eyes widened even more, and she looked at Fang Xin with envy, as if he was looking at a priceless treasure. You really found a treasure. While speaking, Palace Master Shang did not forget to glance at the time. I have already persisted for 11 minutes. This is about to catch up with the third strongest person in the history of our 10,000 Beast Palace. With the naked eye, one could see a light purple aura lingering around Fang Xin. Many low-level ferocious beasts and spiritual beasts in the Palace of 10,000 Beasts began to growl anxiously. 2 minutes later, Palace Master Shang, who was sitting on the stone, patted his hairy thighs and stood up. He has surpassed the third strongest person in the 10,000 Beasts Palace. The aura surrounding Fang Xin became stronger. From time to time, the entire Palace of 10,000 Beasts could be heard with the frantic roars of low-level ferocious beasts. In the mountains and fields, a deer carrying a monkey was coming towards this side quickly. The Palace Master looked over. The deer and the monkey were both staring at Fang Xin, who was on the 9th step. After a few seconds, the deer turned its head and looked at Juhang. Juhang showed a kind smile. Good evening. The next second, the deer spoke in human language, but the voice that came out was a very attractive female voice. Mr. Zhuge, this is new students in the 9th division. The two figures were staring at Fang Xin, who was on the 9th step. Time passes by every second. Fang Xin has persisted for 20 minutes. The aura lingering around Fang Xin became even stronger. All the mid-level ferocious beasts and spiritual beasts in the entire Wanshou Palace began to become restless. For a moment, the Palace of 10,000 Beasts became extremely lively. And above this mountain. Suddenly, many clouds condensed in the clear night sky. It can be vaguely seen that there seems to be a terrifying existence looming in it. 20 minutes. Palace Master Shang swallowed. A tiger roar was heard. Then he saw a mighty and domineering white tiger flying towards him quickly, and it was perched not far away, staring at Fong Xin with its pair of yellow tiger eyes. Another colorful unknown ferocious bird fell from the sky, circled in the sky, and finally landed on the treetop, staring at Fong Xin. Immediately afterwards, a wild boar as tall as a human rushed forward and came in front of the crowd, staring at Fong Xin with its scarlet eyes. "Good evening, everyone." Juhang greeted everyone very politely. "A new student from the 9th department." A rough voice came from the mouth of the ferocious wild boar. One of its two fangs was broken in half, and the other one emitted a cold light. "Right. SSS-level beast-taming talent," the wild boar asked again. The Palace Master Shang became more polite to the three people who came later. Hearing this, she patiently explained, "No, it's not an SS-level beast-taming talent, but an SSS-level strength talent. When the time reaches half an hour." The lavender aura lingering around Fong Xin had split into two, circling around Fong Xin happily. Above the sky. Behind the rolling thick clouds. An extremely huge dragon head slowly emerged from it. The terrifying and overwhelming pressure swept in all directions. Roar. For a moment. All the ferocious beasts and spiritual beasts in the entire 10,000 Beasts Palace made crazy and agitated sounds. So that everyone woke up. The palace lady's eyes were as big as cow eggs. Half an hour. Half an hour. 31 minutes. 32 minutes. 33 minutes. When it reaches 32 minutes. Palace Master Shang held his head in excitement. He has surpassed the second strongest person in the history of the 10,000 Beast Palace. The other figures also had expressions of shock. The commotion in the palace of 10,000 beasts was growing louder and louder. It seemed as if the whole world was boiling with the terrifying roar of the ferocious beast. All eyes were fixed in Fong Xin's direction. 34 minutes. 35 minutes. The strong men from the 10,000 Beasts Palace stared at Fong Xin. This is to go in the direction of the founder of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. If he really surpassed the founder of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. They are determined to keep this young man at all costs. 37 minutes. 38 minutes. Fong Xin's face flushed. He looked down at the back of his hand. Fong Xin felt it clearly. As this breath blends in. It's not a problem to hold on a little longer. It's just that my killing talent can no longer be suppressed. 39 minutes. There is only 1 minute left to compete with the founder. Fong Xin stood up suddenly. Forcefully ended all processes. The sky was filled with rolling clouds. The dragon roars in the sky. Pressure from all directions. All the beasts in the Wanshou Palace are paying homage. Almost surpassing the founder. Palace Master Shang licked his lips, sweat dripping down his forehead. He originally just wanted to do a favor, but he didn't expect it would cause such a big commotion. It also triggered strange phenomena in heaven and earth, with all the animals coming to worship it. The deer, monkeys, white tigers, colorful birds, and wild boars that came to watch all had expressions of shock. Different expressions. Especially the wild boar closest to him. I have already thought about robbing him. A sparrow suddenly flew over. It flapped its wings and hovered in front of Palace Master Shang. The Palace Master quickly stretched out her hands and held the sparrow. Old Palace Master. Sparrow stared at Fong Xin, then tilted his head to look at the handsome white-haired man Juhang who was standing next to him with his hands in his pockets and a smile on his face. The next second, an old voice came out of the sparrow's mouth. What a good seedling. Young man from the Zhuge family, if you give this baby to our 10,000 Beasts Palace, I will give you a divine beast with 12th level combat power. How? Juhang had a smile on his face. 12th level divine beast, the old palace master is really generous. So you agree? I don't agree. Juhang refused directly. The sparrow once again made an old voice, level 13. I'll give you a level 13 divine beast. It's worth it. If this kid is placed in your 9th place, your beast masters will not be able to teach him at all. Such a good seedling will only be buried. Juhang still shook his head. I disagree. The wild boar with scarlet eyes standing next to him had a cold glow from its fangs and a dangerous and terrifying aura emanating from it. Old Palace Master, why waste your time talking to him? Why don't you just rob him directly? The huge body of the white tiger was squatting there, as if it agreed with the wild boar's idea, and the word king on its forehead exuded a terrifying and murderous aura. The colorful bird had an unpredictable look on its face, and the monkey and the sika deer with huge antlers on its head were in a dilemma and undecided. Juhang nodded slightly, and his sunglasses slid down slightly to reveal his eyes. Boom. There were sudden flashes of lightning and thunder in the sky, as if a thunder pool was hanging in the sky. Juhang was not afraid at all. He put one hand in his pocket and raised the other hand. A ball of lightning was floating in his palm. The space around him began to distort and deform. He grinned with his little white teeth bared. Try it. Sparrow coughed softly. It seems like he is weighing the pros and cons. Palace Master Shang quickly tried to smooth things over. Mr. Zhuge, didn't you say that there was a piece of news that would excite all of us so much that we couldn't sleep at night? Old Palace Master, Mr. Zhuge said that the news was enough to help this new student awaken his talent. Sparrow tilted his head and looked at Juhang. What news? Unexpectedly, Juhang smiled and said, I changed my mind. That news, not only do I need to give him the awakening talent, but I also need to find him a suitable spirit beast. The Palace Master coughed and said, Zhuge. That's not what you told me before. You, the Beast Palace, weren't prepared to take action before. You have to compensate me and this kid for the psychological damage, right? White-haired boy, you come to our palace of 10,000 beasts to act wild, but have you come to the wrong place? The wild boar shouted angrily. Juhang was not panicked at all. You, the 10,000 beasts palace, can't stop me. I can't stop you, but I can make you lose some skin. And you can't take this good seedling away. He is the person that Master Yi personally named to be trained. Then we have no choice but to let Master Yi come to your 10,000 beasts palace to ask for him. Juhang's words made all the beings in the palace of 10,000 beasts stunned. The sparrow in the palace lady's palm changed the subject. What news did you just talk about? Let him choose the spirit beast first. After the sparrow was silent for a few seconds, it flapped a wing, a ray of light flashed, and a hill floated in the sky with many spirit beasts roaming around in it. Pick one. Sparrow spoke to Fang Xin in a very friendly voice. Fang Xin was a little nervous for the past half day. He didn't expect that these people would actually resort to violence to rob him. I couldn't help but take a look at Juhang again. This white-haired guy was really awesome. He came to someone else's territory alone and faced so many powerful men in someone else's lair. He was not afraid at all. His eyes fell on the mountain hanging in the sky again, and he could see several large golden characters, Wanshou Mountain, on the mountain. This is a precious artifact. Fang Xin didn't know what specific grade it was, but what was certain was that it was definitely stronger than the previous aquarium. There are many miniature spiritual beasts in this treasure from Wanshou Mountain. His eyes swept through it. Juhang reminded, pick the one that you like the most. Fang Xin's gaze finally fell on the two wolves. The two wolves were one black and one white. When he saw the two wolves, Fang Xin clearly felt his energy and blood gathering towards the palm with the killing rune. Regardless of his beast-taming talent or killing talent, he seemed to have a great affinity for the two wolves. I want them. Juhang reminded, they are only level 3, pick a better one. Did you see that bear lying in the cave? It is at the peak of level 4. Its future ceiling is also very high. It can reach level 12 at least. If you want it, you can sign a contract with it after you reach level 4 combat power. Hey! Little white-haired boy, I can choose whichever one I want, and I've already chosen it. The wild boar interrupted Juhang. Sparrow looked at Fang Xin, have you chosen? Fang Xin nodded, it's chosen. Okay. The sparrow flapped its wings again. The two wolves, one black and one white, appeared in front of Fong Xin. The two wolves stood in front of Fong Xin and just took a look, as if they had identified Fong Xin. The black wolf has a speed-related talent, while the white wolf has a spirit-related talent. Fong Xin placed his hands on the foreheads of the two wolves. A little light flew out from the eyebrows of the two wolves. Fong Xin merged his own aura with the two faint lights. It only takes a short while. Fong Xin established a connection with the two wolves. By closing his eyes, Fong Xin could not only control them, but even switch to their perspective through the bodies of the two wolves. The sparrows, white tigers, wild boars, and the like in front of us, their animal masters are using their bodies to communicate with Juhang here. A normal beastmaster, after awakening his talent at the beginning, can only sign a contract with a spirit beast of the first level of combat power. The beastmaster and the spirit beast are interconnected, and as the strength of the spirit beast increases, the beastmaster will also increase accordingly. The more talented a beastmaster is, the more he can sign contracts with highly talented spirit beasts. He can also sign contracts with many spirit beasts, and can even directly snatch the spirit beasts of less talented beastmasters. Fong Xin is currently at level 3 combat power, so he has no pressure in signing a contract with a level 3 combat power spirit beast. After everything is over, the two wolves turned into two streaks of light and drilled into Fong Xin's arm. A wolf pattern flashed on his arm. These two wolves still seemed to resonate with the killing talent, but now there were many people around, so Fong Xin planned to check what was going on when no one was around. When Juhang saw Fong Xin chose the two wolves, he couldn't help but sigh. The wild boar snorted and laughed. As the sparrow flapped its wings, the mountain of 10,000 beasts disappeared out of thin air. The old voice sounded again. Young men of the Juhang family, I have promised you everything you asked for. Now, should I tell you the news you mentioned? Juhang waved his hand and pushed up his sunglasses to cover his eyes, which were filled with rage. The thunder pool in the sky also slowly disappeared. Does everyone still remember Hong Wang No. 1? Upon hearing the news, everyone in the palace of 10,000 beasts was stunned. Fong Xin was also stunned for a moment. I know this thing myself. It's the thing mentioned in the newspaper torn page and the notebook. The core secrets of Hong Wang No. 1 have long disappeared. Why are you talking about this? Juhang smiled and said, the professor who developed Hong Wang No. 1 had 3 students. When the professor was arrested, one student committed suicide by taking poison, one student fled abroad, and the professor's last disciple disappeared. The student who fled abroad was extradited back to China some time ago. According to her, her teacher cultivated a divine beast during the period of developing the Hong Wang No. 1 potion, and the power of that divine beast was comparable to that of the Hong Wang divine beast. Code name: Kirin. Chilin. An old voice came out of Sparrow's mouth, and it could be clearly heard that when these two words came out, the tone was obviously trembling. The other terrifying beings in the palace of 10,000 beasts also became agitated after hearing these two words. Go on, continued Sparrow. Juhang still had the same image. The professor's student who was extradited from abroad is in the hands of the church. The terrifying beings of the 10,000 beasts palace were silent for a moment. If it is in the hands of the church, it will be difficult to deal with. Unexpectedly, Juhang continued with a smile, it's just that those people in the church are too useless. They only think about fame and fortune, so the remnants of the Eternal Night Army took advantage of the opportunity. During the escort, they snatched the professor's student away. As soon as these words were spoken, those terrifying beings in the palace of 10,000 beasts began to emit terrifying waves. When and where? The wild boar asked immediately. Juhang scratched his ears and said, this is another piece of news. Want to know? You have to pay more. Tell me. What do you want? Juhang pointed at Fong Xin and said, after he enters school, Palace Master Shang will take 1 day a week to be his teacher. The Palace Master was stunned for a moment, and said without thinking, deal. Can we continue now? Juhang continued, 4 days ago, in Dongyin Mountain, the leader of the remnants of the Eternal Night Army who took away the professor's student was named Ko. The surname is Ko. Mackay paused, then exclaimed, "It's him." Juhang flicked his fingers. "I've read the history of that professor's student. She discovered the chilin by accident, but she is sure that her teacher entrusted the chilin to the missing student. As for its whereabouts, I don't know. However, she participated in the entire development process of Hongwang No. 1. I don't need to tell you about the power of Hongwang No. 1, right?" The group of terrifying creatures in the Palace of 10,000 Beasts fell into a brief silence, but it was obvious that they all had their own thoughts, especially the wild boar. There was one word written in its scarlet eyes. Rob. The white tiger and the colorful bird looked at each other, then looked at the sparrow inquiringly. Juhang was not in a hurry either, he just quietly observed these existences. Fang Xin looked at these big guys eagerly. He felt like a weak and helpless newbie among so many big guys. The most painful thing is, this is what these big guys are looking for. You know it yourself. All the equations of Hongwang No. 1 are in the diary that he had obtained before. Now I really feel like an innocent man who is guilty of possessing a treasure. Scared, funny face. Although there were only a few seconds of silence, each second passed extremely slowly. Sparrow was the first to speak up and break the silence. "Little kid from the Juhang family, this news is indeed very good. Then we're leaving." "Wait a minute." Sparrow spoke again. Juhang paused and slowly turned his head. "Old Palace Master, is there anything else?" The sparrow flapped its wings, and the treasure of Wanshou Mountain appeared out of thin air for a moment, and a big white bear appeared in front of Fang Xin. "Fang Xin, right?" "Yes." Sparrow smiled amiably and said, "This exploding flame bear is my gift to you." Fang Xin took a look and realized that this was the bear that Juhang had asked him to pick. He glanced at Juhang and asked if he wanted to accept it. Juhang smiled and said, "Tell me the conditions." "There are no conditions. Just consider it as a good relationship. Of course, if you encounter disciples of our 10,000 Beasts Palace in trouble in the future, you can help them if you can. It can also be regarded as a good relationship with our 10,000 Beasts Palace." Juhang tilted his head, glanced at Fang Xin and said with a smile, "Say thank you." "Thank you, Old Palace Master." The Old Palace Master smiled kindly and said, "Come to the 10,000 Beasts Palace more often when you have time. If you have any questions about taming beasts, you can always come to me." "Okay, Old Palace Master. Let's go." Juhang snapped his fingers. In a flash, the two people disappeared on the spot. The wild boar looked at the place where the two men disappeared, and said with a rough and hateful voice in his throat, "Are we just going to watch him take away such a good seedling?" A woman's voice came out of the colorful bird's mouth, "If we force him to stay, that white-haired guy will definitely not give up. Once he starts fighting, all of us present here can really injure him badly. But then, the 10,000 Beasts Palace will have to face the wrath of the Juhang family and the 9th Division. The 10,000 Beasts Palace can't afford it." White gas came out of the wild boar's mouth and nose. "Chilin's matter." Mackay's voice turned cold. "Investigate. Go to Dangyin Mountain to look for clues. Try every possible means to snatch the professor's student from the hands of the Eternal Night Army. Hongwang No. 1 is too important to our Wanshou Palace." The scenery before my eyes changed several times. Fang Xin appeared in his bedroom. Juhang picked up the potato chips from the table and took a bite. "I will hand over the centipede for you, and the corresponding points will be distributed to you. I have opened up a new space level for the bear. You can take this space ball. When you reach a level that allows you to control it, crush the ball and the bear will appear in front of you." Juhang flicked his fingers, and a small space ball appeared in front of him. Fang Xin took it and asked, "If I crush this thing, will you appear in front of me?" Juhang was amused, "You are addicted to taking advantage of me, right?" Fang Xin smiled awkwardly, "Can you appear in front of me at any time? If we can determine your exact location and have spatial coordinates, then we can." Fang Xin nodded, "I see. Any other questions?" "No more. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Call me if you need anything. Oh, by the way, this decapitation operation will last for half a month. Remember to replenish your energy during the day." I'll call you on time at 1 a.m. tomorrow morning. After saying this, Juhang disappeared. Fang Xin lay on the bed and took a breath. So much happened tonight. Occasionally, sounds could be heard outside the window. Fang Xin glanced at the sky and found that the cover that was originally hanging over launching had disappeared. It looks like tonight's action is over. Fang Xin lay down for a while. My thoughts returned to the two wolves. Before, he only used his beast-taming talent to control two wolves. But his killing talent obviously had a stronger affinity with the two wolves. Fang Xin sat up again and raised his arms. Two lights, one black and one white, appeared out of nowhere. Two wolves sat in front of Fang Xin. These two wolves, the black wolf has a speed talent, and the white wolf has a spirit talent. The two can attack together. Moreover, this black wolf also has an instant kill skill, which will gather all the strength of its body and cause devastating instant kill to the enemy at an incredibly fast speed. However, the pre-release time of the skill is a bit long, and the white wolf has a spiritual talent, which can just use the spiritual talent to delay the enemy, making up for the shortcoming of the black wolf's instant kill skill with a long pre-release time and paving the way for the black wolf's instant kill. To prevent the white-haired Juhang from suddenly appearing, Fang Xin collected the two wolves, turned over, jumped out of the window quietly, and went into a park 2 miles away. Activating his killing talent, killing runes appeared on the back of his hand again, 4 of which were particularly scarlet. The two wolves stood in front of Fang Xin with their heads lowered, as if they were the two wolf generals following Fang Xin on his left and right. Just at the moment when Fang Xin's palms touched the two wolves, one black and one white, were trembling slightly. Immediately following, 2 imperceptible rays of blood penetrated into the brows of the two wolves. That moment, Fang Xin could clearly feel an indescribable resonance coming back from the two wolves. The two wolves' eyes flashed red. A killing rune flashed in his pupils. The two wolves seemed to be endowed with the talent for killing by Fang Xin. Moreover, Fang Xin could clearly sense that if the two wolves devoured the power after the kill, their own strength would become stronger. If they became stronger, Fang Xin could have become stronger through his talent for taming beasts, but now he had the talent for killing, which was like having a skill bonus. On the basis of the original strengthening, Fang Xin would become even stronger than before. With the blessing of their killing talent, the two wolves' various functions will be greatly improved, and their self-healing abilities will become correspondingly terrifying. In other words, Fang Xin now seemed to be the king of killing, bestowing the two wolf generals with a simplified version of the killing talent. It was visible to the naked eye that the aura of the two wolves was much stronger than before. The most interesting thing is that wolves are naturally ferocious and bloodthirsty, and there is no sign of any talent for killing, so they can hide this talent perfectly. They got more than that. Their original upper limit was only level 10, but now it has become level 12. In the long run, it will be even higher. Fang Xinla was delighted. I didn't expect that my killing talent would have such an effect. There happens to be a mission tomorrow night, so Fang Xin can give it a try on the battlefield. Now he also has a bear given by the old master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. If he gives that bear the talent for killing, it's exciting just thinking about it. I have to find a way to get my strength-related talent to level 4, so that I can sign a contract with the bear openly. The black wolf was named Xiaobai and the white wolf was named Xiaocai. He raised his hand and grabbed the two wolves from midair. The two wolves turned into 2 streaks of light and drilled into Fang Xin's arm. A wolf pattern appeared and then slowly disappeared into the skin. Fang Xin returned to the room. As soon as I lay down, the bank card issued by the 9th office lit up. The numbers shown above have changed again. Added 400 points. Now it has become 3,463 points. Check the details. It turns out that these are the points obtained after the centipede was handed in. If we continue at this pace, there are still a few days left before the youth training camp starts. Fang Xin could definitely reach 10,000 points before school starts. Fang Xin had just laid down when he remembered something. He turned over and laid out the things he had taken from the Beastmaster and the Sorcerer today. There were not many good things in the old man's space ring, so Fang Xin's eyes were fixed on a scale. After taking it out, he found that it was a 4th-level defensive treasure. In addition, there were several insect eggs. After Fang Xin took a look, he found that there were some spiders inside. He immediately stuffed them into the space ring with disgust, preparing to exchange them for points. After an inspection, Fang Xin saw another big red pair of shorts, which was triangular in shape. After taking it out, he scanned it with the smart connector and found that it was actually a treasure that could resist the curses of sorcerers and poisonous insects. When using it, one only needs to wear it outside the pants to stimulate the blood and chi. Although the shape was a bit strange, it was also a 7th-level treasure. Scan these things one by one with the smart connector and make them yours. There are only these few treasures, and the rest are gold, silver, treasures, and cash, which is equivalent to nearly 10 million. After all, the identities of these people are not allowed to be made public. They deposit their money in the bank. Once their identities are exposed and their accounts are frozen, the money in the bank will be wasted, so they carry most of their wealth with them. Fang Xin took another look at the old lady's space ring. The old lady has a 6th-order headscarf treasure that can resist mental attacks. The headscarf is gray-blue, and it looks a bit tacky when worn on the head, but it can resist mental attacks, so it doesn't matter whether it is tacky or not. She also has a 4th-order human skin drum that can launch mental attacks. There were only 4 million in cash in the old lady's space ring. Apart from that, there were basically bottles and jars containing various poisonous insects and poisons. In addition to these, Fang Xin also saw a scarecrow and several needles. After taking it out to study it, I found out that this thing is a 6th-level curse treasure. You just need to put the things on the person you want to curse, including hair, nails, blood, etc., on the scarecrow, and then prick it with a needle. The other person will be cursed, and it will hurt wherever you prick, and you can also kill the other person. People who are not gifted in witchcraft can also use this thing, but it will deplete their energy and blood. Scan these things one by one. It was a fruitful evening. Waiting for the battlefield tomorrow. After being busy all night, he felt a little tired. In addition, he had some activities to do in the evening, so Fang Xin managed to sleep until 10 o'clock. When he opened his eyes, Fang Xin picked up his phone and took a look. Chu Xinyao sent a few messages. Xiao Fang, I'm leaving launching tomorrow. Can you stay with me for a day today? Where are you going? Fang Xin replied. Go to my daddy. Fang Xin didn't ask any further. I can accompany you for a walk, but I won't do anything that consumes my physical strength. Come here, let's go sit by the moat for a while. Then we'll go around the school, and then accompany me to Fengming Temple. I heard that there's an old lady there who's very accurate in fortune-telling. I want to go and ask for a fortune. Fang Xin took a look at the message and said, okay. Then pack up now and come directly to my house. My mom is not here. Wait for me to put on some makeup and then we can set off. No problem, see you in 2 hours. Xiao Fang. I'm going to beat you up. Took a shower. Fang Xin changed his clothes. In the living room. Jiang Xiaoyu pestered Jiang Weidong and acted like a spoiled child. Dad, can you please give me this space ring? Several of my rich classmates' families have bought them. If I wear one out, they will be so jealous. Don't worry, when the allowance comes, I will double the money and return it to you, okay, Dad? Xiaoyu, you are being vain. This is not good. Fang Huilan said in a deep voice. Mom, what do you mean by vanity? I'm not refusing to pay you back. Jiang Xiaoyu insisted, Dad, can you give this to me? Jiang Weidong said in a deep voice, no, this is for your brother. Oh, Dad, why do you always lean towards others? Even if you give it to others, they don't necessarily want it. If your brother doesn't want it, then give it to your sister. I won't give it to you. Don't worry, Jiang Xiaocha has never liked fighting for things since she was a child, and she listens to you. As long as you ask her to give me something, she won't say no. Why are you always like this, kid? Seeing Fang Xin was about to go out, Jiang Weidong immediately stood up with a smile on his face. Ever since Fang Xin joined the 9th office, Jiang Weidong made a 180-degree turn and started licking like crazy. Xiao Xin is going out. Well, auntie, I won't be back for lunch. I'll eat outside with my classmates. Jiang Weidong continued, Xiao Xin, I bought you a space ring. Although the space inside is only 1 cubic meter, it is still very convenient to carry around. Xiao Yu, quickly bring the ring over. Jiang Xiaoyu pouted and took off the ring reluctantly. Unexpectedly, Fang Xin laughed and said, I don't want it. After saying that, he walked out. As soon as I went downstairs, I ran into Jiang Xiaocha who was taking out the trash. Brother, go out and play. After the test, the students will have their holidays. Those with good grades will go to the youth training camp, while those with poor grades will stay in school and receive targeted training in the second half of the semester. Fang Xin stopped and said, Xiao Cha, I have something for you. As he spoke, he gave Jiang Xiaocha a space ring. Is this a space ring? Jiang Xiaocha asked in surprise. Right. Where did you get it? I got it by following that white-haired guy on a mission. Jiang Xiaocha looked at the ring and asked, if you give it to me, what will you use it for? I still have more. Jiang Xiaocha looked up and said, thank you, brother. Fang Xin tapped Jiang Xiaocha's smooth forehead and said, go back quickly. In the room. Jiang Weidong was stunned and turned to look at Fang Huilan. Does this kid still hold a grudge against me? With what you said and what you did, it's hard not to hold a grudge, said Aunt Fang Huilan indignantly. Jiang Weidong held the ring and said, what should we do? This ring cost a lot of money. Why don't you give it to Xiaoxin? He will listen to you. Fang Huilan sighed, Xiao Xin is just like his parents, stubborn. If he says no, then he definitely doesn't want it. Jiang Xiaoyu took the ring and put it on herself proudly. He doesn't want it, but I do. As they were talking, Jiang Xiaocha came in from outside. Xiaocha, did you meet your brother just now? Jiang Weidong asked hurriedly. I bumped into it. How is your brother feeling? Jiang Weidong asked again. It looks good. Jiang Weidong felt relieved. Xiaocha, Dad will give you a space ring. Xiaoyu, give the ring to your sister. I won't give it to you. Once you put it on my hand, it's mine. Jiang Xiaoyu screamed. What's wrong with you, kid? I won't give it to you. Jiang Xiaocha glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu coldly and said, I don't want it. Hee, I won't give it to you even if you want it. It's mine. Jiang Xiaoyu said proudly. When Jiang Xiaocha went to get the apple, Fang Huilan looked at Jiang Xiaocha's fingers. Xiaocha, where did the ring on your hand come from? Jiang Weidong also looked over. Hey! This seems to be a space ring. Where did it come from? My brother gave it to me downstairs just now. Jiang Weidong and his wife were stunned for a moment. Your brother gave it to you. Then what did he use it for? He said he still has some. Did you ask where your brother came from? Fang Huilan asked again. He said he got it when he went on a mission with Mr. Zhuge from the 9th Division. Jiang Weidong slapped his thigh. It's different after adding the 9th place. How big is the space in your ring? A room this big. The smug smile on Jiang Xiaoyu's face gradually froze. Looking at the space ring in her hand which had a capacity of only 1 cubic meter, she burst into tears. Fang Xin took a car to Chu Xinyao's villa area. The security guard at the door let us in after receiving the call. Fang Xin had been to Chu Xinyao's home but had never met Chu Xinyao's father. However, he had met Chu Xinyao's mother once at her home. Fang Xin did not have a good impression of that woman who always acted superior, so Fang Xin rarely came to Chu Xinyao's home. Ring the doorbell. The second-floor windows are open. Xiao Fang. Come in first. Wait a moment. I'll finish my makeup in no time. Fang Xin shrugged as if it was normal. Unexpectedly, the person who opened the door was not the nanny, but a tall and very strong man. He was wearing a suit and looked very domineering. There was a very strange badge pinned to his collar. The emblem is an eye, but the pupil is a sun. The man looked down at Fang Xin, his golden eyes filled with disdain. Your name is Fang Xin. If you want to beat me up, I can call Qin Juanhao. The two looked at each other. The men with golden pupils did not intend to overwhelm Fang Xin with his aura. But unexpectedly, Fang Xin didn't care at all. If it was placed in the past, Fang Xin might have been affected a little. But now, following Baimao, I have seen many powerful people. This kind of momentum is nothing in Fang Xin's eyes. The opponent's combat capability seemed to be similar to that of the team leader of Group 7 named Xing Tianqi, or even stronger. Fang Xin became even more confused. What is the identity of Chu Xinyao's father? It's people from the 7th Department who come to protect us, and it's also this level 8 expert from some unknown organization who comes to protect us. Hearing Fang Xin's words, the men with golden pupils sneered, "You are just a lowly ant who can only show off his power through words." The smile on Fang Xin's face gradually faded, and he looked at the men with golden pupils with cold eyes. "Gatekeeper, make way." Fang Xin's words immediately made veins bulge on the man's forehead and his golden pupils burst into golden light. But he didn't dare to take action and could only release the pressure of his own realm, which would only make Fang Xin suffer. But I didn't expect Fang Xin to be able to withstand the pressure of the true dragon on the 9th level of the Palace of 10,000 Beasts. His crappy pressure was just like drizzle. "Sure, let my friend come up." Chu Xinyao's voice suddenly came from upstairs. Fang Xin glanced at the men with golden pupils, and found out that his name was Sure. The men stared at Fang Xin with golden eyes, and put a hand on Fang Xin's shoulder. "You lowly ant, I will make you pay for what you just said. Also, when you talk to my lady, be careful with your words and actions." Fang Xin smiled slightly. He never tolerated such people. He walked straight forward and hit Sure hard with his shoulder. Although the opponent's realm level was very high, his physical body was still much inferior to those with strength talent. Moreover, at such a close distance, Fang Xin's strong and brutal physical body with SSS-level strength talent immediately knocked Sure off balance. Fang Xin tilted his head slightly. Even though the word poodle has the word noble in it, it is still just a dog. The owner has to say whatever he wants and do whatever he wants. It is not the dog's turn to teach people the rules. After saying that, he walked upstairs. Sure rubbed his shoulders and moved his arms. Although he would exercise his body on weekdays, in front of someone like Fang Xin who had full physical talent, at such a close distance, if he didn't use his talent, he would only suffer. His golden eyes stared at Fang Xin, and the veins on his forehead throbbed as he looked at Fang Xin's back. But when he thought about the fact that Fang Xin was Chu Xinyao's guest and a new student in the 9th Department, and that he heard that the white-haired genius was protecting him, he could only get angry in the end. "Xiao Fang, wait a moment, I'll just tie my hair." Chu Xinyao's room is full of pink blankets, pink princess beds, pianos, bookcases and dressing tables are all pink. Her parents spend very little time with her, so they try every way to satisfy her materially. Chu Xinyao tilted her head and glanced at Fang Xin. Today, Chu Xinyao wore light makeup, tied her hair into a high ponytail, and wore a light blue shirt, a short skirt, and over-the-knee white socks, exuding youthful vitality. Chu Xinyao bit the rubber band and adjusted her ponytail. Then she looked in the mirror, turned around and smiled sweetly at Fang Xin. "Xiao Fang, what's different about me today? Have you washed your hair today?" Chu Xinyao put her hands on her waist fiercely and said angrily, "Xiao Fang, why do you always deserve a beating?" Fang Xin sat on the table, flipping through a comic book on the table. "SSS-level talent for asking for a beating, it's innate, there's nothing I can do about it." Chu Xinyao snorted softly, and ran towards Fang Xin without wearing shoes, her feet wrapped in white over-the-knee socks, skipping on the pink carpet. A refreshing smell entered her nostrils. Chu Xinyao came closer and pointed at her eyes. "Look, have my eyes changed?" Fang Xin looked into Chu Xinyao's beautiful eyes, and at himself in her eyes, as if looking in a mirror, and gently moved his bangs. "How can I be so handsome?" Chu Xinyao angrily poked her finger towards Fang Xin's belly. "I asked you to look at me, not yourself." Fang Xin came closer and looked carefully for a few seconds. "It's no different from usual." Chu Xinyao snorted, "Didn't you notice that my eyes are a little golden? It seems like you are wearing colored contact lenses." No, the light talent has awakened. Fang Xin was stunned for a moment, recalling the Huosher with the golden pupils downstairs just now. This is what happens when the light-type talent is awakened. Huh? Is that lion dog downstairs also a light type? Chu Xinyao was amused and pinched Fang Xin's mouth. Your mouth is fine if you don't talk, but once you talk, it can make people angry to death. That lion dog, ba, 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 that Huosher also has a talent for light. Xiao Fang, you also have a talent for light. A-level light talent. Chu Xinyao shook her head. No, you didn't use potions, so you have an S-level light talent. Your light talent hasn't awakened yet. Here, this is for you. It can help you awaken your light talent. Awakening one more talent means one more way to protect yourself. As she spoke, Chu Xinyao handed Fang Xin a 3-inch tall small sculpture. It feels very heavy in my hand. I don't know what material it is made of, but I can feel an indescribable power in it. During the day or at night, hold it towards the sun or moon, let the sunlight or moonlight bathe it, and then stare at it. During your contemplation, you will enter a very mysterious state, and then you will naturally awaken your light talent. You gave me this thing, what do you use it for? Fang Xin asked. Chu Xinyao poked Fang Xin's head with her white and tender fingers. Are you stupid? I've already awakened it, so I naturally can't use it. Oh, by the way, ordinary light talents can only awaken one of the sunlight or moonlight, but you have an S-level light talent, so you can definitely awaken both sunlight and moonlight. Okay, visualize it after you go back. You are here to play with me today. Chu Xinyao took Fang Xin's arm and walked downstairs. Huosher, who was downstairs, saw Chu Xinyao and Fang Xin being so intimate and immediately reminded them. Miss, you are noble. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Chu Xinyao. Huosher, I will leave launching tomorrow. My friend took time out to accompany me today, so today is very important to me. I am very grateful for your protection, but please don't say anything excessive, and don't disturb us. Xiao Fang, let's go. After putting on her shoes, Chu Xinyao took Fang Xin and went out. Huosher's golden eyes were filled with anger, but he was helpless. He lowered his head, responded, and followed silently behind. The two walked side by side in the quiet suburbs of Lancheng, Chu Xinyao chattering beside Fang Xin. After an unknown amount of time, the two of them sat side by side. Xiao Fang, we grew up together, but I didn't expect that we would be separated for our future. I'm still a little uncomfortable with it. Fang Xin looked into the distance. The book says that all good things must come to an end, but the book also says that we will meet again somewhere in life. Chu Xinyao held her chin with both hands and looked into the distance. Xiao Fang, what if I miss you? Knock in the direction of launching and I will feel it. Xiao Fang. Chu Xinyao grabbed Fang Xin's waist, and Fang Xin took out a headscarf and handed it to Chu Xinyao. This is for you. After taking a look at the headscarf, Chu Xinyao immediately said in disdain, it's so ugly, I don't want it. This is a good 6th level defense against mental attacks. I don't want that. It's so ugly, so ugly, so ugly. Hey. Xiao Fang, do you have a space ring? Yes. Want one? I'll give you one. Sure, but you gave it to me, what are you going to use it for? I have two. Fang Xin didn't think much about it and handed Chu Xinyao a space ring. Chu Xinyao held the space ring with a happy smile on her face. Xiao Fang, you are rich now. You even have 2 space rings. Well, there were originally 3, and I gave one to my sister. Chu Xinyao grabbed Fang Xin's arm and blinked her beautiful eyes. Brother Fang, you are so awesome. I will follow you from now on. Can I hold your thigh? Fang Xin pushed Chu Xinyao's head away and said, go away. Chu Xinyao giggled, let's go. Let's go to Fengming Temple. Fengming Temple is a Buddhist temple near Lancheng. It is very famous because of its efficacy. It is very popular and has many visitors on weekdays. It is even more popular during holidays. There is an ancient street outside Fengming Temple. On both sides of the street, there are shops selling all kinds of local specialties, small hotels, and all kinds of strange things. After Chu Xinyao took Fong Xin into Fengming Temple to burn incense and worship Buddha, she took Fong Xin to the ancient street. After wandering around for more than 10 minutes, Chu Xinyao pointed to a small store and said, "It should be here. My sister said there is an old lady here who is very accurate in fortune-telling." After entering the store, Chu Xinyao looked around and asked, "Hello, is anyone there?" After shouting several times, a door opened and a hunchbacked old woman stood there. "Little girl, do you want to tell fortunes?" "Right. Come in." Inside was a small room with all kinds of strange things hanging on the walls. The old woman had a bad hunchback. She sat at the other end of the low table and gently pushed out a crystal ball. "Put your hands on it and think about what you want to calculate." Chu Xinyao did as she was told. The crystal ball emitted a soft light, which became brighter and brighter, but suddenly dimmed and then lit up again. Only then did Fong Xin discover that this old woman was a master with a talent for perception. The old woman placed one hand on Chu Xinyao's palm and closed her eyes. A few minutes later, they both opened their eyes. The old woman laughed. "Child, the future is bright. Even if there is darkness, it will only be temporary." "Thank you, Grandma." "How much is it, Grandma?" "It depends on fate. It's fine if it's $1 or $10,000. It's fine if it's nothing." Chu Xinyao paid 6,666. The old woman turned her head and looked at Fong Xin. Her eyes had no whites or pupils, and were simply watery. However, her eyes stared at Fong Xin as if they could see through people's hearts. "Young man, let me help you calculate it too." "I have nothing to calculate." Fong Xin shrugged. After saying this, he was about to leave with Chu Xinyao. Unexpectedly, I heard the old woman's vicissitudes of life voice behind me. The distant bells are ringing. The horn of war is circling. The eagle looks down at the earth. Vultures eat all living things. The ancient king has arrived. Killing. The prologue to the absurd apocalypse. Killing. The final chapter of the false heyday. Fong Xin paused slightly. He slowly turned around and looked at the old woman sitting behind the low table. The old woman's watery eyes were still looking calmly in Fong Xin's direction. If other people heard this, they might not react at all. At best, I think the old woman is pretending to say some misleading words here. But the old woman's words forced Fong Xin to stop. Only Fong Xin and his grandfather knew of his talent for killing. Everyone else who knew this secret was killed by Fong Xin. Fong Xin in the mirror also introduced himself as the king of killing. The old woman's words just now almost covered Fong Xin's identity and secrets. Chu Xinyao didn't understand why Fong Xin came back and sat down again. But he still sat aside obediently. "Child, what do you want to ask?" The old woman stared at Fong Xin with her watery eyes. Fong Xin stared at the old woman, and the two looked at each other. "May I ask what Grandma meant by what she just said?" The old woman chuckled and said, "It doesn't mean anything. I am a blind woman, and blind people love to tell lies." After a pause, the old woman continued to Fong Xin, "Child, give me your hand." Fong Xin thought about it and extended his hand. The old woman held Fong Xin's hand, her watery eyes staring into the void. A few seconds later, the old woman's body trembled violently, and her empty eyes stared at Fong Xin. "What's wrong?" Chu Xinyao asked when she saw this. The old woman turned her head and faced Chu Xinyao. "Girl, please go out first. I have something to say to him." Chu Xinyao was confused, but finally walked out the door. The old woman pricked up her ears to make sure Chu Xinyao had gone far away. Only then did he turn around and look at Fong Xin. Those watery eyes stared at Fong Xin. "Child, close your eyes." Fong Xin closed his eyes. As soon as I closed my eyes. But he found himself in a battlefield. Corpses were scattered all over the ground, and blood was flowing everywhere. Countless corpses piled up to form a mountain of corpses. And on top of the mountain of corpses, there is a throne placed there. Fong Xin was very familiar with that throne. It was exactly the throne that Fang Xin had seen in the mirror before. His subconscious mind drove him towards the throne on top of the mountain of corpses. But the next second, a golden light emerged from his chest and pierced Fang Xin's heart. Fang Xin wanted to turn his head, but he couldn't see clearly who stabbed him in the back. The other person's face was covered with a mask. Fang Xin wanted to take off the mask. A blur before my eyes. Fang Xin opened his eyes. My heart is pounding. Fang Xin covered his heart and gasped. I heard the old woman's soft whispers in my ears. The killing ring penetrates the human world. The sword of hypocrisy offers its heart. Eternal night is coming. You will ascend to the throne. Fang Xin lay on the table, covering his heart with one hand. His heart was beating so hard that it felt like it would explode in the next second. The old woman put one hand on Fang Xin's shoulder, and a warm current flowed into Fang Xin's body. Fang Xin then slowly recovered. Grandma, what was that just now? Fang Xin, who had calmed down, looked up at the old lady. The old woman chuckled and said, if you can see the future, you can see the future. The boy is dull, I hope Grandma will explain it clearly. The old woman smiled at Fang Xin kindly and said, my child, I am a cursed person. There are some things I cannot say, but I can remind you that you have to be on guard against someone. Fang Xin suddenly raised his head and stared at the old woman. Fang Xin in the mirror also said this before. Who? The old woman took out a clean handkerchief and wiped the sweat from Fang Xin's forehead. Her eyes were gentle, as if she was a kind old man looking at her younger generation. Grandma just said that she is a cursed person. There are some things she cannot say, but she can give you a hint. That person is standing in the light. Fang Xin was stunned. He slowly turned around and looked outside the door. Mother-in-law, is it her? Is that her, the person you saw? Fang Xin thought back to the person who had stabbed him just now. I didn't see it clearly. I don't know. The old woman withdrew her hand, stared at Fang Xin with her watery eyes and smiled gently. You should go back. That pretty little girl was supposed to leave launching today, but she delayed for a day because of you. Fang Xin stood up, took out his cell phone, and transferred 6,666 to the old woman. Mother-in-law. What happened today? The old woman laughed and said, I am a blind woman, and what I say is all nonsense. No one listens to or believes the nonsense a blind woman says. Mother-in-law, can those who have the gift of perception see all of this? There are only 3 people in the entire Dragon Country who can see it. One is me, the grandma, one is the fortune teller in Dragon Country, and the other one is someone you will meet. Fang Xin stared at the old woman in front of him. He didn't expect that such a person could be hidden in such a small place like Launching. Grandma, you. The old woman raised her hand and interrupted Fang Xin's question. The past is just a prologue. Whatever you see is the future. My child, we will meet again if we are destined to. Gone, mother-in-law. The old woman nodded slightly. When Fang Xin left the shop, he felt relaxed. He couldn't help but turn around to take a look at the old woman's shop. Fang Xin clearly sensed that the other party did not pose any threat to him, so he sat down. But those scenes I just saw. Fang Xin could feel that the other party was a strong person with the perception system, but he also gave people a very weak feeling. Combined with what the old woman said just now, that she had been cursed, everything seemed to make sense. Chu Xinyao poked Fang Xin. Xiao Fang, what did Grandma just say to you? Fang Xin said nonsense in a serious tone. She asked me whether sweet or salty tofu pudding tastes better. Chu Xinyao poked Fang Xin again. Humph, you're still hiding this from me. The old lady just said that you were going to leave today. Chu Xinyao was stunned for a moment. Wow. You know all this? Fang Xin asked curiously. This mother-in-law's predictions are quite accurate. Why are there so few people coming? Chu Xinyao stood beside Fang Xin with her hands behind her back. Because this old lady tells fortunes based on fate, she will come only when she is in a good mood. If someone comes to find her, she will tell fortunes. If no one comes, she will only stay for a short while and then go back. So naturally there are very few customers. What's more, the fortune-telling in the Fengming Temple next door is also very effective, so many people go to Fengming Temple. Huoshi followed behind the two of them. Miss, if you want to find someone to tell your fortune, the most powerful fortune-teller in Long Country is a friend of Mr. Chu. You can definitely find that person. Chu Xinyao paused, turned around and said to Huoshi, please don't interrupt us when we are chatting. Please keep a certain distance from us. Miss Chu, I am doing this to protect your safety. Chu Xinyao said angrily, isn't launching very safe now? Huoshi said to Chu Xinyao respectfully, Miss Chu, after you were attacked last time, Mr. Chu was furious and proposed a decapitation operation. Although launching has been cleared once, it is better to be safe than sorry. I came here just to... Stop talking. Chu Xinyao immediately interrupted Huoshi's next words. Fang Xian stared with wide eyes. What the hell? Damn it. It turns out that the decapitation operation was initiated by Chu Xinyao's father. Chu Xinyao pulled Fang Xian's arm. Xiao Fang, let's walk faster and ignore him. Noticing Fang Xian's expression, Chu Xinyao asked, Xiao Fang, why are you looking at me like that? Sister Chu, I don't want to work hard anymore, please support me. Chu Xinyao smiled sweetly, okay. Then you will stand behind me from now on. I will be your backer and your strongest support. I accompanied Chu Xinyao for the whole day. After dinner, we went to see a late-night movie. Before Chu Xinyao got into the car, she waved vigorously at Fang Xian. Fang Xian waved his hand. When I got home, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Fang Xian quickly washed up, returned to his room, and took out the mobile phone his grandfather had sent him from the drawer. Be prepared to wait and watch that time, then go look in the bathroom mirror. But when Fang Xian turned on his phone, Fang Xian was surprised to find out. There was a new message on my phone. Fang Xian quickly opened the new message. Xiao Xian, during the midterm test of the youth training camp. Be sure to go to the number 9 God and Demon ruins. Remember. Delete it after reading it, don't contact Grandpa actively, wait for news from Grandpa. Fang Xian looked at the message. Why did Grandpa insist on asking me to go to the number 9 ruins of gods and demons? Mention the remains of gods and demons. The first thing Fang Xian thought of was the chilin. When I was looking through the diary in my notebook before, the professor's students clearly recorded that Grandpa Fang Xian had helped them. Fang Xian thought about it over and over again. I checked the location of the mobile phone number my grandfather used to send the message and found that the sender was from an unknown area. Lying in bed with a lot of questions in my mind. Exhaled. Let's put these questions aside for now. You'll know the specific situation when you get there. Now let's look at the King of Slaughter in the mirror again. The King of Slaughter was halfway through his words before, and today the old woman said the same thing again, asking Fang Xian to be on guard against someone. Thinking back to when I saw the person who stabbed me, I realized I had to find him in advance. Watched the video again. Fang Xian went to the bathroom and faced the mirror. Half an hour later. Just like before, it did not appear. Fang Xian lay back on the bed, thinking back to the triggering conditions of that day. But after thinking about it, I still couldn't figure out which link was missing. Checked the time. It was already past 12:40 in the morning. Juhang said that the action would begin at 1 o'clock in the morning. Fang Xian put on his clothes, put on a mask, sat on the bed, and waited quietly for Juhang's call. There were footsteps outside the door. Fang Xian casually sensed that it was his aunt who went to the toilet. Being too sensitive to perception is sometimes not a good thing. Fang Xian has seen a couple having sex together in this building more than once. So after returning home, I only feel my own room. There was a gentle knock on the door. Xiao Xian. Are you still awake? Not yet, Aunt. Can I come in? My aunt asked again. My aunt has always had a good temper and respects children's personal privacy. Sure, Auntie. Fang Huilan pushed open the door and walked in, only to find Fang Xin sitting on the bed in his clothes and shoes. Why are you dressed? Are you going out? There will be a mission soon. Fang Huilan was confused. There is a mission. What mission? As he was speaking, a hand appeared in the void, rummaged around a few times, and then grabbed Fang Xin's face. Fang Xin slapped away Bai Mao's scratching hand, then held Bai Mao's hand and pulled it to indicate that it was okay. With a tug of white hair, Fang Xin disappeared from the spot. Fang Huilan stood there in a daze. Transfixed. A long time passed. Oh my god, these awakened ones are incredible. 500 meters high. When Bai Mao grabbed Fang Xin's face just now, his saliva was stained on it. He rubbed the saliva on Fang Xin's clothes, and then a crystal ball appeared in his hand for unknown reason. Juhang threw it into the air. The crystal ball was spinning in the air, and instantly it emitted a cool light towards the entire city below. Within a few breaths, the entire city below was covered by a cover, and then, rays of light films wrapped around many residential buildings. Juhang put his hands in his pockets, yawned, tapped the leg of his sunglasses with his fingers and gave an order. Action! Only then did Fang Xin realize that the white-haired man's sunglasses were actually a treasure. Soon after, we saw small teams emerging from the city below, and starting to clear out the remnants of the Eternal Night Army in the streets and alleys. Isn't this launching? Juhang scratched his ears and said, yes. In a small place like launching, the remnants of the Eternal Night Army will not focus their efforts there. So it is easy to eradicate them. Any other questions? At this moment, Fang Xin was already impatient to verify the attack power of the two wolves. Can you let me go alone? No problem. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Xin saw a blur and landed on the ground. As soon as he landed, Fang Xin immediately put on a headscarf to defend against mental attacks, then put on a pair of red shorts to defend against curses outside his pants, then swiftly put on an invisibility cloak, put the revolver on his waist, and held the scales of the defensive treasure in his hands. Everything was prepared and we sneaked into the night. Juhang in the sky rolled his eyes when he saw this. Fang Xin was holding the intelligent connector, which contained the location signals of the remnants of the Eternal Night Army. I didn't dare to be too ostentatious the first time. I picked an enemy team that only had one level 3 combat force. After going up, release the two wolves. Two flashes of light, one black and one white, flashed across the night sky. White Wolf took the lead in launching a mental attack. The Black Wolf gathered its strength for a moment, then turned into a streak of black light and pierced through the enemy's chest. It was a fatal blow, everything happened in a flash. The two wolves absorbed the blood of the enemy and their strength was enhanced. Fang Xin's strength also increased. He snatched usable treasures from the enemy. Fang Xin collected the two wolves and sneaked in the city under the cover of night. Using this method, Fang Xin madly harvested 4,620 points overnight. The total points reached 8,083 points. Fang Xin is a team by himself, and the points he earns increase accordingly. Sent home at night. Fang Xin counted the various spoils again. I picked out a few useful things and exchanged the rest for points. In the blink of an eye, the points reached 9,228 points. Suppress your excitement. Fang Xin looked at the moonlight outside the window. He took out the small sculpture that Chu Xinyao gave him. The sculpture is a human figure with wings, and judging from the body shape, it seems to be a female angel. Fang Xin held up the small sculpture and faced it towards the moonlight. Staring at the small sculpture. Gradually, the cool moonlight emanated from the small sculpture, lingering around Fang Xin, and seeping into Fang Xin's mouth and nose with his breathing. A huge figure gradually emerged in Fang Xin's mind. He was wearing silver armor, holding a cross sword, and fluttering white wings. He was hanging under a white full moon. The moonlight cast a sacred glow on his body. As his wings flapped, countless bright lights fell on the earth like starlight, as if he was a god guarding the night, or the master controlling the night. But I kept watching. The pure white full moon in the sky gradually turned into scarlet red. There seems to be a throne in the scarlet full moon, and on the throne, a figure can be vaguely seen sitting, towering above the 9 heavens, with a mighty aura, looking down on the world. And the 12-winged god with flapping wings hanging in the night sky slowly turned around, faced the blood moon, and bowed down to worship. Fong Xin woke up slowly, thinking back to the figure I just saw. The figure in the blood moon looks so familiar. Fong Xin could figure out with his toes that this was the effect of his killing talent. Look up at the night sky. The cool moonlight slowly penetrated into Fong Xin's mouth and nose, moistening his spleen and lungs. It's quite comfortable. The light-related talents are divided into sunlight and moonlight. I will try sunlight tomorrow. The next day, when the sun is hanging in the sky, Fong Xin took out the small sculpture again and began to meditate facing the sun. Gradually, a white sun appeared in Fong Xin's mind. In broad daylight, a gigantic figure was suspended between heaven and earth, wearing golden armor and waving huge wings. Even from a long distance, one could still feel the scorching hot energy fluctuations emanating from it, as if it could dry out the vast earth in an instant. The gigantic figure seemed to represent the source of light in the world. You can follow Fong's new visualization. The day also changed. The sun hanging in the sky. It actually changes over time. It turned black little by little. It was as if I had experienced a solar eclipse. And the golden warrior who was originally hanging in the daylight, the ancient god representing day and light, his golden armor slowly began to dim, and he actually emanated wisps of black aura. Then, he slowly turned around. Facing the direction of the black sun, holding the sword in both hands, he lowered his proud head, as if he had chosen to surrender. Look in the direction he is worshipping. Only then did I see it. Between the black sun. The throne was suspended again. The figure on the throne was sitting sideways. With his elbows resting on the armrests on one side of the throne and his chin in one hand, he looked down at the entire world with cold eyes. Call. Fong Xin opened his eyes, recalling the scene that just appeared in my mind. Fong Xinka was very familiar with the figure on the throne. Isn't it yourself? Fong Xin raised his hand, and a killing rune appeared on the back of his hand. I didn't expect that this killing talent could be so amazing. Fong Xin in the mirror had said before that he was the leader of the 7 kings. That also means that besides the king of killing, there are other talented kings. His thoughts returned, and Fong Xin could now feel particles of light slowly gathering towards his body. It seems that I have also awakened my talent for light. Fong Xin took out his mobile phone and turned on the front camera. I didn't notice any changes in my pupils. Fong Xin suddenly realized that his awakening might be different from that of others. After thinking for a moment, Fong Xin took out the smart connector and searched for the awakening of the light talent, and what the original visualization looked like. After searching, Fong Xin was stunned again. The light system is divided into the sunlight system and the moonlight system. People with ordinary talents can only awaken one of them, but those with talents above level S can awaken both. When visualizing, you need to hold the sculpture of the goddess of light in your hand, facing the sunlight or moonlight, and then you can see the sun god or the moon god. However, depending on your talent, what you see is also different, and you can judge by the number of wings. With talents below level B, you can only see 2-winged gods. With talents of level B and above, you can see 4-winged, 6-winged, 8-winged, 10-winged, and the highest 12-winged gods. Fong Xin was confused. He had A-level talent when he didn't use any potions to measure it, but his actual talent was S-level. He could only see the 8-winged god of light, so why could he see the 12-winged god of light? Could it be the effect of the killing talent? Fong Xin looked up other information about the light talent, but strangely, he could only find some superficial information about the light talent. In the smart connector, many talents could find corresponding skills, but there was no introduction on how to use the skills of the light talent. Afterwards, Fong Xin looked up why there was so little information on the light-related talents. Finally, several answers appeared. Because all resources and skills of the light-related talents are monopolized by the church. As Fong Xin was flipping through the pages, his eyes were fixed on a picture. To be precise, it is a totem. Totem of the church. An eye, and its pupil is a sun. I have never seen this pattern before. Isn't this the badge pattern worn on the chest of the lion dog that Chu Xinyao saw at her home? It seems so. Chu Xinyao's father is from the church. Fang Xin couldn't help but think of the time before in the Palace of 10,000 Beasts, when Juhang and Palace Master Shang were chatting. The church wanted to transfer the handsome white-haired guy Juhang to be the governor of the Red Lotus district, but was rejected by the white-haired guy. Moreover, the surviving student of Professor Shang, who had researched Honghuang No. 1, was also extradited back from abroad by the church. It seems that the church has great power. Moreover, from Zhuge Heng's few words, it can be heard that the power struggle in the church is very fierce, so Bai Mao despises what the church has done. Fang Xin searched the church again. Apart from what I just saw, there is no other news. Very mysterious. Now that I think about it carefully, it turns out that this is the reason why Chu Xinyao never talks about her father. But there is one more piece of news I just found out. Anyone who is found to have a talent for light will be forcibly taken away by the church, regardless of their level. Fang Xin stroked the intelligent connector. His talent in the light element was not bad either. There was only one reason why he was not taken away by the church. Fang Xin joined the 9th department. Just as Fang Xin was thinking about these things. Imperial capital. In the ancient and magnificent Temple of Light. A middle-aged man wearing a crown and a gold-embroidered white cloak on his shoulders looked up at the huge sculpture of the goddess of light standing in the temple. The sun, moon, and stars were embroidered on his cloak. If you look closely, you can see that the sun, moon, and stars on the cloak are actually moving slowly as the cloak sways. Behind the sculpture, there is a huge sphere suspended in the air, like the day. But at this moment, the daytime seemed to be experiencing a solar eclipse. It was eaten away little by little and turned black. The middle-aged man wearing a crown had golden light bursting out from his eyes. The temple shook. A figure hurried in from outside, with a red cloak dragging on the ground and swaying from side to side as he ran. After seeing this scene, his pupils suddenly shrank. "Your Holiness, this. What is this?" The middle-aged man's golden eyes stared at the day that was still being eaten away by darkness. He murmured. The Taiyi eclipses the sun, black and white are reversed, the 7 kings reunite, and judgment comes. The figure behind him trembled violently when he heard this, and said in a trembling voice, "This. The chaos of the gods has only stopped for less than a century. Is there any way to stop the arrival of the 7 kings?" The middle-aged man slowly turned his head, his golden eyes bursting with a dazzling light that was terrifying. "Yes. Either we enslave them and make them work for us, or we do everything we can to strangle them in the cradle." The figure behind him trembled violently again, and the temple, which should have been warm, was filled with a biting chill. Keep an eye on the remnants of the eternal night at all times and send people to infiltrate them. If the 7 kings show up, they will definitely notice it before us. Before they lead them over, we will snatch them away. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. "Yes, sir." In order to have enough energy to earn more points at night, Fang Xin slept a little longer. In the blink of an eye, it was night. Fang Xin looked at the mirror persistently. As usual, after getting no results, I returned to bed and waited. When a hand appeared out of thin air, Fang Xin reached out and held the other person's hand. The other person pulled, and Fang Xin disappeared out of thin air. Looking at the city below his feet, Fang Xin discovered that he had changed to another city. Zhuge Heng threw the spherical treasure into the sky, and the protective shield was put down again. "Do you have any questions?" Zhuge Heng asked. "Can you find me some skills and techniques for light-related talents?" Zhuge Heng paused while cleaning his ears and asked, "Have you awakened your light talent?" "Right. As for the skills and techniques of the light talent, this thing is different from other talents. You can find other talents and skills by searching on the internet, and there are also many smart connectors, but the light talent is monopolized by those old bastards in the church, a bunch of self-righteous people who think they are superior to others. It is indeed a bit difficult to get this. After all, the nephew of the number 1 figure in the church broke my leg some time ago, but since you asked for it, I will definitely find a way for you. I will give it to you after school starts." Fong Xin was amazed. This guy is really an amazing person. Thank you. Small question, any other questions? Not for now. Bang. After snapping his fingers, Fong Xin appeared on the battlefield. Tonight's harvest is not as rich as the previous few days. After all, the decapitation operation has been going on for the third day. The remnants of the eternal night and those aliens will escape if they should, so there are fewer people. Fong Xin only collected 2,832 points in one night. The current score is 12,060. Just when Fong Xin's points reached 10,000. My card suddenly flashed. 2 stars appeared on it. Dear Mr. Fong Xin, congratulations on your promotion to a 2-star user. In the following days, Fong Xin killed and harvested every day under the cover of night. All the SHIELD members who came to clear out the Inhumans knew that there was a new student from the 9th Division wearing an invisibility cloak on the battlefield. He was ruthless and decisive, and his combat power had reached level 3 before he even entered school. Few people know what he looks like, and only his legend circulates under the night sky. I thought everything would pass peacefully. I didn't expect it on the last day. I met a strange person with wind attribute, and he blew a strong wind. Fong Xin's invisibility cloak was blown off, revealing Fong Xin wearing red shorts underneath. This scene happened to be captured by someone from SHIELD. Although her face was not captured in the photo, everyone knows that there is a flirtatious new student in the 9th department, with a combat power of level 3, and she wears red shorts outside. Fong Xin just lay down after returning home. Sure Tailong sent a message to the small group of the 9th Youth Training Camp. Did you know? We have a big guy coming to our 9th Division this year. He is already a level 3 fighter before he even entered school. Zhang Yaozu was the first to reply, who is it? So strong. I don't know. The information was hidden. People on the mission were not allowed to say anything, but a photo was circulated. As he spoke, Sher Tailong posted a photo. The person in the photo is jumping high, wearing an old lady's headscarf, a strange mask on his face, a revolver in one hand and a laser sword of the smart connector in the other, and a very eye-catching bright red shorts with a pair of mandarin ducks embroidered on them. Look. Now everyone calls him the Red Pants God of War. What a sexy outfit. Who is this? Could it be someone from our group? Sher Tailong continued, there have been 2 people in the group who have not spoken. Could it be one of them? Bai Yulin took over the conversation. From the photo, it's obvious that he's a man. The 2 people who didn't talk in the group are Fong Xin and Li Bauer, and Bauer is a girl. Sher Tailong at Fong Xin, Brother Xin, is this war god in red pants you? Fong Xin looked at the group message and then at the photo. With shaking hands, he slowly typed a few words. How could it be me? There is no way there could be such a coquettish person in Arlon City or even in the entire Honglian district. Fong Xin wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. This is too social. Sher Tailong also replied, wow, it's not easy for Brother Xin to send a message. Now Li Bauer is the only one in our group who doesn't speak. Speaking of which, did you guys participate in the decapitation operation in the Red Lotus district this time? Zhang Yaozu asked. Shen Yu took over the conversation and said, the entire 9th Division has recruited 36 new students this year. For this beheading operation, it seems that only the one with the best overall performance from each group was selected for the trial in advance. I just heard about it, so I can't guarantee whether the information is accurate or not. Zhang Yaozu asked, who among our group will go? Brother Xin or Bauer? Bai Yulin took over the conversation. Bauer sent me a message that day, saying that she was thrown to the battlefield by Instructor Zhuge. It seems that Bauer is the #1 overall scorer in our group. We have a new brother in our team who is so cool. How awesome is Bauer? Zhang Yaozu exclaimed. Bai Yulin took over the conversation. Bauer has a rare sword god talent, an SSS level sword god talent. Super strong. We go to the same school. Her score is the first in our Taiyang district. Zhang Yaozu was shocked. No way, there are 2 SSS level bosses in our group alone. The 9th monster room is so terrifying. Sher Tailong said, if that's the case, the Red Pants God of War is not Bauer, then it must be among the other 5 people with the highest overall scores. You'll find out when you get to the academy. All the new students of S.H.I.E.L.D. are trained in the same academy. Sure, Tailong changed the subject. I have a piece of gossip. My grandfather told me that the master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace will come to our 9th division to teach in person. The palace master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace? Someone of that status and position comes here to teach. Are you kidding? Is this news true? It's almost certain. I heard from my grandfather that a few nights ago, a new student with a talent for beast control in our 9th department was taken to the 10,000 Beasts Palace to awaken his talent. As a result, the awakened talent caused strange phenomena in heaven and earth. His talent is second only to the founder of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. The old master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace was alarmed. I heard that the people in the 10,000 Beasts Palace wanted to snatch people away. In the end, they were afraid that the 9th department would suppress them. However, the 10,000 Beasts Palace likes the new student of our 9th department very much, and specially asked the master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace to teach him. Which big boss is so prestigious that he can have the master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace come to give a lecture in person? Sure, Tailong continued, I don't know. It seems that no one in our group has a talent for controlling beasts as their main job. That should be someone from another team. We will report to the youth training camp tomorrow. We will know after we get there, right? It's time to go to bed, everyone. You have to report before 12 noon tomorrow. The school placement test will start at 3 p.m. Fong Xin put down the smart connector. Although the youth training camp is in Yunqing in Honglian district, it is not in Fong Xin's province, so it will take more than an hour to fly there tomorrow. I took out my card and swiped it on the smart connector. Beep. Points are shown on the card. 18,328 points. This is the result of Fong Xin's hard work over the past few days. Converted into cash, it amounts to 180 million yuan. Among the treasures collected these days, only 2 caught Fong Xin's attention. One is a 5th-level bead called the Earth Spirit Bead. With this bead, one can dive 10 meters below the ground and can also pass through walls. There is also a 6th-level shamanic mask. When you put it on, if the enemy sees you, they will be temporarily blinded for 3 seconds. The situation on the battlefield changes rapidly, and 3 seconds is enough to reverse the situation. These 2 items were obtained by Fong Xin through a sneak attack on a level 4 alien. All other treasures that can be exchanged for points have been exchanged for points. In terms of cash, the total amount of cash that Fong Xin had looted from those aliens these days was more than 230 million. Some aliens with low combat power, although they don't have any good treasures, they usually burn, kill, loot and do all kinds of evil, so naturally they have accumulated a lot of cash. However, what bothered Fong Xin the most now was that he had run out of bullets for his revolver. There was also a place in the intelligent connector that specialized in buying and selling treasures, and Fong Xin actually found bullets that were suitable for this revolver. One actually costs 400 points. Fong Xin asked the seller, I am a student, can you give me a few? The seller was also very polite and told Fong Xin to get as far away as possible. Fong Xin reluctantly spent 2,000 points and bought 5. After all, one bullet can hit a level 4 alien, and the reward brought by a level 4 alien is more than 400 points. The next morning, Fong Xin heard his aunt packing up her things. I got up, checked the time, packed my things and took a shower. While Aunt Fong Huilan was packing things for her daughter Jiang Xiaocha, she kept nagging her about some things. Seeing Fong Xin coming out, he said, Xiao Xin, after you and your sister go there, keep in touch and I'll take care of you on weekdays. I know, Aunt. My aunt packed a lot of things, including all kinds of clothes, and finally brought a lot of food that Fong Xin and Jiang Xiaocha liked to eat, which she had prepared at around 4 in the morning. Jiang Weidong consoled them, the 2 children have to go to school, why are you crying? I heard that you have a midterm holiday, so you will be back then. Fong Huilan touched Fong Xin's head, then touched Jiang Xiaocha's head, her eyes full of reluctance. The younger daughter, Jiang Xiaoyu, did not report for school. Although the system was reformed this year, she still had to stay in school for a semester to learn theoretical knowledge. However, Jiang Xiaoyu had already signed a contract with an organization and would receive a good allowance while at school. Fang Xin and Jiang Xiaocha were on the same flight. Cloud City. It was already 10:30 when the plane arrived. There is a direct line to Tianduan College. Fang Xin took Jiang Xiaocha into the car. There were all new faces on the bus, chattering non-stop. They were all new students of S.H.I.E.L.D. who had come from all over the place. After Fang Xin got into the car, he took out a travel guide from the pocket on the back of the front seat and covered his face with it. But these new students were arguing so loudly. Jiang Xiaocha took out the earphones and put them into Fang Xin's ears, then smiled sweetly at Fang Xin. Fang Xin leaned his head against the window, and only his sister understood his thoughts. There was a girl sitting in the front row. Not only did she have a shrill voice, but she also kept chattering since she got on the bus. To be honest, I wasn't in good shape that day, so I barely got an A grade. Otherwise, I could have joined the 9th division. I was just a little bit short. But no one in our school was selected by the 9th division. I was the best one, and I got to the 6th division. My name is Huang Hui. Which division are you all in? What's your name? We'll all be classmates in the future, so let's get to know each other in advance. I asked the people in front of me one by one. We don't have a 9th division. Huang Hui sighed, that's right. Not everyone can enter the monster room in the 9th division. This year, S.H.I.E.L.D. recruited more than 1,800 people from the 12 districts across the country, but the 9th division only recruited 36. As she spoke, Huang Hui turned her head and looked at Fang Xin and Jiang Xiaocha who were sitting in the back row. Classmate, what's your name, and which department are you in? Jiang Xiaocha, the first one. The first one, that's good. Huang Hui looked at Fang Xin, whose face was covered with the travel guide, and reached out to uncover the travel guide covering Fang Xin's face. Hey, classmate, what's your name, and which place are you from? Jiang Xiaocha frowned. Fang Xin opened his eyes unhappily, Qin Juanhao, from the 7th division. Huang Hui said, the 7th place, although it's not as good as our 6th place, it's not bad either. Fang Xin gave a fake smile in return, took out the travel guide and covered his face with it again to catch up on his sleep. Huang Hui snorted when she saw this, you're quite arrogant. Who knows, after graduation, I might still be your superior. The car was bumpy all the way. Huang Hui also quarreled all the way. When getting off the bus, there are a lot of cars parked in front of the school gate. New faces, full of curiosity and desire, walked towards Tianduan Academy. There is a sign at the school gate marking the 9 special operations offices. Each registry has members from all over the place. Huang Hui chirped after getting off the bus, wow, the seniors are so handsome. So cool. Fang Xin turned his gaze to the 9th place. The person sitting there registering was the little deer he had met before. Jiang Xiaocha waved at Fang Xin, brother, I'll go over to register. Fang Xin responded, if you have any questions, come to me. Huang Hui glanced at Fang Xin and said, your cousin's 1st place is much better than your brother's 7th place, Qin Juanhao. Fang Xin smiled back, and Huang Hui pointed to a place, your 7th office is over there, next to our 6th office. We're on the same road. Tian Juanhui walked towards this side. Huang Hui immediately said excitedly, hello, senior. I am Huang Hui, a new student in our 6th department. Tian Juanhui nodded and pointed to the 6th registration office, go over there to register. Okay, senior. Just as Huang Hui was about to leave, she saw Tian Juanhui suddenly stand at attention and salute Fang Xin. Fang Xin also returned the greeting. Tian Juanhui laughed and said, your 9th division is over there. Fang Xin nodded. He patted Tian Juanhui lightly and said, then I'll go over first. Good. Huang Hui stood there in a daze, looking at Fang Xin's back, then at Tian Juanhui, senior, is he from the 9th division? Tian Juanhui regained his cool look and simply hummed. Huang Hui was completely stunned as she looked at the direction Fang Xin left. She felt like she had been tricked, but there was nothing she could do. Fang Xin walked through the crowd and stood at the 9th registration spot. The fawn dozed with its chin resting on the table. Fong Xin waved his hand, Sister Xiaolu. Xiaolu raised his head and smiled sweetly at Fong Xin. Fong Xin is here. Face the camera. Register. Fong Xin was facing a camera next to him. With a beep, Xiaolu stretched out his hand to Fong Xin. Welcome to join. Fong Xin, a voice came. Fong Xin turned his head and saw a chubby and fair-skinned little fat boy standing behind him. The little fat man came up and stretched out his hand, laughing, I'm sure Tailong. Fong Xin extended his hand for a simple handshake, hello, hello. Standing behind Sure Tailong was a girl with slightly dark skin. She was wearing a sports suit with the word struggle printed on her chest and the word youth printed on her back. Brother Xin, guess who this is? Sure Tailong asked with a wicked smile while hugging the girl. After a little thought, Fong Xin asked, Li Bauer, right? A blush appeared on the girl's dark face. After punching Sure Tailong in the stomach, she smiled embarrassedly at Fong Xin. Brother Xin, I'm Zhang Yaozu. You are Zhang, ah. You are a girl. Fong Xin was stunned. Wow, you have chosen a very glorious name. Zhang Yaozu scratched his head and grinned, my brother's name is Zhang Guangzong. Fong Xin was silenced for a moment by Zhang Yaozu's words. Thinking about the fact that this person often bickered with Sure Tailong in the group and had a profile picture of a little yellow chicken with a middle-parted hair, Fong Xin always thought that the other person was a boy. What about the others? The three of them went to their respective dormitories to make their beds. The two of us are waiting for you here. Sure Tailong showed a slightly obscene smile. What are you waiting for? Sure Tailong came over and said, aren't you curious about who the Red Pants God of War is? Now many people want to know who the Red Pants God of War is. Fong Xin coughed subconsciously to clear his throat. I'm not that gossipy. Even if they came, they wouldn't wear their underwear outside. Sure Tailong chuckled, actually, after a comprehensive evaluation, we have determined who the God of War in Red Pants is. Zhang Chong of the 6th team, he is the first in their team's overall score, and has also participated in the beheading operation in Honglian district, and someone asked but he didn't deny it. Just 5 minutes before you came here, he came to report, and there was no one else but him. When Fong Xin heard this, if someone is willing to bear this shameful name, then you should bear it. Sure Tailong continued, Brother Xin, before you go to the dormitory, you still need to pay the accommodation fee and various miscellaneous fees. Over there, remember to bring your card. Zhang Meiqiuer will take you to pay. The dormitories for students in the 9th division are all single rooms. Shen Yu came early and has already cleaned our dormitories. You only need to put down your things when you go. I'll go book a private room for us at the restaurant, and the 6 of us will have a meal first. Meiqiu, take Xinga to pay the bill. I'll post the location in our group. Zhang Yaozu, who had a dark complexion, punched Sure Tailong in the stomach again. Get out of here, you fathead. You are the briquette. Your whole family is briquette. Sure Tailong chuckled, Brother Xin, I'll go first. Zhang Yaozu led the way in front, and Fong Xin asked curiously, do you two know each other? Our two families are old friends, so I have known that fat guy since we were kids. Zhang Yaozu explained. Unexpectedly, when I went to pay the bill, I met an old acquaintance again. Qin Juhang stood among several students from the 7th division and said generously, don't compete with me. We are all from the 7th division and will be good classmates and comrades in the future. Since this is our first meeting, I will pay for all the tuition and fees for everyone in the 7th division. It's not much. It's just a greeting gift for everyone. As he spoke, he waved his card. Before I came here, my dad topped up $5 million into this card for me. So I could get along well with everyone. As he was speaking, he swiped the card and the amount displayed on it was 392. Qin Juhan's classmates already started to cheer, Mr. Qin is so generous. It's just a little watering. Qin Juhan waved his hand. Zhang Yaozu shook his head and said, I don't know which landlord's stupid son this is. He is so generous. He has already paid for many new students in the 7th department. The fee for each person is 20,000. There are nearly 200 new students in the 7th department, so it's almost 4 million. Rich people are really generous. Fong Xin didn't care. Young Master Qin still tried his best to show off his wealth as usual. There are several payment windows. There is a special payment window at number 9. Because there are fewer people, there is no need to queue. When Fong Xin walked towards this side, many new students looked over, looking at the new students in the 9th department with envy. Anyone who can join the monster room is a genius. Qin Juhang turned around and saw Fong Xin. Immediately, his thoughts became active. Fong Xin. Qin Juhang waved at Fong Xin. Many people around him looked at Qin Juhang. Mr. Qin, you know someone from the 9th division? Qin Juhang immediately said, yes, of course I know him. We are both from launching, classmates, and good friends. The new students in the 7th department around him all exclaimed. Qin Juhang walked towards Fong Xin. Holding his card in his hand, he saw Fong Xin was about to pay tuition and miscellaneous fees. Fong Xin, I'm here to pay your tuition and miscellaneous fees. Qin Juhang hugged Fong Xin and acted as if they were very familiar with each other. After all, being able to meet a monster from the 9th division here could also show off his connections. Do we know each other well? Fong Xin pushed Qin Juhang away with his elbow. How could he not see Qin Juhang's little thoughts? Qin Juhang sighed, hugged Fong Xin, and put on a fake smile of kindness. We are from the same hometown and old classmates. It is reasonable for me to pay your tuition fees. Besides, after your parents pass away, the inheritance they leave for you will definitely not be much. For you, more than 20,000 yuan in tuition fees is not a small amount. Your aunt and uncle's meager salary will take a long time to save. He took this opportunity to step on Fong Xin again, and after stepping on Fong Xin, he paid Fong Xin money again, and his image became more lofty again. Many classmates looked at Fong Xin with more or less pity in their eyes. I didn't expect that this new student from the 9th department came from such a miserable family. Zhang Yaozu frowned and felt a sense of disgust towards Qin Juhang for no reason. Qin Juhang shamelessly lowered his head and said to the staff who was handling the payment, Teacher, I will pay his tuition and miscellaneous fees. Fong Xin, my father recharged 5 million for me, and now there are more than 3 million left. That's just over 300 points. There's no need for you to be embarrassed. We are old classmates. Your family is in such a difficult situation, it's nothing for me to help you. Zhang Yaozu frowned and became angry when he looked at Qin Juhang. He took out his card and prepared to swipe it for Fong Xin. Just as she was about to swipe the card, Fong Xin took out his card expressionlessly and placed it on the card machine. Beep. The 2-point payment was successful. The account balance is 16,326 points. A long string of numbers appeared. Qin Juhang, holding the card, stood there in a daze. He stared at Fong Xin's 5-digit points balance. This is equivalent to 160 million in cash. Zhang Yaozu, who was holding up his card to swipe for Fong Xin, was also stunned. His eyes were wide open. I didn't expect there were so many points in Fong Xin's card. The new students who were nearby also saw it. There was an exclamation from the crowd. Those who didn't see clearly at the back quickly asked what happened. One person tells 10 people, 10 people tell 100 people. There was an uproar at the payment counter. Everyone stared at the new student from the 9th division. This was the first time they saw so many points on a new student's card. More than 16,000 points. Whose rich kid is this person who comes here to play? No wonder the students in the 9th monster room have different ways of appearing from those of ordinary students. Even the teacher who collected the fees looked shocked. When he handed Fong Xin the betting, he couldn't help but take another look at Fong Xin. There are many young men from wealthy families here today, but the highest number of points they have in their cards is just in the 4 digits. This is also the first new student to have 5-digit points. Qin Juhang opened his mouth, holding high his card with a balance of more than 300 points. His points were just a fraction of Fong Xin's. Where did you get so many points? Qin Juanhao said in shock. Before school started, I did some odd jobs and earned some pocket money. Fang Xin pushed Qin Juanhao away lightly with the back of his hand. After walking 2 steps, Fang Xin stopped, glanced sideways at Qin Juanhao and said coldly, "It's understandable that you want to show off in front of others, but remember, don't step on other people's shoulders to show off your virtues. It's very despicable. Besides, we don't know each other well." After saying that, Ho Fangxin turned around and left. Qin Juanhao stood there in a daze, and the new students around him pointed at him. Many classmates had just seen and heard what Qin Juanhao had done, and felt that it was really despicable for Qin Juanhao to expose Fang Xin's family situation in public. The teacher at the payment counter also rolled his eyes at Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao forced a smile. Luckily he was thick-skinned and returned to the 7th seat in shame. He originally wanted to swipe the card for the student behind him. As a result, the student behind him immediately said, "Qin Juanhao, I pay my tuition and miscellaneous fees myself. I think your money is dirty." Classmates in front of me also said one after another, "Qin Juanhao, I'll return your money to you." Fang Xin admired everything about Tianduan Academy. The college covers an area of more than 1,000 acres and is extremely huge. The main reason is that many of the training venues are very large. In the very center of the college, there is a huge sculpture. There were several figures cast in steel, with 4 standing in front, behind, left and right, 2 standing in the middle, 1 squatting with his hands on his chest, and 1 holding a shield high up, as if resisting all the darkness in the world. Zhang Yaozu followed behind Fang Xin happily. "Brother Xin, where did you get so many points?" "I killed some small monsters." Fang Xin evaded the question. For the time being, he would better not let anyone know that he was related to the decapitation operation, so as to avoid being recognized as the Red Pants God of War. Otherwise, he would be given the name of Red Pants God of War by so many new students right after entering school. Losing the right to choose a spouse would be a small matter. In the future, he would most likely be called Brother Pants. When a classmate asked me if I knew Fang Xin, I said I didn't know, the guy in shorts. "Oh, that's him." Thinking of this scene, Fang Xin gripped the ground with his toes. The 9th dormitory is definitely the most luxurious of all the dormitories, and it is fully equipped with various facilities. Under the guidance of Zhang Yaozu, Fang Xin went to his dormitory on the easternmost side of the floor and put down his bedding and other things. "Brother Xin, I live next door to you. Next to me is the fat guy's dormitory, and opposite you from left to right are Li Bauer, Bai Yulin, and Shin Yu." While we were talking, a classmate who looked very feminine and even pretty came in from the opposite door. She had long hair and was dressed in a somewhat feminine way. "Student Fang Xin. Hello, I'm Bai Yu." Bai Yulin stretched out his manicured hand. Fang Xin was stunned for a moment. He clearly remembered that this boy was called Bai Yulin, but he didn't expect Zhang Yaozu to whisper in his ear. "Brother Xin, this kid has split personality, that is, multiple personalities. Now he is her sister, named Bai Yu. He also has a younger brother named Bai Lin, and an older brother named He Yulin. Each personality represents a talent." Fang Xin's head was buzzing. "Is it so magical?" Fang Xin suppressed his surprise and extended his hand. "Hello. New brother is here." Another voice came. Fang Xin saw a figure standing outside the door. The person lowered his head and walked in from the door. After seeing the other party clearly, Fang Xin's eyes widened a lot. This guy is 2.6 meters tall. He was tall and strong, standing there like an iron tower, his head almost touching the ceiling. "Brother Xin, I am Shin Yu." The visitor stretched out his palm as big as a cattail leaf fan. Fang Xin also extended his palm to shake hands. Shocked beyond words. "Where's Bauer?" Zhang Yaozu asked. "I'm here." A soft voice came from the door. Fang Xin looked away and looked towards the door, and saw a fair and beautiful girl standing at the door. The first reaction is that he is a bit dull and silly. He had 2 machetes tucked under his arms, which somewhat ruined the silly atmosphere, and he was also eating a bag of potato chips in his hands. She had long hair draped over her shoulders and was wearing a white shirt and loose sweatpants, with one leg of the sweatpants still at her knees. "Brother Xin, this is Li Bauer," Zhang Yaozu introduced. "Hello." Fang Xin greeted the other party. Li Bauer ate potato chips mechanically, as if she was standing there in a daze. "Bauer. Brother Xin is greeting you," Bai Yulin reminded. Li Bauer's dilated pupils focused again. "Ah. Hello." Zhang Yaozu changed the subject. "The fat guy sent us his location, let's go over there and eat." The group followed the location and arrived at the restaurant that Shi Tailong had booked. Shi Tailong quickly distributed tableware and poured tea for the group. He looked gossipy and said, "I just saw Brother Pants, Zhang Chang. He's over there." The door of the box was half open, and Shi Tailong raised his chin and indicated a direction. A few people looked over and saw a new student sitting in the distance, wearing a flowered shirt, pink pants, and gold leather shoes. Fang Xin couldn't help but take a look. Many new students were pointing fingers at him, and some were even taking pictures of him secretly. But Zhang Chang seems to enjoy the process. Fang Xin shook his head and said, "If you want to be the underpants brother, then go ahead and do it. I just heard from someone that Brother Kutcher has reached the third late stage of combat power. In the test this afternoon, he is the most likely to pass it without any damage." Shi Tailong said again. Zhang Yaozu glanced at the time and said, "It's past 12 o'clock. Let's take a short break after dinner. We will gather at 2:30 and start the basic test at 3 o'clock. I heard that this year's difficulty level has been fine-tuned and is more difficult than in previous years. It's difficult to get through without taking any damage. I heard that in the past, there were seniors who were seriously injured and had to lie down for a month to recover," Bai Yulin said. "I brought the medicine and will share it with everyone before the exam." Shen Yu said after hearing this. Fang Xin took out the smart connector and took a look. Juhang sent a message. "Ashin, come and help me move something." Followed by a positioning. Fang Xin stood up. "Zhuge asked me to come over. You guys eat first, I'll be back later." "Okay, new brother, if you can't come later, send us a message and we will bring you food." "Thank you." After saying hello, Fang Xin went out. After watching Fang Xin leave, the few of them returned to the previous topic. "I heard that the top 3 people who pass the test the fastest will receive bonus points." Shi Tailong took a sip of tea and said, "The fastest way to clear the level. It's a blessing if you can hold on until the stipulated time. Let's forget about that." Zhang Yaozu snorted and said, "Bauer is a level 3 fighter, so he should be the easiest among us." Unexpectedly, Li Bauer looked at Zhang Yaozu blankly and spoke in a soft and slow voice. "I can't beat Fang Xin." After Li Bauer said this, the other new students in the same team all looked shocked. "Bauer, you said, you can't beat Fang Xin." Bai Yulin turned around and looked at Li Bauer. Li Bauer nodded. "Are you sure?" Li Bauer was eating potato chips with a crunchy sound, and her voice was still soft and sticky. "I'm sure." "So, Brother Xin is also a level 3 fighter?" Shi Tailong exclaimed, "Among us, there are 2 level 3 fighters." "Yes. Brother Xin has an SSS level strength talent. When you think about it, it doesn't seem surprising," Shi Tailong said after thinking for a while. "That's not right. In the previous decapitation operation, didn't they say that the team with the best overall score from each team was selected to participate? Then since Bauer can't beat Xin Go, why did our team send Bauer instead of Xin Go?" Zhang Yaozu asked puzzledly. Li Bauer raised her head, blinking her big eyes, looking so cute. Bai Yulin asked, "Is this news accurate?" "I heard it." Bai Yulin rolled his eyes. "The news I heard is not true. Maybe Bauer and Xin Go from our team have gone there." "Then why didn't Xin Go tell me last time when I asked him in the group if he knew about the decapitation operation?" Li Bauer rested her chin on the table, eating potato chips with her little mouth moving. "Because I was busy killing people, I didn't have time to deal with you." Zhang Yaozu suddenly realized, "So that's it. You guys think Xin Go is the red pants god of war, right?" Shi Tailong immediately retorted, "Meichio, are you out of your mind? Didn't Brother Pants confirm that it was Zhang Chang? Our Xin Gu looks like a righteous man, how could he wear such a flirtatious outfit? Fatty, you're the briquette. Anyway, Xin Gu should be able to get a good score in the test this afternoon. Not necessarily. The placement test at the 9th department is very difficult. But no matter what, he's better than me, said Shi Tailong. More than a dozen large trucks loaded with various equipment were parked on the road. Fang Xin stood there blankly, looking at the white-haired guy slurping noodles next to him. Is this what you mean by moving something? Juhang sipped some noodles and put his elbow on Fang Xin's shoulder. What's wrong? Not enough. Fang Xin's face darkened. I have an entrance exam this afternoon, brother. Juhang raised his chin. These equipments on the car are used for training in various venues. I have told the teacher in charge here that if you move these equipments according to the regulations, I will give you the status of an administrator. Others who come to train outside the specified time have to pay money and ask for favors from the person in charge. If you have the status of an administrator, you don't have to pay. How about it? Fang Xin was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Thank you, brother. Go, Pikachu. Juhang pushed Fang Xin and disappeared on the spot, spitting noodles. Fang Xin asked in confusion, what is Pikachu? Open the car door and move the equipment down according to the instructions of the person in charge. Fortunately, he has a strength-related talent, so these things are not too tiring for Fang Xin. I was busy until almost 2:30. Shi Tailong and others sent a message to ask where Fang Xin was and gathered to prepare for the exam. Fang Xin had already moved more than a dozen cars, but then a few more arrived. Xiaolu sent a message in the group, Fang Xin, Mr. Zhuge told the examiner that it's okay for you to come later. Fang Xin replied bitterly. It was already past 3 o'clock when everything was done. The person in charge gave Fang Xin an ID card with Fang Xin written on the front and administrator on the back. After thanking him, Fang Xin ran towards the examination place in a hurry. By the time Fang Xin got there, the exam had already begun. The examination venue is 9 huge venues. There is also a huge screen floating in the sky. It shows the scores of new students in this baseline test. It is comprehensively assessed based on combat power, time taken to clear a level, or length of time one persists. To pass the level, you only need to deal with a puppet with peak combat power at level 1 first, then 2, and then 3. After passing level 1, you will face level 2, from 1 puppet to 3 puppets, and finally level 3 peak puppets, also from 1 to 3. If you can't win, then it depends on who can delay the longest. The longer you delay, the higher your score will be. However, there is an upper limit for each level. The test can be declared over if you can persist for 10 minutes at level 1, 20 minutes at level 2, and 30 minutes at level 3. After this baseline test, the first place will get 300 points, the second place will get 200 points, and the third place will get 100 points. When Fang Xin arrived at the place, glancing at the big screen above. So far in the exam, the person with the highest overall score is a man named Cheng Yu, who finished the exam in 17 minutes and 58 seconds. The top 20 on the big screen were basically monopolized by the 9th place, and as new students from the 9th place gradually entered the examination room, the top 30 were gradually expanding, and other places could only look up to them. On the distant stands, there was a row of leaders sitting, among whom was naturally the particularly eye-catching Bai Mao. Compared with the other leaders who were sitting upright, Bai Mao seemed a bit lazy. Moreover, most of the other leaders were middle-aged or elderly, and he was a young man alone, which made him look out of place. Zhang Yaozu waved at Fang Xin, Brother Xin, this way. Fang Xin walked over quickly, and Zhang Yaozu handed him a luxurious hand-pulled pancake and a cup of porridge. Here you go. I just took a sip of porridge. There was an exclamation from the crowd. Someone has broken the record for first place. It's Brother Pants. Zhang Yaozu stared at the screen. All the freshmen were talking about it. I didn't expect that Brother Pants' outfit was so cool and his fighting ability was also so cool that he set a new record for the first place with a time of 17 minutes and 42 seconds. Immediately afterwards, Brother Pants was seen walking out of the examination venue with a bruised face and nose. Fong Xin took a quick look and it seemed that most of the people who had finished the exam had bruises on their faces. Not far away, there were even a few ambulances and staff with healing talents ready at all times. Zhang Yaozu was also looking at the big screen with a bruised face. Fong Xin took a look and saw that Zhang Yaozu was ranked 29th. Just as I took a bite of food, an announcement was made in front of me: "Students, please enter the examination room to take the exam." Several students' names were displayed on another large screen, and Fong Xin's name was among them. Fong Xin took a big sip of the porridge and then took 2 big bites of the cake. Zhang Yaozu took over the unfinished pancake from Fong Xin. "Come on, Xin, I'll go reheat the pancake for you later." When Fong Xin walked towards the examination room, the big screen above flashed again. There have been changes to ranking updates. Everyone was caught in exclamations. Fong Xin couldn't help but look over. I saw a name appear in the first place. Ji Xuanzi, 12 minutes and 6 seconds. He beat the guy in pants for more than 5 minutes. But before everyone's exclamations had died down, even louder exclamations were heard. The first place changes again. Li Bauer, 7 minutes and 1 second. The exclamations swept in all directions like a raging tide. Is this the monster room? 7 minutes and 1 second. I held on for 7 minutes and was beaten to tears. It took her 7 minutes to clear the level. Can you separate the results of the 9th department from those of the other departments? It's such a blow to us. They are simply from 2 different worlds. 7 minutes and 1 second, this is rare in the history of Sky Shield Academy. This is definitely the first place. 300 points. In the stands, an old man sitting in the middle crossed his fingers and leaned back slowly. This Li Bauer is really extraordinary. 7 minutes and 1 second, this can be ranked in the top 5 in the history of Tianduan Academy. Dean, this year's students are all excellent, a middle-aged man nearby said excitedly. The old man looked into the distance and saw a silly and beautiful girl walking out of the examination room with 2 machetes tucked under her arms. That's Li Bauer? Right. The old man's face was filled with satisfaction. The young are indeed formidable. This little girl looks about the same age as my granddaughter, but her talent and fighting power are nothing compared to my granddaughter. An old man wearing glasses in front of him immediately said, "Dean, your granddaughter is not bad either." The old man waved his hand. "Don't flatter me, be honest. This girl is number 1 by a large margin. She should be the number 1 in this year's Tianduan Academy entrance exam, right? That must be it. 7 minutes and 1 second. It would be extremely difficult for her to surpass it." Several people nearby echoed. Juhang supported the back of his head with his fingers crossed, and slowly leaned back, rocking the chair he was sitting on. Looking at Fong Xin walking towards the examination room, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After Fong Xin entered the examination room, there was an owl flying in the air. The owl's eyes were facing Fong Xin. Beep. Fong Xin, a new student in the 9th division. Authentication successful. The baseline test begins. As the words fell, the owl flapped its wings and flew high, hanging in the air like an invigilator. Fong Xin's eyes turned. I noticed that the scenery around me began to change. The original classroom has become an old residential area. Immediately afterwards, a man with a scar on his face walked out from the side, shaking his head and looking at Fong Xin. Fong Xin was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting that this puppet could be so lifelike. Moreover, the environment of this examination room was too unexpected. It is actually infinitely close to actual combat simulation. Scarface turned his head and rushed towards Fong Xin holding a dagger. The opponent is at the peak of level 1. But it's really not good enough in front of Fong Xin. Just came here. Fong Xin didn't have any fancy moves. A big dick came over. Scarface's head tilted and he lay on the ground motionless. The owl in midair tilted its head. The scarred man on the ground stood up, and another young man with long hair walked out from the side. The scarred man used strength-based attacks, while the long-haired young man used fire-based attacks. The two of them, one far away and one close, coordinated with each other and instantly attacked Fong Xin from both sides. Fong Xin didn't give the two puppets any room to think and rushed forward directly. Twist your waist. He threw a punch. The scar-faced puppet was knocked to the ground and became motionless. Fong Xin easily dodged another fire attribute fireball attack and killed it with a flying knee. In the blink of an eye, the two puppets climbed up, and another puppet in the shape of a young man wearing a baseball cap came out from the side. Directly launched a mental attack. The almost transparent palm reached towards Fong Xin's head and pinched it. Fong Xin rolled on the ground. After countless battles, Fong Xin had summed up a lot of experience. When encountering a mental attack, he must first concentrate his strikes on the person who launched the mental attack. With a sliding tackle, Fong Xin knocked down the puppet that was attacking mentally, and with an elbow strike, he broke the puppet's neck. He turned around and threw the puppet that had lost its ability to fight over to knock over the puppet that was attacking with fire attribute. Fong Xin flew over and smashed the scarred-faced puppet's head into its chest with an elbow. He turned around and kicked the puppet that was attacking with fire attribute, making it lose its ability to move. Student Fong Xin, first level. Cleared. It took 42 seconds. His eyes blurred and the surrounding scene changed. Fong Xin turned around and found himself standing at a ferry. A spike of ice burst out of the water. Fong Xin breaks all laws with one force. He crushed the opponent with his realm, not giving him too many opportunities to attack, and he rushed forward with an iron mountain leaning against him. There is a reason why strength talents are also called reckless talents. Once the physical body reaches a certain level, it will not reason with you. After that, a puppet with mental attack and a puppet with golden attack appeared one after another. To a battle-hardened man like Fong Xin, these were nothing but childish tricks, and the battle ended with ease. I thought it would be very difficult before coming in, but after coming in, I found that it was much easier than the previous decapitation operation. Student Fong Xin. Second level. Cleared. The total time for the first two levels was 2 minutes and 12 seconds. As soon as I entered the third level, I encountered an attack from the beast-taming department. Fong Xin laughed when he saw this scene. Immediately, he waved his arm, and two lights, one black and one white, flashed across each other, and two wolves appeared. Since the test is so simple, there is no need to waste time. I will just take the two wolves with me to attack the level quickly. If I get a rank, I will get points. Outside the examination room. Li Bao's grades are far above everyone else's. 7 minutes and 1 second. This result ranks among the top 5 in the history of Tianduan Academy. Many new students and even many teachers stretched their necks to look in the direction of Li Bao. Li Bao was a little shy. She hid behind Zhang Yaozu and scratched her head. It seemed that she didn't like being stared at. But this look doesn't match the two machetes she holds under her arms. Shi Tailong walked over with a bruised nose and a swollen face. Both eyes were swollen from being beaten, and only 2 gaps could be seen. One lip was swollen. Stalong tilted his mouth and drank from the other half of his mouth. Bauer is so awesome. 7 minutes and 1 second. Bai Yulin, who was injured, and Shen Yu, who had a dislocated arm, also came over one after another. Bauer is so awesome. He came first in the split style. He took 5 minutes less than the second place. Where's the new brother? Shi Tailong asked again. Just got in. Shi Tailong screwed on the bottle cap. Bauer said he couldn't beat the new brother. Bauer has already been 7 minutes and 1 second. How much does the new brother get? 6 minutes. What do you think, Bauer? Li Bauer raised her head, looking dumb and silly. I don't know. We've never fought. We can't possibly rush in within 5 minutes. Zhang Yaozu asked. Shi Tailong licked his swollen lips. Under 5 minutes. Zhang Meiqiu, you are kidding. From the founding of Tianduan Academy to now, there are only 2 seniors who can finish within 5 minutes. The best result in history is 3 minutes and 39 seconds, and the entrance test back then was not as difficult as it is now. Fatty, can't you be a little more open-minded? Shi Tailong retorted, but you have to stick to reality. You can't just dream and talk nonsense for the sake of your big picture, right? You fat guy just knows how to argue with me. How many minutes did it take our instructor Juga to clear the level? Coach Juga directly skipped the 9th place in the youth training camp. But with his talent, it will be easy for him to get into the top 3. Mrs. Sher changed the subject again. By the way, Bauer is really amazing. Some people couldn't even last 7 minutes on the first level, but Bauer cleared it in 7 minutes. Bai Yulin raised his chin and said, for other places, let alone lasting 7 minutes, at least 1,200 people couldn't even last 3 minutes. After all, we were all students before coming here, and we don't have much practical experience. The puppets we tested were all at the peak of level 1 combat power. It's normal that they can't last more than 3 minutes. Zhang Yaozu held Li Bauer's arm and said, this further proves that our Bauer is awesome. Brother Xin has eaten half of his cake and porridge. Shi Tailong saw the half-eaten food in Zhang Yaozu's hand. Yes, I just took 2 bites when the announcement came that I had to go in for the exam. I have to go heat it up for him later. While a few people were talking, the teachers and students in the school, which had been noisy, suddenly became quiet. Shi Tailong looked around with his swollen eyes and asked in a low voice, what's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? Everyone looked at the big screen showing the results. The screen flashed. A name slowly appeared above Li Bauer's name. In the stands. The elderly dean had a kind and gentle smile on his face and looked in the direction of Li Bauer from a distance. His eyes were filled with satisfaction and joy that the younger generation had surpassed their teachers. Later, when I give out awards to the top 3, I will personally present the award to this little girl. Okay, Dean Su. Dean Su crossed his fingers and placed them on his belly. 7 minutes and 1 second. It's been years since we've had a new student finish within 10 minutes. Dean, the difficulty of the entrance examination has been increasing year by year, a middle-aged man next to him flattered. Dean Su twisted his thumbs around each other and said, doesn't this further prove how amazing this little girl is? Who recruited her? The others looked at Juhang. The dean patted Juhang on the shoulder with satisfaction and said, you always come up with some surprises for me. Juhang bared his teeth and smiled, old Su, this is just the beginning. The dean leaned slightly to the side and asked, what's the matter with this little girl? Juhang laughed and said, there are only a few people in Longhua who are good at using swords. Her last name is Li. I don't believe you can't guess it. The dean was slightly startled, then asked in great surprise, is it that person's granddaughter? That's right. The dean moved his fingers excitedly, smiling, I told you, such a strong girl can't be from an ordinary family. How many new students are left who haven't finished their tests yet? Someone nearby replied, Dean, there are more than 90 left. The dean straightened his clothes and said, it's a foregone conclusion that this little girl is the first in this year's competition. Let's go and get ready. I have to personally present the award to this little girl. As he spoke, the dean stood up. But as soon as I got up, the teachers and students of Tianduan Academy, who were originally noisy below, became quiet. All the teachers and students in the school looked towards the big screen showing the results. I saw the ranking table flash. Li Bauer's first place slowly moved back and became second. A name slowly appeared above Li Bauer's name. Student, Fong Xin, 9th place, score, 3 minutes and 12 seconds. The entire school of more than 1,000 and nearly 2,000 teachers and students fell silent. The whole place was silent, so silent that you could hear a pin drop, as if a spell of immobilization had been cast on everyone in the place. A few seconds later, the whole school was in an uproar. 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Did I masturbate too much? Am I dazzled? Is this true? No way, big brother. You cleared the level in more than 3 minutes. It's okay that you cleared the level in 3 minutes and 12 seconds, but you cleared it without taking any damage. I thought 7 minutes and 1 second was invincible. Whose general is this? What is a monster room? Is this a monster room? There's no way to survive. More than 1,200 freshmen from other places couldn't last 3 minutes, but this guy cleared it in 3:12 seconds. The best 3 minutes and 39 seconds in the history of Sky Shield Academy. This is a record-breaking one. The difference between first and second is 3 minutes and 12 seconds, and the difference between second and 35 minutes. The difference between first and me is the difference between a human and a dog. Stop joking. I heard that the 9th office has a B-level fire-attributed guard dog with an 8th level combat power. You are not as good as the dog in the 9th office. There's no way to survive. I strongly suggest that the members of the 9th Division be removed from the list. This is really undermining the confidence of those of us in other divisions. Brother, stop joking. We in the 9th Division are also quite shocked by this result. In the crowd, Qin Juhang, who was covered in wounds, was stunned when he saw Fong Xin's name. Many new students in the 7th Department knew Fong Xin because of Qin Juhang. After seeing Fong Xin's results, they were all shocked and despised Qin Juhang even more. Jiang Xiaocha looked up at the academic rankings. After seeing Fong Xin's name, she adjusted her glasses and smiled sweetly. The classmate next to him asked in confusion, "Xiaocha, what are you laughing at?" "Nothing." The dean, who was about to leave, raised his head with his eyes wide open. Thinking that he was seeing things, he rubbed his eyes, supported himself on the table with both hands, leaned forward and opened his eyes wide to look at the grades again. 3 minutes and 12 seconds. It's accurate. The dean pointed at the big screen with shaking fingers. 3 minutes and 12 seconds. The other leaders of Tianduan Academy in the same row were also shocked. Record-breaking. Record-breaking, Dean. The dean was very emotional. He sat down, patted his pounding heart, took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The corners of his mouth were almost stretched to the back of his head due to his excitement. He turned his eyes and saw the calm white-haired Juhang. "Hey. Juga. Did you expect this?" "Almost." "Did you find this new student?" "That's right." Juhang grinned, showing his little white teeth. The dean patted Juhang's shoulder vigorously. "Boy, I'll give you a first-class award." "No, I have to tell this good news to Mr. Yi." During the call, the dean asked, "Juga, what is the background of this Fong Xin?" Juhang put his hands in his pockets and slowly stood up. He took out his hand and patted Dean Su on the shoulder. He leaned over and smiled in Dean Su's ear. "Old Su, it's not good to know some things too early. You will definitely know them in the future." Dean Su was stunned for a moment, and the phone in his hand was connected. An old man's powerful voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello." Dean Su quickly picked up his phone and said, "Mr. Yi, it's me, Surpassing, reporting a piece of good news to you. Tianduan College got first place in this year's baseline test, with a time of 3 minutes and 12 seconds, breaking the record." "What's your name?" "Call Fong Xin." A hearty laugh came from the other end of the phone. Okay, haha, I get it. Is Juga next to you?" "Give him the phone." Dean Su stood up and said, "Juga, Mr. Yi wants you to answer the phone." Juhang was about to leave, but turned back after hearing this. After receiving the call, the usually arrogant and domineering white-haired boy became more polite and respectful than ever before. "Master Yi, what do you want?" After responding a few times, Juhang hung up the phone and handed the phone to Dean Su. Dean Su wanted to ask something, but Juhang waved his hand and disappeared. "Dean, how can we give out awards now?" "I'll give out awards to the top 3. Surpassing turned around and responded, wondering in his heart. The tone of Mr. Ye's voice just now seemed to indicate that he had known about this new student named Fong Xin for a long time. Combined with what Juhang had just said, Surpassing was puzzled. He turned his head to look in the direction of Fong Xin, wondering what the background of this young man was. Fong Xin walked out of the examination room rubbing his shoulders. "New brother." Shi Tailong shouted at the top of his lungs, then picked up Fong Xin and spun him around. "Brother Xin is awesome." Shi Tailong almost shouted at the top of his lungs. Fong Xin took the unfinished food from Zhang Yaozu. Zhang Yaozu handed the cake and porridge to Fong Xin in a daze. "It's still hot." "Brother Xin, you are awesome. It took more than 3 minutes. You broke the record, did you know that?" Shi Tailong said excitedly. Zhang Yaozu complained, "Fatty, you just said that Xin couldn't do it within 5 minutes. Shi Tailong sighed, I only knew that Xin was strong, but I didn't expect Xin to be this strong. Fang Xin said quickly, it was just luck. It's not that I'm good. It's really not that I'm good. It's mainly because the test was too simple. Shi Tailong spread out his hands, listen to me, are these words even human? You can't beat them in a fight, and you can't pretend, so you're not going to let people live. Just as Fang Xin was about to speak, Juhang appeared beside Fang Xin. A hand was placed on Fang Xin's shoulder. The next second, Fang Xin was surprised to find that the voices of Shi Tailong and others beside him became unclear, as if they were separated by a wall of air, and these people seemed unable to see Juhang. There's something I forgot to tell you. Fang Xin looked at Juhang puzzledly. Juhang put a hand on Fang Xin's shoulder. Don't tell everyone that you are Fang Qingdi's grandson. Don't tell them even if they ask you. Although your grandfather's unjust case has been vindicated, when he left the divine court, many people in the divine court were severely hurt by him. Those people are now in high positions in Shield. If they knew that you are Fang Qingdi's grandson, you will definitely be beaten up by the society. When I checked your information before, I modified your family's information. You can't find out anything without careful investigation. Now, the only people in the entire 9th department who know your identity are Grandpa Yi and me, Xiaolu. But your identity will be exposed sooner or later, so before it is exposed, try to improve your own strength as much as possible. Mr. Yi and I can indeed help you offset a lot of troubles, but we cannot solve your problems every moment and every second. Also, you've been in the spotlight this time, so you'll definitely be noticed. So just be a little more cautious next time, and get into the top 10 in the midterm test. Fang Xin asked quickly, don't leave yet, I have something to ask you. Tell me. What's the matter? Can I see the detailed criminal record of my parents' car accident? Juhang was silent for a moment. In fact, the authorities haven't found any useful clues, and the clues are all a mess, and there is no clue. The reason why your parents' information is encrypted is that, firstly, this case is indeed bizarre and is related to other cases many years ago, and secondly, because the research they were engaged in before involves high-level secrets, and your realm is too low now, and your position is too low, so you can't see it. Moreover, this case is now being investigated by multiple parties, and the 9th Division does not have absolute say, and even I cannot completely intervene in it. Fang Xin was stunned. You can't even intervene completely. Juhang shrugged, so you know how complicated this case is, right? Your most important task now is to improve your strength. When your strength is high enough, everyone will be your subordinate, and you can investigate whatever you want. Now that we have come to this, I have to remind you that someone may come to you later to ask you about your parents. If you know something, just tell them. If you don't know something, just say you don't know no matter how they try to persuade you, especially those people in the church. Fang Xin was a little confused, why is the church involved? So it's complicated. Fang Xin lowered his eyes. He didn't expect this matter to involve so much. Juhang just said that there is a connection between Fang Xin's parents' case and a case many years ago. This instantly made Fang Xin think of the beautiful girl with ice blue eyes. The case of Ellie's parents and her sister is also related to Fang Xin's parents. Ellie said before that there were other clues. Now that the two people want to verify the same goal in the direction of things, the battle lines of both sides are unified. I need to strengthen my connection with Ellie appropriately. I'm leaving first. Juhang said, and disappeared from the spot. The vague voices of Shi Tailong and his companions gradually became clearer, and then the sound of noisy chatting came from all around. Zhang Yaozu stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Fang Xin's eyes. Brother Xin, what are you daydreaming about? Fang Xin came back to his senses, nothing, I was just thinking about something else. Just now the higher-ups announced that the top 3 of you will go and receive your awards. Our President Su will present the awards in person. Fang Xin looked over. The Dean of Tianduan Academy was looking at Fang Xin with a smile. His eyes wandered across Fang Xin and Li Bao's faces. I like these 2 new students very much. Li Bao seemed to be a little socially anxious. She followed Fang Xin happily and the two of them went on stage. The third person named Jishuansa has already gone on stage. Jishuansa was not very tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a strong build. When he saw Fang Xin and Li Baoer walking up to the stage together, he smiled and nodded at them. Fang Xin also smiled and nodded politely. Surpassing came in person with etiquette to present the awards. In addition to points, the prizes also included trophies, certificates, and a space ring. When handing the trophy to Fang Xin, Surpassing held Fang Xin's hand and said, "That's great. Where is your home?" "Lunching." Surpassing nodded, "Lunching." The tone of voice was a little lingering, as if he was wondering which powerful family or organization in Lunching could cultivate such a young man. Then he touched Li Baoer's head again. "Li Baoer? I know your grandfather. Is he in good health recently?" Li Baoer raised her head and took the trophy, saying innocently, "Ah. He is very good. It's good that he is in good health. I will visit him when I have time." Li Baoer raised her head and said frankly, "Oh, my grandfather said that if I come to Tianduan College and someone tells me that they will visit him when they are free, he will tell the person who said this to stop pretending and being polite. Don't you know whether you are coming or not?" Surpassing pulled the corners of his mouth and forced a smile. "Mr. Li is still so unique. This month, I will go to visit him." Li Baoer took the other prizes and said, "Oh, my grandfather also said that if someone tells me when they will meet him, I should tell them that my grandfather only wants to see me now, and he won't see anyone else because they are hypocritical." The smile on Surpassing's face froze, but fortunately he was old and thick-skinned enough to keep smiling, so what else did he say? Li Baoer said in a soft and somewhat cowardly voice, "My grandfather also said that if the person who asked me these questions is called Surpassing, I should tell Surpassing that if you dare to make things difficult for my granddaughter, I can use this knife to drive it across half the country and nail it between your eyebrows." Ahem. Surpassing's face turned pale and blue, and he forced a smile again. "Mr. Li is really as naughty as ever." Fang Xin held back his laughter and looked at Li Baoer a little longer. This fair and tender cute teammate was either silent or stunning when she made a splash. Just a few words from her made Dean Su, who was in a high position, laugh so hard that it was uglier than crying. However, Fang Xin was actually quite interested in Li Baoer's grandfather, and felt that this old man should be quite interesting. And he must be very strong and terrifying. What he said just now about his knife spanning half of the country and nailed between his eyebrows was definitely not just talk. Looking at Dean Su's expression, it can be inferred that Li Baoer's grandfather is really capable of doing such a thing. One must be very strong to be able to do such a thing. Not only is he strong, but Surpassing is also the dean of Tianduan Academy, so his level is there. Fang Xin looked at Li Baoer's profile. Li Baoer handed her potato chips to Fang Xin and motioned Fang Xin to eat together. Fang Xin smiled. Who would have thought that this extremely talented, adorable, and silly teammate is actually a genuine third-generation martial artist? Surpassing walked towards Jishuansa. Jishuansa bowed and said, "Hello, Dean. My name is Jishuansa." Surpassing was stunned for a moment, and looked at Jishuansa, someone from the Ji family. Jishuansa has thick eyebrows and big eyes. The tips of his thick eyebrows were slightly raised. So his face looks a bit fierce. Surpassing patted Jishuansa on the shoulder and said, "Very good, you are young and promising. I am very pleased to see that you young people of the new generation are so outstanding." Jishuansa bowed and nodded, "Thank you, Dean. How is your old man doing lately?" Surpassing said this subconsciously, and then he glanced at Li Baoer, who was concentrating on eating potato chips next to him for no reason. After all, Li Baoer's words just now had a strong impact. Someone like him who is in a high position hasn't been treated like this for a long time. Jishuansa's words were pleasant to listen to. "Dean, our old man has been in good health recently. Before school started, he asked me to say hello to you." Surpassing patted Jishuansa on the shoulder and said, "That's good." Several people stood together and took a photo. Afterwards, all the new students lined up according to their respective units. Surpassing delivered an admission speech. During the speech, Xiaolu came over and softly told the new students of the 9th department not to publicize the results of this exam, and anything that happened in Tianduan Academy must not be publicized, including all campus facilities, campus tutor information, and teammates' campus information must not be leaked. Once discovered, expulsion from Tianduan Academy is only the lightest punishment. If the circumstances are serious, they will face imprisonment. When I was telling you all this, I found out that Sister Xiaolu is the counselor for the freshmen in the 9th division. According to Shi Tailong, Sister Xiaolu looks pure and sweet, peaceful and good-tempered, like the sister next door, but her background is not ordinary. Her grandfather is one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. It was already past 5 in the afternoon when the show ended. When Fang Xin and others were walking side by side towards the dormitory, Bai Yulin suddenly stood there with his head down, his body twitching slightly. He was still mumbling to himself. A slightly childish voice came out of his mouth, "Brother, let me come out and play for a while." But he was scolded by a steady voice, "No. Can't you see that our sister wants to chat with Fang Xin?" "Bai Yulin, what nonsense are you talking about? I want to talk to all my teammates. I don't just want to talk to Fang Xin." A female voice was clearly heard, and Bai Yulin's face was visibly flushed, and she glanced at Fang Xin coquettishly. Fang Xin's heart tightened and she shivered in her heart. "Your face is as red as a bubble teapot." Then another very rough voice came out, "What are you talking about, you losers? You have the nerve to play with such rubbish in the exam. Let me out, I want to fight with Fang Xin and decide who is the better of us." Shi Tailong came up to Fang Xin and said, "Brother Xin, don't be afraid. This kid has a very unique talent, even very magical. When his sister's personality takes over his body will also become that of a girl." Fang Xin's eyes suddenly widened. No wonder when I first met Bai Yulin at noon, Bai Yulin's female voice was very natural, not like a false voice. This kind of talent that allows a body to be either male or female is the first time Fang Xin has heard of it. Bai Yulin's body twitched violently, and he shook his head vigorously. His dilated pupils also focused again, and he stretched out his hand towards Fang Xin. "Hello, Brother Xin, I'm Bai Yulin." Fang Xin stretched out his hand and held Bai Yulin's. It was obvious that Bai Yulin's facial features had changed slightly. She looked very feminine and pretty just now, even a bit like a queen, but now she became much more neutral. Shi Tailong suggested that after returning home, everyone should take a shower and gather in the dormitory for hot pot in the evening. They had only had a quick lunch at noon, and since Fang Xin was not there, everyone was not together and the food was not satisfying. If nothing unexpected happens, the few people present here will form a team after graduation. We will be together for a long time in the future, so I want to have a good relationship and get along with each other from the beginning. When selecting students, the compatibility of talents of each team member will be taken into consideration. Each team includes commanders, attackers, defenders, controllers, and nurses. In the team that Fang Xin is in, judging from the current situation, Fang Xin is responsible for coordinating the command and launching the attack. Li Baoer, a dullman with the sword god talent, is responsible for close attacks. Bai Yulin, a multi-personality talent with spiritual talent, is responsible for long-range attacks, and Shen, a big man with earth attribute talent, is responsible for the close attack. Yu is responsible for defense. Zhang Yaozu, a coal baller with a talent for healing, is the wet nurse, and the little fat boy with a talent for boxing is responsible for wherever support is needed. I think Juhang already had an idea in mind when he selected these new students. Back in the dormitory, when Fang Xin took things and was about to take a shower, Chu Xinyao sent a message. "Classmate Xiao Fang is awesome. I am now classmate Xiao Fang's little fan girl." Fang Xin was a little confused. "What did you say?" "Humph, you ranked first in the school in the final exam, so I know that Xiaofang is the best." "How did you know that?" Fang Xin was a little confused. Sister Xiaolu had specifically said before that everything that happened in the school today was not allowed to be spread outside. Chu Xinyao was not in Tianduan Academy, so how did she know this news? Chu Xinyao sent a voice message and said in a sweet tone, "Xiao Fang, call me sister and I'll tell you." Fang Xin pondered for a moment and was now very sure that Chu Xinyao had gone to church. According to the information he knew so far, the church's power was very high, to the extent that it could even challenge the 9th office. But Chu Xinyao, an ordinary student who had just enrolled, could not possibly see Fang Xin's results. Then there is only one possibility. Did you hear that from your dad? Chu Xinyao was silent for a long time. Xiao Fang, how did you know? I guessed it. Humph. Are you angry? As she spoke, Chu Xinyao sent a series of symbols and numbers, which looked like she was typing away in anger. Fang Xin looked at the long string of numbers. In the past, Chu Xinyao always liked to play encryption games with Fang Xin. The two of them passed notes in class, and instead of writing words, they would pass numerical symbols. The numerical symbols correspond to the strokes of Chinese characters arranged and combined by two people. Fang Xin was already familiar with the rearranged strokes of Chinese characters. Fang Xin understood the meaning of the string of digital symbols sent by Chu Xinyao at a glance. The church is looking for you, please be careful, my information is being monitored, please do not ask any further questions. After seeing this news, Fang Xin's heart was filled with shock. After the baseline test this afternoon, Juhang also specifically told Fang Xin about this matter. He also mentioned that many forces were involved in his parents' case, including the church, and that he would look for Fang Xin to ask about something. Now Chu Xinyao has sent a message specifically about this matter. This kind of news is definitely not known to everyone in the church. There is no doubt that Chu Xinyao saw the news from her father. Although it is unknown what position Chu Xinyao's father holds in the church, it is definitely not too far away. That proves that the news is confirmed. Juhang had explained to Fang Xin a long time ago why he looked for him. Juhang said so at that time. Fang Xin's parents discovered a substance that can change genes at the lowest cost. So the car accident that caused their deaths was full of conspiracy. From what Fang Xin knows now, there must be a mastermind behind this. Just as Juhang said. Many things seem to be a mess with no clue. Fang Xin's thoughts returned to the news about Chu Xinyao. Chu Xinyao most likely heard this news from her father. He also asked Fang Xin to be more careful, as it seemed that the person who came had bad intentions. I sent a message to Chu Xinyao, okay, don't be angry, I'll treat you to a big meal next time we meet. Then I'll remember it. Oh, you got first place in the baseline test, my dad praised you for being excellent, and also, we agreed before that you will have a holiday after the midterm test, my dad wants to invite you to my house to thank you for saving me before. No problem. I'm going to take a shower first. Okay. It's getting cold, remember to put on more clothes, remember to eat on time, and remember to chat with me when you're free. After replying the message, Fang Xin went to take a shower. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Tailong had already started preparing hot pot in his dormitory. All the ingredients are ready. I don't know where this kid got a huge iron gourd from, which was filled with a full gourd of wine. Fang Xin, Bai Yulin, and Shen Yu drank beer, while Zhang Yaozu and Li Bauer drank juice. Tailong held the iron gourd filled with white wine and took a big gulp. Seeing how surprised others were, Tailong's childhood friend Zhang Yaozu explained, don't be surprised, this fat guy can drink a lot, it's an old family tradition. Moreover, he has S-level boxing talent before drinking, and SS-level boxing talent after drinking. Seeing that everyone was surprised, Tailong held the wine gourd and said, I can still be a big brother outside, but in front of you I am a little brother, especially in front of brother Xin and sister Bauer, then I am even more of a little brother among little brothers. Bai Yulin asked curiously, brother Xin, you are so strong, your parents or elders in your family must be strong too, right? Zhang Yaozu bumped Bai Yulin with his knee under the table and winked at him to signal him not to talk nonsense. Fang Xin clearly sensed this, but still smiled and said, my parents are gone, and I am an orphan. Sorry, brother Xin. Bai Yulin said hurriedly. Fang Xin said indifferently, well, what's the big deal? How do you think I'm so strong? As the old saying goes, if you're not an orphan, how can you be the protagonist? Seeing Fang Xin like this, several people smiled. Come, eat something. Tailong continued. The meal was a joyful one and everyone had a preliminary understanding of each other. After dinner, Xiaolu sent a message in the group that the class schedule has been arranged, and everyone must remember to check their own class schedules. Because the awakened talents are different, the instructors are also different, and everyone's courses are naturally slightly different. Among everyone's talents, the strongest one is called the main job talent, and the training here will tend to be based on the main job talent. In addition to talent courses, there are also courses such as combat tactics. In addition to these, there are many miscellaneous courses such as geography, humanities, and secret languages for dealing with various forces. Fong Xin took a look and found that his strength-related talent instructor was called Huacheng. By clicking on each instructor's avatar, one could enter the instructor's account homepage, and below that were evaluations of each instructor by previous students. I looked through the evaluation of this mentor named Huacheng. His name is unremarkable. He is a level 10 strength expert with a well-trained physique and a strong body, like a Vajra in Buddhism. Therefore, his colleagues call Huacheng Hua Vajra. Since he is the sixth child in his family, people in both the black and white worlds call him Master Hua Lu. Not only does he serve as a mentor here, he also serves as the leader of the 6th group of the 9th department. All previous students affectionately call him Brother Hua Lu. He is famous for his hot temper, but he is also famous for protecting his students. Only his own students and subordinates can be touched. If anyone touches his students and subordinates without reason, he will be the first to rush up and attack. However, Huacheng is also famous for his ruthlessness in training new students. He has always adhered to the principle of shed more sweat in training and less blood in the battlefield. He is merciless during training and will train them to death as long as they don't die. But all the students who graduated from Huacheng are grateful for the training they received. Fong Xin took a look and found that several of his secondary positions were also assigned courses. The difficulty of the courses varied according to their talent levels. Slightly less common than the strength courses are the perception courses. The instructor of the perception department is a super beauty named Qing Bingqing. Judging from the photos, she has a very hot body. All previous students have a very consistent evaluation of Qing Bingqing, which is just the word goddess. The column for mentors with talent in the light system is empty, and the new students whose main job is the talent in the light system are almost monopolized by the church. All the strong people in the light system are also in the church. The mentor of the psychic talent was an old lady who looked very old. She wore square-framed glasses and was crocheting a sweater in the photo. Even through the photo, Fong Xin could feel uneasy because she was being stared at by her. The old lady's real name is Sun Bijuan, a level 12 strong person with spiritual talent, but she is not from the 9th department. Her husband was from the 9th department during his lifetime, so she was specially hired. The comments below are all anonymous, calling her Master Miju cruel, inhumane, brutal, and she escaped death by a hair's breadth. Fong Xin looked through all the comments. Some people even complained about dozens of comments, which added up to tens of thousands of comments. Among them, there were less than 100 comments praising the old lady. All the comments that praised her were madly criticized by other anonymous users. Just now Fong Xin thought that all the comments left by previous seniors were good, but now it seems that is not the case. Bai Yulin held up his phone and said, "Brothers, has any one of you scheduled a class with Nun Miju?" Shi Tailong had just taken a sip of wine, and he spat it out when he heard this, laughing with gloating. "Lao Bai, you sent it, ha 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 ha." "Me too." Fong Xin took over the conversation. "You two both sent them, ha ha ha." Shi Tailong laughed in a way that deserved a beating. "Brother Xin, that old lady doesn't care how talented you are or what place you ranked in the test. She treats everyone the same with her bad temper. Lao Bai, Brother Xin, I will always remember you two and burn incense and paper for you, ha ha ha." Bai Yulin hugged Fong Xin, "Brother Xin, we are brothers in distress now." Fong Xin patted Bai Yulin on the back and said, "Xiao Bai, you may have misunderstood. Spiritual talent is only my secondary job talent. It doesn't matter if I don't take this class. As long as I attend the main job talent class, it will be fine." Bai Yulin grinned and said, "Brother Xin, you can skip other classes if you don't have the talent for your main job, and the instructors will turn a blind eye. But don't even think about skipping Nun Miju's class. For her class, you must arrive 5 minutes early. If you dare to be late, you will suffer the consequences. Is this true or false?" Bai Yulin said with a helpless look, "My uncle was her student. He had the same idea as you back then. He is now in his 40s and has graduated for more than 20 years. Even seeing an old lady crocheting a sweater would make him nervous. Fang Xin looked at the old lady in the photo, feeling somewhat skeptical. He was prepared to see with his own eyes whether it was really that weird. Scroll down the schedule. Who is the mentor of the beast-taming talent? There is no name, just a big question mark. After clicking on the question mark avatar, many comments were just posted. Is anyone there? I heard that this mysterious mentor is the master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. Is it true? Is there anyone who can tell me if it's true? Don't listen to me. Would someone of the status of the palace master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace come to this place to be a mentor? Brother Dong above, stop showing off your intelligence. I have accurate information. This mysterious instructor is really the palace master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. There is a student in the 9th division who has an amazing talent for taming beasts. Even the old palace master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace has taken a fancy to him. The palace master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace came here to give lectures in order to make friends with him. It's the 9th division again. Which big boss is it? Does anyone know? I don't know about that. Anyway, you are able to take the courses taught by the palace master of the Palace of 10,000 Beasts because of him. The school is taking this opportunity to let us take the courses taught by the palace master of the Palace of 10,000 Beasts for free. Thanks to the boss from the 9th office. Who is the one who ranks high in the 9th place's basic test and has a talent for beast control as his main job? It seems that Brother Pants' main job is a beast-taming talent. Now that you mention it, it's true. Someone asked Brother Pants, and he smiled and didn't answer or refuse. But that expression on his face is probably him. Brother Pants has this kind of identity. Now that I think about it, it's not surprising that he's the Red Pants god of war. But Brother Pants is so awesome on the battlefield, why didn't he rank among the top 3 in this test? You don't understand this, right? As the saying goes, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot down, and the tree that stands out in the forest gets blown down by the wind. Brother Pants did this in order to start low and end high, to stay alive and develop for a while, and then to surprise everyone with a big move. Besides, the beast-taming talent is only effective in the later stages. For example, Fang Xin, who ranked first, has a strength talent. Strength talent is a reckless talent that is basically unsolvable in the early stages. This is also the main reason why he was able to take first place. I just asked Brother Pants, and his family is really related to the Myriad Beasts Palace. Brother Pants let it slip during dinner that the ferocious beasts he currently has were given to him by the Myriad Beasts Palace. Thanks, Brother Pants. We can take the course of a terrifying being like the palace master of the Palace of 10,000 Beasts for free. Brother Pants is awesome. Fang Xin read the post once. I couldn't help but shook my head. This fake brother in pants really likes to impersonate others. When I returned to the dormitory after dinner. It's almost 10 o'clock. Sister Xiaolu sent a message asking Fang Xin if he wanted to be a representative of the freshmen tomorrow and speak at the morning meeting. Fang Xin refused directly. According to what Juhang said, Fang Xin, who ranked first in today's survey, has been targeted by many people. It's better to be a little more cautious now. Fang Xin returned to the dormitory and lay on the bed. I took out the mobile phone that my grandfather sent me and opened it to check it. Grandpa hasn't sent me any messages in the past few days. I don't know where Grandpa is now. As for the midterm test that Grandpa mentioned, there is still a long time before going to the number 9 God and Demon ruins. Fang Xin reopened the video to watch it. Thinking about watching the King of Slaughter in the mirror at night. He stood up and checked the dormitory around. Nothing was detected. But just to be on the safe side, Fang Xin had better be cautious. He was now under the spotlight and was also being watched by the church. If the King of Slaughter was reflected in the mirror and caused some commotion, he would be taken away and sliced into pieces. That would be a loss. The smart connector vibrated. Fang Xin picked it up and saw that it was a message from Juhang. The virtual screen displays, "You have an item delivered, would you like to check it?" Fang Xin nodded yes. He saw a small sculpture less than 10 centimeters in size. Fang Xin held the screen to his palm, and the small sculpture was slowly transferred into Fang Xian's hand. It looked quite similar to the small sculpture that Chu Xinyao had given Fang Xian before. There are 2 light-related skills here, but they are only 9th-level skills. However, they are enough for you now. You can make do with them. The core skills of the light-related talents are strictly controlled by the old coffin-like people in the church. They are not easy to use. I will find 2 more skills for you from the church when there is a chance. Thank you. Polite. Fang Xian held the small sculpture in his hand, facing it towards the moonlight in the night sky, and stared at it in contemplation. A few seconds later, a scene gradually appeared in Fang Xian's mind. A blurry figure flashed in the moonlight. Divine skill, flash of light. With the help of light talents, you can achieve flash within a certain range. Because of the nature of the technique, the primary level can only teleport within a distance of 10 meters, and its upper limit is only within a 5-kilometer radius. Compared with Juhang, who could cross several regions in just a few blinks of an eye, it's simply incomparable. But it's better to have it than nothing. But as Fang Xian visualized, he suddenly discovered that the moonlight-like light and shadow had turned into a shadow that was almost the same as darkness. With a whoosh, it teleported to a distance farther than the original distance. Fang Xian suddenly discovered that his killing talent seemed to be able to enhance this skill. Originally, he could only flash 10 meters at the primary level, but now he could flash 30 meters, and its upper limit also increased from 5 kilometers to 15 kilometers. It has increased 3 times. Fang Xian now realized that he knew too little about the talent for killing. In addition to the flash of light skill, there is another skill. Divine skill, light slash. A figure raised his hands high, and the moonlight gradually formed a moonlight cross sword in his hands. Then the shadow of the moon goddess gradually emerged behind him. The moon goddess also raised the sword in her hand as the figure raised it high, and slashed forward suddenly as the figure slashed forward. Within the primary range of 10 meters, this sword will chop at the enemy at the speed of light, with a 100% chance of hitting the target. With the help of the power of the moon goddess, it can unleash the peak power of the user's current level. As Fang Xian visualized, the figure of the moon god gradually changed, and the changes were almost the same as those that occurred when he visualized it before. The silver armor worn by the moon god turned into pitch-black armor, with a few flashes of bloodthirsty scarlet. With the help of the killing talent, the distance of the instant slash of light that could originally only lock onto the enemy within 10 meters at the primary level was instantly extended to 30 meters. Fang Xian exhaled slowly. I didn't expect that with the help of the killing talent, I could exert 3 times the original combat power. There was a gleam in Fang Xian's eyes. However, if this skill is seen by someone with light talent, they will definitely find out that it is not a light talent. Therefore, once used, it is imperative to ensure that all people who have seen it must die. In addition, in order to prevent someone with perception talent from extracting their memories must be destroyed. When you are getting ready to go to sleep at night. Fang Xian always felt that there was some movement in the dormitory next door, so he sensed it. Bai Yulin was arguing with himself, using different voices, expressions, and tones. Shi Tailong held the wine gourd, drinking and stroking it, looking like a pig, and saying some lines that were not allowed to be broadcast. Li Bauer stood on the bed with 2 machetes, his head on one, and his heels on the other, sleeping soundly. Zhang Yaozu was actually sleepwalking. Forget about sleepwalking, he was still holding a pillow in his arms, walking and rocking as if coaxing a child. Shen, you seem to be the least talkative, but I didn't expect that this tall man of 2.6 meters was not sleeping on the bed, but sleeping on the ground. Such a big man was huddled in the arms of a human-shaped sandbag like a child, and was still mumbling. The baby needs milk. Fang Xian sat up. There are only 6 people in a team. 5 abnormalities. The 9th place is a monster room. Are you sure this isn't a psychiatric ward? Fang Xian took back his perception and limited it to the room where he was. Early the next morning, the group was notified that there was a meeting in the morning. First, the freshman representative spoke, and then the tutor representative spoke. When arriving at the venue, I saw a lot of people pointing at a place in front, and Fang Xian also looked in the direction everyone was pointing. Then I saw Juhang, the fake shorts guy, sitting in the front row. He was wearing a shit yellow suit with shiny plates on it that reflected the light. He was wearing bright red pants, gold leather shoes, and his hair was so shiny that it looked like it had been licked by a cow. This group of people dressed in a coquettish manner are simply the most handsome guys in the whole audience today. After the host's opening remarks, now, please invite the representative of this year's tutors to come to the stage and give a speech. A very sturdy figure quickly walked onto the stage and first saluted the leaders and the students below. Then he said, "Hello, students. I am Chin Yuanjue, the leader of the second group of the 1st Special Operations Division of SHIELD, and one of the mentors of this year's spiritual department. I am honored to be here to welcome the arrival of new students. SHIELD was established at the beginning of this century to defend the peace of the motherland and eliminate the major organizations and gangs of aliens that endanger society, headed by the Evernight Army. We shoulder the arduous responsibility of protecting the lives and property of ordinary people." After saying a lot of things, Chin Yuanjue continued. "I've seen many new students seem to attach great importance to their entrance test scores. In fact, this score is just a reference. Many new students have not experienced combat before coming here, so their scores may not be ideal. However, after the upcoming special training, the scores of many of you will be improved qualitatively. So, your current poor scores are not your final scores. Of course, don't be proud if you have good results in the entrance test, as you may be surpassed by other hard-working students in the future." Fong Xin clearly sensed that many people were looking at him. After Chin Yuanjue finished his speech, the host came on stage again. "Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your speech. Now, please invite this year's outstanding freshman representative, Juhang, to come on stage and give a speech." After Juhang stood up, he stomped his big golden leather shoes, shook his shiny hair, and strode towards the stage with his head held high. Many students below were cheering, "Brother Pants is awesome. As expected of you, you're the Pants brother." I said that Brother Pants was hiding his strength. The fact that Brother Pants was the outstanding freshman representative says it all. Yesterday, because of the matter of the beast-taming department instructor, someone argued with me, saying that the palace master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace was not after Brother Pants, but Brother Pants admitted it in disguise. Now he has been slapped in the face by Pants, and this is the best evidence. Juhang cleared his throat and said, "Hello, leaders and classmates. My name is Juhang. I am honored to be the representative of the outstanding freshmen and speak for you all here. I think what Teacher Chen said just now is very true. The results of the entrance examination do not represent your future results. Some students' good results now do not mean that they will get good results in the future. Even if you break the school record, it is possible for you to surpass it in the future." The fake underpants guy's words immediately caused an uproar. Many people subconsciously looked in Fong Xin's direction. There is no need to guess that Juhang's words were directed at Fong Xin. Fong Xin obviously didn't expect that Brother Pants would target him in front of so many new students. Juhang deliberately paused when he said this. His eyes turned to Fong Xin. Even the school leaders and tutors in the front row subconsciously looked in Fong Xin's direction. The new students were all talking about it. Soon, the new students were divided into two factions. One group thinks that wanting to surpass Fong Xin is simply a pipe dream. The person who said this sounded like he hadn't woken up yet. Fong Xining broke the college record and became the first person in the history of Tianduan College to pass the entrance test. This is not just due to luck. This was achieved by relying on one's own strength. Juhang was talking in his sleep as if he hadn't woken up yet. But some people think that what Juhang said makes sense. What's more, Master Chin Yuanjue just said the same thing. What are you yelling at me? Teacher Chin Yuanjue just said the same thing. If you are not convinced, go and argue with Teacher Chin Yuanjue. Some people are really convinced. That's right. The baseline test is not a test for the future. Some talents are weak in the later stages. The one who ranked first in our baseline test this time was a strength talent. Anyone who knows about strength talents knows. Besides, there are many students in the history of Tianduan Academy who performed very well in the initial test and were later surpassed by others at the end of the semester. Well, why are you pretending? Anyway, I am on the side of Brother Pants. Brother Pants is a big shot like the palace master of 10,000 beasts who came to teach him personally. Does he need you guys to bark like dogs? Many of you have benefited from Brother Pants. Why are you barking like dogs? Can you please have some backbone? It's just that he did a little better on the baseline test. It's not like there's no way to surpass him. The two groups of new students were chattering non-stop. Shi Tailong, who was sitting next to Fang Xin, glanced back and said, "Do these people really not understand, or are they pretending not to understand? Do they think they can surpass Brother Xin? Are they still asleep? Brother Xin, with his worst talent, can join the 9th division. Do they have the right to bark like dogs?" Fang Xin was not at all disgusted by such doubts, and even felt that such doubts would facilitate his further development. Let these people surpass you on the surface, develop quietly behind the scenes, and then surpass everyone with your strength. Zhang Chang smiled as he looked at the new students arguing below. He seemed to be very satisfied with the current situation, as if this was the effect he wanted. Looking at Fang Xin, Zhang Chang was full of provocation, as if saying that he was originally the most popular among the new students, but was snatched away by Fang Xin. Fang Xin looked at Zhang Chang calmly and smiled back. Shi Tailong grumbled unconvincedly, "How can someone like Zhang Chang be qualified to be the outstanding freshman representative? Why doesn't the school allow Brother Xin to go?" Fang Xin smiled and said, "Because I refused." The companions in front were stunned for a moment, and then they all laughed. They thought Zhang Chang was so awesome, but it turned out that he just picked up something that Fang Xin didn't want. What was he showing off for? Only after the host asked the audience to be quiet did Zhang Chang continue his speech. When he stepped down from the stage, he straightened his hair, held his head high and chest out, like a rooster that had just successfully stepped on a hen. Until the end of the conference, the two factions that were sparked by what Zhang Chang said just now are still arguing. Some students whose entrance test scores were not so good agreed with what Zhang Chang said, so they strongly supported Zhang Chang, but some new students sneered at him. As a result, the conflict between the two sides escalated, and even some new students started fighting. He didn't stop until the instructor took action. The subsequent fierce argument between the two sides also spread to the Tianduan Academy forum. Finally, someone made some harsh remarks. "We'll see when the midterm test comes around, and see if those with good grades can be overtaken. Let's see how long you can continue to be so arrogant. After the test, it will be time to shatter your fantasies." Excuse me for being blunt, but the guy who ranked first in the baseline test was not actually first in the midterm test. Level 3 combat power is a small watershed. After level 3 combat power, talents like spiritual talents and witchcraft talents can all rub against strength talents. Let's wait and see. Fang Xin was dismissive of these very impactful posts. The teaching materials were distributed that afternoon. The next morning there was a class on strength talents, and in the afternoon there was a class on beast-taming. Fang Xin's phone vibrated. Someone added him as a friend. After clicking it, I found that it was a person with the nickname Baron Tianlong who added me. I opened the other person's homepage and his signature was, "Pure Love Old Boy." He also shared daily photos yesterday, and then I discovered that it was Shang Tiang, the palace master of Wanshou Palace. Fang Xin rolled his eyes and said, "You just love your uncle. If I hadn't seen you hugging two beauties with my own eyes, I would have believed it." Fang Xin, "I'll give you lessons tomorrow." "Okay, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to tutor me." Shang Tiang responded with a fist-bumping expression, "Let me ask you something. Does your class have a mentor named Qing Bingqing?" "Have." "Fang Xin, can you help me with something? After you do it, I will give you a 4th-level spirit beast." Fang Xin asked cautiously, "What's the matter?" Shang Tiang said with a stern face, "Can you give me Qing Bingqing's contact information?" Fang Xin was happy. "No wonder you, old Deng, are both the Baron of Tianlong and a pure old boy. It turns out you are not coming for me, but for our teacher Cheng. Aren't there contact details for each tutor in their profile?" "That's your internal system, I can't see it. Look, I was the one who helped you awaken your talent, right? Juhang is my good friend, and you are his favorite student. So, we are half friends, so I'm doing my friend a favor. Fang Xin thought about it and said, okay. Fang Xin turned around and sent Qin Juwenhao's contact information to Palace Master Shang. Qin Juwenhao's avatar happens to be a fairly cute cartoon picture, so it should be able to fool people. Palace Master Shang happily replied with a voice message, ha ha ha, thank you, brother. I will bring the spirit beast to you during class tomorrow afternoon. Is there any way to get it delivered to me now? Fang Xin asked. It would definitely not be possible tomorrow. The Palace Master Shang said, there's nothing I can do. You can only transmit through the internal channel. I can't transmit through here. Don't worry, you have helped my brother so much, so you will definitely get some benefits. Let's not talk about it for now. My brother is going to pursue love. Don't tell them that I gave you the contact information. Fang Xin reminded. Don't worry, you've helped me so much, I will never betray you. Night falls. Qin Juwenhao racked his brains to think about how to restore his relationship with the students in the 7th department, and his attention gradually focused on Zhang Chang. What Zhang Chang said at the freshman assembly today aroused strong hostility from the other side, and Zhang Chang had many fans. If he could get close to Zhang Chang, he could also use Zhang Chang to improve his reputation a little. Just when I was thinking about how to get in touch with Zhang Chang, the phone vibrated. Someone added me as a friend, and the note was the Palace Master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. Qin Juwenhao sat up suddenly. Qin Juwenhao looked at the other party's account over and over again. After clicking on the other party's homepage, judging from the daily life shared by the other party, it seems that he is really the Palace Master of 10,000 Beasts Palace. Qin Juwenhao went online to search for information about the Palace Master of the Palace of 10,000 Beasts. Judging from the sporadic introductions and photos, he is exactly the same as the person who wants to add me. But Qin Juwenhao was confused. It is true that Qin Juwenhao's family has some money. But there are always mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. In the eyes of the Palace Master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace, their family is nothing. How could the Palace Master of 10,000 Beasts Palace take the initiative to add him as a friend? Qin Juwenhao suddenly had an idea. It is rumored in the academy that Brother Pants knows the Palace Master of 10,000 Beasts. The Lord of the Palace of 10,000 Beasts came here to teach because of Brother Pants. You can take this opportunity to ask Brother Pants and get closer to him. Qin Juwenhao immediately asked someone for Brother Pants' contact information. Then he added him as a friend, and as soon as Brother Pants came through, Qin Juwenhao went up to greet him. Brother Chang, my name is Qin Juwenhao, and I am your admirer. The guy in pants was very cool, yeah. Brother Pants, I have something I want to ask you. Just now someone wanted to add me as a friend, but I don't know that kind of big shot. I want you to identify whether this is real or someone pretending to be me. As he was speaking, he took a screenshot and showed it to Brother Pants. A few seconds later, Brother Pants was no longer as aloof as before. This is Uncle Shang's contact information. Who are you? My name is Qin Juwenhao, a new student in the 7th division, and your admirer. Who is your father? Qin Juwenhao was stunned for a moment, but he still recovered and said, my father's name is Qin Zongsheng. Okay, Uncle Shang, is there anything I can do for you? I thought it was a scam and didn't dare to pass, so I asked you. I'll ask you now. Qin Juwenhao held the phone in his hands shaking with excitement. The dignified Lady Shang actually added his contact information. With his heart trembling with excitement, Qin Juwenhao clicked to agree to the friend request. Hello. As soon as the message was sent, the other party immediately replied, don't call me hello, just call me Brother Shang, it seems closer. Qin Juwenhao was stunned for a moment. No, no. You are the Palace Master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. Calling you Brother Shang is too presumptuous. I'd better call you Palace Master Shang. What's so presumptuous about this? Outsiders can just call me Palace Master Shang. You are an exception. You can just call me Brother Shang. If you want to be more intimate, you can call me Tiank. Qin Juwenhao's eyes suddenly widened. This is not right. He was the dignified Palace Master Shang, and it was already presumptuous of him to call him Brother Shang just because he was a little karami. How could it be tolerated if he called him Tiank in a more intimate way? I dare not, you flatter me too much. Your avatar is very cute, just like you, very playful, cute and lively, continued Palace Lady Shang. Qin Juanhao's eyes widened suddenly. Why did this sound so strange? Did you add the wrong person? No, it's you. To be honest, I've been thinking about you ever since I last saw you. I've had dreams about you many times, and I've always had you in them. I still remember the subtle fragrance you exuded, and it's hard to forget. Qin Juanhao's anus tightened. Why does this sound? The situation is not good. I have a hammer fragrance on me. Qin Juanhao thought about it and wondered if Palace Lady Shang had really added the wrong number. Master Shang, do you know who I am? Of course, Teacher Xiaoqingzi, you are just like everyone else, pure and innocent. Qin Juanhao's body stiffened. Palace Master Shang, I'm not the person you're looking for. You little rascal, you're still trying to trick me. Palace Master Shang, I'm really not the person you're looking for. Did you add the wrong person? You're looking for Teacher Qing Bingqing, right? The other party was silent for a long time. Who are you? What's your name? My name is Qin Juanhao, a new student in the 7th department. Qin Juanhao told everything. But Qin Juanhao regretted it as soon as he said this. He seemed to have known some incredible secrets. Qin Juanhao was so nervous that beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Do you understand? Shang Tiank said sternly. Of course not, I didn't see anything. As he spoke, Qin Juanhao deleted the chat history and took a screenshot for Shang Tiank to see. Qin Juanhao swallowed his saliva. It's like keeping a huge secret. Brother Pants asked Qin Juanhao at this time, did Uncle Shang ask you anything? I added the wrong person. Qin Juanhao typed a few words and then deleted them. When he was out, he gave himself an identity, so he could be vague, so that it would be easier to get closer to Zhang Chang in the future. After thinking it over, Qin Juanhao replied to Zhang Chang, he told me something. What is it? Brother Chang, the specific content of our discussion is really inconvenient to talk about. Qin Juanhao replied in a mysterious tone. Qin Juanhao put his phone aside. Now he knew the little secret of the palace master of 10,000 Beasts Palace. He didn't expect that such a powerful figure with connections in every corner of the world would have such a side. Palace of Beasts. Shang Tiank was lying in the swimming pool. A white beauty with fair skin and beautiful face was sitting beside the pool, rubbing Shang Tiank's temples. Shang Tiank was resting his head on the beauty's snow-white legs. There were 2 stunning beauties on his left and right, one bringing him drinks and the other feeding him fruit. Putting the phone aside, Shang Tiank couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at, Palace Master? I was tricked by this kid Fong Xin, ha ha ha. How can you still laugh after being tricked? Shang Tiank laughed, this kid is different from others. If it were someone else, in order to curry favor with me and get a 4th-level spirit beast, he would definitely give me Qing Bingqing's contact information, but this kid didn't even want it. He has a bottom line. I like to make friends with people who have a bottom line. But there is something I need to deal with. Go find me a reset bead later. I will use it when I go to Tianduan Academy tomorrow. Just in case, I have to erase the memory of Qin Juanhao. To avoid embarrassment in the future. Tomorrow afternoon in class, I have to go beat up Fong Xin. Damn it. How dare the little bastard play tricks on me? He is the real Tian gang. The next morning. After breakfast, there is a strength-related talent class in the morning, which is held in the gravity room. Fong Xin greeted the other people and walked towards the gravity room. Not many people come to take Hua Qing Hualiuye's class. There are only a dozen people, and Hua Qing is not the only instructor teaching this course. Hua Qing teaches top students. Most of the people who come here have strength talents. After Fong Xin came, he took a look. Among the other new students with strength talents, more than half are super muscular. They are all big and strong, and the worst of them have some lumps on their bodies. Fong Xin is relatively thin among them. However, Fong Xin is the type of person who looks thin when dressed and has muscles when undressed. See Fong Xin come in. All the students nodded at Fong Xin. After all, Fong Xin ranked first in the baseline test. Although what Zhang Chang said yesterday caused a lot of controversy, the strength talent was despised by many people and successfully stood at the bottom of the talent contempt chain. This led to the new students with strength talents uniting together and unanimously supporting Fong Xin. New brother. A group of classmates greeted Fong Xin. Fong Xin also nodded to everyone. Everyone also gave a brief self-introduction to each other. Including Fong Xin, there are 12 people in total. Several people were chatting. Someone walked in from outside. Teacher Hua. When they saw the person coming, everyone greeted him. Before the class, everyone had seen photos of Hua Cheng and Hua Jing'ang, so they naturally recognized who the person was. Hua Cheng is 1.9 meters tall, with a very sturdy build. He is wearing the unique uniform of the 9th Department. He gives off a strong sense of oppression when he stands there. It's fate that we meet. All the students from the past are willing to call me Brother Hua Lu. If you don't mind, you can also call me Brother Hua Lu. Brother Hua Lu. A group of classmates shouted. Fong Xin also shouted, and he could clearly sense that the Brother Hua Lu in front of him was not pretending to be generous. The fact that many graduated alumni have spoken highly of Hua Cheng is enough to prove his character. Hua Cheng took off his coat and put it on the equipment next to him. Let's get straight to the point. Those who can come here are all those with strength talents. Strength talents are also called reckless talents and labor talents. They have always been at the bottom of the contempt chain. But the real strong people never care what others say. The most correct thing for the strong to do is to use strength to break the worldly prejudices and break through the cage of labels. As the saying goes, force can defeat skill. This is enough to prove that in the face of absolute power, many fancy things are just empty talk. Of course, if we are endowed with top-notch skills and incredible speed on top of our great strength, our explosive power will be unparalleled. Fong Xin. Hua Cheng suddenly shouted. Fong Xin, who was listening to the class with his ears perked up, was stunned for a moment, then immediately raised his hand. Here. Use all your strength and attack me. Fong Xin was stunned again, and naturally knew that Hua Cheng wanted to give everyone a demonstration. Without thinking much, he rushed towards Hua Cheng with his iron back. Hua Cheng stood still, just raised one hand and pressed Fong Xin's shoulder. Fong Xin immediately changed his attack moves. His fists were like cannons, his elbows were like knives, and his knees were like spears. He rushed towards Hua Cheng at all kinds of tricky angles. These attacking moves were honed by Fong Xin in countless battles, and all of these attacking methods were based on a martial art called Bejiquan that his grandfather taught Fong Xin. But during the attack, Fong Xin was surprised to find that no matter how fast his attack was, Hua Cheng's defense was impenetrable, and the strength he was proud of seemed to be worthless in front of Hua Cheng. However, during this attack, Hua Cheng's mouth corners involuntarily curled up. The other students also exclaimed in secret. Fong Xin's attacking style with extraordinary power brought them a visual feast, while Hua Cheng's calmness made them feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. After everything is over, Hua Cheng was the first to raise his hand and applaud. The other students raised their hands and applauded. Hua Cheng patted Fong Xin on the shoulder and said, "No wonder Zhuge Liang values him so much. He is indeed different." You all saw that although Fong Xin's attack just now had some flaws, there was one thing that was very good. Each of his attacks was aimed at the vital points, which was crucial in the battle. When it comes to life and death, it's either you or me, so never miss any opportunity to take the enemy's life. No matter how fancy the other talents are, we can knock them down with one punch. I also heard a little bit about the speech of the freshman representative at the freshman meeting yesterday, saying that the third level of combat power is a watershed. After the third level of combat power, other talents can crush our strength talents to the ground. That's pure bullshit. I don't care what other students with strength talents think, but if you come to my class, you have to realize one thing. If you are at the same level and have the same talent level, but you still can't beat the other person, then it can only mean one thing: it's your problem, not the problem of strength talent. There is a terrifying person with a talent for strength in Dragon Country today. He doesn't care what your talent is. In front of him, you can break all the restrictions with one force. A very tall student with a spiky hair said excitedly, "Brother Hua Lu, are you talking about the master who guards the world's #1 temple?" Hua Cheng nodded, "Yes. It's him." So, everyone, don't feel inferior because of some gossip, use your strength to smash all the fart mouths. Everyone was grinning. Hua Cheng raised a hand, "One more thing, this is my rule. Since you are my students now, you have to remember it. I don't care what others do. If any one of you is bullied, no matter who the opponent is, the other 11 must stand up and support me. If you can't do it, then go to your former seniors. If your seniors can't do it, then go to me. If I can't do it, I still have 5 older brothers above me. If my brothers still can't do it, my father and his 12 brothers will come out to support me. But there is one more thing you must remember. No one is allowed to bully poor people, bully the weak, bully kind people, or rape women, even men. Remember. Remember, Brother Hua Lu." Fang Xian looked at Hua Cheng and had to say that there was a kind of magical power in Hua Jing'ang. He felt like a very reliable and good brother. Hua Cheng clapped his hands, "Okay, let's officially start the first class. Many people have misunderstandings about strength talents, including all of you present here. The most powerful thing about strength talents is not that our strength is different from that of ordinary people, but that we explore and use our bodies far better than ordinary people. A long time ago, our realms were not divided into the current level 1 and level 2. They were inspiration, source, pulse, standing on the ground, viewing the well, combining the way, breaking the mirror, etc. This level division is more suitable for the realm of our strength talent perception. Today we will talk about the first 4 realms. Inspiration, as the name suggests, is to inspire the talent in your body. This will be there as long as it is awakened. The source is to temper the body through your own talent, and control the blood to flow continuously in the tendons and veins. And the pulse is to burst out the energy brewed by the blood in the form of pulse impact. This kind of power was also called dark energy a long time ago. As he spoke, Hua Cheng placed one hand on Fang Xian's chest. Without seeing Hua Cheng move, Fang Xian felt a very strange force rushing through his limbs like an electric current. He staggered backward, surprised. This force was truly terrifying. Hua Cheng looked at Fang Xian and smiled, "Your combat power is very strong. First, you are extremely talented. Second, you have rich combat experience. Third, you have strong skills, but you know very little about qi and blood pulses. If you can comprehend this kind of qi and blood pulses, your combat power will directly reach the 4th level, which is standing on the ground. The state of standing on the ground, for strength-type talents, is a reinforcement of your defense mechanism, allowing you to constantly temper your own qi, blood and flesh, and through the generated qi, you can grow a layer of protective barrier on the surface of your body, making you as steady as a rock and invincible. Come, attack me again." Hua Cheng looked at Fang Xian, and Fang Xian punched him. An almost transparent protective film appeared on Hua Cheng's body surface. Fang Xian's punch did not touch Hua Cheng's flesh at all. Hua Cheng's body shook slightly, and Fang Xian immediately flew backwards. Fang Xian was shocked. As expected, he still needed to rely on famous teachers to guide him. If he relied on himself to figure things out, he didn't know how long it would take him to figure it out. Hua Cheng continued, "Originally, I would only teach you the first 3 realms in the first lesson, but because of Fang Xian, I added a 4th realm. You can now take a look at the techniques and skills I sent to you. I have divided you into groups based on your progress and strengths and weaknesses. I will teach you individually next. Oh, you can take some time to read the textbooks that the school has given you, just treat them as extracurricular books, but you still have to listen to me." Fang Xian took a look at the skills Hua Cheng had prepared for him. Martial Arts, 9-fold heaven-shaking power. This is an offensive skill. One punch can unleash 9 levels of continuously superimposed power. Martial Arts, Golden Bell cover. This second skill is a defensive skill and can only be used after reaching the 4th level of combat power. However, in Fang Xian's previous decapitation operation, the combat effectiveness brought by his killing talent skyrocketed, and his strength talent also skyrocketed, and he has reached the peak of level 3 combat effectiveness, but he is always stuck at the peak. Fang Xin didn't quite understand what was going on before, but after listening to the explanation today, he finally understood that it turned out that he didn't have the chi and blood pulse. Huaqing walked up and found Fang Xin looking at the golden bell cover. You need to reach the 4th level of combat power to see this. Now let me tell you about the chi and blood pulse. As he spoke, Huaqing took Fang Xin to a force gauge. Punch. Fang Xin threw a punch. The display on the dynamometer flashed numbers. It reached 15,999 in a flash. The other students all exclaimed in surprise. Huaqing also laughed out loud. Sure, kid. The power of the strength talent is the current level plus 1 squared times 1000. The peak power of the 3rd level combat power is 16,000 kilograms. You're just a little short. Come on, relax. As he spoke, Huaqing put one hand on Fang Xin's shoulder. Close your eyes and feel it. Fang Xin closed his eyes and could clearly feel a pulse of force transmitted from his shoulder. The chi and blood in Fang Xin's body also fluctuated as if a tide was surging. This feeling became stronger and stronger. The energy brewing from the chi and blood gathered in his fist. Fang Xin felt that if he punched out now, he would be able to get a qualitative improvement. Remember this feeling. Huaqing took his hand back, smiled and patted Fang Xin's shoulder. Don't worry, slowly get the feeling, you have a strong talent, within half a month, you should be able to comprehend this feeling and reach the 4th level of combat power. Fang Xin closed his eyes. Just now, after Huaqing urged him, Fang Xin's blood surged. Now that Huaqing had taken back the power, the fluctuation of Fang Xin's blood and chi slowed down a lot, but the fluctuation was still there. Holding on to that feeling tightly, Fang Xin clumsily urged the blood and energy in his body to flow. Huaqing clapped his hands and looked at the others. Come on, Fang Xin's progress is faster than you, let Fang Xin get the hang of it, and I'll teach you. Fang Xin closed his eyes and was a little clumsy at first, but Huaqing's initial help played a crucial role. Fang Xin grasped this feeling, and the feeling became stronger and stronger, and it felt like it would erupt at any time. Too much energy had been accumulated from the previous killings, and it began to surge. Because Huaqing doesn't have so much to do and he can get along well with everyone, the classes go by very quickly. The class passed quickly. When everyone is ready to leave, I saw Fang Xin still standing in front of the force gauge, motionless. Huaqing stepped forward and patted Fang Xin on the shoulder. Get out of class is over. I can't remember things like this. I have to take my time. While talking, Fang Xin suddenly opened his eyes. Huaqing exclaimed. Fang Xin twisted his waist. Suddenly a punch came out. The force gauge made a rapid beeping sound as the value rose. The value that was just above 16,000 instantly exceeded 16,000. The values are rising rapidly. 1 second later, the numerical value changed again. It suddenly stopped at 18,000 kilograms. Ah! The other students were about to leave. Seeing the commotion here, they all came forward. For a moment, everyone's eyes widened. Isn't this a bit outrageous? First class. Everyone was still confused in class. Some knowledge points have not been digested yet. You just broke through. You broke the record in the entrance examination with a landslide first place. It also broke the official historical record. Now in this first class you have reached the 4th level of combat power. Is there still kingly law? Is there still law? How can we live like this? Huaqing grinned and hugged Fang Xin. Which teacher wouldn't love such a student? No wonder that white-haired guy always likes to drag this kid along when doing things. Good talent, good comprehension ability, and strong fighting ability. Yes, yes, yes. Huaqing patted Fang Xin's shoulder with his big hand, looking extremely happy. The upper limit of level 4 combat power is 25,000 kilograms. Fang Xin has just broken through and reached 18,000 kilograms. The other students were both helpless and impressed. Fang Xin has already won over them by a huge margin at the starting line. Huaqing shook his head and sighed, "You are indeed an SSS-level strength talent. Just now I said that you would be able to break through in half a month, but now it seems that I was slapped in the face." Fang Xin smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Hualu. If you hadn't helped me just now, I wouldn't have reached the 4th level of combat power so quickly." Huaqing said proudly, "I am your mentor. Isn't this what I should do? It is a great honor for me to have such an excellent student." At this point, Huaqing Xiang seemed to have remembered something and looked at the other students. Don't announce Fang Xin's breakthrough for the time being. As the old saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Fang Xin just got the first place in the baseline test, and he is too popular. If he is too popular, it will easily cause unnecessary trouble. Apart from anything else, if someone with a big mouth leaks the news and the alien organization or the remnants of the Eternal Night Army know about it, they will all target Fang Xin. If he is targeted by those people, they will either snatch Fang Xin away to work for them or directly eliminate him, which will be very disadvantageous to Fang Xin. Everyone nodded, "Remember Brother Hualu." Huaqing hugged Fang Xin and said, "However, letting you develop in a low-key manner does not mean that you should always show weakness. Show your fists when it is time to do so. After all, some people are just cheapskates. They deserve a beating." Fang Xin grinned. This tutor was exactly what Fang Xin wanted. Who can not love such a mentor? "Okay, get out of class is over, time to go eat. I have something to do and I have to go. If you have any questions, whether it's about study or life, or if you encounter any difficulties, you can come to me." "Okay, Brother Hualu." "Oh, today is the first day, so the gravity coefficient of the gravity room has not been adjusted. Starting from the next class, we will do weight training. Be prepared." "Clear." Fang Xin went to the restaurant with several classmates. While eating, everyone asked each other about the afternoon classes. When I heard that Fang Xin had another beast-taming class in the afternoon. A classmate nicknamed Potcover was eating, "Xinge, who is your beast control teacher?" "It's a question mark." Guogai said, "That's the palace master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. I've also been scheduled for his class. This time, we took advantage of the palace master's visit to get as much free stuff from him as possible. Anyone with decent talent in the beast-taming department was stuffed into his class. Brother Xin, we'll go together then." "Okay. Is it settled?" asked a tall man named Zhang Bing, wearing a vest. Guogai nodded, "It's confirmed. Even though some of our classmates are unsophisticated, their family backgrounds are very impressive. Some of them have connections with the 10,000 Beasts Palace. We have asked them all, and the palace master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace will indeed come." Zhang Bing ate a piece of bone and said, "The rumor says that the lord of the 10,000 Beasts Palace came here for Brother Pants. Is this true or false?" "It's probably true. Someone has said with certainty that Brother Pants' family has connections, and that his family is also related to the Palace of 10,000 Beasts. Someone even heard him talking on the phone with the palace master of the Palace of 10,000 Beasts, calling him uncle." Zhang Bing took a sip of his drink. But Brother Pants never seemed to have said for sure that he had any relationship with the lord of the Palace of 10,000 Beasts, right? Guogai sucked the fish bone and said, "Even though he didn't say it, what's the difference between that and telling the truth?" "That's true. But to be honest, every time I see that bastard in pants, I get angry. I don't know why." "Me too, ha ha ha." Fang Xin took a sip of his drink. "I felt a little guilty, after all, I had tricked Shang Tiank yesterday. But this is Sky Shield Academy after all, this old pervert shouldn't cause trouble for me." In the blink of an eye it was afternoon. Fang Xin and Guogai walked into the classroom together. As soon as I entered, I saw Brother Pants had arrived. She was still sitting in the first row, still dressed flashily, it was hard not to notice her. There were a lot of people sitting around him, all flattering Zhang Chang, the brother Chang. It is obvious that Zhang Chang, the guy in pants, really enjoys this process. Those who support Zhang Chang basically all agree with what he said at the freshman meeting yesterday, that the baseline test does not represent the future, and that students will definitely be surpassed by others with less ideal grades but better talents. Seeing Fong Xin coming in, as a hot figure among the freshmen, Fong Xin can now be considered a top star. Why is he here? Someone sitting around Zhang Chang asked puzzledly. Others followed suit and asked in confusion, yeah, what is he doing here? A fat guy with acne on his face sitting next to Zhang Chang sneered, what else can he do? Isn't it obvious that so many people here today are here to take advantage of our brother Chang? The master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace came for our brother Chang, and now the top executives of S.H.I.E.L.D. are taking the opportunity to get something for free, so many students have been stuffed in. These people are all taking advantage of brother Chang. Some of them are even arguing with us. We should charge these young people a separate tuition fee. Zhang Chang, the fake brother in pants, cleared his throat and said, don't worry about it. Uncle Shang came to teach to contribute to our S.H.I.E.L.D. and it can be regarded as a kind of fellowship. Since everyone is here, Uncle Shang will definitely teach them. The fat guy with a face full of acne clapped his hands and praised, it has to be our brother Chang, he has a big vision. But he just looks down on these people. That's right, look at Fong Xin. After he came in, all those people gathered around him. It's so funny. They don't know who helped them today, but they just sat there. Humph, wait until our brother Chang has accumulated a lot of experience, then he will slap you guys in the face. So that you know, a good entrance test score doesn't necessarily mean good results all the time. Some students spoke without caring about the situation at all, and even deliberately raised their voices so that Fong Xin could hear. Guogai glanced at Fong Xin's profile and consoled him, Brother Xin, don't bother with these bastards. They just envy you for having the relationship with the palace master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. This relationship is not theirs, it belongs to Zhang Chang. Why are they barking like dogs? A bunch of eunuchs are worrying about the emperor. Fong Xin was thinking about something else and just responded with a smile. Just when everyone was talking about it, a figure walked in from outside the door. Everyone looked over there. The man who came had a big beard and looked exactly like the photo he found online. Palace Master Shang. It's really Palace Master Shang. The huge classroom exploded. Brother Pants is awesome. I have to say, it has to be Brother Pants. We can let such a person teach us. Excuse me for being blunt, but everyone here has benefited from Brother Pants. We really need to learn to be grateful. That's right, some people are really ungrateful and say bad things about Brother Chang. From now on I will be a loyal fan of Brother Pants. There was a lot of discussion in the classroom. Unexpectedly, the guy in fake shorts sitting in the first row suddenly stood up. Stand up. Crash. The tables and chairs at the back were moving and making noises, and everyone stood up subconsciously. Hello, teacher. Everyone, take a seat. Shang Tiank responded, looking down from below. The fake brother in pants smiled and said, Teacher Shang, everyone welcomes you. Shang Tiank glanced at the fake brother in pants Zhang Chang's face and smiled at him, it's you, sit down. This statement immediately attracted a lot of discussion. I told you, I really know him. As expected of you, you're the Pants brother. I'm already tired of talking. Brother Pants is awesome. Someone asked in confusion, why did you say it was you? What's that thing stuck between your ears? A toilet. You're asking a question like that. You must be pretending not to know. This is also for Brother Chang's consideration, so that people with ulterior motives won't think that our Brother Chang got in through connections. That's right, some people don't know what's wrong with their brains. They still ask such questions. What idiots. What can you say to such people? They are just brain dead. They just can't stand seeing Brother Chang doing well. Now they are jealous of Brother Chang. Don't you think what they say is sour? While people below were discussing this, Shang Tiang's gaze was fixed on Fong Xin who was sitting in the back row. Fong Xin. Shang Tiang's sudden exit made the entire classroom quiet. Everyone looked over. What do you want Fong Xin to do? Maybe he knew he ranked first in the admission test, so he wanted to see what it was like. It's normal. Fong Xin stood up, smiling naively, hello, Mr. Shang. Shang Tiang smiled and said, "Come sit in the front." Fang Xin smiled brightly, "There's no seat in the front, I'm fine sitting here." Shang Tiang suddenly pointed at Zhang Chang, the fake underpants guy sitting in the front row, and said, "Move back a bit, let him sit here." Zhang Chang, the fake underpants guy, was stunned on the spot, his face turned pale. Everyone in the classroom was stunned, thinking they had heard it wrong. Seeing that Lao Deng was resentful, Fang Xin smiled innocently again and said, "Teacher Shang, everyone is seated. Class has already started. There is no need to move around. Please start the class. I can hear you clearly from here." When Shang Tiang saw Fang Xin smile and thought about the embarrassment that happened yesterday after he was tricked by this kid, he wanted to kick this kid twice. He smiled and hooked his finger. "I came here just for you. The others are here to take the class for free. Why are you hiding in the back? Come sit in the front." The huge classroom was quiet. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. All the students who came to class looked in Fang Xin's direction. What Palace Lady Shang said just now was really thought-provoking. No one expected that the dignified Shang Gongzhu actually came here for Fang Xin. Moreover, anyone with sufficient eyes could tell that Fang Xin and Palace Master Shang knew each other. But soon everyone reacted. "Aren't you a strength-type person? How can you let the Lord of the Palace of 10,000 Beasts come to teach you the beast-taming talent? Could it be a dual main job talent?" Everyone couldn't help but take a breath and looked at Fang Xin in shock. At this moment, those students who had mocked Fang Xin just now felt as if their faces were being slapped by Fang Xin. They also tried their best to curry favor with Zhang Chang, the brother in underpants, and flattered Zhang Chang, saying that they were benefiting from Zhang Chang. They also said that Fang Xin had no shame at all and came to take classes for free without even a word of thanks. Now it seems that they are the shameless ones, as they are the ones who benefited from Fang Xin's help. The person with the palest face at this moment was Zhang Chang, the guy in shorts. Before school started, he had snatched the title of Red Pants God of War, but he did not admit it. He just dressed very provocatively in order to stand out among his grade peers and become the celebrity of this class. Moreover, his entrance exam results were not bad. Not only that, he was also an outstanding representative of freshmen and spoke up for those freshmen who had poor scores in the entrance exam. Ever since he knew that Lady Shang Gong was coming to teach, he started to have ideas again. He dreamed of becoming the focus of everyone's attention. So he deliberately let people know that he knew Lady Shang, and pretended that people would accidentally hear him call Lady Shang Uncle Shang, just to make everyone admire him. But he also knew that Lady Shang was not coming for him, so he never admitted it, but just gave some hints and let everyone guess. He was betting that Lady Shang would not reveal in public who she was coming for. Obviously. Be careful when gambling. Pot Cover, who was sitting next to Fang Xin, and the new students who supported Fang Xin all exclaimed in surprise. The classroom suddenly erupted in a noise so loud that it almost blew the roof off. "Brother Xin is awesome," Guo Gai said admiringly. "It turns out that Xin Gu is the hidden boss. Zhang Chang is so pretentious that he thought the palace master was after him. I almost believed him. Turns out he's a fake. Where are those people who just knelt and licked Zhang Chang? Keep barking like dogs. Let your master continue to show off. I'm dying of laughter. The higher you fly, the harder you fall. Brother Pant's filial sons and grandsons can finally shut up now. You don't have good grades for admission, and you're not a good person either, and you still want to surpass Xin Go. Just keep dreaming." The mocking sounds continued one after another. Zhang Chang's face turned pale, but he still pretended to be calm. Shifoil Tang, who had acne on his face, asked in confusion, "Brother Chang, what's going on? Didn't Palace Master Shang come here for you?" Zhang Chang pretended to be calm and said, "Did I ever say that? Did I ever admit it?" Tin Foil was stunned for a moment, as if Zhang Chang had only given some hints from the beginning to the end, and the rest was all made up by everyone's imagination. For a moment, the faces of those who had supported Zhang Chang just now turned pale and blue. Shang Tiang cleared his throat. "Fang Xin, come here." Fang Xin walked towards the front row reluctantly. Shang Tiank glanced at the fake brother underpants Zhang Chang. He also heard something from the few words he said just now. He didn't have a good face at all towards Zhang Chang. You dare to use me to show off for you? I will definitely not give you face. You, sit in the back. Zhang Chang opened his mouth, feeling insulted like never before. He wanted to say something, but he finally held it back and walked to the back with his head down. When passing by Fang Xin, Zhang Chang bumped his shoulder against Fang Xin. Zhang Chang said in a low voice, Fang Xin, right. Let's see who's better in the midterm test. Fang Xin casually replied, who cares about you? Veins on Zhang Chang's forehead were throbbing. If the palace lady had simply pointed out that he was here for Fang Xin, he would at most have been a little embarrassed. But the palace lady actually asked him to go to the back and make room for Fang Xin. This was simply a great humiliation. Let's ride on the donkey and read the opera. Let's wait and see. Fang Xin ignored it completely. He walked straight to the first row where Zhang Chang had sat and sat down. The pimple-faced Xiaofitang who had just knelt down to lick Zhang Chang came up and smiled at Fang Xin flatteringly, hello, brother Xin. How good. Tin Foil was stunned for a moment, licked his lips and laughed dryly, that's great, I'm really glad you can sit next to me. Then it's too early for you to be happy. Shang Tiank looked at Fang Xin with a half-smile. This kid's words were so rude. Okay, let's get to the point. Today is our first lesson. I believe many students already have some understanding of the beast-taming system. The profession of beast-taming talent is also called beast-tamer. Our initial combat power with this talent is not top-notch, but as our realm improves, the stronger the beasts we raise, the more feedback we get. As everyone knows, our beast tamers' bodies are not as strong as those of those with reckless talents. Tisk. The classroom was originally very quiet, but Fang Xin, who was sitting in the first row, suddenly made a tut sound, which made him seem particularly refreshing in the classroom. Shang Tiank smiled at Fang Xin and said, I'm not saying that you are a reckless man. What I mean is that all of you with strength talents are reckless men. Fang Xin looked at Shang Tiank helplessly. He couldn't beat him, and what the other person said was not wrong. This was the most infuriating thing. Many new students were also whispering and covering their mouths while laughing. Even Palace Master Shang said that those with strength talents are all reckless. Shang Tiank continued, the strength of the Beast Master is a shortcoming, so we also need to maintain a strong resonance with the beasts we have established, because the physiques of beasts are usually stronger than us humans. There are 3 types of beasts. Usually, those with a combat power upper limit of level 5 and those below level 5 are called ferocious beasts, those from level 6 to level 10 are called spiritual beasts, and those with an upper limit above level 10, level 11 are called king beasts, level 12 are emperor beasts, level 13 are holy beasts, and those above level 13 are called divine beasts. Beastmasters can control beasts of different types, levels, and numbers depending on their talents. Of course, the higher the talent, the more beasts they can control, and the stronger they are, and the greater the number of beasts they can control. Today is the first lesson. Let's start by talking about how to establish a connection with animals and sign a contract. As he spoke, Shang Tiank waved his hand and a giant lizard more than 3 meters long and nearly 2 meters high appeared beside him. As soon as the monitor lizard appeared, it opened its bloody mouth and roared at the ground below. Many students sitting in the first row were so scared that they stood up and stepped back. In the entire first row, only Fang Xin remained as steady as a rock. Fang Xin looked around and found that there was a commotion behind him. The students in the first row and even the second and third rows were so scared that they stood up and swarmed away to the back, leaving me sitting alone in the front. Fang Xin stood up, walked over the tables and chairs to the back, stood with his classmates, and patted his chest. Oh my god, I'm so scared. Shang Tiank's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. I really want to beat this guy up. The new students were also quite scared. But after seeing Fang Xin, I didn't know how to comment on him for a moment. Shang Tiank pointed at Fang Xin and bit his back teeth, come here. Sit still. Fang Xin gave a dry laugh and sat back down in the first row. Other students should also come and sit in the first row. Unexpectedly, Shang Tiank said, except Fang Xin, everyone in the first row should sit back. All the students thought that Shang Tiank was angry, and some thought that Shang Tiank was seeking special treatment. Unexpectedly, Shang Tiank continued, "This fire-scale giant lizard is very aggressive. You may get hurt accidentally if you sit in the first row." The new students, who had originally had sad faces, laughed out loud when they heard this. They all looked at Fang Xin. Zhang Chang, who was sitting in the back, smiled with great satisfaction. But now it was Fang Xin's turn to look gloomy, not Palace Master Shang, you. Shang Tiank asked seriously, "What's wrong? You are such a naughty little thing." Shang Tiank smiled. If there weren't so many people around, he really wanted to beat this kid up. Zhang Chang couldn't laugh anymore when he saw Shang Tiank and Fang Xin talking like this. The new students were also talking about it, trying to find out what Fang Xin's background was and how he dared to talk to Shang Tiank like that. The fire-scale giant lizard bared its teeth at the students below, then shook its big head towards Fang Xin. Many students who supported Fang Xin were very nervous, but many students from the other faction headed by Zhang Chang were gloating and wanted to see Fang Xin make a fool of himself. Some people even secretly took out their cell phones, wanting to record Fang Xin's embarrassing appearance and post it on the forum so that everyone could laugh at how insignificant this reckless man with strength talent was in front of a powerful beast tamer. Fang Xin looked at the ugly and ferocious head that was getting closer and closer, and pushed it away with his hand in disgust. "Go away, don't touch me." The true dragon aura obtained from the true dragon stairs of the 10,000 Beasts Palace automatically emerged. The originally irritable fire-scale lizard instantly became much docile, its eyes softened, it rubbed Fang Xin's palm, and retreated back to Shang Tiank. After a few seconds of silence in the classroom, it suddenly exploded. "What's going on? Really? Is this possible? Top-level beast-taming talent? Could this brother have dual main job talents? Did you feel the aura from him just now? The oppressive feeling was too strong." Shang Tiank cleared his throat and brought the topic back to the topic. "Be quiet, everyone. You have all seen that high-level beast-taming talents are like this. They have a strong affinity with beasts. Let's get back to the topic just now. This is a king beast with a combat power limit of level 11. Most of you students have already awakened your beast-taming talents, right? For those who haven't awakened, there will be other beast-taming teachers to help you awaken. I will first teach you the specific method of signing a contract with a beast." As he spoke, Shang Tiank demonstrated to everyone how to sign a contract. Shang Tiank then added, "But there is one thing you must remember, every beast master has his or her own natal beast character. The higher your talent, the more natal beast characters you will have. But no matter how many natal beast characters you have, when you choose to sign a contract, you must remember that you must not sign a natal beast randomly, because your natal beast is related to your future upper limit. Some people may have S-level talents, but if your natal beast suddenly mutates and becomes more powerful one day in the future, your talent level and your upper limit will also rise accordingly. Therefore, when choosing a natal beast, you must choose a blue chip." The chilin mythical beast mentioned in the notebook flashed through Fang Xin's mind. It would be exciting to think about signing a contract with the chilin mythical beast and making it your natal mythical beast. Even though Shang Tiank was tricked by the shield officials, he was still a moral person and did not fool around. He taught very diligently and responsibly. With 5 minutes left before the end of get out of class, Shang Tiank collected the fire-scale giant lizard and said, "Everyone, digest what I just said. The get out of class will be over soon and you can go back. Fang Xin, come out with me." Fang Xin's whole body froze. When he saw Shang Tiank's expression, he knew that this old man was definitely going to make trouble for him for what he had done last night. "Just say it here." Fang Xin smiled innocently. Shang Tiank waved his hand, "Come out. Your instructor Zhuge has gone out for something. I want to tell you something. Please convey it to him for me." Fang Xin followed him out the door doubtfully. "As soon as I went out." Bang. The classroom door was closed. Fang Xin was about to run when he saw the situation was not good, but Shang Tiank grabbed Fang Xin's arm and kicked him in the butt. "You are still trying to trick me, aren't you?" Shang Tiank clamped Fang Xin's neck with his strong arms. "Who is that Qin Juanhao to you? Fong Xin smiled embarrassedly, high school classmate. Why are you so bad? You tricked two people. Shang Tiang kicked Fong Xin on the butt again. You are planning to take advantage of our female tutor. Can I not let you do that? Hey, you are quite righteous. No way, it's natural. When the two of them were whispering, a figure appeared at the corner of the stairs in the distance. She was an old lady wearing square-framed glasses. She had a bag filled with wool hanging on her arm and was crocheting a sweater with knitting needles in both hands. Seeing someone coming, Shang Tiang immediately let go of Fong Xin and regained the aura of a superior. Shang Tiang recognizes Fong Xin and can get along well with Fong Xin, but when meeting other people, he is still the high-ranking palace master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace. When Fong Xin saw the person coming, he couldn't help but stand up straight. The person who came was none other than the Academy's famous spiritual instructor, Master Miju Sun Bijuan. Seeing the old lady, Palace Master Shang also bowed humbly. Senior Sun. Fong Xin followed suit and bowed, hello, teacher. The old lady frowned and looked at Shang Tiang with undisguised contempt, what are you doing here? The school invited me to give lectures. The old lady said without hesitation, are there no other options for those old guys in S.H.I.E.L.D.? Are you letting someone like you teach? Are you trying to lead the students into a ditch? Shang Tiang was not angry, he just forced a smile. Fong Xin widened his eyes. Is this old lady so cruel? The palace master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace doesn't even take it seriously. Who is this? The old lady looked at Fong Xin again. Shang Tiang glanced at Fong Xin and said, this is my student. I came here specifically to teach him. He is also a friend of mine and we have a very good relationship. When Fong Xin heard this, he thought that this old man was quite flattering towards him. Unexpectedly, the next second, the old lady's face suddenly turned cold, and she angrily scolded Fong Xin, you are a student, and you are associating with such a questionable person. Or are you friends? Fong Xin was stunned for a moment, and when he glanced at Shang Tiang, he saw a smirk on his face, and he knew he had been tricked. I'm not familiar with him. He is here to teach us. Not only me, but many beast-taming students. Fong Xin explained. Unexpectedly, Nun Miju didn't buy it at all, you're such a smooth talker. Why would S.H.I.E.L.D. recruit a student like you? You can't be a good person if you hang out with such a shabby person. Fong Xin turned around and glanced at Shang Tiang, who could hardly hold back his laughter. It is obvious that this old guy does not have a very good impression on Sun Bijuan. The old lady frowned, what's your name? Fong Xin said without hesitation, Qin. Before Qin Juhang could finish his sentence, Shang Tiang answered, Senior Sun, his name is Fong Xin. I'm going to ask Surpassing how come there is a student like you in this school. You're making friends with such shady people. I'll expel you in a moment. After Sun Bijuan finished speaking, she turned and left. Fong Xin stood there in a daze. The cruel and brutal Nun Miju in the rumors really came into being at this moment. Shang Tiang laughed so hard that his shoulders sang randomly, and patted Fong Xin's shoulder with his big hand. Brother, you're going to have a hard time, ha 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 ha. Fong Xin's face darkened. Palace Master Shang, Brother Shang, she wants to ask the dean to expel me. Please help me to speak up for her. I saw the comments from the seniors that this old lady is quite troublesome. Shang Tiang gloated, quite troublesome. Brother, she is the most troublesome in the entire Tianduan Academy. But don't worry, Dean Su will definitely not let you go. If he doesn't want you, you can come directly to our Wanshou Palace. The old palace master said that he will train you to be the next palace master of Wanshou Palace. Fong Xin thought about it carefully, no, that's not right. She said you are a dubious person. It's obvious that I was implicated by you. How did you provoke her before? Shang Tiang looked at Sun Bijuan who was walking away. Before, I went to Juhang to ask for Qing Bingqing's contact information. Then what? Shang Tiang sighed, looking as if he couldn't bear to think back on the past. Then that white-haired guy gave me old lady Sun's contact information. I didn't look carefully, but right after I added him, he said a lot of dirty words. He also sent some photos. What photos? Fong Xin asked curiously. The kind that shows my chest and abdominal muscles. And what happened next? Later. Shang Tiang smacked his lips and sighed again, as if he was recalling some horrible past. This old lady is a spiritual powerhouse. She later invaded my dreams for a whole month. Whenever I closed my eyes, I could see a group of old men in bikinis, dancing in front of me, and asking me if I wanted to have a relationship. Or if I wanted to have sex. Fong Xin looked disgusted. Shang Tiang patted Fong Xin's shoulder and gloated, "This old lady doesn't have a good impression of me at all. You better take care of yourself, kid." Dean's office. Surpassing is drinking tea. The office door opened with a bang. The old lady knitting a sweater walked in from outside with a menacing look. "Surpassing, what kind of students do you recruit?" Surpassing, who was drinking tea, felt his hands tremble. Tea spilled all over my pants. He quickly put down the teacup and took out a tissue to wipe it. "Sister-in-law, what's wrong with you?" Surpassing quickly stood up, took 2 steps at a time to the door, looked outside, and then closed the door. "What's got you so angry, sister-in-law?" Sun Bijuan sat down. Surpassing quickly poured another cup of tea. "Why let someone like Shang Tiang teach the new students?" Surpassing explained, "Sister-in-law, among the new students this year, there is a good talent in the beast-taming department. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialty, so we invited the palace master from the 10,000 Beasts Palace to teach our new students. This is also for the good of the new students. Moreover, we originally agreed to teach only that good seedling, but you should have seen that many new students with talent in the beast-taming department can take free classes. After all, they make a living from this. If our new students learn more now, won't they bleed less in the future? How can a shabby person like Shang Tiang suffer such a loss in silence?" Sun Bijuan said coldly. Surpassing smiled and said, "The details were negotiated by Juhang." Sun Bijuan snorted again, "Idle street urchins, shabby little hooligans, you really are just like-minded." What else could Surpassing say but to smile along? "There's another thing. There's a new student named Fong Xin. I'll fire him. He's hanging out with people like Shang Tiang, so he's obviously not a good person." Surpassing was stunned for a moment. "Sister-in-law, what you said is biased. If you want me to fire someone else, I can still consider it, but not Fong Xin." "Why not? Such a person would be a disaster if he stayed in S.H.I.E.L.D. Sun Bijuan's voice turned cold, and she displayed the old lady's unreasonableness perfectly. Surpassing forced a smile, walked quickly to the door, opened it and looked outside, then closed the door. Just in case, he also set up a soundproof barrier. "Sister-in-law, this Fong Xin really can't be opened. You are deaf to the outside world, so you may not know that he is the new student who broke the campus record among the freshmen in the baseline test and passed the level in more than 3 minutes." Sun Bijuan frowned and paused for a moment. "It's him. What's the use of having good talent but bad character? Sister-in-law, this kid is under the protection of Master Yi." Sun Bijuan was stunned for a moment, but then frowned. "I hate this kind of nepotism the most. So what if Brother Yi is protecting me?" Surpassing said quickly, "Sister-in-law, there is one more thing. I tell you, you must not tell anyone." Sun Bijuan didn't say anything, but just crocheted her sweater and waited for Surpassing to continue. Surpassing leaned forward, and even with the soundproof barrier, he lowered his voice and said, "Sister-in-law, his parents are the couple who were hit and killed by a car in the research institute. Fang Jingping and Yi Rujia." Sun Bijuan's hands trembled violently, and she raised her head abruptly, staring at Surpassing in a daze, her lips moving. The terrifying look in her eyes behind the lenses disappeared, replaced by astonishment, confusion, helplessness, and sadness. All kinds of emotions mixed together, making her eyes look extremely complicated. He is Xiaofang and Xiaoya's child." "Yes." The old lady's domineering attitude just now suddenly became much weaker. She lowered her head, as if some memories were brought back to her. She slowly sank into the sofa like an eggplant hit by frost. He murmured softly, repeating what he had just said, "He is Xiaofang and Xiaoya's child." "Yes, sister-in-law." Surpassing confirmed again. The old lady lowered her head, and after a long while she smiled bitterly and softly. I owed that young couple a huge favor, but then something like that happened. I didn't expect to run into their child here. Surpassing joked, sister-in-law, do you still want to fire this guy? If you still want to fire him, I will go through the formalities now. Sun Bi-Juan returned to her original cold expression and glanced at Surpassing indifferently. Surpassing immediately sat up straight and said, you are kidding, you are kidding. Tell that child to stay away from Shang Tiang in the future. Shang Tiang is not a good person. Don't lead the child astray. After saying that, he walked out. Surpassing quickly stood up and said to her, sister-in-law, there is one more thing. This kid's identity information is encrypted, and his parents' matter is quite troublesome. What you heard here today, please don't. Sun Bi-Juan snorted disdainfully, humph, I am an old woman who doesn't have a big mouth like the waistband of cotton pants and talks nonsense everywhere. Surpassing smiled and was about to open the soundproof barrier, but the barrier melted and a hole appeared. Sun Bi-Juan walked out leisurely while hooking her sweater. Seeing this, Surpassing just smiled helplessly. After seeing Sun Bi-Juan off, Surpassing breathed a sigh of relief, closed the door, and returned to his chair. A document was taken out from a folder on the side, which contained Fong Xin's information. Surpassing tapped the information with his fingers. Fong Xin, Fong Jingping, Fong Yingtai, the person that old Master Yi wants to protect, the real identity of this kid. Tisk, it's not simple. Fong Xin was feeling very nervous at the moment. The old guy Shang Tiang was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. He even dragged Fong Xin to have dinner with him. He also asked Fong Xin to make an appointment with Qin Juanhao to erase Qin Juanhao's memory. Seeing Fong Xin wanted to send a message to Juhang, Shang Tiang said, you're looking for Juhang. Isn't that a hindrance? Have you forgotten who gave me the old lady's contact information? Juhang always avoids this old lady when he sees her. It's okay, it's okay. Think about it this way. If Shield doesn't want you, you can come to our 10,000 Beasts Palace. Then you will be the young palace master in the future. How prestigious. Fong Xin said helplessly, I have a stable job, and I can make a steady income. You have a private company, how can it be the same? Hey, you're quite picky. After you come here, my position will be yours. You're in Shield, and you don't have any background. Even if you have outstanding abilities and outstanding achievements, you can only be a team leader in the 9th division at best, or a deputy director in other divisions. Without a background, you can only be a lackey for a superior who has a background. I have always kept the position of young palace master for you. If Skyshield dares not want you today, I will take you away. Shang Tiang hugged Fong Xin and patted his chest. As the two walked towards the restaurant, they saw Sun Bi-Juan walking out of the administrative building. Fong Xin looked at the old lady from afar, and suddenly he felt a kind of psychological pressure, his heart was in turmoil. Shang Tiang also saw Sun Bi-Juan, patted Fong Xin on the shoulder with his big hand, grinned and said, given this old lady's personality, even if she can't fire you, you won't feel good. Fong Xin nudged Shang Tiang with his elbow, you were the one who said the dirty words and posted the photos, but I'm the one who got punished. This isn't fair. Shang Tiang was overjoyed. This old man and Fong Xin had similar personalities, so he was very easygoing in front of Fong Xin. Now he and Fong Xin were completely on good terms. He gloated, what are you afraid of as a grown man? If you get fired, I'll take care of you. Hey. Haha. This old lady saw us and is coming towards us. Fong Xin hurriedly distanced himself from Shang Tiang, but who knew that this old guy would stick to Fong Xin and even deliberately hugged Fong Xin in front of the old lady, as if the two of them had a very good relationship. Sure enough, I saw the old lady walking towards me with a stern face. Shang Tiang bent over and greeted, Senior Son. He glanced at Fong Xin out of the corner of his eye and was ready to laugh. Sun Bi-Juan ignored Shang Tiang and looked at Fong Xin. Her cold eyes became unusually soft and warm. Fong Xin nudged Shang Tiang with his elbow and gave Sun Bi-Juan what he thought was a very humble smile, hello, teacher. Yes. Sun Bijun looked gentle and raised her hand to rub Fong Xin's head. If you have any difficulties in the future, come to me. I'm in building 26 of the tutor's apartment. Fong Xin was stunned. Shang Tiank was also stunned. He felt that the script was not right. What happened to this old lady? She went to the administrative building, but she came out as a different person. Was she cursed? Unexpectedly, Sun Bijun pointed at Shang Tiank and said to Fong Xin, "Stay away from people like this in the future. They have corrupt morals, bad personalities, and a terrible lifestyle. Don't get too close to them." Although Fong Xin didn't understand, he still nodded and said, "Okay, teacher Sun." Shang Tiank was confused. "Old lady, isn't your evaluation a bit?" Roll. The expression on Shang Tiank's face froze. Watching Sun Bijun go away, Shang Tiank turned around and looked at Fong Xin. "What's wrong with this old woman? What did she say when she went to the administrative building just now? Why did her attitude change 180 degrees? Fong Xin breathed a sigh of relief, and finally let go of his worries. Maybe the dean found out that I'm so good. Shang Tiank thought about it, and it seemed that this was the only reasonable reason. Just now he was trying every way to let Sun Bijun make things difficult for Fong Xin, but he didn't expect that in the end he would be the only one who got hurt. The news that Shang Tiank was coming for Fong Xinlai had already spread among the new students. Fong Xin was already in the spotlight, and now he is even more in the spotlight. Fortunately, Brother Hualu mentioned it, so that his classmates in the strength department did not tell others that Fong Xin had reached the 4th level of combat power, otherwise this year's new students would definitely be furious. Fong Xin made an appointment with Qin Juhang and mentioned that an important person wanted to see him and asked him not to tell anyone. Qin Juhang was confused at first, but now he knew that Shang Tiank came for Fong Xin, and he immediately guessed that the big shot Fong Xin was talking about was Shang Tiank. Now Qin Juhang was both excited and jealous. When I was in school, I was no match for Fong Xin. I tried every way to step on Fong Xin, but failed. Until now, I have been left further and further behind by Fong Xin. The terrifying existence he looked up to was actually heading towards Fong Xin. Fortunately, the Lord of the 10,000 Beasts Palace came to find him, so he got to meet an important shot. Although he had already guessed what it was, Qin Juhang was still excited and went to the place designated by Fong Xin. As soon as they met, Shang Tiank didn't waste any words and questioned Qin Juhang for a while. He was relieved to know that Qin Juhang did not tell anyone the specific things. However, Qin Juhang told Zhang Chang that the palace master of 10,000 Beasts Palace added him as a friend. Shang Tiank checked the chat records between the two, but could not tell anything from the lines. Then he took out a bead and shook it in front of Qin Juhang's eyes. Qin Juhang lost focus and fell to the ground with his eyes rolled back. Shang Tiank patted Fong Xin's shoulder and said, "I'm leaving first. You can deal with him after he wakes up." Fong Xin looked at the bead in Shang Tiank's hand curiously. "What is this thing called?" Shang Tiank took a look at the bead and threw it to Fong Xin. "This thing is called the zeroing bead. It's just a 5th level treasure. If you like it, I'll give it to you. It can erase part of the memory of people below the 5th level combat power. It consumes more mental energy when using it." Fong Xin played with the reset bead for a while. "Thanks." Shang Tiank waved his hand. "Why are you being so polite to me? I have to go socialize with some leaders of your shield later. I'm leaving now." Watched Shang Tiank leave. Fong Xin studied the reset beads, glanced at Qin Juhang, deleted the chat history between Qin Juhang and himself, and called Fong Xin using Qin Juhang's phone. After waiting for a few minutes, Qin Juhang woke up shaking his head. He rubbed his head and looked around. When he saw Fong Xin next to him, Qin Juhang immediately distanced himself vigilantly. "I checked my body and found nothing wrong with it, so it looked like I hadn't been beaten. Where is this? Why are you here?" Qin Juhang asked. Fong Xin shook his phone. "You called me and told me you had something to tell me. After I came, you just lay here. I was just about to ask you what you wanted me to do." Qin Juhang slapped his head. feeling as if he had lost all memory. He vaguely remembered that he seemed to have contacted Fong Xin, but the rest of his memory was very vague and his mind was blank. Fong Xin glanced at the time. "What do you want from me?" Qin Juanhao rubbed his head and looked at Fong Xin in front of him. A trace of jealousy flashed in his eyes, and then he looked at Fong Xin vigilantly. "I forgot what happened. Why did I faint? You asked me to come here and lie here. I have been guarding you until now, and you didn't even say thank you. Now you are asking me why you fainted. Are you trying to trick me?" Qin Juanhao choked and said, "I really forgot why I called you here." "Then come back to me when you've thought it over. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first." Fong Xin originally didn't want to get involved in the mess created by the old pervert Shang Tiang, but he finally agreed because he had to accept the offer. Now Qin Juanhao has no memory of having met Shang Tiang before. Under the guidance of Fong Xin, he only remembers that he had looked for Fong Xin. As for the fake brother in pants Zhang Chang, Qin Juanhao had told Zhang Chang very vague things before. If Zhang Chang asked about it, Qin Juanhao would know nothing. Zhang Chang would only think that Qin Juanhao was playing dumb. Let the two of them guess. On Fong Xin's way back to the dormitory, many new students took the initiative to greet him, and his contact information was flooded with requests. Among them, there were some very beautiful female classmates who added him as a friend. The phone kept vibrating, and Fong Xin had no choice but to change the settings for adding friends. That made it a lot quieter. Back in the dormitory, Fatty Shi Tailong and a few others were chatting together. Hearing Fong Xin coming back, Shi Tailong was the first to rush up. "Brother Xin, how much more do you have that we don't know?" "What's wrong?" Shi Tailong said excitedly, "The palace master came here for you. I analyzed it with others and said that it might be Brother Kutcher who invited the palace master. I didn't expect that the true God is by my side." Fong Xin explained, "I'm not sure if he will really come. What if I tell you in advance and he doesn't come today? How embarrassing it would be for me." "Indeed. Brother Xin is still the most stable." Zhang Yaozu laughed. "It's just that Brother Pants is too pretentious. He deliberately misled everyone, making everyone think that the Shang Palace lady was coming for him, but in the end he got slapped in the face. That big silly guy in pants has already said it. He never said that Palace Lady Shang was after him. It's all just everyone's imagination. In my opinion, this guy is pretty bad. He's like a pink rag-and-bow guy in pants. He can't pretend but he has to." Bai Yulin took over the conversation with his arms folded. Fong Xin observed and found that Bai Yulin's voice at this moment was a very rough male voice. He had his hair tied up, and was wearing a large vest and training pants. The muscles on his arms were very obvious. Shi Tailong heard this and said, "Brother, although your words are not rough, they are too rough. Zhang Meiqiu is fine, but Bauer is still here." Fong Xin realized that this was not Bai Yulin, but He Yulin, Bai Yulin's eldest brother. Zhang Yaozu punched Shi Tailong in the stomach. Li Bauer ate some potato chips and said in a daze, "My grandpa said it's okay if your mouth is dirty, as long as your heart isn't too dirty." Shen Yu, who has always had a low sense of presence, said, "Brother Xin, we are going to the multifunctional practice hall, shall we go together?" "Okay, I'll change my clothes and we'll go." Fong Xin just wanted to practice the two martial arts skills given by Huaqing today, and the two light skills given by Juhang. Shi Tailong looked at the time and said, "It's 6:30 now, and the practice hall closes at 9:30. Let's go there early, so we can practice for a while." After changing my clothes, I took the administrator's certificate and put it in my pocket. Several people went towards the training hall. After arriving at the place, the entire practice hall was filled with noise. Many people have already come. Fong Xin turned his eyes and saw a familiar figure. The other party also noticed Fong Xin. She turned around and smiled sweetly at Fong Xin. Fong Xin waved his hand. Jiang Xiaocha ran towards Fong Xin. The high ponytail bounced up and down happily. The ginger tea is beautiful. She has an oval face, delicate features and a tall figure. Although she always wears loose clothes, sometimes it is difficult to hide her plump figure that is gradually beginning to develop at this age. When facing outsiders, Jiang Xiaocha always looks like a cold and aloof goddess. But when she sees Fang Xin, Jiang Xiaocha always smiles sweetly. As the youth training camp opens, many students have set up a Tianxiang list in the internal forum. Vote for the best-looking student of this year. Jiang Xiaocha is also among them, ranking third. Li Bauer, who is in the same team as Fang Xin, is also on the list, but she dresses like a loser girl and her score is slightly lower. However, with her good looks and high fighting skills as plus points, she's still squeezed into the top 10. Seeing Jiang Xiaocha coming here, many classmates' attention was attracted. Fang Xin raised his hand and tapped Jiang Xiaocha's fair forehead. When they saw Jiang Xiaocha walking towards Fang Xin, many classmates were envious and jealous. I didn't expect that Jiang Xiaocha, who ranked third on the Tianxiang list, would be so close to Fang Xin. Shi Tailong came up to him like a pig. Brother Xin, introduce me. Fang Xin said, my sister, Jiang Xiaocha. Xiaocha, this is Shi Tailong. Hello. Jiang Xiaocha said lightly. Shi Tailong frowned with a naive smile, hello, little sister Xiaocha, just call me brother Tailong. Fang Xin then introduced several people next to him to Jiang Xiaocha one by one. We will all be colleagues in S.H.I.E.L.D. from now on. We will see each other sooner or later. More friends mean more paths. After introducing each other, Bai Yulin said in a gruff voice, everyone should race against time to train, and don't waste time on unnecessary things. Fang Xin, these losers all say that you are very strong, I want to fight you later. Let's see who is the better of us. Fang Xinwen said, if you want to show down the winner, that's fine, but if you want to show down the winner, I think you're just using a bug. Bai Yulin was stunned for a moment, and his companions in front of him immediately laughed. Just let me see how strong you are. Bai Yu, Bai Lin, and Bai Yulin, these three losers, all say that you are strong, but I don't believe it. As long as you beat me, when we choose the captain of our team, I will vote for you unconditionally. Fang Xin looked at Bai Yulin in front of him. He was somewhat mentally ill and even scolded himself. Zhang Yaozu sniffed and said, Brother Xin, he is the only one in our team who refuses to obey. You will beat him until he cries. That's fine. Black Feathers bumped their fists together and grinned eagerly, my fists are thirsty. It just so happens that there is a team simulation combat training hall over here. We can compete in there. Shi Tailong pointed to one side. Fang Xin had discovered this multifunctional training hall was amazing when he was moving equipment there before. It is divided into single-player and multiplayer. Single-player training is for individual combat, while multiplayer training is for teamwork. In each training hall, you can adjust the training mode corresponding to your talent, and you can also select various scenes to simulate actual combat. It has many functions. Several people walked into a team training hall. He Yulin's fists collided again, then let's get started. Let's go for a walk, mules and horses. As he spoke, a red and black aura emanated from He Yulin's body, and his eyes were filled with blood. Shi Tailong exclaimed, violent talent. No wonder Bai Yulin's brother always has such a bad temper. He Yulin grinned, kicked off his foot, and burst out with violent energy, rushing towards Fang Xin like a cannonball. Almost in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Fang Xin and punched Fang Xin in the face. Fang Xin tilted his head slightly. He Yulin's fist brushed past Fang Xin's cheek, and Fang Xin's temple swayed in the wind from the fist, and he raised one hand. Bang! Fang Xin pinched He Yulin's neck and lifted him up. The pulses of qi and blood surged like a violent tide. He Yulin's manic expression receded like a tide in an instant, his eyes became gentle, and then his face became soft, his chest became bulging visibly, and his two long legs slowly came together. Fang Xin, you hurt me. A somewhat aggrieved female voice came from Bai Yulin's mouth. Fang Xin was stunned for a moment. Zhang Yaozu was also confused, what's going on? Has it started? Li Bauer tilted her head and said stupidly, it's over. Ah. One move. There's nothing fancy about this move. It's over already. How powerful is this? Jiang Xiaocha looked at Fang Xin with her beautiful big eyes. She was genuinely happy to see that her cousin was so strong. Fang Xin realized that this was Bai Yulin's sister Bai Yu, and then he let go of her hand. Bai Yu rubbed his red neck and looked at Fang Xin with watery eyes. He Yulin is a bastard, he is both inexperienced and playful. Fang Xin, He Yulin asked me to tell you that he is completely convinced this time. The gap is too big. When ordinary people see you, it's like a frog in a well looking at the moon in the sky, while when an awakened person sees you, it's like a mayfly seeing the blue sky. Fang Xin immediately said, I feel a little embarrassed to say this. Everyone who can come to the 9th division is an outstanding person, a genius in their respective fields of talent. Of course, genius is only the threshold to meet me. Several people looked at each other. I think others are pretending when they say this, but I really believe what you said, Xin Go. To use the words of He Yulin elder brother, you are like a top-level space ring. What's the meaning? Others can't pretend, but you can. Fang Xin couldn't help but smile. Okay, everyone hurry up and train. Zhang Yaozu said bitterly, it will close at 9:30, so everyone should hurry up and come. I heard from a senior that if you want to continue training, you have to ask the administrator for help, and you have to spend extra money. And it's quite expensive, $5,000 an hour. It's so expensive. Then we shouldn't waste our time. Several people left the multi-person simulated practice room and went to find a single-person practice room. Fang Xin said to Jiang Xiaocha, Xiaocha, send me a message if you have anything in the future. Got it, bro. When Fang Xin went to find the training hall, the person in charge of the training hall came over. He was a kind old man named Ren Liancheng, and Fang Xin had met him before. Fang Xin. Ren Liancheng walked over. Teacher Ren. Fang Xin greeted. Did you bring your ID? I have it. Fang Xin waved his administrator ID. Ren Liancheng glanced at the time. I have to go out for something. You just keep an eye on this and make sure that no one breaks the rules. If there are any special circumstances, such as people gathering to cause trouble, you can punish them and ban them from coming to the practice hall for 3 days to a month. You can use your smart connection device to handle it. Of course, under normal circumstances, no one has the guts to break the rules here. I'll let you watch here, mainly after 9:30. If someone wants to continue using it, you can charge them a fee, 5,000 per person, and 10% of this fee will be automatically deducted and deposited into your card, which will be considered as your administrator commission. Of course, you also have the right to bring people in, for free, but you have to be careful not to bring more than 10 people. Got it, Teacher Ren. Ren Liancheng patted Fang Xin's shoulder and said, I'll be leaving first. Okay. Fang Xin found a single-person practice room. The purpose of coming here today is to practice the 4 skills given by Hua Cheng and Juhang. Fang Xin adjusted the gravity to 4 times gravity. I have already experienced the dark force once today, so it is much easier to blast out the 9th level of the power of creation. After practicing for a while, Fang Xin had already grasped the essence of it. He punched out, and the value on the dynamometer gradually showed 18,000 kilograms, and then the value kept doubling. The 9-fold Kaitian power is able to stack power, a total of 9-fold power can be stacked. It's Fang Xin's first day of training, and he can only reach the 3rd level of strength so far. But with the blessing of the killing talent, although the power of the triple force is the same as described in the skills, the armor-piercing damage is increased. With the same punch, the pain suffered by the enemy is not just as simple as the strength. After Fang Xin studied the golden bell cover for a while, a layer of almost transparent film appeared on the surface of the body. After testing its ability to withstand blows, it is found that it can definitely withstand a powerful blow from a mid-level 4th-level fighter. Fang Xin's face lit up with joy. This was achieved through the optimization of his killing talent. It must be said that his killing talent was truly awesome. Exhaled. Fang Xin focused his attention on the 2 light-related talent skills. Divine Skill, Flash of Light. Divine Skill, Instant Kill with Light. With the blessing of the killing talent, the activation distance of these 2 skills exceeds the original range. Fong Xin switched the training hall to a combat environment with light-type talents. The skylight above was open, and moonlight poured in through it. Fong Xin kept feeling it. The moonlight scattered into dots and enveloped Fong Xin's body. Fong Xin's pupils turned silver, like 2 full moons. The body gradually became blurred, as if it was being wiped by an eraser. Next second, Fong Xin appeared 30 meters away. After taking a breath, Fong Xin supported his knees with both hands, breathing continuously, his eyes filled with excitement. It actually succeeded in one try. It's just that the moonlight stored in the body is too little, so he feels a little exhausted. It's very simple to store this moonlight, all he has to do is bask in the moonlight. Taking a deep breath, Fong Xin absorbed the moonlight again. A few minutes later, Fong Xin raised his hand and grabbed in the moonlight. A cross sword formed by moonlight appeared in his hand. A sparring puppet appeared in the training hall. Fong Xin slashed at the puppet with his sword. The sword light condensed from the moonlight appeared in front of the puppet in just a breath. With one slash of the sword, the puppet was split into 2 and turned into points of crystal light. Fong Xin gasped for breath again. The moonlight in his body was still not enough, and his talent in the light element was not top-notch, so there was an upper limit to the moonlight stored in his body, and he could only use 3 skills. To sum up, I didn't use any potions, and my real strength was only S-level light talent. If I wanted to increase my upper limit, the simplest and most brutal way was to kill a few awakened people with light talent and plunder them. Fong Xin glanced at the time. A long time had passed without him noticing. It was already 9:26. Left the practice hall. Many students have left at this time. After all, I'm tired after practicing for so long. But there are some who are more hardworking. When Fong Xin turned his gaze, he saw Jiang Xiaocha also walking out of the practice room, wiping the sweat off his face. Seeing Fong Xin coming out, Jiang Xiaocha waved and prepared to walk towards Fong Xin. Unexpectedly, a group of people blocked their way. The leader held a bouquet of flowers in his arms. Xiaocha, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. Will you be my girlfriend? The people behind him started to make a noise. Promise him. Promise him. The movement attracted a lot of attention. Jiang Xiaocha frowned. Sorry, please make way. But the men refused to leave and asked others to surround Jiang Xiaocha. Xiaocha, my name is Yang Haoxi, a new student in the 2nd division. I saw you on the first day of enrollment. As soon as I saw you, I knew you were my destined girl. Xiaocha, I really like you, will you be my girlfriend? Jiang Xiaocha said coldly, get out of the way. Yang Haoxi said with a shameless smile, no, if you don't agree to be my girlfriend, I won't let you leave today. Jiang Xiaocha frowned and turned to leave. Yang Haoxi stopped Jiang Xiaocha again with a sly smile on his face. He also snatched Jiang Xiaocha's towel and put it in front of his nose to smell it. Wow, Xiaocha, what kind of shower gel are you using? It smells so good. Could you please stop being so disgusting? Get out of the way. Yang Haoxi shamelessly blocked the way and took off Jiang Xiaocha's glasses again and put them on himself. Xiaocha, let's get in touch first. After that, you'll know how good I am. Jiang Xiaocha said coldly, give me back my glasses. Yang Haoxi held up his glasses and said, call me husband and I'll give them back to you. The few friends who came with Yang Haoxi started to make a noise, call me husband. Call me husband. Jiang Xiaocha's eyes were red, give it to me. I heard that your family conditions are average, and your parents are not awakened. I also heard you chatting with others just now. You said that you wanted to continue practicing for a while today. You want to continue practicing. One person needs 5,000 yuan. This 5,000 yuan must be a lot for you. I will help you pay it, okay. You can just call me husband. Jiang Xiaocha's eyes were red as she looked at Yang Haoxi coldly. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Give me back my glasses. You're quite stubborn, I like this. The more you are like this, the more I like it. If you want glasses, I'll say the same thing, call me old. Before he could finish his words, Yang Haoxi's wrist was pinched, and then severe pain came from his arm. Yang Haoxi howled in pain, spread his 5 fingers, and the glasses in his hand fell. Fong Xin took the glasses and handed them to Jiang Xiaocha. Bang bang bang. Fong Xin patted Yang Haoxi's cheek. If you can't speak, just shut up. Yang Haoxi rubbed his arm. He was not afraid at all when he saw Fong Xin. He tapped Fong Xin's chest with his finger. What do you want to do? Save the beauty. My confession to her is none of your business. Why are you in such a hurry? Fong Xin smiled at Yang Haoxi. This is my sister. Stay away from her, this is the first warning and the last. Yang Haoxi suddenly laughed and turned to look at the people who came with him. Those people also laughed along. Young Master Yang, this guy is quite pretentious. Damn him. Yang Haoxi pointed at Fong Xin's chest and smiled. Warn me. You're pretty awesome, she's your sister, so what? Even if she's your mother, if I like her, I'll do whatever it takes to get her. No matter how talented you are or how good you are at fighting, so what? What's the point of being able to fight? You need power to get by. A young man next to him said, Grandson, do you know who our young Master Yang is? You are just barking like a dog. And you are warning our young Master Yang. You are so bold. Yang Haoxi rubbed his head in front of Fong Xin and pointed at his own head. Want to hit me? Come on, try to touch me. Fong Xin grinned. Is there still such a request? Okay.